Volume 4, Winds Rising from Overseas, Chapter 366. The business of Master Gu Wang Changqing continued, for mortals like myself residing on these islands. We must either perform labor or pay spirit stones. Otherwise, we are not permitted to dwell here. These islands have been fortified with celestial spells by the immortal masters, rendering us safe from the assaults of demonic beasts and the tempests of the heavens, allowing us to reside here with peace of mind. Furthermore, the immortal masters possess vast powers, and when we common folk undertake long sea voyages, we usually strive to hire one or two to accompany our ships. In this manner, should we encounter a demonic beast at sea, we might stand a chance of survival. Of course, those willing to accept such employment are generally of a more liberated status. The heavenly wind? Han Li expressed a fleeting look of perplexity upon hearing the term. I am familiar with demonic beasts, but what precisely is this heavenly wind? I have not heard of it before. Were there no instances of heavenly winds in the places where the immortal masters resided? The elder displayed a hint of curiosity. I have indeed never witnessed a heavenly wind in the places where I practiced, Han Li replied nonchalantly. What exactly is this heavenly wind that it can be compared to demonic beasts? Upon hearing Han Li's words, Wang Changqing, although somewhat skeptical, proceeded to explain earnestly. The heavenly wind, demonic beasts, and ghostly mist are collectively known as the three great disasters of the Chaos Star Sea. As for demonic beasts, the immortal masters surely know more than I do. Most of the demonic beasts in the sea are colossal in size and adept in water-based demonic arts, which we mortals cannot contend with. Only the immortal masters possess the capability to vanquish them. The heavenly wind, on the other hand, is a hurricane that appears twice a year, sweeping from one end of the Chaos Star Sea to the other. Wherever it passes, it brings towering waves and devastation. For those of us residing on islands protected by celestial spells, the prospects are dire. Moreover, it is said that even the immortal masters find it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves once caught in a heavenly wind, and they too may meet their demise within it. As Wang Changqing spoke, a trace of fear appeared upon his face. And what of this ghostly mist? What calamity does it bring? Han Li inquired, maintaining his composure. It is prudent to understand these three great disasters thoroughly, as it allows for better preparedness in the event of an encounter. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the elder confirmed that this immortal master was indeed wholly ignorant of maritime matters, even regarding the most enigmatic of the three great disasters, the ghostly mist. He pondered where this immortal had been cultivating, as there were no continents nearby, only other seas surrounding the Chaos Star Sea. Suppressing his intrigue, Wang Changqing continued to elucidate. The ghostly mist is the most terrifying and mysterious among the three great disasters of the Chaos Star Sea. It is said to manifest as a black mist that drifts unpredictably over the ocean's surface. Encountering it is certain death for us mortals, and even for the immortal masters. It is something to be avoided at all costs. Any living being enveloped by this mist has never been seen again, and the immortal masters are no exception. However, this mist, while fearsome, typically appears in isolated locations and never approaches larger islands. If one can evade it in a timely manner, their life may be spared. Thus, while it is indeed terrifying, it is paradoxically the least lethal of the three great disasters. As the elder spoke, a sense of relief flickered across his expression. Hearing this, Han Li began to ponder deeply. What sort of place is this? If what is said holds true, then my plan to seek out a small island rich in spiritual energy for solitary cultivation will surely come to naught. Otherwise, should I encounter those celestial winds and ghostly mists, it would be an unjust demise. Han Li felt a twinge of discontent, observing the displeasure on his face. The elder grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that he had unwittingly offended the esteemed immortal master? As the elder fretted, Han Li, after a moment of contemplation, resumed his inquiries. Why does that Master Gu wish for me to reside on Changqing Island? Moreover, this vessel is indeed bound for that island, correct? Han Li fixed his gaze upon the elder's countenance, his expression inscrutable. Noting Han Li's demeanor, the elder felt a pang of apprehension, revealing a flicker of hesitation. Realizing that there was indeed some intrigue at play, Han Li softened his tone and continued, Rest assured, Mr. Wang. My questions arise merely from a desire to understand the situation. After all, I cannot simply acquiesce to Master Gu's request without knowledge of the circumstances. If my assistance is genuinely required, I would not be opposed to visiting Changqing Island. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Wang Changqing recognized that remaining silent was no longer an option. To do so would surely provoke the immortal master, leading to dire consequences for himself. Thus, he cleared his throat and nervously offered a smile. "Please, esteemed master, do not hold it against this old man. There is truly nothing to conceal. It is merely that you had not inquired before." Han Li rolled his eyes inwardly at such evasive remarks, but the elder promptly divulged the details. It turned out that this ship was indeed returning from a business venture, en route back to Kuaishing Island. Master Gu was not a native of the island, but rather hails from one of its affiliated isles. After achieving success in trade, he had recently relocated to Kuaishing Island. The most lucrative enterprises involved long-distance trading between the major islands, a privilege reserved for the common folk of Kuaishing Island, thus highlighting the distinction between the island's inhabitants and those of its subordinate territories. Master Gu had originally engaged in trading between the affiliated isles and, upon moving to the main island, aspired to elevate his business further. However, once he arrived, he was taken aback to discover that participation in such long-distance trade was not as simple as he had assumed. It was governed by predetermined quotas established by the island's immortal masters. Only 10 households on the island were permitted to engage in such profitable ventures. Furthermore, these households were not fixed, but rather determined through a martial competition held every 3 years. Families wishing to partake in this enterprise must invite an immortal master to participate in a challenge against the masters of the qualifying households from the previous selection. Only those who triumphed in this contest could secure the right to trade among the major islands. Upon learning this news, Master Gu was instantly thrown into a state of disarray. Due to his previous engagement in short-distance trade, he had never encountered any demonic beasts and consequently had never employed a cultivator, resulting in a pitifully scant acquaintance with such beings. Initially, he intended to offer a substantial sum to gradually hire one once his business was secured. However, time was of the essence. As he received news just as the date of the 3-year duel approached, there was no opportunity for him to leisurely search for assistance. It is worth noting that while the island of Kuaishing boasts a multitude of celestial masters, most cultivators are rather proud and haughty, and those willing to accept employment from mortals are exceedingly rare. Typically, these cultivators would only lend their aid if they had some connection, whether distant or close, with the mortals in need. Furthermore, the few celestial masters who might have been willing to intervene were also hesitant to challenge the 10 masters due to their mutual acquaintances. Thus, in a short span of time, Master Gu found himself incapable of locating any willing cultivators on Kuaishing Island. In desperation, he decided to take advantage of a delivery opportunity to return to his birthplace, hoping to solicit the assistance of a somewhat distant relative who was a cultivator. To his dismay, he discovered that this celestial master had just embarked on a long journey. At this juncture, Master Gu was truly at a loss. Now with Han Li, an outsider cultivator, suddenly aboard his vessel, how could Master Gu, who was at his wits' end in searching for a cultivator, not feel elated? Although he was uncertain of Han Li's cultivation level, it was certainly preferable to relinquishing the opportunity and waiting another 3 years. Thus, he endeavored earnestly to win Han Li's favor, hoping he might take action on his behalf. After listening to these words, Han Li was left utterly speechless. Initially, he found it astonishing that cultivators could be hired by mortals to venture out to sea. Now, to think that they would engage in duels for the sake of a mortal's business qualifications between islands was truly beyond his comprehension. It appeared that while cultivators in this realm still held a lofty status, their interactions with mortals were not as dismissive as in Tiannan. Rather, there existed a complex web of relationships between the two. However, to engage in combat on behalf of Master Gu's business qualifications was something he could forego. He had not yet fallen to such depths of despair. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. With a gentle smile, he slowly inquired, "Mr. Wang, my experiences are rather limited, and I have a query I wish to pose. Any uncertainties you have, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall make every effort to provide an answer." The elderly man replied with great deference, "I find myself somewhat perplexed. If one is to transport goods between the islands, why must it be entrusted to ordinary people? Should not the various celestial masters possess storage bags or similar magical artifacts? Wouldn't flying to deliver goods be both swifter and safer?" Upon hearing Han Li's question, Wang Changqing displayed a faint smile of resignation. "You jest, esteemed cultivator. While some celestial masters indeed possess storage bags, they hold them in the highest regard and would never lend them to us mere mortals for the purpose of carrying trivial items. Moreover, Each transaction between the islands involves the trade of entire ships laden with goods. Although the storage bags of celestial masters are indeed marvelous, they simply lack the capacity for such substantial exchanges. Masters of the celestial realm would never engage in such menial tasks, Wang Changqing cautiously explained to Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded in silence, his eyes half closed as he sank into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he spoke in a calm and detached manner. As for the matter that Master Gu wishes for me to assist with, I must regretfully decline. My cultivation is indeed inadequate, and even if I were to acquiesce, it would only serve to bring me humiliation. I kindly request that you convey my sentiments to Master Gu, advising him to seek the expertise of someone more capable. As for the cost of transporting me to Kuaishing Island, I shall compensate with some spirit stones as remuneration. Han Li articulated his words slowly and clearly, yet his tone remained cold and indifferent. The old man, upon hearing these words of rejection, paled visibly. He then earnestly implored Han Li, esteemed master. I beseech you to assist my master. You must understand that Master Gu has already incurred significant expenditures for this venture, covering both the cost of the ship and the crew. Moreover, he has invested a substantial amount of spirit stones to secure the opportunity to challenge. Should he fail to obtain the qualification for inter-island trade, the Gu family is destined for ruin, and we, the laborers, would lose our livelihoods and be forced to seek alternative paths. The old man's expression was one of sincere pleading. My cultivation is indeed insufficient, and I have no desire to provoke unnecessary conflicts upon my arrival at Kuaishing Island, Han Li replied, shaking his head expressionlessly, firmly refusing the request. Observing Han Li's resolute stance, Wang Changqing, sensing the gravity of the situation, adopted a stern tone and refrained from further persuasion. He could only muster enough energy to engage Han Li in discussions about local customs and other pressing matters. After half an hour, noticing the old man's fatigue, Han Li suggested he return to rest and return the next day to teach him some local dialects. Wang Changqing, already feeling weary, accepted Han Li's considerate suggestion without protest and departed. As Han Li watched the old man leave and respectfully close the wooden door, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Although he possessed some invigorating elixirs that could benefit mortals, he had no intention of offering them to the old man. In an unfamiliar place, it was wise to conceal one's wealth. Otherwise, one might attract unnecessary troubles, even to the point of life-threatening peril. With this thought, Han Li settled cross-legged on the bed and retrieved a bottle of Huanglong pills, pouring one into his mouth to commence his cultivation. It was imperative for him to restore his strength promptly, for in any realm of cultivation, power was the ultimate currency. However, after only a brief period of meditation, faint footsteps echoed from outside the door. Though he did not open it, Han Li's consciousness had already extended outward, vividly capturing the scene beyond the threshold. To his surprise, it was the old man Wang Changqing returning, accompanied by Master Gu, who bore a heavy expression of concern. Han Li's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed trouble was imminent, evidently. Master Gu was not yet dissuaded and intended to persist in his pursuit of Han Li. Had this been in Tiannan, Han Li would have coldly rebuffed them with a sharp retort, preventing their entrance. However, in this unfamiliar territory, it was prudent to avoid appearing overly unapproachable. Upon reflecting on this, Han Li, without waiting for the two to knock, calmly conveyed, "Please enter, gentlemen. The door is not locked." Upon hearing Han Li's voice echoing in their ears, Gu Dongzhu and Wang Changqing were momentarily startled. However, they quickly realized it was the esteemed immortal master within, beckoning them to enter. Hastily adjusting their clothing, they responded respectfully and gently pushed the door open to step inside. At that moment, Han Li had already descended from his bed and stood within the room, hands clasped behind his back. "Immortal master," Gu Dongzhu began, "I wish to discuss a matter with you personally. Might I implore you for an opportunity?" Wang Changqing, having discerned from previous encounters that this immortal master was not easily deceived, laid his intentions bare. Hearing this, Han Li glanced at the elder, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Of course, you may. However, I advise Mr. Gu to keep his expectations modest." Han Li displayed an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing his words, Wang Changqing's expression turned somewhat awkward, yet he proceeded to explain the situation to the middle-aged man earnestly. After listening, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted, and he solemnly spoke a few words to the elder, causing Wang Changqing to pause, displaying a look of perplexity. Meanwhile, Han Li observed quietly from the side. his expression betraying no unusual signs. Immortal Master, our esteemed leader has stated that should you be willing to lend your assistance, regardless of the outcome, the Gu family is prepared to offer a substantial sum of spirit stones as compensation. Furthermore, if you successfully secure the trading rights for Gu's family on the Great Island, Mr. Gu is even willing to act as your guarantor for residency on Kuaishing Island, allowing you to become a formal inhabitant. Most importantly, irrespective of whether you hold a position on Kuaishing Island in the future, the Gu family is willing to dedicate 30% of their profits from transactions over the next 3 years to you. As Wang Changqing delivered these words, his expression was somewhat dazed, as if Mr. Gu had promised Han Li something extraordinary. Han Li's brow furrowed slightly as he stroked his chin, curiously inquiring, "What is this? Do I need a guarantor to reside on Kuaishing Island? I do not recall you mentioning this earlier." Although Han Li's tone was exceedingly gentle, it sent a chill down Wang Changqing's spine, prompting him to hastily clarify, "Immortal Master, you misunderstand. There are generally 2 types of external immortals who reside on Kuaishing Island. One type stays temporarily and does not hold a position, deciding their fate based on personal preference after a few years. The other type, with the backing of a prominent local family, can secure permanent residency on the island. Such immortals pay significantly fewer spirit stones annually and are the only ones eligible for positions on the island, as well as participation in the decennial spirit land competition, where higher rankings grant access to areas of varying spirit density for cultivation. However, it is not a simple matter for outsiders to find a guarantor on such a large island as Kuaishing Island. Therefore, I momentarily overlooked mentioning this to you." Fearing that Han Li might misconstrue the situation, Wang Changqing hastily divulged everything. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression darkened. "Is it true that all cultivators who do not reside on Kuaishing Island cannot obtain a place to practice?" Han Li inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "That is not entirely accurate," the elder clarified. "Those immortal masters residing on the affiliated islands may also participate in the competition. However, they can only contend for the cultivation grounds on this island. The reason Kuaishing Island is deemed the principal island is due to the superior spiritual veins it possesses, which are the richest in spiritual energy compared to the surrounding seas. The spiritual veins on the other islands are notably inferior," he explained to Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression fluctuated between contemplation and uncertainty. The regulations clearly seemed designed to keep the more advanced cultivators on the main island. For who among the practitioners would not yearn for a cultivation ground abundant in spiritual energy? Even if one sought to nurture spiritual herbs and engage in practices, a place rich in spiritual essence is undeniably preferable. Han Li furrowed his brow, pacing thoughtfully within the room before lifting his gaze to the middle-aged man surnamed Gu, whose face bore an expression of eager anticipation. Noticing Mr. Gu's hopeful demeanor, Han Li sighed and slowly spoke. "Please enlighten me about the prowess of the immortal masters who wish to challenge. If they are indeed manageable, I may make an exception and intervene this once." Han Li displayed a semblance of reluctance, as though granting the 2 men a significant favor. Wang Changqing was overjoyed at Han Li's words, promptly relaying the news to the middle-aged man, who similarly exhibited a look of exuberance. Meanwhile, Han Li contemplated silently. If none of these immortal masters possessed foundation-building stage cultivators, even with his current abilities and the sharpness of his puppets and magical artifacts, he should face no insurmountable challenges. This would allow him to commence practicing the 3-turning heavy yuan technique on Kuaishing Island. Naturally, his external incarnation and the Dian technique would also require cultivation, as they would serve as crucial tools for self-preservation in the future. 4 days later, amidst the jubilant cheers of those on board, the grand vessel finally reached Kuaishing Island. Han Li, accompanied by Mr. Gu and Wang Changqing, eagerly proceeded to complete the necessary formalities for his arrival. After all, a stranger among cultivators arriving on this island must duly inform the port authorities to avoid being treated as a malicious intruder. However, as Han Li followed the 2 men, quietly surveying the port, he was struck by the sheer magnitude of the place. The number and size of the vessels far surpassed those of the small docks in Tiannan. Remarkably, there were 6 or 7 enormous ships like Mr. Gu's moored at the dock, while countless smaller boats filled the harbor. Although Han Li did not take the time to count meticulously, the entire dock seemed to host around 200 to 300 vessels. The throngs of people boarding and disembarking were even more numerous, giving Han Li his first experience of the bustling tide of humanity. As he observed the multitude of mortals, Han Li also sensed the presence of numerous cultivators surrounding the port, likely tasked with maintaining order. While contemplating this, he, along with Chu Han, followed Mr. Gu and Wang Changqing into a stone house by the port. The interior was adorned with remarkable simplicity, aside from a wooden table and a solitary chair. An elderly man with a sallow complexion sat there, eyes closed in meditation. Upon hearing the entrance of Han Li and others, this venerable figure opened his eyes, a glint of icy light emanating from them, causing Han Li's heart to shudder. This individual was indeed a foundation-building cultivator, seemingly undiminished from his former prowess. The yellow-faced elder disregarded both Master Gu and Wang Changqing, briefly scanning Han Li and Chu Han. Upon discovering Han Li's cultivation was merely at the early stages of qi refinement, he reverted to a languid demeanor, though Han Li noted that the elder seemed to regard Chu Han with an additional discerning glance. "What brings you here?" the elder inquired, his tone lethargic, revealing a trace of impatience. Han Li, possessing an exceptional memory, had managed to glean a fair understanding of the local dialect from Wang Changqing. Although he could not yet speak fluently, he could grasp the general meaning of conversations. However, lacking any experience in dealings with the local cultivators, he refrained from speaking out, instead observing Master Gu and the elder in their negotiations with a smile. Master Gu respectfully addressed the elder as Master Yang, leaning closer to whisper a few words. He then gestured towards Han Li, seemingly explaining his origins, before discreetly offering several spirit stones to the elder. Upon feeling the spirit stones in his hand, Master Yang's expression softened considerably. He then produced a green jade token from his robe and, with a firm demeanor, inquired, "What is your name?" Han Li, he replied, articulating his name fluently, unconcerned with how it might be transcribed in the elder's script. A flicker of green light enveloped the jade token in Master Yang's hand. Moments later, as the light faded, two unfamiliar ancient symbols appeared on the token. The yellow-faced elder raised his hand and tossed the token to Han Li. "Take good care of this token. If you lose it, you must return to me for a replacement. Otherwise, you will face penalties for trespassing on Kuaishing Island. Of course, if you decide to settle here, the token will be reclaimed, and the same goes for the corpse you have brought." After delivering these words with a voice laden with age, the elder returned to his meditative state, ignoring the three once more. Master Gu, understanding the cue, promptly took his leave. However, Han Li was intrigued by the elder's perceptiveness regarding Chu Han's true identity and, after casting one last glance, exited silently. Not long after Han Li departed, Master Yang reopened his eyes, murmuring to himself in confusion, "This corpse is rather peculiar. It is clearly a dead body, yet it emanates spiritual energy. Could it be a new technique for refining corpses?" He then fell into a prolonged contemplation. Outside, Master Gu exited the port and hired a beast cart drawn by two strange creatures resembling a cross between sheep and cattle, setting off along a broad path into the island. Along this route, such vehicles were abundant, creating a bustling atmosphere. However, after traversing several tidy and bustling towns, the presence of such vehicles notably diminished. Even upon turning onto a few narrow paths, encounters with pedestrians and vehicles became increasingly rare. After a swift journey lasting half a day, the carriage finally arrived at a sprawling farm covering several acres. The front of the estate was adorned with peculiar crops that Han Li had never before encountered. Some grain-like plants bore rice ears similar to that of traditional rice. Yet their leaves were broad and flat, exhibiting a striking purplish hue, exuding a faint, fragrant aroma. Other vegetable-like plants bore a striking resemblance to cabbage, but none in southern lands could compare to the size of those here, with some hearts blooming with clusters of blue flowers. Amidst these fields, a dozen or so farmers were seen toiling together in small groups, diligently cultivating the land. What a serene pastoral scene it was. As Han Li was engrossed in this picturesque view, the beast cart came to a halt before the entrance of the estate. Accompanied by Chu Han, Han Li leaped down and surveyed the surroundings. The vicinity was lushly populated with verdant pines, and a modest hill nearby added to the elegance of the environment, rendering it quite distinctive. The entire estate was encircled by an earthen wall towering 2 zhang and several feet wide, within which stood numerous remarkably new courtyards, as if they had just been constructed not long ago. "This is the Gu family," Han Li silently praised, but his gaze shifted to the pines, and he involuntarily altered his expression slightly. To his astonishment, he discerned a faint aura of a formation emanating from the pines surrounding the estate, evidently indicating a restriction had been placed. In Han Li's discerning eyes, while this formation might lack sophistication, it was sufficient to ensnare lower-tier cultivators. As Han Li pondered this mystery, the host, Gu Dongzhu, who had descended the carriage alongside him, smiled and remarked, "Immortal Master Han, please rest in the estate for a while. I shall summon my servants to prepare some local specialty wines for you." Upon hearing this, Han Li cast a casual glance around the estate before replying with a smile, "No need, I shall not disturb your family. I will simply rest in that location for the time being. Once my matters are concluded, I will seek a more permanent residence." With that, he gestured towards a solitary hill nearby. Gu Dongzhu and Wang Changqing followed Han Li's pointed direction, gazing at the lone hill in astonishment. After several unsuccessful attempts to warmly invite the somewhat eccentric immortal master, they resigned themselves to allowing him to stroll towards the hill. They exchanged helpless glances before heading into the estate. Han Li, accompanied by Chu Han, ascended to the summit of the hill via a somewhat uneven slope and peered down at the Gu family estate. He observed Gu Dongzhu being surrounded by a throng of men and women as he made his way into a large mansion at the heart of the estate. The crowd then parted, with only a select few, adorned in more ornate attire, following him into the mansion. A faint smile curled at the corners of Han Li's lips as he turned away to attend to his own matters. He first searched for a relatively flat area along the hillside. With a swift and decisive motion, he selected several stout pine trees and, employing his mystical apparatus, quickly dismembered them. Within half an hour, a modest wooden cabin materialized upon the hillside, complete with a wooden table, chairs, and even a bed, all meticulously furnished. For the ensuing month, Han Li resided within this cabin, diligently consuming elixirs and practicing meditation in hopes of restoring his cultivation to its former state. During this period, Master Gu and Wang Changqing visited on several occasions to discuss matters of challenges and contests, but refrained from delaying Han Li's training, hastily departing thereafter. Nevertheless, Master Gu, being a considerate individual, frequently dispatched exquisite delicacies to the hillside for Han Li's enjoyment, which he graciously accepted. Among these were several extraordinarily sweet fruits, a delightful treat that Han Li had never encountered before, evidently a specialty of the island. In the final days of the month, Han Li astonishingly regained his cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement, which filled him with unexpected joy and a sense of reassurance. This was particularly notable since, according to Master Gu, the celestial masters hired by the 10 households were not particularly formidable, with most possessing cultivation levels around the 6th or 7th stage of qi refinement. The challengers would be determined by drawing lots, and as long as Han Li's luck did not falter, defeating his opponent should pose no significant challenge. Moreover, to bolster Han Li's chances of victory, Master Gu had scoured the area to acquire a couple of potent magical artifacts, hoping to enhance Han Li's prowess. However, upon inspecting these artifacts, which barely qualified as upper tier, Han Li could only roll his eyes internally as he accepted them, recognizing that this would put Master Gu at ease. Just 2 days after Han Li had restored his cultivation to the 5th level, Master Gu and Wang Changqing arrived, their expressions tinged with tension. Without uttering a word, Han Li followed them once more onto the peculiar beast-drawn carriage, speeding toward a certain location on the island. After 2 hours of rapid travel, they were ushered into a city constructed entirely of white stone. At the city gates, numerous mortal guards stood vigilant. While they did not interrogate those exiting, all entrants were required to present a token resembling Han Li's waist insignia for inspection. However, upon Han Li's arrival, the guards merely waved a cylindrical device over him. Upon detecting a green light emanating from it, they immediately bowed respectfully, proceeding to inspect only Master Gu and Wang Changqing's tokens. As Han Li observed the guards, he noted that although they emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, each displayed remarkable agility, suggesting they had trained in some rudimentary martial arts. Yet, what intrigued him most was the cylindrical device. Despite the guards lacking spiritual power, they could discern the identities of cultivators through this remarkable object. Han Li couldn't help but examine the device with heightened curiosity. This caught the attention of Wang Changqing, who smiled and explained, "That is a spirit disc, enabling us mortals to identify celestial masters." Han Li was momentarily taken aback by this title, but he soon recalled the jade plate embedded at one end of the cylindrical object, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Subsequently, under Han Li's watchful, indifferent gaze, the beast cart traversed a street paved with white stones, heading towards the center of the city. The thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians, their movements continuous and vibrant, and it was evident that the atmosphere grew increasingly lively the further they advanced. Most of the individuals donned white garments, while those in other colors wore soft hues of pale yellow or light green. Strikingly, none were dressed in flamboyant attire. Among the crowd, distinctions in social status were apparent, with one or two elegantly dressed individuals leading the way, closely followed by 3 or 4 more modestly attired figures, clearly of lower standing. Eventually, as the throngs of people and the beast cart multiplied, Han Li and his companions were compelled to slow their pace to continue their journey. After considerable effort, the beast cart finally arrived at a vast plaza in the heart of the city. This square, sprawling over several acres, was teeming with people, and a glance revealed a sea of dark heads. Streams of visitors continued to pour into the square from all directions. Surrounding the plaza were numerous shops, overflowing with patrons, while temporary stalls in the center were equally crowded. In the midst of this vibrant scene, a multitude engaged in animated conversations, creating an atmosphere that was both bustling and extraordinary. Han Li observed, his vision slightly dazed, and estimated that at least tens of thousands were gathered in this square at once, given the density of the crowd. At this juncture, the beast cart could advance no further. Master Gu took the lead, disembarking from the vehicle and guiding Han Li and the others to a grand palace-like structure adjacent to the plaza. This edifice towered impressively, significantly taller than the surrounding buildings. A row of guards, armed with gleaming spears, stood vigilant at the massive entrance, prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from approaching. Today marked the monthly market day of Kuaishing Island, resulting in a significant influx of people in Dongshi City, far surpassing the usual numbers. Residents from over a dozen towns in the eastern region converged here to trade for rare items that were typically unavailable. As Master Gu walked forward, he turned back to explain these circumstances to Han Li. Han Li offered a subtle smile, following him to the palace entrance. Master Gu approached the guarding sentinels and exchanged a few words, prompting them to wave their hands in a gesture of permission for entry. Thus, Master Gu quickly beckoned Han Li and Wang Changqing to enter together. Upon crossing the threshold, the atmosphere shifted to one of coolness and tranquility. In the corridor behind the door, several individuals of apparent status gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Their gazes turned hostile upon noticing Master Gu's arrival. However, just then, a violet wooden door at the far end of the corridor swung open, revealing a young man in white, appearing to be in his 20s. He possessed a delicate and refined countenance, exuding an air of fragility. "Are you Mr. Gu?" he inquired. "Everyone else has arrived. Only the Gu family remains. However, only those participants in the challenge may enter. Mr. Gu will wait here for the results." The young man cast a kind glance at Han Li before courteously addressing the esteemed Master Gu. The youth's cultivation level, as revealed by Han Li's discerning gaze, appeared to be around the 4th or 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage, quite comparable to Han Li's current prowess. Observing this, Master Gu could only look at Han Li with hopeful eyes before respectfully stepping aside. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Han Li followed the young man through the wooden door, which promptly closed behind them. "My surname is Wan. You may call me Wang Changqing. However, I find your face rather unfamiliar. Are you a newly arrived cultivator on Kuaishing Island?" Upon entering the door, the young man turned back with a smile and inquired. "I am Han Li, having only arrived on Kuaishing Island last month. After some time of practice, I can finally converse in the local dialect without much trouble," Han Li replied. "Ah, I truly admire your courage. With your current cultivation level, you dare to venture out into the world. You are indeed remarkably bold. I, on the other hand, have never left Kuaishing Island since my birth," the young man remarked with a hint of envy. Hearing this, Han Li merely chuckled lightly and refrained from further comment. He continued to follow the young man until they reached a circular hall where over 30 cultivators, each with distinct expressions, were seated or standing. It appeared that everyone had gathered. "Let us commence the drawing of lots. The match will determine the victor. Injuring is permitted, but killing is strictly forbidden, or else the victor's qualification will be revoked," stated an elderly man, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, seated across from the crowd. Among the throng of Qi refinement stage cultivators, he was the sole individual at the initial stage of foundation establishment, evidently the one overseeing the proceedings. As soon as Wen entered the hall, He hurried to stand respectfully behind the elder. The elder, ignoring the youth, produced a blue jade tube containing numerous bamboo slips. All right, those wishing to challenge may draw a slip. Those who draw matching numbers will compete against each other, and the winner will have the qualification to challenge the representatives of the existing merchants, he declared. Upon hearing this, the majority of the 30 participants turned their gazes toward the jade tube. Suddenly, a layer of azure light emanated from the tube, enveloping the bamboo slips within. The consciousness of others was instinctively repelled by the azure light, causing some to stagger slightly. Those who refrained from probing the jade tube with their consciousness exhibited expressions of schadenfreude. These individuals were the cultivators to be challenged, naturally hoping for the challengers, including Han Li, to face as many difficulties as possible. Given Han Li's formidable consciousness, breaking through the azure light would pose no challenge. However, he had no desire to draw attention to himself with such actions. Therefore, amidst mutual glances, the cultivators took turns approaching to draw their bamboo slips. Upon drawing, Han Li glanced at the symbol inscribed upon his slip, which appeared to be an unusual silver glyph. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, having forgotten that he was unfamiliar with the local script. Yet, with a stoic expression, Han Li pocketed the slip, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Number 1. The elder stated coldly. Immediately, 2 cultivators, each holding the same bamboo slip, stepped forward. You 2 shall compete on that platform over there, which is imbued with a formation to withstand any magical destruction. As long as you can obtain your opponent's bamboo slip and return it to me, you shall be deemed the victor. I do not inquire about the methods and means you employ. Naturally, one cannot resort to killing the opponent, the elder spoke bluntly. Indeed, Senior. The 2 individuals bowed respectfully to the elder before proceeding towards the vaguely visible open platform at the back of the hall. Subsequently, a burst of white light illuminated the platform, and the figures of the 2 vanished. However, shortly thereafter, they reappeared on the platform, somewhat fatigued. One of them excitedly presented 2 bamboo slips to the elder, while the other despondently exited the hall. Number 2. The elder called out coldly. Given that the combat techniques of Qi refining stage cultivators were relatively straightforward, the outcome was determined swiftly. There was even a pair of cultivators who had just entered, only to emerge moments later, both the victor and the vanquished wearing cheerful expressions, brimming with joy. This peculiar sight struck Han Li as somewhat odd. Number 7. A cultivator immediately stood up in response to the elder's voice, yet the other did not appear for some time. The elder's expression darkened as he called out again. At that moment, Han Li, seemingly awakened from a daze, stepped forward, hastily apologizing. Senior, I sincerely apologize. I misread the number and thought I was number 9. The elder paid no heed to Han Li's words, waving his hand impatiently, and Han Li, understanding the cue, quickly made his way to the platform alongside the other cultivator. Once the white light faded, Han Li and his opponent found themselves enveloped in a hazy expanse of whiteness, surrounded by a dense mist. Your cultivation is 2 levels beneath mine. I believe there is no need for further contest. I suggest you concede, my friend, to avoid any unintentional harm. The middle-aged cultivator confidently addressed Han Li, observing the Qi refining stage expert before him, who was at the 7th level yet had not even activated a protective barrier. Han Li chuckled softly. What is amusing? The opponent inquired, his irritation igniting at Han Li's nonchalant demeanor, further elevating his self-importance. Nothing at all. I merely think this contest seems far easier than I anticipated, Han Li replied, casually tapping the ground beneath his feet. What? You dare to underestimate me? The middle-aged cultivator's face flushed crimson as he raised his hand, producing a gleaming object. However, before he could unleash it, he suddenly saw a flicker before his eyes, followed by darkness enveloping him, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A moment later, Han Li emerged, holding the unconscious middle-aged cultivator with an expression of calmness. The other cultivators within the hall were taken aback by the spectacle. They clearly recognized the disparity in cultivation between Han Li and his opponent. Yet it was Han Li who emerged victorious, an outcome truly unexpected. However, not all cultivators were equally astonished. The elder, who had maintained a stern visage, exhibited a peculiar expression, casting a meaningful glance at Han Li. Although he did not utter a word, it seemed he comprehended the circumstances surrounding Han Li's decisive action. With a sly smile, Han Li discreetly placed 2 bamboo sticks before the elder and laid his unconscious opponent on the ground before returning to the ranks of the victorious cultivators. The elder glanced at the middle-aged cultivator still oblivious at his feet, shook his head lightly, and revealed a faint, inscrutable smile. When the last victor emerged, the elder surveyed the 10 cultivators who had yet to take the stage, cleared his throat lightly, and remarked with a calm demeanor, "We shall commence the challenges in numerical order. Should any of you feel significantly depleted in your magical energy, you may take a moment to rest before proceeding. However, all challenges must conclude by the end of today. Otherwise, you shall be deemed to have forfeited. Furthermore, challengers are prohibited from facing those who have already engaged in battles. As for the 11th participant, they will challenge one of the 10 victors at the end. Now let us begin." Once the elder finished speaking, the first-ranked cultivator eagerly selected the opponent who appeared to possess the weakest cultivation from among the 10, and both entered the platform. The challenged opponent, with only a 6th-level cultivation, faced the first cultivator, who was at the 7th level, a seemingly favorable matchup. Yet, after a brief tease brewing time, it was the 6th-level cultivator who emerged first from the white light, while the first cultivator appeared battered and bruised shortly thereafter. His face flushed with shame. He dashed out of the hall without uttering a word. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the remaining challengers shifted. The victorious cultivator, however, returned to the group with an air of indifference. Next, the elder called out, showing no sign of surprise, as if the victory of that cultivator was a matter of course. "Senior, I have not yet regained my magical energy. Please allow me a moment," the second-ranked cultivator said, his face slightly flushed. The elder, disregarding whether this cultivator was genuinely fatigued or merely hesitant, called forth the next number. The third cultivator, with a slight furrow of his brow, likewise chose to withdraw from the challenge. The fourth cultivator, unable to avoid the inevitable, mustered his courage and selected an opponent to enter the platform. Once again, a similar scene unfolded. Observing the fourth cultivator emerge injured, the remaining challengers displayed expressions of shock. Under such circumstances, the following 2 cultivators opted to delay their challenges as well, believing it wiser to allow others to test the waters first. As the elder's countenance shifted slightly, he slowly announced Han Li's number. Han Li, maintaining his silence, stepped forward and pointed to an opponent with a 6th-level cultivation. This opponent, a burly man, grinned menacingly upon realizing Han Li did not shy away but chose him, striding confidently towards the platform. In contrast, Han Li proceeded at a measured pace, as if contemplating his strategy. As the figures of the burly man and Han Li vanished into the white light, all eyes were fixed on the platform. The elder in the foundational stage closed his eyes, seemingly entering a meditative state. However, moments later, his expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise as he opened his eyes wide. Subsequently, a figure emerged within the white light on the platform. The cultivators strained their gazes, and as the white light dissipated, it was revealed to be none other than Han Li. He emerged unscathed, yet he dragged along his charred opponent with one hand, exuding an air of utter nonchalance. Witnessing this spectacle, not only were the fellow challengers astounded, but the remaining contenders displayed expressions of sheer incredulity. As for the venerable elder behind him, his jaw dropped, unable to close in disbelief. Han Li placed his still-breathing adversary before the elder and, amidst a myriad of astonished gazes, leisurely returned to his original position. The other challengers, witnessing this, instinctively stepped aside, revealing a hint of reverence. Observing such a scene, Han Li couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It appeared that wherever one might be, prowess was the most persuasive form of communication. Perhaps Han Li's unexpected triumph instilled confidence in the remaining challengers, for the subsequent few did not shy away from battle, directly selecting opponents for intense confrontations. Yet, each of them met with severe injuries. The sight of this left the earlier challengers utterly disheartened, extinguishing their competitive spirits. In the end, after much deliberation, they collectively chose to forfeit. After all, why engage in a futile struggle when the outcome was evidently unfavorable? Consequently, the elder promptly announced that Han Li alone had secured the qualification for the Gu family to engage in trade on the Great Island. He then handed Han Li a blue jade slip, instructing him to present it to the Gu family. Following that, the elder unceremoniously issued an eviction order, expelling all cultivators from the hall. Once in the corridor, as Han Li placed the blue jade slip into the hands of the Gu family head, the expression on his face was nothing short of remarkable. Initially incredulous, followed by astonishment, it ultimately blossomed into unrestrained joy. "Master Han, I shall refrain from excessive expressions of gratitude. Rest assured, The Gu family will fulfill the promises made to you." As he spoke, Han Li, Gu family head, and Wang Changqing were seated in a beast-drawn carriage, en route back to the Gu estate. Despite his grateful words, the head clutched the jade slip tightly, as if fearing it might escape. The sight was rather amusing. "I trust Mr. Gu will not engage in any treachery, especially towards a cultivator," Han Li remarked, reclining against the carriage wall with a faint smile. Upon hearing this seemingly cautionary statement, both the Gu family head and Wang Changqing turned pale, repeatedly expressing their unwillingness to offend. Not long after, Han Li returned to the wooden cabin atop the hill, where Chu Han awaited faithfully. He practiced his breathing techniques within the confines of the cabin for 3 more days before Wang Changqing arrived once again. This time, he bore news that Han Li could proceed to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion on the Celestial Mountain to secure permanent residency on Kuaishing Island. Moreover, he was to finalize a training location, as every cultivator on the island was entitled to their own cave abode. Although due to his absence from the spiritual land competition, the location available to him would undoubtedly possess sparser spiritual energy, he was nonetheless grateful to have a place for cultivation. Han Li, clutching the signed guarantee from the Gu family, took flight directly towards the center of Kuaishing Island, leaving Chu Han to guard the small cabin. As Han Li journeyed through several cities and numerous small towns, he finally beheld the celestial mountain spoken of by Wang Changqing. It was a majestic azure giant, its towering peaks piercing the clouds, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Countless smaller hills sprawled beneath the colossal summits, their numbers unfathomable. Gazing at this so-called heavenly mountain, Han Li found himself momentarily lost in thought. "Is that not Taoist Han?" A voice suddenly called out from behind him. Startled, Han Li turned, recognizing the familiar tone. Not far behind, he spotted the frail yet cheerful Wen Chong, standing atop a wheel-like flying artifact. "What a coincidence to see you here, Taoist friend," Han Li exclaimed, his surprise giving way to laughter. "Indeed, I never expected to encounter you either. I must say, I am thoroughly impressed that you managed to defeat the guards," Wen Chong remarked with genuine admiration. "Guards?" Han Li was taken aback. "The 10 cultivators you challenged were merely temporary fighters hired at a high price from the island's guard team. Though their cultivation levels may not be high, their extensive experience from battling sea beasts and sparring with our island's practitioners makes them formidable opponents. It is not unusual for even those with 2 or 3 levels of higher cultivation to find themselves bested by them," Wen Chong explained with a tone of fascination. "Oh, it was merely luck on my part," Han Li replied with a polite smile. He considered himself quite seasoned in combat experience as well. "By the way, are you here to handle some formalities at the Ascending Immortal Pavilion?" the young man asked, glancing toward the mountain before him. "You are correct, Taoist friend. I indeed wish to complete the residency procedures for settling on the island, and I also hope to select a suitable place for cultivation," Han Li responded candidly, without any desire to conceal his intentions. I have visited the Ascending Immortal Pavilion several times. Allow me to guide you there since it is on my way. This Qingyun mountain is quite expansive, and it can be challenging to navigate," Wen Chong suggested without a moment's hesitation. Appreciating his enthusiasm, Han Li expressed his gratitude, and together they soared toward the towering mountain. This Qingyun mountain features not only the 3 great peaks, Tianzhu Peak, Tianshao Peak, and Tianmen Peak, but also boasts 367 smaller hills, with countless caves and valleys, providing an abundance of cultivation locations. As they flew onward, the young man enthusiastically shared insights about the mountain range with Han Li. While much of Qingyun Mountain lies along a significant spiritual vein, the density of spiritual energy varies throughout. Generally, the higher the peak, the more abundant the spiritual energy. Thus, the 36 peaks with the most concentrated spiritual energy have become the focal points for the island's decade-long spiritual terrain challenges. Anyone who believes their cultivation surpasses that of the 36 mountain peak masters may challenge them at will. Should they emerge victorious, they may claim dominion over that peak. The other mountain peaks possess relatively similar spiritual energy. Generally, as long as a cultivator has reached the foundation establishment stage, they can automatically acquire one of these peaks as their training ground. However, those in the Qi refinement stage must content themselves with seeking out valleys and caves for their cultivation. The prospect of owning an entire mountain peak at the foundation establishment stage surprised Han Li. Indeed, yet most of the foundation establishment cultivators on this island have already occupied the peaks. We Qi refinement practitioners should not entertain such fortunate thoughts. the youth remarked with self-deprecating humor. Oh, a whirlwind of thoughts coursed through Han Li's mind, and he felt a surge of excitement. By the way, with those three main peaks being so towering, surely the spiritual energy there is even more abundant. Han Li casually inquired, as if struck by a sudden thought. Certainly, the highest peak, Tianju Peak, is the spiritual nexus of this island, serving as the training ground for the island's master, the revered Mu Long. Other cultivators are forbidden from entering. It is said that Master Mu has reached the mid-stage of the core formation realm, possessing formidable abilities. Tianmen Peak and Tianxiao Peak, on the other hand, are the abodes of the two deputy island masters, Yuanjun and Qinqing. Although slightly inferior to Tianju Peak, their spiritual energy is still several times greater than that of other locations, Wang Changqing said, a hint of envy flickering in his expression. Friend 1, are both deputy island masters also core formation cultivators? Han Li inquired, raising an eyebrow slowly. Both deputy island masters are not only in the early stage of core formation, but are also a pair of dual cultivation partners, Wang Changqing replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Han Li involuntarily furrowed his brow, taken aback by the presence of three core formation cultivators on a single island. As Han Li pondered this remarkable revelation, he and Wang Changqing had already entered Qingyun Mountain, occasionally encountering a few fellow cultivators soaring through the skies on their magic tools. However, they merely cast a cold glance at the two before continuing on their way. After a quarter of an hour, Han Li, under Wang Changqing's guidance, finally alighted upon a taller mountain peak. At the summit stood a two-story small pavilion, its exterior worn and dilapidated, time having taken its toll. A sign, missing a corner, hung from the door, inscribed with the crooked black characters, "Ascending Immortal Pavilion." Upon seeing this, Han Li paused, momentarily stunned. This place, despite the visible sign, seemed unbelievable to him, prompting him to turn to Wang Changqing for confirmation. Reluctantly admitting, the young man spread his hands, saying, "Yes, this is indeed the Ascending Immortal Pavilion. Well then, I shall leave you here." Additionally, the elder in charge of the Ascending Immortal Pavilion has quite an eccentric temperament. Do take heed. The youth waved farewell to Han Li, imparting a final warning as he departed. Han Li watched the youth vanish with a calm demeanor, casually shaking his head before approaching the pavilion's entrance with measured steps. However, just as he reached the door, a somewhat chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Come in. The door is ajar." Startled, Han Li felt a jolt of apprehension but stepped into the pavilion without hesitation. Upon entering, he stood in awe, utterly speechless. Inside, the decor stands in stark contrast to the exterior of the loft, adorned in opulence beyond compare. The floor is laid with resplendent crimson silk, while the walls are inlaid with gold and jade, countless sparkling gems twinkling incessantly upon them. In one corner of the loft, several vibrant flowers of unknown species to Han Li are displayed. Opposite him rests an odd stone bed, emanating a mysterious blue glow, although its material remains a mystery. It is undoubtedly an exceptionally rare artifact. Reclining upon this bed is a weary middle-aged man, clad in a dazzling crimson leather coat, cradling a massive white pearl in his arms, and gazing at Han Li with a detached demeanor. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am here to complete the formalities for my residency. Might you be the one in charge of this matter?" Han Li, suppressing his astonishment, bowed respectfully and inquired. "Residency? Do you have a guarantor?" the middle-aged man asked, clearing his throat with a hint of exhaustion. "Yes," Han Li promptly replied, producing the document provided by the Gu family and stepping forward to present it. He dared not underestimate this individual, as the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him clearly indicated that he was a formidable cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment. The man accepted the document, glanced at it briefly, then set it aside. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Han Li. "I have heard that a new cultivator has arrived on the island, who defeated members of the guard despite being at the 5th level of cultivation. That wouldn't be you, would it?" The middle-aged man absently stroked the pearl in his arms as he posed the question. Taken aback by the inquiry, Han Li hurriedly responded, "It was merely a stroke of luck. It cannot be taken seriously." "Humph, luck you say?" The man scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Observing the man's demeanor, Han Li furrowed his brow in confusion. How could this individual know of the contest that had taken place only days prior? Seemingly perceiving Han Li's bewilderment, the middle-aged man tightened his coat and continued, "The guard you defeated happened to be one of my inept disciples. To lose to an opponent of lower cultivation is quite embarrassing, I have sent him to reflect upon his failures as punishment. Initially taken aback by this revelation, Hanli soon found himself smiling wryly. What a coincidence! Was this man seeking to avenge his pupil? A sense of unease began to creep over him. Rest assured, this is merely a matter between you juniors. I shall not exploit my position to intimidate you. However, in 5 years, I hope you will agree to spar with my incompetent disciple once again. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not pursue the matter further, the middle-aged man stated coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Hanli. Since the esteemed elder has made such a request, I would, of course, not refuse. Hanli felt a sense of relief wash over him and readily acquiesced. Seeing Hanli's prompt acceptance, the middle-aged cultivator was momentarily taken aback. But soon a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Now, let us proceed with your residency formalities, he said. A flash of white light radiating from his hand as the pearl abruptly vanished. He then rose slowly and continued. The residency process is quite straightforward. The middle-aged man retrieved a golden book from his possession and inscribed Han Li's name within it, completing the task with ease. Naturally, the green jade token that Han Li possessed upon entering the harbor was promptly confiscated and replaced with a blue jade pendant. This pendant shimmered with a cerulean light and, surprisingly, was a low-tier magical artifact. According to the middle-aged man, it possessed a modest ability to repel water, proving to be quite practical. Subsequently, the man produced a silver booklet from his person and tossed it to Hanli. The areas marked with golden light indicated that they were already occupied, while the white areas signified vacant lands suitable for cultivation. You may choose for yourself. He coughed, seemingly in poor health. His hurried speech was accompanied by persistent coughs, revealing the toll of an ailment. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 372. Small Huand Island. Hanli accepted the booklet and slowly unfurled it, discovering that it was a complete map of Kuaishing Island, where golden and white lights danced in a mysterious interplay. However, the illuminated regions converged predominantly in a vast azure area at the center of the map. At that moment, Hanli realized that the expanse of Qingyun Mountain was far greater than he had previously imagined. This central azure area occupied more than a quarter of the entire island. As Hanli scrutinized the twinkling white lights, he narrowed his eyes in concentration. In comparison to the golden light, the white light was evidently more abundant. Nevertheless, the intensity of the white light varied considerably. Some shone brilliantly, while others emitted only a faint glow. The areas marked as peaks were particularly dazzling. Yet Hanli dismissed these locations outright, as the middle-aged cultivator's supplementary remarks echoed in his ears. Various peaks cannot be selected by qi refining stage cultivators. However, there are no such restrictions on other areas. Anywhere marked by white light is fair game. This was precisely in alignment with what the young cultivator surnamed when had informed him. The remaining choices consisted of numerous natural valleys and caves, where the white light was significantly dimmer. May I inquire about the extent to which I can establish a cave dwelling in these areas? Are there any limitations? Hanli suddenly raised his gaze to the middle-aged man, his voice steady after contemplating the booklet for a while. Your personal domain extends 10 miles in all directions from the center of your dwelling, where you may freely arrange formations and restrictions. Provided you possess the requisite skill to delineate such a space, the middle-aged cultivator replied, displaying a hint of surprise before a trace of derision crept onto his pale visage. May I select this location? Since it is also marked in white light, it should possess a spiritual vein, correct? Hanli responded calmly. Subsequently, he gently tapped a specific point on the map, causing the white light in that area to transform into a shade of yellow. He then returned the booklet to the man. Here, the middle-aged cultivator's gaze swept over the spot Hanli had indicated, revealing an expression of astonishment on his wan face. The location Hanli pointed to was, in fact, situated outside Kuaishing Island, where a faint white light indeed flickered. This is Shaohuan Island. The island measures only 60 to 70 miles in length, yet it does have a small spiritual vein extending several miles long. We have established a minor protective formation on the island and constructed a small town atop it, housing approximately several hundred inhabitants. The middle-aged cultivator remarked with a semblance of a smile, laced with an undercurrent of mockery. Hanli remained silent, acutely aware that the unusual expression on his companion's face suggested that the island in question was far from simplistic. To our Kuaishing Island, this isle could be likened to a mere trinket, for while it possesses a spiritual vein, its abandonment would indeed be regrettable. However, The concentration of spiritual energy here pales in comparison to that of other islands, and its size is rather diminutive. Should one choose to cultivate in this location, it may offer solitude free from the interruptions of fellow cultivators. Yet the spiritual energy is at least 1/3 sparser than what is provided on our Qingyun Mountain. This implies that one's cultivation speed would significantly lag behind that of other practitioners. In the past, several cultivators akin to yourself, who favored solitary and arduous training, also opted for this island. Yet, after a few years, they returned in a state of disillusionment, willingly parting with substantial amounts of spirit stones to select a more suitable cultivation site. Ultimately, for us cultivators, the abundance of spiritual energy remains paramount. Furthermore, it is mandated that those who choose this island must also assume the responsibility of protecting it. This means the spiritual stones required to sustain the island's protective formations must be borne by you. Naturally, you may seek compensation in spirit stones from the island's residents, and you would be exempt from paying annual tribute to the main island. However, I must caution you, the meager spirit stones collected from the island's inhabitants will scarcely cover the daily expenses of maintaining the protective array. Presently, the consumption of spirit stones has been directly managed by Changqing Island, which has allowed it to endure thus far. The middle-aged cultivator tapped rhythmically on the edge of his bed with his index finger, lazily remarking, "So, can it be inferred that upon arriving at this small island, I would essentially become its lord?" After reflecting on his words, Hanli pondered for a moment before softly inquiring, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, that is a valid interpretation," the middle-aged man replied, somewhat taken aback. He had elucidated the island's drawbacks so clearly, yet this young man still wished to choose it. It was no longer his concern. At that moment, he scrutinized Hanli anew, a sardonic smile creeping upon his lips. He believed that soon enough, the substantial spiritual stone expenditures would render this individual regretful. In his estimation, it would take no more than a year or two before the young cultivator returned, disheartened, to seek a new place for training. After all, if one were to truly be the lord of this modest island, other cultivators would have long since vied for the opportunity, leaving none for the present. "Very well, I shall choose this island," Hanli declared, having contemplated briefly and resolved without further hesitation. Upon hearing Hanli's firm decision, the middle-aged cultivator exhibited no reluctance. He procured a golden brush from his robe, lightly touching the island depicted on the map, transforming the white light into a shimmering gold. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade slip, inscribing several characters with the golden brush before tossing it to Hanli. As Hanli caught the jade slip and glanced down, he noticed two golden symbols that seemed familiar, likely inscribed in the local script as his name. This jade slip serves as proof that Little Huan Island is your cultivation site. It also contains a roster of the island's residents, so guard it well, the middle-aged cultivator stated nonchalantly. With that, he gathered the scroll and reclined back onto the bed, waving a dismissive hand at Hanli. The intent to dismiss was unmistakable. Hanli offered a slight bow, understanding the unspoken cue, and retreated. Upon exiting the ascending immortal pavilion, he had no desire to linger in Qingyun Mountain to admire the scenery or to forge connections with fellow practitioners. Instead, he took to the skies on his flying vessel, heading straight back to Gu Family Village. Early the next morning, Hanli left a letter addressed to Master Gu on the wooden table in his room before setting off with Chu Han towards the nearest small town. There, he procured a map detailing Changqing Island and the surrounding maritime regions before making his way directly to the port. According to Wang Changqing, the largest city on Changqing Island, Changqing City was located in the western part of the island, featuring a street named Tiandu Street, exclusively for celestial masters to engage in trade. Although Hanli was eager to witness the wares exchanged by overseas cultivators and the techniques they practiced, his current meager cultivation made him feel apprehensive about venturing into such a bustling hub of practitioners. This unease weighed heavily on his heart, leading him to suppress his curiosity and refrain from visiting. It seemed that a lack of strength had also diminished his courage significantly. He mused with a hint of self-mockery as he traveled to the port. His choice to forego the cultivation grounds of Qingyun Mountain in favor of the less densely populated Xiaohuan Island was a deliberate effort to safeguard the secret of his small vial. Only in such an isolated haven, far removed from other practitioners, could he freely cultivate the necessary spiritual herbs without drawing attention to his rapid progress in cultivation. While this decision might slightly slow his pace of advancement, The sufficiency of spiritual energy for nurturing the required herbs was all that mattered. After all, his primary means of cultivation relied on consuming and refining medicinal pills, so a thinner concentration of spiritual energy would not significantly hinder his progress. Once Han Li flew beyond the vast barrier encompassing Kuaishing Island, he followed the map's direction straight to Xiaohuan Island. Despite its proximity on the map, he spent an entire day and night aboard the Shinfeng boat before finally catching sight of the island from above. After circling the island, he eventually spotted what appeared to be a small dock, likely the entrance to a formation. Gradually, he descended onto the dock. The dock was sparsely populated, with only a handful of fishermen lounging in small boats by the shore. Upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han descend from the sky, they quickly disembarked and approached him. "Greetings, immortal master," they exclaimed in unison, bowing. Among them, a notably robust man with a dark complexion stepped forward, respectfully inquiring as if he were the leader of the fishermen. "This is indeed Xiaohuan Island, correct?" Han Li asked cautiously, though he felt confident in his assumption. "Yes. Esteemed immortal master, are you here to exchange spirit stones? It hasn't been long since the last exchange," the dark-faced man inquired, looking puzzled. "I am not here to exchange spirit stones. However, from this day forth, I shall be the one responsible for the consumption of spirit stones on this island, for it is now my cultivation ground. You may refer to me as Master Han from now on." Upon confirming that he had indeed arrived at Xiaohuan Island, Han Li let out a sigh of relief and smiled at the gathered crowd. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the fishermen, he summoned Chu Han once more, soaring towards the center of the island. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 373, titled External Incarnation, the island's sole small town lies at its eastern tip, in close proximity to the harbor. To the west of the island, a modest mountain range stretches over 20 miles, featuring two peaks, one towering approximately 300 feet, while the other stands at a little over 100 feet. Han Li, from his lofty vantage point, caught sight of the peaks but restrained the flicker of excitement in his heart, choosing to land in the town's center first. The arrival of Han Li and Chu Han stirred quite a commotion. Soon, an elderly man claiming to be the town mayor hurried to meet Han Li. After Han Li presented the jade slip adorned with golden symbols for the mayor's inspection, the mayor promptly expressed that the entire town was eager to heed the commands of the esteemed immortal master. Naturally, Han Li had no intention of soliciting assistance from mere mortals. Instead, he inquired about the island's circumstances and the extent of spirit stone contributions the townsfolk could manage for protective formations. This was the matter of utmost concern to him. Upon receiving a figure so minuscule that it was nearly negligible, Han Li felt a twinge of frustration. Did this mean he would bear the entire burden of spirit stone expenses? It seemed the middle-aged cultivator's words about collecting spirit stones from the residents to offset losses were merely empty rhetoric, devoid of substance. Han Li silently berated the middle-aged cultivator before offering a few reassuring words to the mayor. Subsequently, he examined the core of the town's formation. After estimating the spirit stone consumption required for the array and comparing it with the mayor's information, he promptly provided the mayor with a year's worth of spirit stones for the formation. He instructed the mayor to collect the necessary spirit stones annually from the cave he would establish. Ignoring the mayor's profuse expressions of gratitude, Han Li and Chu Han proceeded to the western end of the island. Once they entered the mountain range, referred to by the island's inhabitants as the Little Huanshan, Han Li was greeted by a gentle waft of spiritual energy, which brought him a touch of joy. Moments later, Han Li hovered above the two peaks on his divine wind vessel, circling them several times. It was evident that the higher peak possessed a more abundant concentration of spiritual energy. However, the shorter peak appeared sturdier, seemingly more suitable for establishing a cave dwelling. Moreover, it housed an intact relic of a former cultivator's cave, which could be utilized directly. After a period of contemplation aboard the divine wind vessel, a glimmer of resolve shone in Han Li's eyes as he made a decisive choice. He first entered the old site of the cave within the shorter peak. Seeking a secluded spot deep within the cavern, he unleashed a magical artifact against the ground, and after half a day's work, an underground passage began to take shape. This passage, measuring 2 to 3 feet in diameter, extended towards the base of the peak. Yet, when the tunnel dipped more than 10 feet below the peak's base, it unexpectedly veered, opening towards the neighboring peak, which was merely 2 to 3 miles away. Though Han Li wielded an extraordinarily sharp magical artifact, and had Chu Han assisting him, This grand endeavor required 2 full days of toil to successfully connect the 2 peaks. Subsequently, Han Li, following the architectural style of the old cave dwelling in Tiannan, excavated a new cave within a lofty mountain peak. This new dwelling mirrored the one at Taiyu Mountain in every detail, save for the absence of an external exit. Apart from a singular passage, it remained largely semi-enclosed. Herein lay the true sanctuary for Han Li's cultivation and the nurturing of spiritual herbs. With the existence of both a genuine and a counterfeit cave, his safety was considerably enhanced. Once the cave was established, Han Li deployed the original set of the reversed 5 elements array near the exit of the shorter mountain peak. However, as he hovered between the 2 peaks, a sense of unease lingered. Thus, he opted to retrieve 2 more formidable formations from the array instruments gifted by Xian Rian, the Gale Wind Array and the Phantom Heavenly Net Array. These 2 formations encompassed a broad area, effectively enveloping both mountain peaks within their protective embrace. While they lacked the extraordinary intricacies of the reversed 5 elements array, even foundational stage cultivators would find them quite troublesome. Consequently, aside from a direct assault by Golden Core stage cultivators, Han Li's cave became virtually impregnable. In the sky above the grand array, Han Li glanced at the indistinct peaks shrouded in milky mist, chuckling softly before gradually disappearing into the fog. Upon entering the true cave, rather than relaxing, Han Li remained tirelessly occupied. He began by sowing various spiritual herb seeds in the concealed medicinal garden he had created. After all, even with the intent to hasten their growth, the seeds needed to sprout into seedlings first. Next, he buried a precious vial, which he regarded as his lifeblood, in a corner of the garden, covering it with fragments of a magical artifact to allow green liquid to coalesce through the fine openings in the cave wall. Following this, he excavated several chambers of varying sizes and, adhering to the insights of the insect-rearing techniques of the Yuling sect, meticulously modified each chamber's environment. He introduced a pair of white spiders and some surviving peculiar insects into these chambers, setting up barriers nearby to prevent their escape. Naturally, he also scattered an ample supply of insect food. Having completed these crucial tasks, Han Li did not consume any medicinal pills to meditate and refine his qi. Instead, he cautiously retrieved the gray-white jade slip obtained from the Emperor of Yu from his storage bag. This slip contained an array of extraordinarily peculiar secret techniques, including the much-coveted external incarnation technique that he had long sought to understand. Delving deep into the jade slip with his spiritual consciousness, he meticulously examined the cultivation method of this technique several times before withdrawing and succumbing to contemplation. Previously, Han Li had harbored a plan in his heart, yet upon careful scrutiny, he perceived the considerable dangers inherent in cultivating this technique. The jade slip clearly stated that should the attempt at refining the incarnation fail, the consciousness transferred into the incarnation would self-destruct, rendering it irretrievable. Moreover, if the cultivator's consciousness was not sufficiently powerful, it could suffer severe damage, leading to madness for an extended duration, or worse, death from a backlash of inner demons. Even if the refining was successful, this so-called external incarnation would merely function as a highly advanced puppet capable of independent cultivation and manipulation, starkly contrasting with the legendary ability of one becoming 2, or transforming into multiple entities as purported in celestial tales. However, with the blood condensation 5 elements pill in his possession, Han Li possessed a significant opportunity to enable his avatar to form a fiend Dan. This was a rare chance to acquire a puppet guardian at the core formation stage. Even if it were merely at the initial stage of core formation, it would provide him with a means of self-protection against core formation cultivators. Moreover, the most critical and arduous prerequisite for cultivating an avatar demands a suitable body that possesses spiritual roots yet remains physically unscathed, a requirement he had long since met. This was the true soul, a soulless corpse for refinement. Typically, extracting the primordial spirit of a cultivator, particularly one of lower rank, tends to damage the physical body's meridians due to the overwhelming nature of the extraction spell, rendering further cultivation nearly impossible. This is precisely why so many cultivators were astonished to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Soul, a refined corpse. Instances where the physical body remains unharmed after the extraction of a cultivator's primordial spirit do exist, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare, akin to 1 in 100. Unfortunately, The secret art of refining an external avatar necessitates not only that the body remains intact post-extraction, but also that the original cultivator be a lower rank of 6 layers or below. This made the search for a suitable body even more arduous. Although Han Li was unaware of the peculiar nature of this requirement, he surmised that it was likely related to the ease of mastering the body once the spirit seed was implanted. While he was oblivious to how Chu's soul had been fortuitously created by Yu Zitong and Dr. Imo, all conditions were indeed satisfied, rendering it an exceptional body for refining an avatar. As for the Emperor of Yu, it was likely that he had extracted the primordial spirits of countless lower-ranked cultivators to fortuitously find a suitable physical form. Otherwise, he would have certainly created more than one avatar. Han Li sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating for a considerable time, before ultimately deciding to advance the Great Yin technique to the second layer prior to refining the avatar. Only in this manner could he afford to fail without dire consequences. At present, he was well aware of the remarkable efficacy of the Great Yin technique in enhancing divine consciousness. Of course, before practicing the Great Yin technique, he needed to first restore his foundational cultivation to its initial stage. This was because the secret art of external avatars could only be cultivated by those who had established their foundation. Once the avatar refinement was complete, regardless of its success or failure, Han Li would delve into the cultivation of the 3 transformations of heavy Yuan technique. After all, it was solely through this technique, along with the Qing Yuan sword art, that he could possibly achieve core formation and step onto the path of the Great Tao. After contemplating his future cultivation plans, Han Li entered the secluded chamber of his cave abode and began consuming pills to refine his qi. Currently, he was limited to taking only the Huanglong pill and the Jinsui pill, both of which were low-tier elixirs. The Foundation Establishment pill was still too potent for him, and it would be more prudent to wait until he reached the 7th layer before consuming it. He estimated that once he overcame the bottleneck of Foundation Establishment, he would swiftly advance into that stage. I must apologize to everyone. Yesterday, due to personal matters, I only returned home late in the evening, which is why it has taken until now to complete a chapter. I had intended not to stay up late, but life rarely unfolds according to one's plans. Also, I mistakenly titled the previous chapter incorrectly. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas Chapter 374, Cultivation Without Time as the days gradually passed. Han Li devoted himself entirely to the arduous practice of alchemy and cultivation. His daily routine consisted of hastening the ripening of spirit herbs and concocting the necessary Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills, while also dedicating countless hours to meditative breathing. In this solitary pursuit of enlightenment, he found a fleeting joy in training the white spider and other peculiar insects, following the nurturing techniques of the Yuling sect. Remarkably, as Han Li had anticipated, within just over a year, he ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement, a speed that seemed almost otherworldly compared to his previous progress. However, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with this pace. Upon reaching the 9th level, he resolutely consumed 3 Foundation Establishment pills, leveraging their potent effects to once again enter the Foundation Establishment stage after another year of diligent effort. At that moment, he finally acquired the ability to wield innate true fire. Consequently, Han Li ceased the preparation of low-tier elixirs and instead turned his focus to refining several potions suitable for the Foundation Establishment phase. He calculated that, aside from the Qi Refinement Elixir, which had lost its efficacy due to excessive consumption, the other 3 formulas would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to the late Foundation Establishment stage without difficulty. Nevertheless, in accordance with his original plan, Han Li refrained from hastily deepening his cultivation and instead concentrated on amassing elixirs while diligently practicing the Dianju, preparing for the ritualistic crafting of his avatar. When he first practiced the initial layer of the Dianju, the process unfolded remarkably smoothly, culminating in just 6 months of training. This instilled in Han Li a sense of assurance. Despite his lack of aptitude for understanding the 5 elements techniques, he exhibited considerable talent in the Dianju. Thus, he held a profound confidence in mastering the 2nd layer of this technique. According to the half-completed text, upon mastering the 2nd layer, his spiritual awareness would be amplified several-fold, enabling him to divide his consciousness into over 100 fragments. It was at this juncture, when the Dianju intertwined with puppet techniques, that its true, formidable power would manifest. Although he understood that the 2nd layer would be significantly more challenging than the first, The time required for mastery far exceeded Han Li's expectations. What he initially believed would take 2 or 3 years to accomplish ultimately consumed 6 years of relentless dedication, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. During this period, the relentless strain of forcing his spiritual awareness to expand brought about excruciating headaches that would cause Han Li to pale at the mere recollection. Additionally, in the 3rd year of his Da Yanju cultivation, a disciple of the middle-aged cultivator from the Ascension Pavilion, who had once suffered greatly at Han Li's hands due to his merchant qualifications on the Great Island, returned to challenge him again on Xiaohuan Island. As ordered by his master, as fate would have it, this individual became ensnared in Han Li's formation for 3 days and nights before Han Li, having just concluded his own training, discovered and released him. It is worth noting that due to the arduous nature of his De Yinju practice, Han Li had nearly forgotten this encounter. Faced with Han Li, who concealed his true cultivation with an unnamed technique, the man, having been trapped for several days and now somewhat agitated, was ultimately defeated with precision by Han Li. He left under the impression that Han Li merely possessed a sharper magical artifact, departing in a huff. 3 years after this incident, Han Li, having successfully cultivated the 2nd layer of the Great Transformation Technique, prepared to delve into the secret art of external incarnation. He first took several days to recuperate, allowing his primordial spirit to reach its peak strength. Once rejuvenated, he summoned Chu Han into the secluded training chamber and sat facing him in a meditative posture. With a wave of his hand, Han Li sealed the stone door of the chamber and focused intently on Chu Han, remaining silent for a considerable time. Gazing at Chu Han's grotesque yet familiar visage stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Han Li, evoking memories of long-forgotten events, the 7 Xian sect, the colorful Cloud Mountain, and a host of familiar figures. However, after a moment of locking eyes with Chu Han's vacant gaze, Han Li sighed deeply, dispelling his hesitation. He began to perform intricate hand seals, releasing a faint azure light that cast a verdant glow throughout the chamber. Before long, Han Li's face contorted slightly within the green luminescence, tiny beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His eyes emitted a piercing white radiance that deterred any who dared to gaze upon them. Suddenly, Han Li let out a thunderous shout, forming an unusual seal with his hands. His body became motionless, yet a small orb of green light, akin to the size of a thumb, escaped from his nostrils, swiftly darting towards Chu Han's nose and penetrating his body. At this moment, Han Li's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down like pearls. But the blinding light in his eyes intensified, eventually manifesting as 2 slender beams of white light that shot directly into Chu Han's eyes, causing both their bodies to tremble in unison. The stone door of the training chamber remained shut for over a month. It was not until the middle of the 2nd month that the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt but exhilarated Han Li. His endeavor to refine his incarnation had finally borne fruit amidst the arduous trials. Though the results remained uncertain, the absence of failure or backlash from the technique brought him immense relief. Yet, as Han Li exited the chamber, he immediately retreated into another stone room to commence a new period of seclusion. The recent endeavor had significantly drained his vital energy, and without immediate medicinal aid to restore his essence, he faced the peril of regressing in his cultivation stage. Meanwhile, the incarnation Chu Han, still struggling to fully master his corporeal form, remained in the chamber to gradually acclimate. Within a few short months, Han Li had restored his depleted vital energy but chose not to emerge. Instead, he devoted himself to studying the cultivation methods of the 3 transformations of heavy primordial power. The cultivation technique elucidated that once a practitioner reached the late stage of foundation building, they should disperse much of their cultivation from the Azure Sword technique and begin anew from the early foundation stage. Concurrently, they would compress and condense their true essence, aiming to transition the liquid essence of the foundation stage closer to a solid state, thereby alleviating the bottleneck encountered during the formation of the golden core. According to the estimations of the esteemed individual who originated this technique, repeating this cycle 3 times would yield a 50% chance of successfully forming the golden core. Although Han Li had not attained the late stage of foundation building when he dispersed his energy, having unexpectedly done so in the mid-foundation stage, he remained unconcerned about this development. In Han Li's perspective, the distinction between the late and mid stages of foundation establishment lies merely in the quantity of true essence condensed during the compression process. as long as the fundamental approach to solidifying true essence remains unchanged. There should be no significant issues when dispersing power twice more upon reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. After months of dedicated study on the third transformation of the Zhongyingong, Han Li felt he had comprehensively grasped the technique and, with a multitude of elixirs in hand, entered the secluded chamber. He resolutely decided not to emerge from his abode until he had perfected the first stage of this technique and advanced the Qingyuan sword art to the 6th layer. Meanwhile, he instructed the integrated soul, Chu Han, to continuously consume elixirs for cultivating qi, preparing for foundation establishment. Given that Chu Han possessed a 3-root spiritual affinity, significantly surpassing Han Li's own aptitude, the assistance of elixirs allowed Chu Han to cultivate at an astonishing pace, nearly rivaling Han Li's rejuvenation. Han Li estimated that within merely 2 years, Chu Han would achieve foundation establishment. Furthermore, Han Li had already selected the formidable demonic technique, blood refinement divine light, practiced by the Emperor of Yu from the jade slip exuding a grayish-white aura, for Chu Han to study post-foundation establishment. After all, he had witnessed the overwhelming power of this demonic art firsthand through the Emperor of Yu. As for the lack of subsequent techniques after forming the golden core, Han Li paid it little mind, for even if the Sha Dan were to materialize, Chu Han's corporeal form could only sustain the early stage of golden core cultivation, rendering the absence of further techniques inconsequential. This period of cultivation spanned a considerable length of time. Over 20 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, Han Li had not stepped outside his abode nor revealed himself to the island's inhabitants throughout this extensive duration. Since Han Li's arrival on Xiaohuan Island, the presence of the immortal had scarcely impacted the lives of the hundreds of residents in the town. They continued their daily routines of fishing and farming. Naturally, the once clear peaks became shrouded in dense white mist, rendering them indistinct, which initially unsettled the mortal inhabitants of Xiaohuan Island. However, as the years passed, the townsfolk grew accustomed to this phenomenon, eventually disregarding it. Nevertheless, the adults in the town would caution their mischievous children to steer clear of the mist surrounding the mountains, for anyone who ventured too close would become utterly disoriented and unable to find their way back. Only after enduring several days of hardship and calling out to Han Xianshi could they rediscover the path to freedom. Following a series of such incidents, the townsfolk learned to respect Han Xianshi's solitude. However, they found no trouble in gathering firewood and fruit in the vicinity of Xiaohuan Mountain. Moreover, every year, when the protective formation of the town lacked spirit stones, the mayor would simply shout a few times towards the mountain from beyond the mist, and a year's worth of spirit stones would autonomously emerge on a tray from the fog, allowing the townsfolk to retrieve them, with never a delay. Of course, after 2 decades, the original mayor had long since passed away. The current mayor was the black-faced fisherman, He Gui, whom Han Li had encountered upon his initial arrival at Xiaohuan Island. Yet he too could successfully procure spirit stones. Thus, the inhabitants of the small island held a generally favorable impression of Master Han, although their admiration did not reach great heights. One day, Han Li emerged from his cave dwelling, announcing that there would be no late-night reading that evening, as his body was in need of rest. He promised to pen the next chapter in the morning, encouraging everyone to prioritize their health by sleeping early and rising early. In the 4th volume, Wind Rising Overseas, Chapter 375, titled The Twin Beauties, the port of Kuaishing Island bustled with the same lively activity as before. Numerous vessels of various sizes traversed the waters, entering and exiting the harbor, while the sky sparkled with flashes of light as cultivators soared in and out. The ordinary folk on the ground were accustomed to such sights, finding them commonplace. However, on this day, a streak of white light, swift as lightning, descended from the outer islands, pausing only briefly above the harbor before racing deep into the island. Those who ventured near the white light could discern 2 figures flickering within it. Han Li, who had successfully completed the first stage of the 3 transformations of the primordial essence and reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and his doppelganger, Chu Han, whose cultivation had nearly caught up to Han Li's through the accumulation of numerous elixirs. Over 2 decades of refining his essence had not only enhanced Han Li's technique, making it more profound and robust compared to his peers, but it also brought him immense joy at Chu Han's remarkable progress. Were it not for the need for several special auxiliary items for Chu Han to condense the killing pill, along with Han Li's preparations for his own alchemical endeavors, He would not have stepped out of his cave on Shaohuanshan. Nevertheless, this outing was intentional. Aside from procuring supplies and retrieving the promised spirit stones from the Gu family, he planned to return directly to the mountain without diverting to any other places. After all, this was a critical period for his cultivation, one that required unwavering focus. With this in mind, the divine wind vessel carried Han Li and Chu Han swiftly toward the heart of the island, Kuaishing City. Han Li still possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, so he opted to gather his supplies first before visiting the Gu family, as it would be more convenient. Several hours later, Han Li beheld the imposing city, surrounded by towering walls. Although he had never visited Kuaishing City, he recognized it from the map's markings and its magnificent grandeur. Just as he contemplated this, he felt the divine wind vessel beneath him grow suddenly heavy, as if it were burdened with 1,000 pounds. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he had fallen under a restriction. Indeed, this city lived up to its reputation as the largest on Kuaishing Island, having established a vast area of spatial prohibition even at such a distance. In truth, with Han Li's current peak foundation establishment cultivation, he could easily disregard this restriction and continue his flight, albeit at the cost of greater mana expenditure. However, wishing to avoid drawing attention, he gently descended the vessel by stepping forward, allowing it to land gracefully. Han Li and Chu Han disembarked unhurriedly, standing upon the ground. After shrinking the vessel and storing it away, Han Li cast a glance at the distant grand city, a smile gracing his lips as he strolled forward with Chu Han. Kuaishing City was at least 3 to 4 times larger than the Dongshi city he had previously visited. Han Li strolled along a street in Kuaishing City, contemplating the vast thoroughfare capable of accommodating several beast carts side by side. He casually inquired of a mortal regarding the direction of Tiandu Street, and without hesitation, he and Chu Han made their way northward through the city. Is this truly the famed Tiandu Street? Han Li gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, his expression one of sheer surprise. A colossal, misty protective shield enveloped the entire northern district of Kuaishing City. This was no mere street. It resembled a multitude of thoroughfares intertwined. The reality starkly contrasted with Han Li's initial vision of a solitary lane. Yet, what astonished Han Li the most was the sight of a magnificent pavilion floating over 30 zhang above the ground, right in the heart of this district. The pavilion, resplendent in lush green hues and emanating a soft, ethereal glow, resembled an immense piece of jade, strikingly captivating. Han Li stood transfixed for a lengthy moment, marveling at the spectacle, despite being unaware of how such a structure could levitate effortlessly. At that moment, Han Li's expression shifted, and he abruptly retracted his spiritual energy, stabilizing it at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a melodious voice that resonated pleasantly in the air. Is it your first time visiting Tiandu Street, esteemed seniors? Every cultivator who lays eyes upon the Yunmeng Pavilion is left in awe for quite some time. The voice, as sweet as a nightingale, compelled Han Li to glance back. There, standing merely a few paces away, were 5 cultivators, 3 men and 2 women. The men appeared rather unremarkable, while the 2 women were exceptionally beautiful, adorned in audacious attire. Their simple garments revealed fair arms and smooth legs, and astonishingly, they wore no shoes, exposing delicate, bare feet. Even more striking were the 3 exquisite, glowing golden rings adorning their wrists and foreheads, adding an alluring charm to their presence. The 3 men, in contrast, had rather mundane appearances. One even bore a face marred by pockmarks, lending him an air of awkwardness. All 5 appeared to be cultivators at around the 10th level of the Qi refining stage, seemingly eager to enter the protective barrier. Who might you esteemed friends be? Han Li inquired, casting a few more glances at the remarkable women, curiosity piqued. This lovely lady is my dear friend, Yuan Yao, replied the petite, sweet-faced woman, her eyes sparkling with interest as she assessed Han Li and Chu Han, a charming smile gracing her lips. We are rogue cultivators from a nearby island. We heard that today, Tiandu Street has received a shipment of rare materials from other large islands. So we decided to join these 3 companions we met along the way to come and take a look. The voice belonged to the very same woman who had first inquired about the direction. Beside her stood another youthful beauty, even more stunning, with skin as fair as snow and a figure that was both graceful and alluring, drawing the gaze of any man who dared look her way. However, this woman did not regard Han Li. Her bright, captivating eyes were fixed on Chu Han, and a hint of surprise flickered across her delicate features. Observing this interaction, Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. Although Han Li concealed his true cultivation level using his Qi training technique, Chu Han's late foundation establishment stage was utterly transparent. In Han Li's estimation, having Chu Han, a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage, accompany him would not only help avoid numerous troubles, but also deter other cultivators from harboring ill intentions. However, it now appeared that Chu Han's esteemed presence, while undeniably imposing, was perhaps a bit too conspicuous. Reflecting on this, Han Li maintained his composure and said, "I apologize for any amusement caused, esteemed friends. I am Han Li, and this is my esteemed master uncle, Chu Han. It is indeed our first visit to Tiandu Street. I was just saying, if Chu Senior and Han Friend were not here for their inaugural visit to Yunming Pavilion, why would they hesitate?" One of the young women suggested with a smile. "Why don't we all enter together? My sister and I can introduce you to the various shops in Tiandu. Although we are not from Kuaishing Island, we have visited Tiandu Street numerous times and are quite familiar with everything here." Hearing Han Li's words, the petite and charming Yan Li giggled cheerfully. "Indeed, if Chu Senior does not mind, my sister and I can serve as guides, allowing you to save time and find what you seek." The stunningly beautiful Yuan Yao echoed, her bright eyes sparkling. Their alluring demeanor made it difficult for the men to utter a word of refusal. Upon hearing this, the three male cultivators accompanying the two women couldn't help but turn pale. However, glancing at the foundation establishment elder Chu Han, they could only seethe in silence. Han Li was taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with such proactive beauty. Yet, judging by the women's gazes, their genuine interest seemed to lie with the profoundly skilled Chu Han, with him merely an afterthought. Uncertain of the women's true intentions, Han Li had no desire to provoke the enchanting duo. Thus, under Han Li's direction, Chu Han, who had remained silent until now, raspily remarked, "No need. I prefer solitude." Grabbing the somewhat apologetic Han Li, he strode into the light barrier, showing no intention of engaging the two women in conversation. Chu Han's brusque demeanor caused the expressions of the two women to shift slightly, revealing their disappointment. Meanwhile, the three male cultivators brightened, subtly revealing their delight. "Never mind, ladies. This Chu Senior clearly has an eccentric temperament. We shall enter on our own," said the pockmarked male cultivator, attempting to curry favor with the two women. Upon hearing this, the two enchanting beauties exchanged glances and reluctantly smiled in response, gracefully stepping into the light barrier. At that moment, Han Li and Chu Han had already vanished from sight among the bustling streets. The two women, witnessing this, wore expressions of helplessness and could only randomly select a shop to enter. Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas Chapter 376, Snow Spirit Water and Heavenly Fire Liquid. As the two women and the three persistent male cultivators entered a nearby shop, Han Li and Chu Han emerged from behind another room. Observing the shop into which the two women had entered, Han Li wore a contemplative expression. After a brief observation, he led Chu Han down other streets. At first glance, the streets here bore no distinction from the mundane shops outside, with rows of similarly sized square houses lining either side. The signs and banners outside the shops displayed a myriad of names: Wu's General Store, Chen's Magical Artifacts, Five Elements Refinery, and Hoi Yang's Raw Materials, among others. Han Li did not enter any of these establishments, but instead proceeded directly towards the heart of Tiandu Street. Based on his past experiences, he surmised that the more influential shops would occupy the prime locations, likely beneath the human pavilion. His curiosity piqued, Han Li quickened his pace, eager to discover the peculiarities of this aerial edifice. As he walked, he observed numerous cultivators traversing the street, frequently darting in and out of various shops, suggesting that Tiandu Street was bustling with practitioners. After covering several hundred zhong, Han Li knew he had arrived at the right place. Before him opened a small plaza spanning several acres, adorned with pristine white jade tiles that exuded exquisite elegance. In the center of the plaza lay an expanse of emptiness, dominated only by the human pavilion, which at that moment stood with its grand entrance firmly closed, devoid of any invitation for guests. Surrounding this modest plaza were 6 uniquely styled pavilions, each equidistant from one another, creating a subtle air of confrontation. Aside from these 6 establishments, no other shops dared to encroach upon the plaza. Observing this scene, Han Li scrutinized the aerial pavilion for a moment before shifting his gaze to the 6 nearby pavilions. Shanghai Pavilion, by Shui Lu, Yuhuanju, he murmured, mentally noting the names of these shops, while simultaneously observing the flow of cultivators entering and exiting, contemplating which pavilion bore the most clientele to enter. However, after a brief moment, Han Li furrowed his brow, inwardly cursing several times. It appeared that the number of patrons entering and exiting each of the 6 pavilions was nearly identical, and most individuals seemed to make a circuit of all 6 before departing with either reluctance or exuberance. Frustrated, Han Li refocused his attention on the 6 pavilions and soon noticed something peculiar. The banners outside each pavilion bore intricate emblems. The banner of Shanghai Pavilion depicted a blue beast, by Shui Lu featured a golden sword, and Yu Huanju displayed a verdant spirit herb. Realizing he might have misjudged the situation, Han Li pondered for a moment before deciding to approach Bai Shui Lu, the closest to him, with Chu Han silently trailing behind. Upon entering the grand hall of Bai Shui Lu, he found it to be quite spacious, measuring approximately 20 to 30 zhang in length and width. Surrounding the area were rows of white jade shelves displaying a dazzling array of magical artifacts, nearly 100 in total. However, with a mere glance, Han Li discerned that the finest among them were merely upper-tier artifacts, hardly worthy of his attention. Before various display stands, several well-dressed attendants were engaged in assisting a handful of cultivators in selecting and recommending certain magical artifacts. However, as soon as Han Li and Chu Han entered, a keen-eyed attendant immediately discerned Chu Han's identity as a Foundation establishment cultivator. Although he could not ascertain the exact level of Chu Han's cultivation, his eyes sparkled with interest as he hurried over. After bowing deeply to Chu Han, he inquired with remarkable cleverness, "Esteemed senior, might you be in search of any particular magical artifacts? I presume that ordinary items would not capture your attention. Why not accompany me to a nearby private chamber, where the shopkeeper can present some newly arrived top-tier artifacts for your perusal?" Upon hearing such exquisite and articulate words, Han Li smiled lightly, but remained silent. While Chu Han coldly responded, "Lead the way, I shall take a look." The attendant, elated by Chu Han's bold demeanor, beamed with joy and graciously escorted Han Li to a side chamber of the main hall before excusing himself to summon the shopkeeper. Just as he departed, a lovely young maid entered, offering Han Li and Chu Han 2 cups of fragrant tea before quietly retreating. Han Li, not one to stand on ceremony, lifted his cup and took a delicate sip. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with an unusual appearance and 3 wisps of long beard entered. Initially, he wore a cheerful expression, but upon recognizing Chu Han's level of cultivation, he was taken aback and immediately clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "I did not expect that you have reached the realm of false Dan. This is truly a cause for celebration. I am Chao Lu, the shopkeeper here, and I wish you swift success in achieving your golden Dan." His tone was grave and sincere, causing Han Li to momentarily pause in surprise. However, his quick-witted mind soon deduced that the term false Dan referred to Chu Han's peak Foundation establishment status, prompting Chu Han to rise and smoothly reply, "You jest, my friend. Attaining the golden Dan is no easy feat. However, I have indeed come here to prepare for the breakthrough into Dan formation. As this is my first visit to Tiandu Street, I am unaware of where to procure the necessary Shui Ling water and Tianhua liquid for the formation process. I would greatly appreciate your guidance, fellow Taoist Chao." Chu Han spoke with utmost courtesy, as the peculiar-looking middle-aged man was also a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. "Oh, that is easily arranged," Chao Lu responded enthusiastically. "Our 6-linked hall operates as a unified entity, and I shall contact fellow Taoist Ouyang from Yuhuan residence right away. If he has those items, I will have him send them to you immediately." Without hesitation, Chao Lu retrieved a communication talisman, murmured a few words, and transformed it into a streak of red light that darted out of the room. Following this, Chao Lu engaged Chu Han in warm conversation, subtly attempting to glean details about Chu Han's background and sect. However, Han Li was not inclined to divulge such information to a stranger he had only just met. Instead, he guided Chu Han to vaguely state that he was a cultivator who had recently arrived at Kueishing Island, having coincidentally encountered Han Li, his junior disciple, and intended to reside temporarily on the island. Upon hearing these words, the esteemed manager Chao displayed an even more charming smile, his enthusiasm overwhelming enough to leave Han Li feeling somewhat at a loss. Just as Han Li began to harbor doubts and ponder the true intentions of the other party, a robust man clad in a light blue robe with a long, twisted beard entered from the outer hall. His complexion was a deep shade of crimson, and his towering stature exuded an air of formidable strength. "Chow, my friend, what prompted the sudden desire for snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid? Is someone preparing for Dan formation?" The burly man boisterously laughed upon entering, yet his piercing gaze swept briefly over Han Li before fixating on Chu Han. This seemingly casual inquiry raised Han Li's suspicions, for it was evident that the man was far from the straightforward individual he pretended to be. Rather, he appeared to possess a cunning intellect. With a shiver of caution, Han Li resolved to be more vigilant around him. Nevertheless, he and Chu Han maintained their composure, even sporting faint smiles. Ouyang, allow me to introduce you. This is my friend Chu, who has just arrived on Kuaishing Island, and this is his disciple Han, who has already settled here. Chu is on the verge of advancing to Dan formation. Chao Lu cheerfully pointed to Chu Han and Han Li. I extend my congratulations to you, Chu. Should you succeed in forming Dan, our chaotic star C will gain another pillar of strength. The bearded man grinned widely, mirroring the enthusiasm in his tone. However, as if suddenly recalling something, he slapped the back of his own head, appearing slightly embarrassed. How thoughtless of me. I completely forgot that you must be eager for the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid. Rest assured, I have both in ample supply, enough for 2 individuals to successfully form Dan. Upon finishing his words, the burly man produced 2 yellow glimmering jade boxes from his person, placing them upon the table before Han Li. These boxes, crafted from deep-sea extreme jade of the earth attribute, could indeed be considered treasures in their own right, though their worth paled in comparison to the precious items they contained. Although the man feigned indifference, Han Li could detect a hint of pride in his tone. "Your efforts are truly appreciated," Chu Han replied calmly, then cautiously opened the 2 jade boxes. Within one box lay a transparent liquid resembling clear water, which released an icy chill upon opening, while the other contained a fiery red liquid that radiated intense heat. After a thorough examination, Chu Han closed the lids with satisfaction and turned to the bearded man, inquiring with a steady demeanor. "May I ask how many spirit stones you would require for these items?" Though the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid were not as rare as millennium-old spiritual herbs, they were still difficult to procure and were essential for enhancing the success rate of Dan formation, making them indispensable to Han Li. Despite our 6 Rendan not being part of the 4 major trading alliances, we are nonetheless a respectable merchant in the chaotic Star Sea. These 2 spiritual items, while rare, are not beyond our reach. Dear Taoist Chu, please take these gifts as our sincere congratulatory offerings for your impending success in alchemy. The burly man with a dragon-like beard declared with a casual wave of his hand. Upon hearing these words, Han Li did not express exuberance by allowing Chu Han to accept the gifts. Instead, he furrowed his brow in skepticism. It was hard for him to believe that someone would bestow such precious gifts without ulterior motives. Even if Chu Han were indeed a practitioner of the false Dan realm, such flattery seemed excessive. What hidden intentions might they harbor? Contemplating this, Han Li grew increasingly cautious and urged Chu Han, shaking his head with solemnity. "This cannot be accepted. I am well aware of the principle that one should not receive rewards without merit. These items should be compensated appropriately, and I possess enough spirit stones for that. Unless, perhaps, you two have some unspoken difficulties?" After articulating these words, Chu Han displayed a half-smile, revealing his suspicion towards the unsolicited generosity. Chao Lu and the burly man exchanged a brief glance, momentarily taken aback. However, after a silent exchange of understanding, Chao Lu cleared his throat and said, "We apologize if we have caused you any embarrassment, Taoist. Since you are a discerning individual, I shall speak frankly. We indeed require your assistance with a particular matter. These 2 items are merely a token of our goodwill from the 6 linked halls. Should our endeavor prove successful, we have a more substantial reward in store for you." Chao Lu's tone was notably sincere, while the burly man appeared slightly awkward. Nonetheless, upon hearing this, Han Li could not suppress a muted laugh and allowed Chu Han to gracefully decline. "To be honest, I am currently fully focused on my alchemical endeavors and have little inclination to divert my attention elsewhere. I sincerely apologize, but you may need to seek assistance from another." Chu Han seemed disinterested in any further dialogue, effectively stifling their subsequent words. Rather than expressing frustration at Chu Han's response, Chao Lu and the burly man laughed heartily in reply. "Since Taoist Chu is so preoccupied with your alchemical pursuits, it is all the more reason for you to lend us your aid. For upon the successful completion of our task, The remuneration from the 6 linked halls will be a dust-settling pill, which is immensely beneficial for alchemical success and can significantly enhance your chances of success in forming your Dan. Dust-settling pill? Chu Han murmured, slightly taken aback. Indeed, we require 6 practitioners of the false Dan realm for our task, and we have already secured 5. We are merely in need of 1 more. If you are willing to assist, it would be most fortuitous. Each participating practitioner will receive a dust-settling pill as a reward, Chao Lu stated, his demeanor growing serious. While the dust-settling pill may indeed hold great renown in the chaotic Star Sea, Han Li, who had secluded himself upon arriving at Kuaishing Island, was unaware of its purported wonders. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Chu Han cautiously inquired, "Could you kindly elaborate on the specifics of the assistance required? I shall then make my decision. Of course, it is not a complicated matter. We have discovered a 6th-level demon beast, and we seek its demon core. Thus, we require some external assistance to eliminate this creature." Chao Lu replied with a light chuckle, downplaying the gravity of the situation. "A 6th-level demon beast?" Chu Han responded with a wry smile. On one side, Han Li nearly erupted in fury at the 2 individuals. He recalled the perilous encounter with a level 4 giant mantis demon beast that had nearly claimed his life. Now, with the arrival of a level 6 creature, it seemed they were inviting disaster upon themselves. "Rest assured, my friends," the burly man interjected quickly, "our establishment has devised a comprehensive strategy for this endeavor, ensuring minimal danger. Besides our 2 guest elders at the core formation stage, we have also set up the 6 escape waterway formation. It requires merely 6 practitioners at the false Dan level to oversee the arrangement." Seemingly sensing Chu Han's discontent, the burly man hastily clarified. The 6 escape waterway formation rang a bell for Han Li, reminiscent of the formation insights gifted to him by Exine Rian, which contained relevant information on such techniques. Given the gravity of the situation, Chu Han suggested, "Allow me 2 days to deliberate, after which I shall provide you with a response." Under Han Li's subtle guidance, Chu Han expressed this delay. Upon hearing Chu Han's ambiguous words, Chao Lu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a beaming smile. However, as Han Li and Chu Han prepared to depart, Chao Lu and the burly man insisted that Han Li take the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid with him, courteously stating that even if Chu Han declined their proposal later, their bond with him was already established. Hearing such conciliatory remarks, Chu Han smiled faintly and accepted the jade box without further hesitation. After exchanging pleasantries, he and Han Li exited the hall. Once outside the White Water Tower, Han Li glanced back at the building, shook his head in contemplation, and sought a path away from the square. Since the 6 halls were essentially part of the same entity, Han Li deemed it inappropriate to bargain for goods at these establishments, especially after having received items without cost. Thus, he decided to search for smaller shops on the outskirts to procure the remaining items on his list. This outing was not solely for acquiring snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid for his core formation, but he also sought materials for crafting 2nd-level puppets. While he could cultivate the primary material, the centuries-old ironwood, he still needed to purchase a significant quantity of supplementary materials such as Iron Mother and Cloud Essence Stone. Furthermore, he required seeds for various medicinal herbs to concoct spirit-feeding pills, which he intended to use for training the 2 white spiders. With this in mind, Han Li entered a small grocery store and purchased most of his necessities. After visiting several additional shops, he successfully gathered the rarer items that remained on his list. With a sense of relief, he began to explore other types of stores. However, his primary focus remained on those selling elixirs and cultivation manuals. His collection of formulas had dwindled significantly, and he earnestly hoped to acquire 1 or 2 new ones in this place. As for cultivation techniques, while he did not expect to find anything of the highest caliber, he was eager to learn what types of methods the practitioners of the Chaos Star Sea employed. Yet, after perusing the market, Han Li was left astounded. As he instructed the spirit to remain outside, he entered an alchemy shop and inquired if there were any foundational cultivation elixirs for sale. To his astonishment, the shop assistant promptly handed him dozens of various alchemical recipes, nearly causing Han Li to bite his tongue in shock. With an expression of incredulity, he meticulously examined each recipe, only to find himself utterly flabbergasted. Regardless of the rarity or efficacy of the elixirs produced, the primary ingredients required were not the typical spiritual herbs, but rather the inner cores of various grades of magical beasts. Particularly for several rare and precious elixirs, The recipes demanded inner cores from level 6 or 7 beasts. Although these elixirs also necessitated hundreds of years of certain spiritual herbs for their concoction within these recipes, the herbs had been relegated to auxiliary materials, fully replaceable by other spiritual medicines. Consequently, Hanli stood there, clutching a hefty stack of recipes, utterly dumbfounded for a significant time. Eventually, under the curious gaze of the shop assistant, he purchased a few suitable ones at a remarkably low price and exited the shop in a daze. Moments later, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he ventured into several more alchemy stores. However, apart from the low-tier recipes for chi refinement that did not require magical beast cores, all high-tier recipes followed suit. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Hanli cautiously inquired with the proprietor of one shop whether there existed any high-tier recipes that did not require magical beast cores. The shopkeeper regarded him with a look of incredulity for a considerable time before responding. If high-tier elixirs do not utilize magical beast cores, then what ingredients do you propose we use? After hearing this, Hanli exited somewhat awkwardly, his hopes thoroughly dashed. It was evident that the alchemical practices of the practitioners in this chaotic star sea diverged significantly from those in Tian-Nan. They indeed utilized the beasts of the ocean as spiritual medicine. Upon reflection, this seemed quite logical, given the vastness of the sea and the countless magical beasts dwelling within. It was improbable that even ancient beings could eradicate them entirely. This scenario was certainly preferable to that in Tian-Nan, and it was likely that these recipes had been passed down since antiquity. Standing in a secluded corner of a street, Hanli sifted through the few recipes he had purchased and discovered one also named the Foundation Establishment Pill. Upon careful examination, he found that it bore a striking resemblance to the recipe he remembered, save for a few types of spiritual herbs that could only be gathered from blood-soaked forbidden lands, which had been substituted with the cores of 5th-level magical beasts. With this revelation, Hanli collected the recipes and, cradling them in his arms, fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he emerged from his reverie, seemingly struck with a new idea. Yet, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, he continued his exploration of a shop selling cultivation manuals. This time, no unexpected discoveries awaited him, as he found that the various techniques and elemental spells offered were largely familiar, bearing little distinction from those in Tian-Nan. If one were to note a difference, it would be that the water element spells appeared to be more numerous, and indeed, there were several new techniques that Hanli had never encountered before. Hanli purchased the tomes related to the new spell, and, quite by chance, a volume entitled Alchemical Appraisal. His decision to acquire this book stemmed from its inclusion of a revered expert's insights and critiques regarding the dust-settling pill. Hanli intended to meticulously study it before determining whether to acquiesce to the 6ran's request concerning this elixir. Subsequently, losing interest in further acquisitions, he and Chu Han exited Tiandu Street and made their way toward the outskirts of the city. Shortly after leaving Kueishing City, Han Li and Chu Han soared into the skies on their flying artifact, hastening toward Gu family village. After a brief passage of time, Han Li beheld the familiar earthen walls of Gu family village in the distance. However, he had no intention of immediately entering. Instead, he felt compelled to land on a nearby hillock to revisit the modest wooden cabin he had constructed with his own hands on that memorable day. The cabin still stood in its original spot, though it had evidently succumbed to the passage of time, displaying signs of wear and even some decay in certain areas. After observing it for a while and letting out a soft sigh, Hanli pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. To his surprise, the interior was not as he had envisioned, filled with dust and the musty scent of rot. Rather, it was impeccably clean, with the tables and wooden bed free of dust, and even a pot of unknown blue flowers graced the wooden table. Hanli stood in the cabin, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. It seemed that the Gu family had indeed put considerable thought into maintaining the place. He touched his nose, murmuring to himself. With no lingering attachment, Hanli exited the wooden cabin, allowing Chu Han to remain atop the hill while he strolled slowly toward Gu family village. He had no intention of brazenly entering the Gu residence, for while the barrier outside posed no challenge to him now, he felt it appropriate to extend a measure of courtesy to his old acquaintance, Master Gu. As Hanli approached the entrance, 2 robust guards took note of him, one of whom, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Who might you be, and what brings you to our Gu family village? Inform your village master that a certain Mr. Han, an old acquaintance, has arrived, Han Li replied with a faint smile. Our village master does not see outsiders, the guard initially retorted. However, upon scrutinizing Han Li closely, he suddenly asked, Wait, are you perhaps Master Han? Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, it is Master Han. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the village master immediately. Without further ado, the guard dashed into the compound. Han Li regarded the residents with an impassive expression, remaining silent. Before long, a throng of villagers emerged from within. At the forefront, an elderly man, upon spotting Han Li, beamed widely and exclaimed, Master Han, at last you have come. I have waited many years for your return. The elder hurried forward to pay his respects, and those behind him followed suit with reverence. Han Li focused on the elder's vaguely familiar face. It was none other than Master Gu, albeit now with hair turned gray and a visage marked by age. Master Gu, I see you are well, Han Li said, his demeanor softening slightly. Under the gracious reception of Master Gu, Han Li entered the grand mansion situated at the heart of Gu family village. Upon entering, before Han Li could utter a word, Master Gu eagerly summoned someone to present a substantial bag of spirit stones to him, and warmly introduced several young members of the Gu family, particularly highlighting his eldest son, a man in his 30s named Gu Kai. Observing this scenario, Han Li quickly discerned the intentions of Master Gu, who likely recognized his own limited time left and wished for Han Li, as a celestial master, to lend some support to the Gu family in the future. With a serene smile, Han Li, recalling their past bond, vaguely acquiesced to his request. Master Gu, overjoyed, immediately proposed a banquet to celebrate Han Li's visit. But the offer was gently declined by Han Li. After exchanging a few more words with Master Gu, he gracefully departed from Gu family village. Once outside, Han Li called upon Chu Han from the nearby hills and flew towards a small town. In the town, he casually selected an inn to stay overnight and devoted himself to studying the book Evaluation of Alchemy, resulting in a sleepless night. By the following day, Han Li had gained a comprehensive understanding of the various elixirs available in the chaotic star sea, with particular focus on the dust-dissolving pill, which he had meticulously reviewed countless times. According to the text, the crafting of the dust-dissolving pill required not only several rare demon beast inner cores, but also numerous uncommon spiritual herbs, making it exceedingly precious. This pill indeed possessed remarkable efficacy in enhancing the chances of forming a core, albeit with a relatively low probability, and could only be consumed once during the core formation process. Nevertheless, for many cultivators approaching core formation, it was regarded as a treasure. For even a mere 1% increase in success probability was a coveted opportunity. However, Han Li was acutely aware that since the Sixth Rendan was willing to offer such a rare elixir as remuneration, the task at hand was unlikely to be as simple as merely managing a formation. Should he proceed, the dangers would undoubtedly be significant. One could only speculate about the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, Han Li harbored a profound desire for the dust-dissolving pill, as both he and Chu Han were on the brink of core formation. While he did not hold high hopes for success, Chu Han's blood pill was said to have a 1/3 chance of success, yet the odds of failure remained predominant. He could not shake off his concern. Acquiring the dust-dissolving pill was imperative. After long contemplation within the inn, Han Li ultimately resolved to take the risk. After all, both he and Chu Han were late-stage foundation cultivators, and they should be able to protect themselves should any dangers arise. Furthermore, the Sixth Rendan appeared to wield considerable power. Establishing a connection with them could prove beneficial for their future endeavors within the chaotic star sea. However, before proceeding, he needed to inquire among other cultivators regarding the reputation of the Sixth Rendan. It would be unwise to complete the task only to have them turn hostile afterward, a calamity he could not afford. With his mind made up, Han Li immediately set off with Chu Han, soaring towards Kuaishing City. Half a month later, an enormous sea vessel sailed into the harbor of Kuaishing Island, shortly followed by 2 beams of white and blue light racing from the distance, unhesitatingly entering the ship. As the radiance dissipated, 3 individuals emerged from the bow of the ship. One was a towering figure with an unkempt appearance, another was an oddly featured middle-aged man, and the last was an unremarkable young man. Welcome, esteemed cultivators aboard this vessel. I am Luo Zhang, the captain of this ship. The other cultivators are already on board, and I shall guide you to the locations where the demonic beasts have been sighted. A burly man with thick brows and large eyes exited the cabin, addressing the 2 with great respect. The cultivators he referred to were, of course, Han Li and Chu Han. The middle-aged man accompanying them was Chao Lu, the proprietor of Bai Shui Lu. Take care, my friend Chu. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chao Lu exchanged polite pleasantries with Chu Han before departing on his flying vessel. Please, esteemed cultivators, step inside. Your quarters have been prepared, the burly man announced. Bowing his head in deference, Han Li glanced around the cabin and entered quietly alongside Chu Han, followed closely by the man claiming to be Luo Zhang. Meanwhile, the massive ship began to move slowly once more. Upon entering, Han Li was taken aback by the sight before him. Rather than the narrow passage he had envisioned, he was met with a luxurious hall measuring over 10 zhang in both length and width. The floor was adorned with a crimson silk carpet, and in the center stood an elongated table crafted from sandalwood, inlaid with gold and silver, surrounded by several chairs. A number of individuals were gathered around the table, engaged in conversation. As soon as they spotted Han Li and Chu Han, several piercing gazes were directed towards them, but they quickly shifted their focus from Han Li to Chu Han. I am Chu Han. This is my disciple, Han Li. May I inquire about the names of my fellow cultivators? Chu Han stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Han Li, his expression inscrutable. Welcome, friend Chu. I am Feng Sanyang from the Six Links Hall, and I am responsible for overseeing the formation alongside the others. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be around 40, stood up with a warm smile. While she could not be deemed exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a certain charm. Ah, so it is you, fellow Taoist Feng. I extend my respects, Chu Han replied with measured politeness, leading Han Li towards the table. As Han Li surveyed the room, he took note of the unfamiliar cultivators present, a middle-aged scholar of ordinary appearance, a captivating young woman in her 20s, an elderly man with grayish-white eyes, and a youth radiating a vibrant red glow, making a total of 5 individuals, including the woman who introduced herself as Feng Sanyang. However, the young woman appeared to be at the initial stage of foundation establishment and was closely situated next to the scholar, suggesting a close relationship between them. As Han Li pondered this, Feng Sanyang spoke with a playful laugh. Friend Chu, your arrival is fortuitous, as we were just discussing the alterations to the 6 escape waterway formation. If we can practice it beforehand, I believe it will make the arrangement much smoother when the time comes. But before that, allow me to introduce you to the other cultivators. Clearly adept at socializing, Feng Sanyang's gentle words immediately bridged the distance between Han Li and the others in the hall. These 2 individuals are the esteemed disciples of the venerable master of Tail Star Island, Zhan Tai, the Taoist Mao, and his companion, Taoist Xue. Feng Sanyang first gestured towards the middle-aged scholar and the young woman to introduce them to Han Li. Chu Han, I am acquainted with numerous practitioners from Kuaishing Island, yet I have never heard of you, the middle-aged scholar remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Han Li. For some inexplicable reason, he seemed to harbor a certain animosity towards Chu Han, opening with a remark that could easily offend. This momentarily halted Feng Sanyang's previously cheerful demeanor, though she quickly regained her composure. I am not originally from Kuaishing Island. I have only recently come to the island to visit my fellow disciple, Han. Is it so strange that you do not know my name? Moreover, it is the first time I have heard of yours, Chu Han retorted with an impassive tone. Allow me to introduce this esteemed elder, Taoist Qing Xuanzi, a reclusive practitioner from Jinbi Island. Though little known, his mastery of wood-based spells is unmatched among those in the foundation establishment stage. As for Taoist Yan, his prowess is even more formidable. He possesses the dark fire body, capable of wielding pure yang true fire with extraordinary finesse. The middle-aged scholar's face darkened with anger, and he seemed poised to speak again, but was swiftly interrupted by the woman who deftly redirected the conversation. Taoist Qing, Taoist Yan. Chu Han glanced at the elder and the youth, offering them a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Although these 2 shared the same foundation establishment stage as the scholar, the pressure they exerted upon Han Li was palpably greater, suggesting that their cultivation methods were far from ordinary. Han Li was reluctant to offend either of them. Greetings, Taoist Chu. I am Yan. The 2 responded with cordial smiles, further aggravating the middle-aged scholar's discomfort. Without waiting for Feng Sanyang to continue, he abruptly stood, his expression stern, and declared, I wish to return to my quarters for meditation. We shall discuss the formation later. With that, he swept his sleeve and exited the hall, followed by the young woman, who cast apologetic glances at the others. Humph, what arrogance! Does he believe himself so high and mighty, simply because he has a master who is the island lord? The youth named Yin exclaimed, his countenance flushed with irritation. The elder and Feng Xinyang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, though the elder quickly masked any reaction, while Feng Xinyang forced a smile and invited Chu Han to take a seat, seemingly disinclined to discuss the scholar further. Is it not customary for six to speak? I wonder if Taoist Shui is also among those presiding over the formation? Chu Han inquired candidly after taking a seat without hesitation. Han Li, opting for discretion, stood quietly behind him. There is also Taoist Do from Huoming Island, but it is said he is currently engrossed in cultivating a formidable technique and will not be emerging from his quarters for the next few days. Feng Xinyang explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Han Li nodded, choosing to say no more. However, Feng Xinyang seemed particularly intrigued by Chu Han, frequently posing seemingly irrelevant questions that left Han Li standing behind Chu Han, somewhat surprised, unsure of her true intentions. When she inquired if Chu Han was familiar with the six-season waterway formation, Chu Han, under Han Li's subtle guidance, promptly denied any knowledge. Thus, the woman, smiling, reassured that the others were equally uninformed, began to elucidate the intricacies of the formation to the three. It is truly astonishing that Feng Xinyang is a rare formation master. Although the middle-aged scholar appeared somewhat at odds with the others, he eventually returned to the hall the following day to listen to Feng Xinyang elucidate the critical aspects of presiding over this formation. After all, the six linked halls had summoned them specifically to oversee this array. A few days later, another cultivator, Han Li, who had been sequestered in the chamber, finally made an acquaintance with a robust man, a towering bald figure exuding an intimidating aura. Nevertheless, his demeanor was remarkably genial, and he mingled well with the others. Thus, after absorbing the profound intricacies of the formation from Feng Xinyang, Han Li and his companions frequently requested the ship to halt, embarking upon the nearby waters to engage in rigorous practice of the six escape waterway formation, honing their coordination to ensure a decisive success against the monstrous beast, thus bringing joy to all. Consequently, the ship's pace was inevitably slowed. However, the six linked halls seemed unperturbed. Despite the intermittent stops, Feng Xinyang maintained a cheerful disposition, devoid of any semblance of urgency. Yet, once they had mastered the various transformations of the formation, Feng Xinyang wasted no time and directed the ship to accelerate to full speed. After a month, the vessel finally anchored near a nameless desolate island spanning several miles. Under Feng Xinyang's guidance, Han Li and the others disembarked onto the island. As they set foot on the land, a blinding golden light descended from the sky, swirling before them before dissipating to reveal an expressionless elder with a faint golden complexion, gazing intently at them. This individual emitted no fluctuations of magical energy, appearing both as an ordinary mortal devoid of any power and as one whose profound abilities were artfully concealed. This instilled a sense of trepidation in Han Li. Esteemed Elder Miao, this is your subordinate Feng Xinyang, paying my respects. Feng Xinyang approached the elder without hesitation, bowing deeply with a respectful countenance. At this moment, Han Li and the others, realizing the elder's identity, stepped forward to pay their respects as well. A cultivator at the core formation stage was certainly not someone they could afford to treat lightly. Do not stand on ceremony, the elder said, his expression unchanged. Feng Xinyang, you have performed admirably this time, bringing these aids at just the right moment. Have they mastered the formation? The beast we are to confront is quite formidable, and we must not be careless. With unwavering confidence, Feng Xinyang responded, rest assured, esteemed elders, my fellow friends have thoroughly grasped the various transformations of the six escape waterway formation and will undoubtedly be able to ensnare this beast. Excellent. Esteemed friends, our six linked halls require your assistance. As long as you exert yourselves diligently, we shall ensure you are well compensated, Elder Miao remarked, his demeanor softening as he scanned the scholars. Rest assured, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly. The middle-aged scholar interjected eagerly, wearing a fawning smile before the others could respond. Observing the scholar's obsequiousness, the others exchanged glances of mild discontent but could only echo their agreement. Elder Miao, evidently pleased with their attitudes, nodded slightly and added, the grand array was set up half a day ago. You need only preside over it. The ancient elder was entangled in a fierce pursuit with a monstrous beast in the nearby waters. I shall lead this creature towards him. It is anticipated that by dawn tomorrow, we should be able to lure the beast into the grand formation, and thereafter, it will be up to your skills. Please take a moment to rest on the island. Upon finishing his words, Elder Miao transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace in an instant. "My fellow comrades," said Feng Xinyang solemnly, "you have all heard Elder Miao's words. Let us rest for half a day and recuperate our spirits. A fierce battle awaits us tomorrow." At this point, the others had no further words to utter, nodding in understanding. However, at that moment, Qing Xuanzi, who had been quiet throughout the journey, suddenly spoke up, his voice devoid of emotion. "Feng Daoyu, we have been inquiring about the nature of the beast we are to confront, yet you have remained reticent. Now that we are to take action tomorrow, should you not enlighten us?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the others were stirred and turned their gazes towards Feng Xinyang, sharing the same curiosity. What kind of formidable beast warranted such significant efforts from the Sixth Rindan and had been plotted against for so long? Surely, an ordinary sixth-level beast would not merit such concern. Feng Xinyang, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of a bitter smile. She gently brushed her bangs aside and replied, "Esteemed friends, it is not that I am unwilling to divulge the truth, but rather a directive from above prohibits the dissemination of information before arriving at this island. Now that we have reached this location, I shall speak candidly. The target of our Sixth endeavors is none other than the infant carp beast. Hence our need for utmost caution." Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi and the others were visibly taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Han Li observed the scene with a stoic gaze. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the infant carp beast, their alarm was enough to suggest that it was indeed an extraordinary creature. It was no wonder the esteemed Hall was so cautious. If such a beast were involved, extra vigilance was warranted. If other factions were to learn of this, the ensuing uproar would be unimaginable. Qing Xuanzi murmured in disbelief, stirring Han Li's thoughts. The expression of the young man named Yin and the bald man shifted between uncertainty and turmoil, while the middle-aged scholar's face darkened significantly as he coldly addressed Feng Xinyang. "Your Sixth Rindan has gone too far. Who does not know that the infant carp beast is an innate water spirit beast, possessing formidable water-based powers? If it is indeed at the 6th level, it would be nearly equal to a 7th-level ordinary beast in the sea. Yet you still present it as a mere 6th-level beast, inviting me to intervene. Is this not a deliberate deception?" As the middle-aged scholar spoke, anger surfaced on his countenance, as though he felt deeply deceived. The expressions of Qing Xuanzi and the others finally returned to normal, yet discontent was evident. However, being solitary cultivators, they dared not offend the Sixth Rindan easily, choosing instead to silently observe Feng Xinyang's response. "Dao friend Mao, your words are unjust. In what manner has our Sixth Rindan deceived you? Although the infant carp beast is indeed formidable, it is undeniably a genuine 6th-level demon beast. One cannot simply compel this esteemed hall to categorize a 6th-level demon beast as 7th level. Furthermore, given that it was known from the outset that this hall would offer the precious dust-settling pill as compensation, there ought to have been an understanding that the adversary was no ordinary 6th-level demon beast. Otherwise, how could this hall engage in a losing venture?" Feng Xinyang's expression darkened as she retorted without hesitation. These words left the middle-aged scholar momentarily speechless, struggling to find a retort. Han Li furrowed his brow. Upon hearing the woman's argument, he felt a semblance of reason in her words, yet an uncomfortable sensation stirred within him, prompting him to glance at the others. The three companions evidently shared Han Li's sentiments, their expressions reflecting displeasure. At that moment, Feng Xinyang suddenly smiled at Chu Han and the others, saying, "Of course, my actions are primarily aimed at safeguarding the secret of the infant carp beast. Therefore, prior to my arrival, I secured a promise from above. Upon the successful completion of this task, in addition to the agreed-upon dust-settling pill, I shall bestow upon each of you an additional 1,000 spirit stones as compensation for maintaining confidentiality. I wonder if my esteemed friends find this satisfactory?" Upon hearing her words, the resentment among Qing Xuanzi and the others began to dissipate, and they nodded in agreement, their expressions softening. The middle-aged scholar still seemed somewhat dissatisfied. However, his alluring partner whispered a few words into his ear, causing a subtle change in his demeanor, and he fell silent thereafter. Subsequently, the group dispersed across the small island, each seeking a quiet spot to meditate and rest. Han Li and Chu Han found a massive rock by the sea and sat facing each other in a lotus position. Under Han Li's deliberate instructions, Chu Han quickly entered a state of recuperation. Han Li slowly closed his eyes, attempting to enter a meditative state himself. However, after a short while, he furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, gazing at the tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, lost in thought. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease, as if something significant were about to transpire, which left him feeling inexplicably tense. After pondering for a while, without discerning the cause of his discomfort, Han Li chuckled softly to himself. It seemed he was indeed being overly anxious. Although his spiritual intuition had always served him well, how could two core formation cultivators, aided by the 6 escape waterwave formation, possibly fail to subjugate a 6th-level demon beast? Even if this demon beast appeared rather extraordinary, it was still a demon beast. Regardless of its strength, it could hardly hope to triumph against a cultivator. After reassuring himself with these thoughts, Han Li attempted to force his mind into a state of concentration. Yet, after a while, a heavy feeling persisted in his heart, making it impossible for him to settle into focus. Sighing, Han Li stood up. Clearly, he could not find peace without engaging in some activity. With a hint of resignation, he glanced around while extending his spiritual sense. Fortunately, there were no other cultivators nearby. Swiftly, Han Li rummaged through his storage bag, producing a dozen shimmering formation flags and 5 or 6 formation discs. These were the tools for setting up the Azure Water Green Armor formation. Although this formation is far inferior to the formidable inverted 5 elements Great Formation and the 6 escape water wave Great Formation that is to be presided over the following day, it is nonetheless significantly more potent than an ordinary array. Moreover, due to the presence of array-setting instruments, its arrangement is exceedingly simple. Without hesitation, Han Li summoned Chu Han, instructing him to center the array flags around this reef and bury the array plate within a radius of several dozen yards. Observing Chu Han diligently inserting the array flags deep into the ground, Han Li felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, a faint smile creeping onto his lips, tinged with self-mockery. How fearful of death he truly was. On the following day, before the dawn had fully broken, Feng Xinyang gathered the group together, and they flew towards a maritime area located over 10 miles from the small island. Simultaneously, a golden light and a yellow light, miles away, raced towards the nameless isle. Behind them, a vast expanse of mist, nearly 100 yards in diameter, pursued closely along the water's surface, accompanied by the faint sound of an infant's wail. This sound was chillingly sorrowful, sending shivers down the spine. Elder Miao, use the flying sword to send a message. Are they prepared? A deep voice echoed from within the rushing yellow light. Understood. Elder Miao replied without hesitation, then swiftly moved to the side of the yellow light. As the golden light around him transformed into a fleeting golden rainbow, vanishing in an instant. The vast white mist, upon witnessing this scene, seemed to have been provoked. The cries of the infant grew sharper, gradually evolving into a thunderous roar that intensified with volume. Not good. He is about to employ the water thunder divine lightning. Brother Gu, speed up. Elder Miao's anxious shout resonated within the yellow light, clearly apprehensive of the approaching thunderous sound. Do not worry. My primordial bowl is not slow at all. The deep voice had barely finished speaking when the yellow light surged forward, swiftly increasing the distance from the white mist. Yet, the mist appeared unwilling to relent. Amidst the thunder and cries, its speed quickened, creating a long white wave across the sea, stretching to the horizon. Chu Han and the others had already taken their positions before their respective gates of the formation, each wielding a large blue flag. This flag measured approximately 2 yards in length, emanating a brilliant blue glow, strikingly brilliant. The 6 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators wore solemn expressions, each standing 100 yards apart, floating on their magical tools to form a semicircular pocket formation. Han Li stood coolly behind Chu Han, while the young woman positioned herself alongside the middle-aged scholar, her face reflecting concern. Moments later, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, landing in Feng Xinyang's hand, capturing the attention of the others. Everyone, be cautious. The infant carp beast is approaching. Once this monster enters the Great Formation, we shall seal the array gate immediately. Feng Xinyang seemed to have received crucial information, her expression grave as she shouted to the others before releasing the golden light once more, allowing it to soar into the sky. Han Li's heart tightened as he fixed his gaze unblinkingly in the direction of the golden light's ascent. The other individuals also tightened their expressions, subtly revealing a hint of impending storm. Time passed unmeasured, when suddenly, a distant rumble of thunder resonated, growing increasingly louder. At last, two resplendent rainbows, one golden and one yellow, streaked through the air with breathtaking speed, followed by a vast expanse of white, as if something relentless was in hot pursuit. Is this the infant carp beast? Although Han Li discerned that the vast white mass was merely mist, he could not conjure an image of the ferocious beast concealed within. In the third volume, The Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 381, Extraordinary Treasures Lurk to Subdue Beasts, the incantation commenced. With a powerful shout, Feng Shenyang brandished a blue banner, sending ripples of azure light cascading forth. The others, upon hearing her command, silently waved their own formation flags, enveloping them all in a brilliant blue radiance. In a mere moment, they vanished without a trace, completely concealing their presence. From afar, there was nothing but the desolate expanse of the sea. Moments later, the two rainbows arrived at the scene, hastily soaring past without pause, appearing as if they were still fleeing. The white mist pursued without hesitation, plunging into the area. However, as the mist breached the formation's boundary, a magnificent blue barrier materialized, trapping it within. At that moment, Feng Shenyang and her companions revealed themselves, raising their blue flags whilst directing them at the barrier, unleashing 6 azure beams of light, each as thick as a bowl, continuously merging into the colossal shield, which glowed with an increasingly radiant deep blue. Witnessing this, the golden and yellow rainbows did not hesitate to turn around, swiftly taking refuge above the barrier. As the light subsided, the figures of Elder Miao and a burly man with wild hair emerged. Excellent work. We must withstand the beast's counterattack while we utilize this borrowed treasure to subdue it, Elder Miao exclaimed, his face aglow with triumph. After exchanging glances with the ancient elder, they both reached into their robes, producing a pair of time-worn bronze-long spears, which appeared dull and unremarkable. The two core formation elders, their expressions now grave, chanted incantations as the spears levitated, emitting a yellow glow that intensified with brilliance. Meanwhile, the infant carp beast, realizing its predicament within the barrier, let out a heart-wrenching wail. In an instant, the expansive white mist contracted towards the center, shrinking down to a mere 10 zhang, forming a milky white mist shield. Simultaneously, the thunderous roars emanating from the mist coalesced into a cacophony, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, reverberating so intensely that the surrounding cultivators felt their ears ringing, their hearts gripped with alarm. Suddenly, the infant's cries ceased. Following this, countless blue orbs, the size of fists, erupted densely from the white mist, fiercely assaulting the blue barrier with an overwhelming force, causing a tightness in the chests of all present. At a distance of approximately 10 zhang from the luminous barrier, a vast expanse of azure radiance emerged. A portion of the luminous orbs vanished in a flicker amidst the glimmering haze, only to materialize above the white mist, crashing down with tremendous force. Remarkably, this segment of the assault was reflected back by the formation. However, the sheer number of luminous orbs was overwhelming, with the majority striking against the cerulean shield. Instantly, both the blue barrier and the white mist erupted in a resounding blaze of incandescent white light, though the brilliance within the mist dissipated almost as swiftly as it appeared. In contrast, the barrier trembled violently, with blue and white luminescence intertwining in a dazzling display, resembling a precarious edifice on the verge of collapse. Fellow cultivators, increase your magical energy, cried Feng Shenyang, her complexion paling in alarm. This is one of the 3 formidable techniques of the infant carp beast, the water gale divine thunder. It will not last long. If we can withstand it for just a moment longer, we shall prevail. Taking the lead, she recited several incantations, then, with a fervent exhalation of her essence blood onto the array flag in her hand, the blue glow intensified. The beam of light, now as thick as a bowl, rapidly expanded several-fold, granting the barrier a measure of stability. Seeing this, the other 5 hastened to channel their full magical might, strenuously supporting the grand formation. Han Li, positioned behind Chu Han, found himself taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would be forced to fight so desperately against the infant carp beast so soon after their initial encounter. This creature was truly formidable beyond belief. Above the formation, the bronze halberds wielded by the 2 core formation cultivators began to undergo a transformation. Amidst the solemn and enigmatic incantations, the 2 halberds, glowing with a golden hue, grew incrementally larger, their tips slowly angling downward, precisely aimed at the heart of the white mist below. The infant carp beast, sensing the imminent peril from above, emitted a piercing cry from within the mist. Subsequently, the white fog began to swirl slowly, gaining momentum until it morphed into a colossal whirlwind, conjuring towering waves. Within this tempest, specks of blue light flickered, the harbingers of the perilous water gale, divine thunder. Witnessing this alarming transformation, Qing Xuanzi and the others exchanged anxious glances with Feng Sanyang, only to find her countenance equally filled with trepidation, seemingly at a loss regarding the astounding spell unleashed by the infant carp beast. Observing the unfolding scene, Han Li's expression darkened as he urgently urged Chu Han to further exhaust their magical output. Although he was unaware of the specific powers wielded by the infant carp beast, it was evident that the creature was preparing a desperate strike. With this thought, Han Li raised his gaze skyward, where the two colossal halberds had now swelled to towering heights of 7 or 8 zhang, emitting a melodious chime. The two elders of the core formation stage formed a peculiar hand seal, their intense focus fixed upon the massive halberds, their incantations uninterrupted, their expressions fraught with tension. Beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. With a strange cry, the blue and white tidal waves surged forward with blinding speed, crashing violently against a certain section of the barrier, towering several dozen zhang in height, a sight of unparalleled ferocity. The middle-aged scholar and the young woman beside him turned ashen, their faces drained of color. For this terrifying offensive was aimed squarely at the array gate they were tasked with defending, leaving him inwardly lamenting his dire predicament. In a moment of desperation, the individual clenched their teeth, radiating a dazzling blend of yellow and blue light that enveloped their entire being. With unwavering determination, they gripped the formation flag tightly, channeling their spiritual energy into the flagpole. This energy transformed into an immense beam of light that shot forth from the tip of the flag, striking the oncoming monstrous wave. The wave momentarily faltered but soon continued its relentless advance, crashing against the protective barrier. The air was filled with the sounds of thunder, shattering, and gasps of astonishment. The protective barrier, having endured only a brief moment, succumbed amidst anguished cries, collapsing under the pressure. The cultivators, including Chu Han, who were managing the formation, simultaneously displayed expressions of horror, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged scholar, almost instinctively, pulled the young woman beside him, and in an instant, they vanished to a distance of several dozen zhang. As the formation was breached and panic gripped Feng Sanyang and the others, a furious roar echoed from above. "Monstrous beast, prepare to meet your demise." Almost immediately, two immense beams of yellow light flashed like lightning through the sky, descending with formidable force into the raging winds and waves. A piercing cry of a newborn filled the air, and the surface of the sea quickly calmed. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing the true form of the concealed infant carp beast. Two bronze halberds, restored to their original shapes, gleamed with yellow light as they pinned it to the sea's surface. Han Li urged Chu Han to retrieve a mid-tier spirit stone, hastily restoring his own magical power while focusing his gaze downward. What lay before him was indeed an extraordinary sight. The creature, resembling an infant with the head of a baby, possessed a blue fish body and a tail, along with 4 delicate human hands and 2 enormous fish fins that resembled wings. Most astonishingly, each of its 4 hands clutched a different object, a massive red crab claw, a several-foot-long blue coral, a white pearl the size of an egg, and a silver shell resembling a shield. All these items shimmered with a radiant glow, unmistakably rare treasures. At that moment, the infant carp beast's face contorted in agony as it emitted a sharp cry, revealing a set of menacingly pointed teeth that sent chills down Han Li's spine. Its fish body, nearly a zhang long, thrashed about violently, attempting to escape from beneath the 2 bronze halberds. Yet those halberds seemed to be its natural nemesis, firmly anchoring it to the water's surface despite its frantic struggles, as if sealing its fate. The 2 elders who had released the halberds did not appear much better off than Han Li and the others, their faces etched with exhaustion. Clearly, the release of these extraordinary treasures had drained their vitality, yet they still wore expressions of ecstatic delight as they soared downwards. The middle-aged scholar and Qing Xuanzi, fixated on the subdued infant carp beast, could not help but exhibit expressions of greed. However, upon noticing Feng Sanyang watching them with keen eyes, they suppressed their thoughts. Swallowing hard as they gazed hungrily at the 2 who were poised to vanquish the beast, and claim its treasures. As the two cultivators in the core formation stage eagerly approached within 30 to 40 yards of the infant carp beast, a sudden, inky black wind surged from the depths of the sea beneath the creature, instantly transforming the vast expanse of water, along with the infant carp beast, into a glistening ice sculpture. Undeterred, the force ascended skyward, launching itself fiercely towards the two core formation cultivators. Han Li and his companions were momentarily stunned. Given that the narrative has reached a pivotal juncture, the author has been dedicating extra thought to the intricacies of the details, resulting in occasional delays and updates. I kindly ask for your understanding. By the way, if anyone has monthly votes, please consider casting them generously. We certainly wouldn't mind. As for those urging for more chapters with 1,200 votes, we can only gaze in longing. While our desire is immense, we simply lack the means to reciprocate. We hope you might contribute 3,000 or 6,000 votes instead. In the fourth volume, titled Winds Rise Over the Seas, Chapter 382, The Ugly and the Dark Demonic Qi, the two elders of the Miao clan seem to recognize the source of this black energy. And with a terrified shout, they quickly evaded to the sides as if confronted by a venomous scorpion. The black energy showed no inclination to pursue, retracting like a serpent's tongue back to the surface of the sea, where it coalesced into a swirling mass of darkness beside the ice sculpture of the infant carp beast. As the black wind gradually subsided, the figures of a man and two women emerged. The man was diminutive and emaciated, his face obscured by a dark veil, while the women were voluptuous and resplendent, clad in sleeveless short skirts, all exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. The two women possessed mere late-stage foundation-building cultivation, yet the grotesquely thin youth was, to Han Li's astonishment, also a cultivator in the core formation stage. Ugly, what is your intention? Do you seek to engage the Six Wendan in battle? Elder Miao, clearly recognizing the young man, exclaimed in a fit of rage. Engage in battle? I am hardly interested in such things. However, my ancestral master is about to emerge from his sea-bound retreat, and I shall take this infant carp beast's demon core as a token of congratulations. The emaciated youth declared arrogantly, his gaze turned skyward. The extreme ancestor is about to emerge? This proclamation sent a wave of shock through the two elders of the Sixth Redan, causing them to exchange alarmed glances. Nearby, the cultivators, including Qing Xuanzi, turned pale at this revelation. Even the typically proud middle-aged scholar trembled slightly, revealing an expression of trepidation. Han Li observed this scene with growing astonishment. Could the extreme ancestor possess such a formidable reputation? What perplexed him further was an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the dark, malevolent energy surrounding the youth, igniting his curiosity. Upon reflection, Han Li recalled that, while the power of this black energy was uncertain, it bore a striking resemblance to the blood refinement aura cultivated by the Emperor of Yu and Chu Han. This made him think of the mysterious Xian scripture mentioned in the gray-white jade slip. Could this dark demonic qi be related to that artifact? Han Li pondered with suspicion. However, before he could contemplate further, Elder Miao could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly, "Ugly, what nonsense are you spouting? Who doesn't he know that your ancestor has long since faced the life-and-death tribulation over 100 years ago? Unless there is a breakthrough in cultivation, such monumental events will never see him emerge. Do not let it escape your notice that our esteemed ancestor has ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in merely a century." Upon hearing this, Wu Chou erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! You of the Six Wendang are profoundly ignorant. Who informed you that our ancestor secluded himself to attain the mid-stage of the nascent soul? In truth, he has been honing an unparalleled demonic art. And now that his cultivation has reached fruition, it is only natural for him to emerge from seclusion." The two, Miao Gu and his companion, were momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether Wu Chou's claims held any truth. "Since you are aware of our ancestor's formidable reputation, this infant carp beast shall be accepted by me, the young master. Surely, you of the Six Rendan would not deny us this courtesy, would you?" Wu Chou remarked, his tone laced with a sinister satisfaction as he observed their expressions. Hearing such brazen words, Elder Miao's complexion paled slightly, while Elder Gu's eyes flickered with contemplation. Neither spoke immediately. Meanwhile, the invited allies, including Qing Xuanzi, instinctively took a few steps back, clearly reluctant to become embroiled in the escalating situation. Feng Senyang, witnessing this, furrowed her brow, feeling utterly helpless. After all, Chu Han and his companions were merely tasked with confronting the demonic beasts, not serving as subordinates to the Six Rendan. At this moment, the Six Rendan found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Although they possessed 2 initial-stage golden core cultivators, their strength had been significantly depleted in the recent summoning of 2 borrowed primordial treasures, the Hongwang Ibak. In contrast, the young Wu Chou, also an initial-stage golden core cultivator, practiced the formidable Xian Yin Gong, a demonic art of the highest caliber in the chaotic Star Sea, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, the infamous Ji Yin Lao Zu, a notorious figure within the chaotic Star Sea, loomed behind him, rendering them hesitant to provoke him lightly. However, allowing Wu Chou to abscond with the infant carp beast would severely tarnish the reputation of the Six Rendan. Not only would their prior efforts be rendered futile, but it would also create an impression of weakness, detrimental to the future prospects of the Six Rendan. At that moment, Elder Gu, with disheveled hair, subtly moved his lips, engaging in a hushed conversation with Elder Miao. Their expressions fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve as they deliberated. Wu Chou, with a disdainful snort, approached the infant carp beast, a black glimmer flashing in his hand as a pitch-black demonic blade materialized. In a swift motion, he severed the beast's grotesque head, unceremoniously searching within its skull. Meanwhile, the 2 women remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Miao Gu and his companion hovering in the air. Feng Sanyang's face contorted in distress at this spectacle. Yet, with the 2 elder guests remaining silent, she dared not act impulsively. Han Li and the others observed the unfolding scene in silence, too fearful to utter a word, lest they attract calamity upon themselves. Before long, Wu Chou extracted a cerulean orb from within the beast's cranium, a look of exultation spreading across his unsightly visage. He then lifted his gaze towards the peculiar items adorning the crab claws of the beast, a glint of greed flashing across his face. However, as he raised his demonic blade once more, Elder Gu's voice rang out with authority, halting his movement. "Young master, in consideration of the acquaintance between our ancestor and our esteemed home master, you may take the other treasures of the infant carp beast. However, the demon core is an essential possession of the Six Rendan and must remain. Otherwise, we would be utterly incapable of providing an explanation to the Lord." The voice of Elder Gu was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. However, upon hearing this, Wu Chou let out a few derisive laughs, remaining undeterred as he delivered a swift strike, severing the wrist of the demonic beast and seizing the blue coral it clutched. Witnessing this, Elder Gu initially displayed a hint of warmth, but then sighed heavily, seemingly resigned. He suddenly transmitted a message to Wu Chou. The moment the words entered Wu Chou's ears, the magic blade he had raised halted midair, his face reflecting an expression of incredulous astonishment. Subsequently, he lowered the blade, his lips moving in disbelief as if he were inquiring about something. Elder Gu, maintaining a stoic expression, uttered a few more words. This bizarre scene left Han Li and the others utterly bewildered, filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Elder Miao floated motionlessly in the air, appearing indifferent to the unfolding events. "I do not believe you, unless you present evidence to validate your identities." Wu Chou suddenly shook his head, speaking in a chilling tone. This statement, whether intentional or inadvertent, was uttered without the use of a sound transmission technique, making it heard distinctly by Han Li and Feng Sanyang, who were left in utter perplexity. The expressions of Gu and Miao changed drastically. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously revealed their anger. "Then this should suffice to prove our identities," Elder Gu declared frostily, raising a hand as a piece of dark light shot forth. Wu Chou effortlessly caught it in his grasp. Han Li's heart raced as he focused intently, utilizing his formidable spiritual sense to discern the object clearly. It was a token adorned with a grotesque, demonic visage, emanating a faint aura of darkness. Wu Chou inspected it meticulously, flipping it over in his hands. A sense of foreboding gripped Han Li as he quickly glanced around, feeling an unease settle within him. The others remained cautious, equally puzzled as they observed the interactions among the 3 core formation cultivators. But Qing Xuanzi's face turned deathly pale. He began to retreat silently, hands clenched tightly, swiftly distancing himself by several dozen feet. Upon noticing Han Li's gaze upon him, he initially appeared startled, followed by a ghastly smile. Without uttering a word, he transformed into a streak of azure light and fled in haste. Witnessing this, Han Li's heart sank. Without hesitation, he slapped his storage pouch, rapidly releasing the divine wind boat, then mounted the artifact as it transformed into a beam of white light, hastily soaring towards the direction of the nameless island. The bizarre actions of Qing Xuanzi and Han Li left Feng Sanyang and the middle-aged scholar, who had only just realized the situation, in a state of shock. Utterly confounded. Below, Gu and Miao also took note of this spectacle, their expressions turning icy. Elder Gu ominously declared, "We shall be responsible for eliminating the two who have fled. Those remaining here will be entrusted to Brother Wu to silence." Upon uttering these words, regardless of whether Wu Chou agreed or not, he and Elder Miao immediately transformed into two dazzling arcs of light, swiftly pursuing Han Li and Qing Xuanzi. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Wu Chou let out a cold snort, his face contorted with unwillingness. Yet his eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the bewildered Feng Sanyang and the others. "Humph. Consider yourselves unfortunate for overhearing what you should not have. Offer your primordial spirits to this young master." With that declaration, Wu Chou spread his arms wide, and a torrent of oppressive black winds surged forth from his being, sweeping toward Feng Sanyang and her companions with an astonishing force. Chapter 383. The battle for the Dan of conclusion. The speed of the divine wind vessel was astonishing, and propelled by Han Li's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. It moved with the swiftness of an arrow loosed from the bowstring, accompanied by a piercing sound as it approached an unnamed isle. Upon spotting the familiar rocks in the distance, Han Li felt a slight sense of relief, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow as he turned to look behind him. Suddenly, an intense chill coursed down his spine. Startled, Han Li instinctively stomped his foot on the divine wind vessel. In an instant, both he and the vessel lurched to the side, evading a deadly attack that had just passed through the place he had occupied moments before. A deep yellow streak of light that continued onward for several dozen feet before coalescing into a figure. Han Li wiped the sticky cold sweat from his brow and, upon seeing the figure, could not help but smile wryly. Before him stood the long-haired elder of the Lulian Hall, his presence imposing. At that moment, he was standing upon a circular, earth-toned artifact, silently gazing at Han Li with an icy demeanor, as if perceiving him as nothing more than a corpse. Behind this formidable figure, at a distance of more than 10 feet, lay the site where Han Li had set up his grand formation, causing a chill to run through him. Yet Han Li understood that any words of inquiry or pleas for mercy would be futile at this juncture. He resolved to confront this elder of the core formation stage, hoping to leverage the power of the formation to ensnare him. With this thought in mind, Han Li steeled himself. Under his command, Chu Han's figure flickered, positioning itself before Han Li, emanating a crimson glow that enveloped him in an aura reminiscent of blood. Simultaneously, Han Li's hands shimmered with light, producing two artifacts. Observing Han Li and Chu Han adopting a stance of defiance, the ancient elder's eyes glinted coldly. The circular artifact beneath him emitted a resonant cry, and its yellow radiance intensified, enveloping him like armor. Then, the elder abruptly spread his hands, and a multitude of yellow light dots swirled forth from his fingertips, swiftly morphing into crescent-shaped blades the size of palms, silently surging toward Han Li and Chu Han. Han Li, initially alarmed, felt a surge of relief. This individual's artifact was not akin to Lei Wankai's speed-oriented weapon, granting him a sliver of hope for survival. Summoning his resolve, Han Li lifted both hands in response. A colossal turtle shell artifact soared from one hand, while a gleaming small mirror abruptly appeared in the other. A vast stream of azure light erupted from the surface of the mirror, shooting forth to meet the oncoming barrage of light blades. The sound of successive impacts filled the air as a portion of the light blades, struck by the azure glow, became momentarily sluggish, their speed diminished. Yet, as more crescent blades surged forward in a frantic rush, they swiftly shattered the azure light into countless specks of starlight. Simultaneously, the mirror in Han Li's hand split apart with a sharp crack, reduced to ruins. Discarding the shattered mirror without a hint of regret, Han Li nonchalantly tapped his storage pouch with one hand, causing 2 dark lights and 5 white lights to emerge in succession, spiraling above him before aligning neatly for the next assault. Unwilling to relent, Han Li summoned 7 or 8 white lights, conjuring several puppet beast soldiers that materialized at his sides, each drawing their bows in preparation for battle. At that moment, the light blades struck the enormous turtle shell, and upon contact, The surface of the artifact was immediately marked with numerous deep gashes. It emitted a mournful cry before shattering into countless fragments, unable to withstand the onslaught for even a brief moment. Seizing this moment of reprieve, Han Li's 8 top-tier artifacts swiftly arrived before Chu Han, swirling and weaving a curtain of interlacing black and white blades. Naturally, these superior artifacts were equally incapable of withstanding the diminished but relentless assault of the light blades. As the dark dragon and 5 white blades flickered briefly before dissipating like fireflies. With no obstacles remaining, the crescent light blades mercilessly advanced towards Chu Han, who had remained stationary before Han Li since the onset of the battle. Suddenly, Chu Han unleashed a thunderous roar, his crimson aura erupting outward, transforming in an instant into a massive crimson dragon, its claws thrashing as it lunged forward. Instantly, the red light collided with the beleaguered light blades, and the arrows from Han Li's puppet soldiers seamlessly joined the assault of the crimson dragon, creating a momentary stalemate. This spectacle filled Han Li with elation, while the elder opposite him, Gu, wore an expression of astonished disbelief. However, the seasoned core formation cultivator soon scoffed disdainfully, and with a flick of his wrist, his yellow aura surged forth as he raised his hands once more. At the sight of this development, Han Li's heart sank. Having already exhausted his treasures to withstand the previous attack, he realized that a subsequent, similarly ferocious strike would leave him with no means of escape. Just as Han Li's anxiety peaked, fate seemed to intervene. The coldly smiling core formation cultivator's expression abruptly changed. An unnatural flush appeared on his cheeks, quickly followed by an ashen pallor. Soon after, his yellow aura dimmed, and he doubled over in agony, trembling. Gu was instantly filled with shock and fury. He understood all too well that this was the consequence of his prior overexertion without proper recuperation, compounded by his reckless use of true essence. However, given but a moment's respite, he could once again suppress his injuries and effortlessly extinguish Han Li. Yet at this moment, Han Li was filled with exuberant joy. Seizing this golden opportunity, he hastily summoned Chu Han, disregarding the 7 or 8 puppets and the stalemate with the crimson flood dragon, and swiftly darted towards the nameless all below. He descended diagonally from beneath his opponent, the ancient elder, who was now a mix of shame and fury. Should Han Li truly manage to escape his grasp, it would become a colossal jest. In his frustration, he paid no heed to the potential exacerbation of his injuries, gritting his teeth as he forcefully channeled his entire spiritual power to suppress his discomfort. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted, the resplendent yellow light blazing forth as he pursued Han Li with fervor. In mere moments, the distance of several dozen yards was bridged by the fully powered Han Li. However, just as his foot crossed into the formation's bounds, the yellow light caught up to him, almost simultaneously entering the formation as well. The ancient elder, secretly elated at the prospect of obliterating both of them in one strike, was suddenly taken aback by a bewildering transformation before his eyes. This was no mere isle. Instead, he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of azure waves, an immense pressure converging upon him. A formation? The elder's countenance grew solemn. Although taken aback by the sudden emergence of a formation, he remained relatively unperturbed. After all, judging by the nearby fluctuations in formation energy, it was unlikely to be anything formidable, and he was confident in his ability to dismantle it with ease. With this thought, a chill swept across his face, and the yellow light around him blazed with brilliance. Han Li's own azure water-green armor formation was, of course, a starkly different encounter for this elder of the core formation stage. After a few flickers of his artifact, Han Li effortlessly exited the great formation. At this moment, having initially intended to flee, he turned back, his expression darkening. There stood the ancient elder, transforming within the formation into a streak of blinding yellow light, unleashing a tempestuous assault upon the formation's restraints, indicating an imminent breach of confinement, which rendered Han Li's expression a tumult of emotions. It was evident that should he attempt to flee on his artifact, he would undoubtedly be pursued by this relentless fiend once more. After all, the disparity in speed between artifacts and flying treasures was indeed significant. After a brief moment of contemplation, the restraints of the formation were breached by his opponent several more layers. A flash of murderous intent sparked in Han Li's eyes, driven by urgency. He called upon Chu Han. Together, they stealthily slipped into the formation, utilizing its protections to draw closer to the ancient elder. Yet, Before Han Li and Chu Han could truly approach their adversary, the ancient elder, engaged in wanton destruction within the formation's confines, seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, he halted his actions, casting an exceptionally vigilant gaze around. His expression darkened with suspicion. Han Li furrowed his brow. However, with a flick of his wrist, a flash of light revealed a set of azure flags appearing in his hand, the very flags that controlled this formation. A few murmured incantations slipped from Han Li's lips, barely audible, as he tossed the flag into the air, transforming it into a streak of azure light that merged seamlessly with the great formation. As the scene before Elder Gu shifted dramatically, the surrounding sea surged with tumultuous waves. The overwhelming pressure, already weighing over 1,000 pounds, suddenly intensified, rendering him momentarily immobilized. In the midst of this, as the Golden Core cultivator's movement slowed, a dozen crystalline, snow-white ice spears shot forth from the side, striking towards his back with no prior warning. Elder Gu, who had appeared somewhat cumbersome, unexpectedly regained his agility. In a swift motion, he pivoted, raised his hand, and unleashed a massive yellow crescent blade that shattered the incoming ice spears into countless fragments, continuing its relentless trajectory toward the source of the icy assault. Simultaneously, the sea behind Elder Gu parted abruptly, and a blood-red beam of light surged forth. Due to its astonishing speed and the short distance, Elder Gu, constrained by the formation, had no time to evade. His expression shifted slightly as he summoned forth a brilliant yellow light to brace himself against the oncoming attack. The blood-red strike, about the thickness of an arm, knocked him back 2 steps, leaving him somewhat unsteady. At that moment, a flash of azure light appeared, and Han Li materialized beside Elder Gu, wielding a massive silver sword, which he brought down with tremendous force. Elder Gu was truly taken aback. There had been no one there just moments ago. What kind of evasion technique had his opponent employed to appear so mysteriously? Despite his astonishment, he instinctively amplified the yellow light around him, preparing to withstand Han Li's formidable strike. With a light chuckle, Han Li vanished from view, while the air around them filled with the sound of piercing wind. Suddenly, a multitude of slender red threads emerged, viciously darting toward Elder Gu. The elder was alarmed. He was well aware of the ominous weapons wielded within the cultivation world. Instantly, his yellow light flared brightly as he sought to destroy these sinister artifacts, wary of falling victim to an unseen ambush. With a tremendous sound, Han Li reappeared behind him, delivering a strike that caused the yellow radiance to flicker. The 10 or so red threads, akin to venomous serpents, slithered into the yellow glow, penetrating several feet deep and continuing their relentless advance. Elder Gu, filled with both fear and rage, felt a glimmer of cold light in his eyes as he reached for his storage pouch. At that moment, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Under the combined pressure of his opponent's formation and uncanny attacks, he felt that relying solely on a single artifact would not suffice for victory. However, before he could retrieve anything else, 2 blood-red beams, akin to the thickness of a thumb, flashed before him, swiftly piercing through his protective yellow barrier. Having already sustained a blow from Han Li's silver sword, and being momentarily distracted by the flying needles, the flickering yellow light was easily breached by these seemingly inconspicuous blood beams. Elder Gu's complexion turned ashen. Yet, as a Golden Core cultivator, he sensed the impending danger the instant the blood beams pierced through his protective yellow light. He could not afford to retrieve any treasures. He abruptly leaned his body forward with great exertion. In an instant, a crimson flash whizzed past his ear, severing much of the flesh from one side, while another sanguine ray, though narrowly avoiding the vital organ of the heart, left a gaping wound on his shoulder that oozed blood. The Elder Gu let out a pained cry, his legs trembling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. However, Han Li's offensive was far from over. The towering figure of Chu Han erupted from the sea, raising both hands to unleash 2 blood-red beams. Simultaneously, Han Li, with an expression devoid of emotion, wielded his silver sword, transforming it into a massive orb of silvery light that incessantly collided with the yellow barrier, producing a cacophony of sharp, grating sounds. With his other hand, he summoned a thick stack of talismans, unleashing a torrent of fireballs and ice spikes, which erupted into a symphony of colors and explosive sounds. Regaining his senses amidst the agonizing pain, Elder Gu fell into a state of panic. He could distinctly feel the immense pressure from the formation and the relentless onslaught of his opponent. realizing that the power consumed by the mixed elemental bowl was unsustainable, threatening to deplete his protective yellow aura. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded all caution and prepared to invoke a secret technique to forcibly draw upon more power. Yet, before he could act, Han Li's incantation resounded coldly in the air. Instantly, the surrounding seawater began to whirl violently, and the immense pressure bearing down on him multiplied several times over, causing the last vestiges of his yellow aura to emit a mournful squeak. To his disbelief, the yellow light surrounding him vanished completely, and a dozen flying needles, freed from their constraints, pierced through his vital points, causing Elder Gu's body to sway and ultimately drop to one knee. In a flash of silver, Han Li silently darted past him, and the head of the six-chambered elder soared several feet away, blood spraying forth in a crimson arc, filling the air with a thick, metallic scent. Han Li exhaled deeply in relief, but he quickly dashed back to the corpse, using the silver sword to retrieve the storage pouch from the deceased's waist. Simultaneously, Chu Han seized the yellow bowl-shaped magical artifact. Afterward, Han Li, accompanied by Chu Han, swiftly exited the Great Formation and summoned the Divine Arc, ascending into the sky. Having flown a distance of 20 to 30 miles, Han Li directed the vessel downward, plunging into the depths of the ocean and descending several dozen fathoms. He then stowed the artifact, retrieving a red sheer veil that extinguished any traces of breath, enveloping both himself and Chu Han within it. Together, they began to cultivate, employing an unnamed technique to refine their energy and reclaim their breath. Before long, a powerful and wrathful divine consciousness descended nearby, sweeping across the surface of the sea and scanning the skies. Although this consciousness scrutinized the area meticulously, it failed to detect the presence of Han Li and Chu Han. The furious awareness swept past them, hastily pursuing other locations. It was at this moment that Han Li finally felt a sense of security. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to reveal himself above the surface. Instead, he released a layer of pale blue shield at the seabed, enclosing both of them and isolating them from the surrounding waters, as he and Chu Han settled into a meditative state. Thus, they remained hidden in the ocean for half a month. In the preceding days, that formidable divine consciousness seemed unwilling to relent, repeatedly probing Han Li's vicinity multiple times. However, each time, Han Li adeptly refined his qi in advance, rendering its efforts fruitless. Now, this divine awareness has entirely vanished, not having reappeared for over 10 days. It is only now that Han Li dares to take action. Cautiously, he stealthily traverses 100 miles through the sea before emerging from the water and, having determined a direction, he accelerates with all his might. Naturally, there is no returning to Kuaishing Island. He must seek refuge elsewhere. Although he remains ignorant of the unsavory connection between the two sixth-tier cultivators, Gu and Miao, and the youth named Wu Chou, which drove them to commit murder for silence. It is undoubtedly beyond the reach of someone in the foundation establishment stage like himself. It is best to distance himself from the influence of both parties. Nonetheless, it is indeed a pity to part with the cave dwelling of Shaohuan Island and the 3 sets of precious array tools. Not to mention the loss of other magical artifacts in the ensuing conflict. This is a significant loss for him. As Han Li soared through the air on his flying instrument, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own misfortune. However, compared to the dire fates that awaited the likes of the middle-aged scholar and others, he has at least preserved his life, and thus has little to complain about. Just as Han Li was engaged in self-reassurance, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to retrieve the storage bag belonging to Elder Gu. Having been on edge for some time, he had not found the opportunity to inspect this item, but now it was time to see what it contained. A storage bag belonging to a core formation cultivator should not be lacking in value, and he hoped it could compensate for some of his losses. As he gradually immersed his consciousness into the storage bag, Han Li was astonished to discover 70 or 80 mid-tier spirit stones, eliciting a surge of joy within him. Elder Gu's wealth was indeed substantial. How could he carry such an abundance of spirit stones? Perhaps he, like Han Li, was accustomed to bearing all his possessions on his person. If that were the case, then such a quantity of spirit stones would seem quite ordinary for a cultivator who had achieved core formation many years prior. With this thought, Han Li finally shifted his focus from the spirit stones to examine several other items. There was a small yellow jade bottle about an inch tall, 2 talismans shimmering with blue and gold hues, a tome, and a sphere radiating a blue light. The remaining items were merely a collection of insignificant trinkets. The tome was of little interest. It contained a superior technique called the Earth Departure Technique, which, while not commonplace, he had no intention of cultivating. The two talismans, however, were valuable. One depicted a golden small sword, while the other illustrated an unknown blue dragon, bringing a sense of delight to Han Li. The sphere, after some manipulation, was confirmed to be the inner core of a fifth-tier beast, a rare treasure indeed. Lastly, he was left with the inconspicuous small bottle. Yet, when Han Li removed the cap of the yellow bottle, 5 thumb-sized yellow pills tumbled out. These pills were not only uniform in size, but also boasted a vibrant hue, crystalline and even, exuding an extraordinary medicinal fragrance. Dust-dissipating pill. Gazing at the pills in his palm, Han Li found himself momentarily stunned. Although he had never seen the actual object, the shape, color, and fragrant aroma of the elixir were indistinguishable from the descriptions in the book Appraisal of Alchemy that he had purchased. What else could it be? In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 385, Island of Sea Monkeys, Han Li delicately pinched a pill between his fingers and brought it before his eyes, observing it intently for a moment before a faint smile graced his face. At last, this desperate gamble had not been in vain. With these few dust-settling pills in hand, it was certain that both Chu Han and his chances of reaching the core formation stage would increase. Carefully repackaging the elixirs, Han Li placed the vial back into his storage bag. Now, he needed to find a location abundant in spiritual energy and safety to hasten his core formation process. Whether it was Chu Han or himself, if one of them could reach the core formation stage, they would have a fighting chance against the pursuers from that realm. However, achieving core formation was not something that could be accomplished instantaneously, except for those with exceptional spiritual roots. Most cultivators required ample spiritual herbs and time to break through their bottlenecks. The snow spirit water and celestial fire liquid he had intended to purchase were 2 essential spiritual substances necessary for a cultivator's core formation. While it was not impossible to form a core without them, the success rate would plummet to a level that would leave cultivators utterly despondent. Though no formal statistics existed, it was rumored that the success rate could fall below 1%. In addition to these 2 vital substances, other spiritual herbs could also be consumed during the core formation process. The greater the variety, the higher the chances of success. Albeit none had effects as pronounced as the snow spirit water and celestial fire liquid. Naturally, like the 2 aforementioned substances, repeated consumption proved ineffective. After all, this was not akin to merely meditating. The various spiritual herbs needed to be administered in precise quantities, for excess could yield adverse effects. Ironically, while the efficacy of other spiritual herbs was far inferior to that of the snow spirit water and celestial fire liquid, they were often even rarer and more elusive. Most required 1 or even several types of millennium-old spiritual grasses as ingredients for preparation. Which ordinary cultivator could afford such extravagance? Aside from the snow spirit water and celestial fire liquid, acquiring even 1 or 2 additional types would be considered an extreme luxury. Fortunately for Han Li, this was not a significant issue. Apart from a few rare spiritual grasses he had either never heard of or could not find, he had successfully cultivated and prepared over a dozen types of auxiliary elixirs for core formation during his years of practice at Xiaowan Mountain, safely stored within one of his storage bags. What astonished him most was that these elixirs did not require the innate true fire of a cultivator for their preparation. They could be mixed as simply as ordinary medicinal herbs in the mortal realm. Furthermore, the recipes were readily accessible in various texts, a fact that had left Han Li bewildered for quite some time. The 5 dust-settling pills he had acquired were indeed rare auxiliary substances required by cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea for their core formation, thus their scarcity. However, this did not imply that consuming these auxiliary elixirs would drastically elevate one's success rate in core formation compared to other cultivators. Based on the information that Han Li had gathered, even with his exceedingly extravagant method of forming the golden core, the success rate would at most exceed that of other cultivators by a mere 10 to 15%. This was indeed a slight improvement over the method without any aids, though it remained merely Han Li's conjecture. Furthermore, the process of forming the golden core is not one that can be completed in a mere 10 days or a month. According to various ancient texts and the experiences shared by Li Huayuan, the entire process typically spans 3 to 5 years. The exact duration is contingent upon the individual's innate talents. During this period, one must avoid extreme emotional fluctuations and must not engage in battles or conflicts. while also needing to absorb a considerable amount of natural spiritual energy. Hence, it was imperative for Han Li to seclude himself on a small island imbued with a modicum of spiritual essence to undertake the Golden Core formation. With this thought in mind, Han Li retrieved a jade slip from his possession, within which was a vast map of the ocean centered around 3 major islands, including Kuaishing Island. He immersed himself in the slip, expending considerable effort to ascertain his approximate location before seeking out some obscure islands marked on the map. After a meal's time, Han Li emerged from his contemplation of the jade slip. Casting a glance at the surrounding sea and the blazing sun above, he squinted slightly, adjusted his direction, and transformed into a beam of white light alongside Chu Han, vanishing into the horizon. Along his journey, Han Li briefly landed on uninhabited islands to restore his spiritual energy, while he prudently avoided islands occupied by other cultivators, fearing that lingering even for a moment might leave traces that could lead to his discovery. After changing course multiple times, he finally sped towards his intended destination. 2 months later, the figures of Han Li and Chu Han appeared above an exceedingly secluded island. This island, though not as grand as Kuaishing Island, was significantly larger than an ordinary small island, barely qualifying as a medium-sized one. This was the destination of Han Li's long trek, Haiwan Island. Apart from a handful of ordinary folk, the island was predominantly inhabited by low-tier cultivators who had yet to establish their foundations, and there was no mention of an island master, rendering it a place of free entry and exit. The island earned its name due to the presence of a peculiar low-tier magical beast known as the sea monkey in the nearby waters. This creature bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary monkey, but differed in that it could wield low-level spells, such as water arrows, and possessed relatively high intelligence. An adult sea monkey's intellect was comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, and it could dive into the deep sea to catch fish for sustenance, making it a favored companion for cultivators who sought to employ them as assistants in their dwellings. Though classified as a magical beast, a cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of chi refinement could easily defeat and capture a sea monkey, leading to annual visits from small boats to the island, hiring low-tier cultivators to catch and sell these creatures. Some small merchants even pooled resources to establish arrays on the island and set up permanent shops, consistently purchasing live sea monkeys at low prices, only to transport them in bulk when ships arrived at certain times. Consequently, this island naturally attracted low-tier cultivators who sought to earn spirit stones. However, after the formation was established, other loose cultivators swiftly took up residence here, drawn entirely by the presence of a rather substantial spiritual vein on Sea Monkey Island. Although the quality of this spiritual vein leaves much to be desired, its vast expanse allows low-ranking cultivators to practice their arts almost anywhere on the island. The so-called spiritual eye and a few areas with denser spiritual energy are not significantly different from the rest of the island. Hence, there is no contention among high-ranking cultivators over this place. With such meager spiritual energy and being merely a remote island known for its sea monkey specialties, it certainly does not attract the attention of major powers, rendering it a realm of unfettered freedom for low-ranking practitioners. Occasionally, foundation building or core formation cultivators may pass through, but they are mostly just transient visitors. This made it an ideal sanctuary for Han Li to hide and cultivate his core formation. 2 days later, Han Li stood in a rugged corner of the island, gazing with great satisfaction at the temporary cave dwelling he had newly established. The cave, aside from a simple herbal garden and 2 concealed chambers, had no complex structures. Han Li had employed a set of array tools to set up a basic concealment formation to seal the cave entrance, and had carefully released 2 blood jade spiders from a pouch designed for spiritual beasts to guard the cave's entrance. Through years of training, these 2 white spiders had grown to the size of a human head and had ascended 2 levels, reaching the first upper tier, making them more than capable of dealing with ordinary chi refining cultivators. They were the only peculiar creatures Han Li had brought from his cave on the small Haiwan Island. As for the other strange insects and beasts, they remained in the true cave on small Haiwan Island. Han Li speculated that if those with ulterior motives were still unwilling to let go of their intentions to kill him or seek vengeance for that cultivator surnamed Gu, they would undoubtedly trace him back to his cave on small Haiwan Island. Despite the 3 major arrays concealing the true and false caves, they likely would not withstand a prolonged assault from a core formation cultivator. The true cave would certainly be exposed. As for the false cave, Han Li estimated the chances of discovery to be about 50-50. The tunnel leading to the true cave was not concealed by any easily detectable formations. Rather, it was cleverly blocked by a stone chair sculpted from a giant rock, serving as the entrance-s barricade. Should an intruder search only the peak where the false cave was located, Han Li was confident they would not notice anything amiss. However, if the person was meticulous and determined to investigate thoroughly, that might pose a problem. After all, the distinct aura of those peculiar insects within the other peak would not escape the keen senses of a core formation cultivator. Thus, although Han Li felt a pang of reluctance for those untamed peculiar insects, he could only leave their fate to chance. Of course, if they remained undiscovered and went without food for 5 or 6 years, given the resilience of those venomous creatures, they would likely survive, as they had previously endured years without sustenance. With such thoughts lingering in his mind, Han Li and Chu Han each entered a concealed chamber. Finally, having completed this chapter after a sleepless night, he decided it was time to rest. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 386, 4 years of forming the golden core before consuming the spiritual elixir. Han Li sat in meditation within the confines of his secluded chamber for several days, meticulously adjusting his entire being's true essence and vital energy to their optimal state. Only after achieving this did he carefully extract a small vial containing the liquid of heavenly fire. He tilted his head back and cautiously allowed several drops to fall into his mouth, swiftly securing the vial and closing his eyes, awaiting the onset of the elixir's effects. Before long, the meridians within Han Li's body began to seethe with heat, and his true essence surged through his channels like boiling water, rushing with fervor. Although a sense of trepidation gripped him, he hastily retrieved a pouch of unknown spiritual herbs from his person and poured its contents into his mouth without hesitation, subsequently focusing on cultivating the Qingyuan sword technique to break through his bottleneck. The completion of the 7th layer of the sword technique would coincide with the day he successfully formed his golden core. Of course, prior to this, Han Li had instructed his neighbor, Chu Han, through divine consciousness to similarly consume the heavenly fire liquid along with various auxiliary spiritual herbs. Chu Han's practice of the blood-refining divine light was a method of rapid cultivation that typically rendered the formation of a golden core impossible. However, with the aid of the blood-condensing 5 elements pill, the circumstances were markedly different. Thus, his path to golden core formation differed significantly from Han Li's. Rather than employing a specific technique to condense the golden core, Chu Han ingested the blood-condensing 5 elements pill and directly refined its potency to forge a demonic core. In this respect, his process was considerably simpler than Han Li's. Consequently, after issuing detailed instructions, Han Li left Chu Han to his own devices in the adjacent chamber, choosing not to distract himself with concerns for his neighbor. Although Han Li's own endeavor to form a golden core seemed uncertain, he was determined to make a serious attempt. Even if he were to fail, he could accumulate valuable experience for future attempts. With this resolve, Han Li gradually closed himself off from all external sensations, fully immersing himself in arduous cultivation. At this moment, the passage of time outside became irrelevant to him. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Seasons changed, and 4 years slipped by unnoticed. On a certain day, the chaotic sea ape island remained as vibrant as ever, with the dock and the island's sole city buzzing with excitement. It was the mating season for numerous sea apes surfacing from the depths. Many low-ranking cultivators hurriedly traversed the island, capturing these elusive magical beasts that were hard to find at other times. While the cultivators reveled in their gains of spirit stones, merchants wore broad smiles as they eagerly purchased the catch. However, at midday, a startling scene unfolded on a remote, desolate mountain on the island, leaving the nearby practitioners utterly astonished. The previously clear azure sky, devoid of clouds, suddenly transformed as dark storm clouds enveloped the mountain. Silver lightning danced amid deafening thunder, resembling frantic serpents. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to swirl around the mountain, forming a colossal vortex several miles in diameter beneath the ominous clouds, drawing in the essence of the surrounding area and leaving the scattered cultivators in a state of shock and disbelief. They instinctively emerged from their places of cultivation, hastening toward the site of the extraordinary phenomenon on the desolate mountain. Even the most unversed cultivators recognized the significance of the event unfolding before them. This astonishing spectacle of heaven and earth is undoubtedly a phenomenon that would emerge only when a venerable figure of the cultivation realm reaches the pinnacle of their golden core stage. The chaotic sea of stars is on the verge of welcoming another cultivator in the core formation stage. However, the fact that someone has managed to achieve this in such a desolate location is utterly astonishing to the scattered practitioners. Filled with envy and amazement, they naturally wish to witness this event for themselves. If they could establish a connection with this eminent individual, or even become their disciple, it would indeed be a delightful occurrence. Yet, before these onlookers could reach the site, the distant vortex of spiritual energy seemed to have absorbed sufficient essence. With a clear, melodious cry akin to a phoenix's call, it shattered completely. Amidst the chaotic spiritual energy, a faint shimmer of multicolored radiance emerged, creating an exquisitely beautiful sight. Soon after, the clouds dispersed, the thunder ceased, and everything returned to normal, leaving behind a splendidly fine day. At that moment, the scattered practitioners had only just arrived near the desolate mountain. However, before they could approach, a voice, chilling to the bone, echoed in their ears. "Those who dare to approach this mountain shall be killed." This merciless declaration, devoid of any emotion, caused the faces of the low-ranking cultivators to change dramatically, prompting them to halt in their tracks and exchange glances. Clearly, this newly ascended Golden Core elder was not fond of being disturbed. After a moment of silent contemplation, they wisely chose not to press onward and silently retreated. However, it was not long before news of a successful Golden Core formation on Sea Ape Island spread like wildfire, leaving the other unaware cultivators astonished for much of the day. The notion that someone would choose to attain their Golden Core on Sea Ape Island was utterly perplexing. Instantly, numerous low-ranking cultivators began to establish new caves centered around that desolate mountain. Although warned by the newly formed Golden Core practitioner, these scattered cultivators, harboring various intentions, dared not approach the mountain recklessly, yet they hoped that by residing nearby, they might catch a glimpse of this illustrious figure. Consequently, the area became bustling with activity. Yet, unbeknownst to all, within a certain cave of the desolate mountain, all was eerily silent. The true cultivator who had formed the Golden Core was soaring thousands of miles away in the skies. Accompanying him was a calm young man, Han Li, who had yet to achieve the Golden Core himself. Han Li glanced at the meditating Chu Han beside him, though his expression remained unchanged. A sense of relief blossomed within him. In truth, he had ceased his seclusion a year prior. After 3 years of consuming spiritual herbs and practicing qi refinement, he had to concede that achieving the Golden Core this time was entirely beyond hope, with not even a hint of solidifying true essence. Therefore, he decided to abandon his cultivation and focus solely on assisting Chu Han in forming her Golden Core. As a result, under the forceful aid of numerous spiritual herbs, Chu Han indeed lived up to Han Li's expectations and successfully formed her core during the recent celestial convergence. The smoothness of the process even surprised Han Li himself. Overjoyed, Han Li dismissed the scattered practitioners who had come to observe. He then promptly abandoned the cave and stealthily departed from Sea Ape Island with Chu Han. His current destination was to return to Shaohuan Island to ascertain whether the true cave there still existed. After 4 years, it is implausible that those individuals possessed the patience to monitor the small Huan Island any longer, especially with a nascent soul cultivator like Chu Han. If all is well, he would naturally carry the peculiar insects from the estate and then depart swiftly, entirely vacating this southwestern sea region. The chaotic starry sea is vast. With Chu Han's nascent soul cultivation, there is no doubt he could find refuge for himself, especially since, although he cannot wield the verdant Huang sword due to the dissimilarity in spiritual roots, he can still make do with the ancient elder's treasure, the primordial bowl. Even if he cannot fully refine this artifact to unleash its complete potential, it would still provide him with a means to contend with other nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, he has entrusted Chu Han with the golden small sword talisman and the previously acquired golden skull talisman, retaining only the small knife talisman for himself. With Chu Han's nascent soul cultivation, activating the talismans does not require prolonged manipulation of spiritual energy. He can instantly engage the enemy, compensating for the deficiencies in the artifact's power. Contemplating this, Han Li exerted all his strength to propel the divine wind boat, transforming it into a streak of white light, soaring towards Kuaishing Island. Over a month later, Han Li and Chu Han's figures materialized above the small Huan Island. Han Li first utilized his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings of the island, detecting no other cultivators present. Only then did he and Chu Han confidently activate the artifact, entering the island from the dock and heading towards the peak of his cave abode. Although still a distance from the two peaks, Han Li's spiritual sense had already swept over them. Hovering in the vessel, Han Li was taken aback. Not only were both the genuine and false cave abodes intact, but the three outer formations appeared utterly unharmed as well. This was utterly unexpected. Nevertheless, the emergence of such an eerie phenomenon heightened Han Li's vigilance. When he was a certain distance from the peaks, the divine wind boat came to a halt. Instead of hastily entering the formations, he scanned the surroundings with a grim expression. Indeed, there were no unusual findings inside or outside the peaks. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li suddenly raised his brows and pressed down on the divine wind boat, ultimately flying into the grand formation. The formation was precisely as it had been when Han Li departed 4 years prior, showing no signs of alteration. After a brief inspection, he entered the cave without further hesitation. He had no interest in the false cave abode on the lower peak. Instead, he accessed the true cave directly through the underground passage, striding purposefully towards the chambers where he nurtured the peculiar insects. However, upon reaching the chamber, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. The sight before him left him utterly flabbergasted. In the chamber where the peculiar insects were nurtured, Han Li had carved out several stone rooms of varying sizes within a blue stone wall. To prevent them from escaping these chambers, Han Li had established minor restrictions between each stone room, ensuring they could not break free. In Han Li's estimation, although these peculiar insects held high rankings, most were still young, and these restrictions, albeit ordinary, were sufficient to confine them. Before him, the secret chambers lay in disarray, their once formidable barriers rendered ineffective, while the stone doors were riddled with countless gaping holes, a testament to their ruin. Han Li felt a surge of astonishment. With a mere thought, Chu Han stepped forward decisively and pushed open the nearest stone door. The interior was barren, devoid of any substance. Han Li exhaled softly. Though he had steeled himself for this, the disappointment weighed heavily upon him. He surveyed the chamber, then turned his head slightly, redirecting his gaze towards the stone door once more. Without uttering a word, he approached and crouched before the damaged entrance. The destruction of the stone door was peculiar, covered in an intricate pattern of uniformly sized small holes. However, what baffled Han Li was the roughness of these holes' interiors, which seemed ill-suited to have been made by any artifact. Frowning, he gradually rose to his feet and closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to scan the other chambers. They were all similarly empty. Even the chambers housing bizarre insects ranked within the top 100 of the strange insect list mirrored this desolation, causing Han Li a pang of anguish. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his face as he opened his eyes, a glint of cold light sparking within them. He exited the chamber and proceeded towards another. This room, too, was vacant, but upon entering, Han Li did not hesitate to bend down and retrieve an object from the azure stone floor. Cradling it in his palm, he brought it closer for inspection. It was a shell the size of a bean, gleaming with a silvery radiance, resembling pure silver in its exquisite beauty. Han Li touched the shell with a finger, marveling at its exceptionally smooth surface and remarkable hardness. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that this was certainly not the shell of any insect he had nurtured. Consequently, his expression grew solemn, his eyes narrowing slightly. Focusing his mind, he began to meticulously search the cavern inch by inch, determined to uncover any clues. Moments later, he made an unexpected discovery in the medicinal garden. Beneath a robust flowering tree hung a resplendent silver sphere, clearly not a native object of the cavern. Summoning Chu Han, his demeanor darkened as he exited the chamber, heading towards the garden. The silver sphere, though not large, comparable in size to a child's head, sparkled with an alluring, otherworldly light that was impossible to ignore. Standing at the entrance of the garden, Han Li gazed intently at the sphere, lost in thought. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this silver orb, yet he could not quite place it. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that it was intrinsically linked to the silver insect shell. In a flash of inspiration, Han Li recalled something. He hastily reached into his storage bag, retrieving a green jade slip, specifically, the one containing insights on insect nurturing from the Yuling sect. Immersing his mind in its contents, he quickly located information regarding the 12th entry on the bizarre insect list. The golden devouring insect, a fearsome creature ranked 12th. Known for its voracious appetite for strange insects, adept at consuming metals and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, ferocious and impervious to water and fire, often clustering into spherical formations and dwelling beneath spiritual trees. The objects of jade can entrap, and the strange insects of the arachnid family are in mutual conflict. After perusing these introductions multiple times, Han Li was filled with a mixture of astonishment and delight, and could not help but lift his gaze once more towards the silver sphere. Although the meticulously cultivated peculiar insects had perished, if they were to be replaced with the extraordinary insect before him, which still ranked above the golden-backed mantis, he would undoubtedly embrace the notion wholeheartedly. However, as indicated in the jade slip, the golden devouring insect is nearly omnivorous, consuming all but jade and wood, thus making its capture quite a formidable task. Fortunately, he possessed 2 blood jade spiders. Although their rank was significantly lower than that of the golden devouring insect, they should possess the ability to counter it. According to the description at the rear of the jade slip, the silver golden devouring insect appeared to be a recently hatched larva, having reached the upper tier of the first level, while the white spider, in the context of demon beast classification, held a much higher status than these golden devouring insects. Nevertheless, before proceeding, he resolved to test these insects to ascertain if they were indeed as formidable as the jade slip suggested. With this thought in mind, Chu Han, standing behind Han Li, immediately strode forward to position himself before him. Blood light erupted from Chu Han's form, raising one hand and spreading 5 fingers. A vast expanse of deep crimson radiance surged forth, enveloping the silver sphere in an impenetrable shroud. Yet, the silver sphere remained motionless, as if it were an inanimate object. Observing this scene, Han Li felt a twinge of disappointment. The cultivator from the spirit manipulation sect had boasted so highly of this insect, yet its response was so sluggish. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li instructed Chu Han to initiate further exploratory actions. Chu Han fixed his gaze upon the silver sphere, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a green spell that struck the blood light, encasing the silver sphere. Instantly, the blood light began to shift from red to a deep purple, and within moments, it ignited into a ferocious magical flame. The silver sphere, subjected to the searing embrace of the otherworldly flame, finally exhibited a transformation. Like sand molded into shape, it suddenly fragmented into countless specks of silver light. Emitting a buzzing sound, Han Li leaned in closer, observing that these silver lights were each the size of a mung bean. And apart from possessing a pair of visibly sharp fangs, their appearance was indistinguishable from ordinary beetles, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that these were not the golden devouring insects after all? Had he misidentified them? Yet, after watching for a while longer, Han Li was struck with astonishment. For within Chu Han's magical fire, these beetles showed no signs of being reduced to ashes. Rather, they were lively and energetic. More astonishingly, they voraciously consumed the magical flames at an astonishing pace, causing the purple flames to diminish significantly in mere moments. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li, snapping back to his senses, was overwhelmed with joy. He promptly loosened the opening of a pouch at his waist, from which 2 beams of white light shot forth, gracefully landing upon the ground. Indeed, they were the 2 blood jade spiders, each the size of a human head. Without hesitation, Han Li issued the command for capture. In the very instant the last vestiges of magical fire were consumed by the golden devouring insects, 2 streams of white liquid erupted from the mouths of the white spiders, transforming midair into 2 webs with a diameter surpassing 10 feet, ensnaring all the silver beetles within their grasp. The 2 spider webs were remarkably different from ordinary ones. Their mesh so minuscule that even the silver beetles ensnared within could not escape through the tiny gaps. The gold-devouring insects seemed to sense impending peril, transforming instantly into arrow-like silver projectiles that shot towards the webs with astonishing speed, akin to genuine crossbow bolts. With 2 sharp sounds, the white webs ensnared the silver arrows, binding them within a mass. The gold-devouring insects within became frenzied, emitting piercing shrieks as they began to gnaw at the silk threads, seemingly intent on breaking free. However, the 2 white spiders offered them no respite. After a few agile leaps, they approached the mass and incessantly spewed a stream of white liquid from their mouths, encasing the insects in a colossal clump in mere moments. Yet Han Li understood that this web would likely not contain the gold-devouring insects for long. He hastily retrieved a jade box, swiftly compressing the soft, tangled mass into it before sealing the lid and stowing it away in his storage pouch. It is true that capturing demon beasts typically requires a specialized spirit beast pouch. Otherwise, ordinary spirit beasts would suffocate in the storage pouch due to lack of air. However, the peculiar creatures listed on the extraordinary insect roster were markedly different. Their vitality was so robust that they could remain unharmed even without breathing. Otherwise, the spirit practitioner from the spirit control sect would not have carried so many larvae in various bottles. Of course, if one truly intended to command beasts in battle, a dedicated spirit beast pouch would be most effective, not only facilitating the summoning of spirit beasts, but also making training significantly easier. More importantly, spirit beast pouches could compress oversized demon beasts for storage, a feat impossible with regular storage pouches. Thus, even for extraordinary insect-type demon beasts, those of considerable size could only be contained in specialized spirit beast pouches. Han Li, having secured the jade box and wary of missing anything else, conducted a thorough search of the cave and its vicinity using his spiritual sense. The only noteworthy discovery was a multitude of tiny holes on the ground of the storage room, remnants of the gold-devouring insects burrowing into his cave from below. Consequently, Han Li dared not linger within and promptly exited the true and false caves, retrieving the array tools from the three formations before ascending into the sky. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 388. The power of the soul melody demon. Han Li and Chu Han hastily departed from the small Huan Island. But just over 10 miles away, Han Li's expression darkened as he halted the Shenfeng boat. "Do not hide. Come forth," he declared calmly, gazing ahead. "Ah!" A voice of astonishment emerged from the void. Following this, a dazzling array of colors flickered as 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators revealed themselves not far ahead. "Han Li, you and the cultivator surnamed Chu have been exposed for the murder of senior brother Mao and other disciples under the Tail Star Island Master. All for the sake of the dust-settling pill. Now, we, the enforcers, have received orders from Island Master Mu to detain you and hand you over to Island Master Zhan Tai for judgment. It would be wise for you to surrender willingly," one of the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators proclaimed haughtily upon appearing. In order to remain inconspicuous, Han Li and Chu Han had consistently concealed their true cultivation levels, leading these individuals to misjudge their capabilities and act with unwarranted arrogance. Although they were somewhat taken aback that Han Li had discovered their movements ahead of time, resulting in their ambush's failure, they believed that with their manpower and cultivation, subduing a mere chi refinement and Foundation establishment cultivator would be a trivial task. Thus, they dismissed the situation and decided to confront them directly. Han Li assessed the group with an impassive demeanor before speaking with indifference. "Are you cultivators from Kuaishing Island? Do you possess any evidence to support your claims that I have harmed other cultivators?" Upon hearing this, the silver-haired elder who had spoken was momentarily stunned, only to soon break into a cold laugh. "What? With Elder Miao from the 6 consecutive halls as a witness, do you think you can still quibble? Do not harbor any illusions. Island Master Mu has already decreed that upon discovery, you two, being exceptionally cunning, shall have your cultivation abolished immediately." At these words, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, a layer of frost enveloping his features as he replied, "Abolish my cultivation? Does Island Master Mu not intend to allow us a single word of defense? Huh, you have been hiding in fear for years, and the evidence against you is irrefutable. What further defense is required? Everyone, seize these two and return them for the reward." The elder's eyes widened as he impatiently turned to instruct the others. Instantly, the cultivators sprang into action without uttering a word, unleashing a barrage of various magical instruments that surged towards Han Li with a fierce luminescence. Han Li's eyelids twitched. This was no mere attempt to incapacitate him, but rather an intent to kill. Although uncertain if there were hidden motives, the murderous intent within him surged. "Chu Han, eliminate them. Leave no one alive." Han Li's voice was low yet chilling. Chu Han, who had remained silently behind him, stepped forward without a word, an astonishing crimson aura enveloping him, transforming him into a dazzling sphere of light. With a low hiss, Chu Han's feet glimmered with yellow light as he charged towards the group of magical instruments. After a few flashes, he vanished within the brilliance, only to re-emerge at the center of a surging blood light, which enveloped the various magical artifacts, causing them to slow in their movements. Chu Han's figure then appeared amidst the blood light, expressionless as he formed a hand seal and uttered a forbidden word. Instantly, the magical instruments, as if propelled by some unseen force, obediently flew to his side, disappearing with a mere flick of his sleeve as if they had been collected into thin air. Afterward, Chu Han turned his emotionless gaze towards the law enforcement cultivators, who were already rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. A core formation cultivator. He is a core formation practitioner. Someone finally discerned Chu Han's true cultivation level, their face paling in shock. The other cultivators were similarly thrown into a state of panic, with two astute individuals immediately turning to flee on their flying instruments. Meanwhile, the silver-haired elder, once full of arrogance, was left with nothing but disbelief etched across his face. Since Chu Han had accepted Han Li's command, he would not allow these individuals to escape. His eyes suddenly turned a blood-red hue, devoid of emotion as he cast a glance at the fleeing duo. Without uttering a single word, he raised both hands, unleashing two crimson pillars of blood that surged forth with astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant to reach the backs of the two cultivators who had fled several dozen yards away. One of these cultivators donned a shimmering, earthy yellow armor, while the other was entwined with a chain of blue light that was clearly of exceptional quality. Yet, upon merely obstructing the blood pillars for a moment, they were obliterated, along with their artifacts, into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the other law-enforcing cultivators who had contemplated fleeing turned pale with terror. The elderly man with white hair, in a state of utmost panic, hastily cried out, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." Chu Han paid no heed to the other's attempts at exculpation. With a shake of his shoulder, the bloodlight surrounding him soared into the sky, instantly forming a substantial blood cloud above the gathered cultivators. Subsequently, with a flick of his hand, he released a violet spell, and the blood cloud ignited like oil set aflame, transforming into a vast expanse of purple fire that descended upon the opposing cultivators. Below, the white-haired elder and the other cultivators displayed expressions of despair, unwillingly summoning their defensive artifacts while pleading for mercy. However, under Chu Han's frigid gaze, they could only endure beneath the violet demonic flames for a brief moment before both they and their artifacts were reduced to ashes. Then, Chu Han's figure flickered as he seized several fallen storage bags. Han Li had already collected the storage bags of the first two individuals struck down by the blood pillars from a distance, and then soared back to Chu Han's side on his flying artifact. "Let us depart. If a core formation cultivator arrives, it will become troublesome," Han Li murmured, glancing around as if addressing Chu Han, yet also speaking to himself. Chu Han silently returned to the divine wind vessel, and Han Li promptly activated his artifact, transforming into a streak of white light as they swiftly departed. A quarter of an hour later, two brilliant rainbows, one red and one blue, sped towards their location from the direction of Kuaishing Island, arriving in the blink of an eye at the site where Chu Han had dispatched the law-enforcing cultivators. As the blinding radiance subsided, a cunning-faced elder and a middle-aged man exuding a gray aura materialized in midair. This must be the place. The fluctuations of spiritual energy here have yet to dissipate. It seems the perpetrator has only just departed, the middle-aged man remarked darkly. Among the law-enforcing cultivators on duty at Shaohuan Island, one was my disciple. Upon sensing an anomaly in the spirit token of his recently deceased disciple, the middle-aged man immediately understood that misfortune had befallen him. He hastily flew over with a friend who was visiting his cave dwelling, but unfortunately, they had arrived a step too late. "Island Master Yuan, I employed the floating cloud tracking technique, and it appears the assailant fled in this direction. If we pursue now, we still have a 30% chance of intercepting them," the elder said, pointing leisurely in the direction Han Li had escaped. "Very well. We shall pursue. We must apprehend the culprit," the middle-aged man declared, a fierce expression spreading across his face as his gray aura surged. However, judging by the clash of spiritual energies in this area, it is evident that the opponent is undoubtedly a cultivator at the core formation stage. Although the attack was initiated by a single individual, who can ascertain whether other cultivators are accompanying him? Is it truly wise for you, Taoist Yuan, to engage in conflict for an ordinary disciple against another cultivator of the same rank? The elder suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation, earnestly advising the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was initially taken aback, but soon a look of displeasure crossed his face as he retorted, "Is my disciple's death to be in vain? If word of this spreads, would I not be branded as timid and cowardly?" Chuckling, the elder replied, "Aside from Qi, are there any other outsiders present here?" Given that the assailant is a core formation cultivator and has the audacity to kill near Kuaishing Island, he certainly does not belong to the southwestern sea region. He would naturally refrain from spreading this incident far and wide. As for Qi, he is not one to gossip indiscriminately. Thus, as long as we return acting as if we arrived too late, this matter will naturally fade into oblivion. Otherwise, to recklessly engage in a confrontation with an unknown cultivator of the same rank over a mere ordinary disciple is truly not worth the risk. The elder chuckled with a dismissive demeanor. Listening to this, the fury of the island master Yuan gradually dissipated, revealing a contemplative expression. After pondering for a moment, he finally regained his composure and bowed to the elder, saying, "Thank you, Taoist Qi, for your invaluable counsel. I am most grateful. Let us return at once. From now on, we shall treat this disciple's family with greater kindness." Precisely. As seekers of the Tao of immortality, we are precious beings. How could we take reckless risks so lightly? If one must take risks, they should come with adequate cost. The elder remarked with a smirk of satisfaction. However, this group of law enforcement cultivators is closely monitoring the cave dwellings on Xiaohuan Island. How could they possibly provoke a passing core formation cultivator into a killing spree? Could it be related to the two cultivators being simultaneously hunted by the 3 islands and the 6 linked halls? The middle-aged man found himself perplexed by this. Never mind. What does it have to do with us? The master of Mu Island has deep ties with the 6 linked halls, which is why he is so fervently pursuing those 2. We are merely deputy island masters. Why should we fret over this? The elder snorted, revealing a hint of jealousy. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. Subsequently, the island master Yuan and the elder engaged in idle conversation in the air for a while before retracing their original path. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Overseas. Chapter 389, Tianqing City and the Star Palace. Han Li remained oblivious to the potential crisis that had been so easily averted. Nonetheless, out of caution, he continued his relentless flight toward the northeast. Having been targeted, he could no longer remain in the southwestern sea region. However, should he venture to other locations, he would require an entire map of the chaotic Star Sea. Yet, Han Li possessed only the map of the southwestern waters. Therefore, after a month, he paused on a small island. Though modest in size, this island thrived at the confluence of the southwestern sea and other regions, boasting a vibrant little marketplace. Exercising caution, Han Li instructed Chu Han to employ a certain secret technique to simultaneously conceal their appearances, donning cloaks. Thus, unless one possesses a cultivation level surpassing that of the soul of melody, any attempt to perceive the appearance of the 2 individuals through spiritual sense would yield nothing but a haze of indistinct crimson light. In the following half-day, Han Li replenished a plethora of materials at the market on the island, while also acquiring numerous tomes detailing various aspects of the chaotic Star Sea, along with relevant maritime charts, incurring a significant expenditure. The myriad shopkeepers in the market were immensely pleased with the arrival of such a substantial patron. Once he had gathered all his necessities, Han Li dared not linger and departed the small island that very day. Seated upon the divine wind vessel, Han Li meticulously examined each jade slip he had procured. After an indeterminate passage of time, he exhaled deeply, casting the jade slips into his storage pouch, and fell into contemplation. Upon thorough examination, Han Li finally grasped a general understanding of the entirety of the chaotic Star Sea. The expanse of the chaotic Star Sea is immense. Yet, its true magnitude remains a mystery, as no one is foolish enough to undertake its measurement. The current maritime charts represent merely a fraction of the actual sea, a consensus among all cultivators of the chaotic Star Sea. The known waters are commonly referred to as the Inner Star Sea, while the uncharted outer waters are designated as the Outer Star Sea. What is typically referred to as the chaotic Star Sea by the populace merely denotes the Inner Star Sea. The Outer Star Sea bears a far more ominous appellation, the Demon Sea. This is due to the multitude of astonishingly powerful demonic beasts that thrive within, said to rival the strength of cultivators in the nascent soul stage, leaving many lower-tier cultivators who have never ventured into the Outer Star Sea utterly astounded. The texts further reveal that in ancient times, both the Inner and Outer Star Seas were realms dominated by these ferocious beasts, with cultivators confined to a few solitary islands. After an indeterminate expanse of time, the numerous ancestors of the chaotic Star Sea succeeded in vanquishing these formidable creatures, thereby expanding what is now known as the Inner Star Sea. Presently, The entirety of the chaotic star sea is governed by a colossal force known as the Star Palace. This organization has existed for an indeterminate duration, with historical texts failing to provide an exact timeline. The reasons for its establishment are varied. Some assert it was founded by the predecessors who eradicated the demonic beasts, while others claim it was established by a certain tyrant who unified the chaotic star sea in its tumultuous past. Today, the Star Palace has transformed a massive island in the central region of the inner Star Sea into a supercity known as Star City, presided over by two enigmatic city lords known as the Twin Saints of Star, who govern the entire Star Palace organization. These lords are shrouded in mystery, never emerging from Star City nor appearing in public, thus their true identities remain unseen. However, cultivators of the chaotic star sea whisper that these two sovereigns are either formidable beings of the late nascent soul stage or legendary celestial beings of the transformation stage. After all, the title of the Twin Saints of Star has circulated for nearly a millennium. Ordinary cultivators hardly possess such lengthy lifespans. In addition to Star City, the Star Palace has established direct subordinate islands in 8 regions surrounding the outer Star Sea and 4 regions in the central area, selecting the 3 largest islands from each. These are referred to as the 24 Outer Star Islands and the 12 Inner Star Islands, forming a protective embrace around Star City. The Kawashing Island, where Han Li once resided, is one of these subordinate islands under the jurisdiction of the Star Palace. In this manner, these star islands, along with numerous smaller isles affiliated with them, unequivocally render the Star Palace the official authority of the chaotic sea of stars. Even more astonishing is the process by which the Star Palace appoints the lords of these islands, which occurs in 2 distinct ways. The inner 12 star islands have their lords chosen by 2 revered masters, each selecting 6 individuals from within their organization. Conversely, the outer 24 star islands undergo a public selection process every century in the celestial Star City, where challengers vie for the position, and the ultimate victor automatically ascends to the role of island lord, enjoying substantial power and influence. Thus, the Grand Assembly held every century in Celestial Star City to select the lords of the outer islands is referred to as the Star Harvesting Conference by numerous cultivators aspiring to transcend their current status. As the date of the conference approaches, high-ranking cultivators from across the chaotic sea converge upon the city. Some aim directly for the position of Island Lord. Others merely seek to broaden their horizons and engage in discourse with fellow practitioners, while some take the opportunity to exchange materials, elixirs, or even techniques. This confluence of ambition and aspiration transforms Celestial Star City into a bustling hub, often teeming with individuals. Even outside of the Star Harvesting Conference, Celestial Star City remains vibrant and prosperous, teeming with a diverse mix of inhabitants. The city's extreme openness allows cultivators of all ranks to enter and exit freely. Apart from prohibiting combat within the city limits and requiring long-term residents to pay a monthly fee of spiritual stones, the Star Palace does not interfere with the city's affairs. Even notorious fiends sought by the Star Palace can roam freely as long as they do not cause disturbances within the city. Major merchants, reveling in this environment of freedom, have established long-term storefronts and set up their own auction houses and purchasing establishments, reaping substantial profits in spiritual stones. Consequently, countless rare treasures flow into Celestial Star City from various corners of the chaotic sea each year. Additionally, there exists an even more alluring attraction within the city for many cultivators. The Star Palace has constructed a teleportation array that leads directly to the outer sea. For a hefty fee of spiritual stones, individuals can utilize this array to transport themselves to several islands inhabited by various magical beasts, each a spirit-infused isle cultivated by predecessors. Upon arriving at these islands, cultivators can slay the myriad magical beasts inhabiting the surrounding waters, obtain beast cores, and return to Celestial Star City to exchange them for spiritual stones. The value of these cores is substantial. A 5th-level beast core can fetch nearly 1,000 spiritual stones, while a 6th-level core can secure a foundation-level cultivator a lifetime of worry-free cultivation. Thus, a significant portion of those visiting Celestial Star City each year do so primarily for the opportunities presented by these teleportation arrays. After all, attempting to reach the outer sea without utilizing the arrays would not only be a time-consuming endeavor, but also an exceedingly perilous venture, akin to wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Upon contemplating this, Han Li felt no hesitation and promptly resolved to journey to Celestial Star City. The allure of its secure environment and the prospect of slaying beasts to obtain cores through the teleportation array were undeniably compelling. Indeed, apart from the Star Palace as a superpower, the Chaotic Sea is home to various other factions, including the Night Dragon Islands for major merchant alliances, the Succubus sect, the 3 Immortal Doors, and the 6 Halls of the Extreme Een Island, each representing significant forces in their own right. Han Li silently organized the information he had gathered and took out the map of the Chaotic Star Sea from his possession, scrutinizing it for a while. He then altered the course of the Divine Wind vessel, transforming with Chu Han into a streak of white light that pierced through the air. Several months later, a white light streaked across a certain expanse of sea, revealing Han Li, whose prolonged journey had etched a weary expression upon his face. It is worth noting that such an extensive voyage was indeed a rare experience for Han Li, reluctant to squander the time spent traveling. He attempted to practice the Great Yin Decision while flying the vessel, relying on his formidable spiritual sense. Initially, the art of multitasking proved to be exceedingly challenging. After all, this was not merely a matter of controlling a puppet with a practiced split mind. It was a genuine exercise in dual focus, leading to frequent errors. Often, as he practiced, the Divine Wind vessel would veer off course, or he would find it impossible to concentrate his spiritual awareness on the Great Yin Decision, resulting in several days without any progress. However, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After countless trials and the struggle of dual focus, Han Li eventually managed to fly the vessel while maintaining a calm demeanor to practice the Great Yin Decision. Nonetheless, today, Han Li was not multitasking. Instead, he stood earnestly at the bow of the Divine Wind vessel, gazing intently ahead. According to the desolate island he had passed a fortnight ago, he should have reached the vicinity of the colossal island housing Tianqing City. Consequently, excitement began to stir within him. After flying for a while longer, Han Li's expression subtly shifted. In the distance, a massive black dot appeared, gradually growing larger. Without hesitation, he urged the artifact beneath him, accelerating swiftly towards it. Moments later, the black dot drew closer, slowly morphing into a vague silhouette of an immense structure. Though still indistinct, its colossal outline, reminiscent of a towering pillar reaching for the heavens, instilled Han Li with an overwhelming sense of awe. As he approached closer, he finally discerned the shadowy figure. Indeed, it was a city, an extraordinary metropolis occupying the entirety of the island. What astonished Han Li most was that this city was fundamentally different from those he had encountered before. It was not built upon flat ground, but rather founded upon a towering mountain at the island's center, spiraling outward in concentric layers. The base of the giant mountain was adorned with successive tiers of various buildings, extending to the island's very edge, leaving almost no gaps. Undoubtedly, this was the largest city of the Chaotic Star Sea, Tianqing City. Gazing at the densely clustered structures that seemed to reach the clouds and appeared as tiny as ants, Han Li marveled for an extended period. It was only when the Divine Wind vessel approached the island by several dozen miles that he snapped back to reality and instinctively slowed the pace of his artifact. For in the nearby skies, he was no longer the sole one flying. Several rays of light began to appear, some near, some far, all seemingly converging towards Tianqing City. Han Li sighed inwardly, truly deserving of its reputation, Tianqing City. Even from such a distance, he could spot other cultivators. After flying another 20 miles or so, the dazzling lights in the sky multiplied, and he even observed enormous sea vessels below, bravely navigating the waves. What left Han Li speechless was the sight of some cultivators not flying on devices, but rather skimming across the sea on small boats or riding low-tiered demonic beasts. Shaking his head, he felt a twinge of emotion before transforming into a beam of white light, hastening his pace. In a short while, Han Li arrived at the outskirts of Tianqing City. Only then did he realize that the city before him was encircled by towering stone walls, rising dozens of feet along the coastline. Beneath the seemingly endless high walls, Han Li could discern a myriad of entrances, both large and small. There were docks specifically for mortal ships, bays for various demonic beasts, and most notably, numerous small city gates accessible to individual cultivators. Han Li flew towards one of the shorter gates, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a towering edifice of 7 or 8 feet, causing a self-deprecating smile to cross his lips. In front of Han Li stood a graceful woman clad in green, who appeared to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. After exchanging a few polite words with the two white-clad cultivators stationed at the gate, she handed over several spirit stones and received a blue ring in return, which she casually slipped onto her hand before gracefully stepping inside. Han Li, accompanied by Chu Han, approached at a leisurely pace. The two cultivators, momentarily pausing, welcomed Han Li, recognizing him as an esteemed elder. "Welcome to Tianqing City, honored elder. According to our city's regulations, all core formation elders may reside here indefinitely free of charge. Please accept this identification ring." One of the white-clad cultivators, almost without blinking, recited a phrase he must have repeated countless times, but only managed half of it before his companion noticed Chu Han's status and quickly tugged at his sleeve. The cultivator, taken aback, re-evaluated Chu Han and quickly displayed a hint of respect, retrieving a red ring from his robe and offering it. "This is my first visit to Tianqing City. What is the purpose of this ring?" Chu Han asked, his voice slightly hoarse. "This is an identification spirit ring. The blue one is for temporary residents who pay 3 spirit stones. The red one signifies permanent residency, requiring ordinary cultivators to pay 800 spirit stones for long-term stay. The blue ring's luminescence lasts only 7 days. After that, the owner must leave Tianqing City or exchange it for a new one at the city gate. The red ring, however, glows indefinitely, and once infused with blood, it recognizes its master, preventing it from being snatched away by others." The white-clad cultivator, with a demeanor both humble and respectful, explained to Chu Han, raising one hand to reveal a similarly glowing red ring on his finger. Chu Han nodded silently and accepted the ring. After a brief moment of hesitation, he dripped his blood onto it and then adorned his hand with it. "Kindly prepare a red one for me," he requested, as he intended to make this city his long-term residence. Han Li, with a gentle smile, retrieved 8 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to one of the cultivators. The two white-clad cultivators exchanged a surprised glance with Han Li, but said nothing as they accepted the spirit stones, subsequently offering a red ring in return. After dripping his blood onto it and securing it onto his hand, Han Li smiled and entered the city gate alongside Chu Han. The street beyond the gate was neither small nor wide. It comfortably accommodated for individuals walking side by side or 2 beast carts passing through. Lining the street were rows of blue stone houses, evidently mundane shops selling predominantly ordinary goods, offering little of interest. The street was sparsely populated by cultivators. Only a few commoners were seen purchasing items or engaged in conversations, showing no signs of curiosity or peculiar interest towards Han Li and Chu Han. Han Li casually surveyed his surroundings and, almost unconsciously, glanced up at the sky. To his astonishment, he noticed numerous beams of light darting about, indicating that cultivators were soaring through the air on their flying artifacts. He was surprised to find that there were no restrictions on flying within the largest city of the Starry Sea, which was quite unexpected. However, this convenience suited him and Chu Han well. Thus, he summoned the divine wind boat with a wave of his hand, intending to ascend and soar alongside Chu Han. "Wait a moment, esteemed cultivators," a male voice suddenly called out from the side of the street. A lean man with a pair of mustaches approached from a nearby shop, bowing respectfully to Han Li and Chu Han. His eyes sparkled with keen intelligence, clearly indicating a sharp mind, yet he bore no trace of spiritual energy. Unmistakably a mere mortal. Han Li displayed a hint of surprise, furrowing his brow slightly as he inquired, "What is it? Do I know you?" "Ah, I am Lu Er. And this is the first time I have encountered you esteemed cultivators," the lean man responded with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. But before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Er hastily continued, "You must be new to Tianqing City and likely unfamiliar with its roads and circumstances. I, a native of this city, possess extensive knowledge of it. Should you require assistance in navigating to your destination or accomplishing any tasks, I would be more than happy to guide you, and it would surely save you considerable trouble. In return, I only ask for 2 spirit stones." Upon concluding his remarks, Lu Er gazed at Han Li with an expression of eager expectation, having discerned that the youth before him seemed to be the decision-maker among the two. Han Li chuckled lightly. "Lu Er, is it? If you satisfy me, I shall reward you with 5 spirit stones. However, should I find your service lacking, I will not part with even a single spirit stone." After delivering this statement with a subtle smile, he disregarded Lu Er, stepping onto the divine wind boat. Followed by Chu Han. Standing on the artifact, Han Li glanced at Lu Er, whose expression fluctuated between hope and anxiety. Upon noticing Han Li's gaze, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well, as you wish, esteemed cultivator. I will ensure your satisfaction." Han Li nodded slightly, revealing no trace of surprise. With a press of his foot on the magical vessel, the divine wind boat descended further, nearly grazing the ground. Observing this, Lu'er swiftly and cautiously climbed aboard. The divine wind boat then gradually ascended, making its way towards the towering mountains at the city's center. As they soared several dozen zhang into the sky, Han Li glanced back at the mortal named Lu'er. Although a hint of fear was evident on his face, he managed to maintain a composed demeanor, prompting Han Li to nod approvingly and casually inquire, "You seem rather accustomed to flying in such magical tools. Have you often served as a guide for visiting cultivators?" "Indeed. I have assisted a few celestial masters before, but this is only my second experience flying at such heights," Lu'er replied with a forced smile, feeling the wind's intensity at this elevation. Noticing the pale hue of Lu'er's complexion, Han Li smiled gently and raised his hand, summoning a flicker of blue light. A shimmering azure barrier enveloped the divine wind boat, shielding the trio within. Instantly, Lu'er's expression brightened considerably. Before Lu'er could express his gratitude, Han Li queried, "First, direct me to a location where cultivators can practice undisturbed. As the month draws to a close, let us all rally together for support." Upon hearing Han Li's request, Lu'er paused momentarily, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the rings on their fingers. Recognition dawned upon him as he exclaimed, "Ah, so you plan to settle in this city for the long term. That's quite manageable. Have both of you seen the residences constructed on the sacred mountain? You can simply rent any dwelling there for your cultivation needs. According to other celestial masters, the entire sacred mountain is a natural spiritual vein. The higher the location of the rented residence on the mountain, the more abundant the spiritual energy, though the cost will naturally increase. If you prefer solitude for your cultivation, you may also rent an existing cave abode for your private use, though I've heard that this is considerably more expensive. Additionally, both houses and cave abodes are charged on a century basis. If payment is not made at the end of each 100 years, the residences will be reclaimed by the celestial masters of the Star Palace," Lu'er explained briskly. "Oh, does this mean that as long as one has sufficient spirit stones, one could rent a cultivation space on the uppermost levels?" Han Li inquired, his interest piqued. "Master, that is certainly not the case," Lu'er replied, shaking his head vigorously. "The sacred mountain is divided into 81 layers, with each spiral representing a level. The first 50 layers are open to visiting cultivators, who may rent residences with sufficient spirit stones. The last 30 layers are exclusively for the esteemed members of the Star Palace. As for the highest layer, that is the Holy Palace, the residence of the two holy masters, and entry is strictly prohibited for all." After pondering briefly, Han Li decisively stated, "Very well. Lead the way. Let us find a residence first." "Yes, I shall guide you immediately," Lu'er replied eagerly. The celestial master soared towards the sacred mountain, where at its base stood a magnificent pavilion dedicated to addressing such matters. As his words faded, the divine vessel transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly retreating towards the towering mountain. Although the mountain appeared close, Han Li found himself flying for a full quarter of an hour before truly nearing its foot. Under the guidance of Lu'er, the divine vessel descended before an imposing edifice. Apart from Han Li, numerous cultivators came and went, with flashes of light frequently ascending or descending. Han Li surveyed the surroundings briefly before entering the grand pavilion alongside Chu Han and Lu'er, who were led up a series of lofty steps. Upon entering, they observed a gathering of over a dozen cultivators engaged in conversation with several white-clad figures around a few solitary stone tables. The expressions of the individuals varied widely. Some wore smiles of joy, while others bore furrowed brows, and two were earnestly pleading with the white-robed cultivators, displaying a multitude of emotions. Quietly, Han Li took in the scene, observing for a while. "Celestial Master, the area over there is vacant. Should we proceed?" Lu'er cautiously suggested after a moment. Noticing the recently vacated stone table, Han Li nodded in acknowledgement. This time, however, it was Chu Han who took the lead, with Han Li following closely behind. This shift in dynamic left Lu'er, who had always perceived Han Li as the principal figure, momentarily stunned and slightly bewildered as he trailed after them. "Elder, do you wish to rent a residence on the sacred mountain? How many stories do you intend to have? The upper levels can be rather expensive." The gaze of the Star Palace cultivator shifted over Chu Han, immediately revealing a tone of respect. It seemed that cultivators at the core formation stage commanded reverence regardless of their location, which was precisely why Han Li had chosen to let Chu Han take the forefront. Are there ready-made cave abodes available? The higher the level, the better. Chu Han replied with an impassive demeanor. Cave abodes? Please hold on. Elder, I will check. The white-clad cultivator, invigorated by Chu Han's assertive tone, promptly retrieved a jade slip and began to search. Found it. On the 31st level, there are 3. On the 39th, 4. And on the 47th, 2. Here are the prices, along with the structures and functions of the cave abodes. The white-clad cultivator produced several jade slips. Placing them upon the stone table, Chu Han, upon hearing this, took the slips without hesitation and began to examine them with his spiritual sense. Han Li had always considered himself well off in terms of spirit stones, even viewing himself as a minor wealthy figure among core formation cultivators. However, upon reviewing the rental fees for these cave abodes, he was taken aback. Without even considering the 47th level, the fees for the several cave abodes on the 30-something levels made him wince. The cost for merely 100 years of use was astonishingly high, reaching 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, truly exorbitant. Noticing Chu Han's subtle change in expression and silence, the cultivator across the table seemed to surmise his thoughts and smiled as he elaborated, Elder, while I cannot claim that our sacred mountain's spiritual vein is the finest in the Chaos Star Sea, it undoubtedly ranks within the top 5. Even cultivating at the foot of the sacred mountain yields significantly better results than the prime locations of ordinary spiritual veins. Beyond the 30th level, the cultivation speed can almost accelerate by more than a quarter. Thus, the fees for these cave abodes are correspondingly high, but they are indeed worth it. Upon hearing these words, Han Li furrowed his brow. At that moment, Chu Han had already examined all the jade slips. This one, under Han Li's direction. Chu Han picked up a jade slip and handed it over. It was a well-equipped cave dwelling located on the 39th level. Very well. The fee is 2,700 spirit stones. The white-clad cultivator, seeing that Chu Han was indeed going to rent the expensive cave dwelling, felt an immense joy and quickly stated the amount. This time, Han Li did not let Chu Han take action. Instead, he took the initiative to retrieve over 20 mid-tier spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. This is the token for the cave's restrictions. With this token, you may enter and exit freely. However, after 100 years, the token will be reclaimed. I hope the esteemed senior keeps it safe. After receiving the spirit stones, the cultivator, with a beaming smile, produced a yellow token and handed it to Chu Han. Chu Han accepted the token without a word and turned to leave. Han Li and the timid Lu Er followed closely behind as they exited the building. How exorbitantly priced. Upon stepping out of the pavilion, Han Li let out a sigh, murmuring in frustration, "This has significantly diminished my wealth. May I inquire where the 2 esteemed seniors plan to go next?" Lu Er whispered after stealing a glance at Han Li. He was astonished by Han Li's lavish expenditure of spirit stones. Although he had previously guided other cultivators, those had only ever spent a mere dozen or several dozen spirit stones. Witnessing someone spend 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones in one go was a sight he had only heard of until now. Instantly, his respect for Han Li deepened, and his confidence in receiving his promised reward soared. After all, with such extravagant spending, as long as he satisfied Han Li, he was certain that the latter would not withhold even a fraction of spirit stones from him. "Take me to the market in this city and introduce me to some of the larger shops," Han Li said casually after glancing at Lu Er. He then boarded the divine wind boat again, accompanied by Chu Han and Lu Er, soaring into the sky. After half a day, Han Li lay on a large wooden bed, his hands supporting his head, lost in thought. Not long ago, he had familiarized himself with the significant locations of the entire Tianqing city through Lu Er's introduction, and after compensating him as agreed, they parted ways. Watching Lu Er leave with joy, he then entered the cave dwelling he had rented at an exorbitant price on the 39th level. This cave dwelling indeed matched the description in the jade slip. It was not only relatively secluded and quiet, but also boasted a sizable medicinal garden. However, what pleased Han Li even more was the abundant spiritual energy here, which was truly incomparable to ordinary spiritual veins. Even his previous cave dwelling in Tiannan paled in comparison to this one. This made Han Li feel that it was well worth the expense. The accompanying formation restrictions of this cave dwelling were also remarkably formidable. seemingly no less impressive than his simplified version of the inverted 5 elements formation. Despite this, Han Li remained uneasy, relying solely on the cave's original formations for his safety. He planned to take a brief rest, and, the following day, set up his own formations outside this array. Thus, it was only then that true tranquility could be attained, allowing him the time to meticulously reorganize his cultivation plan. Lost in thought, Han Li unknowingly succumbed to a sweet slumber. For the past few months, he had been jostling on a flying artifact, leaving him utterly fatigued. The following morning, upon awakening, Han Li immediately plunged into a flurry of activity. He set up 3 large formations outside his cave dwelling in one breath, then proceeded to plant various medicinal herbs in his barren herb garden, preparing to cultivate them for future use. Lastly, he ventured into the market and procured a significant quantity of exquisite jade. Upon returning to his cave, he meticulously embedded these jades within a secret chamber spanning several tens of feet, leaving no inch unadorned. After transforming the stone walls of the chamber into a jade expanse, Han Li cautiously introduced the gold-devouring worms into their new environment. He harbored high hopes for these remarkably ranked creatures, intending to train them diligently so they could lend him assistance in the future. In the 4th volume, With the Winds Rising Overseas, Chapter 392, titled Raising Worms, unveils that although the gold-devouring worms rank prominently on the list of extraordinary insects, according to the Jade Slip from the Spirit Manipulation sect, their individual capabilities are quite limited. They rely solely on overwhelming numbers to achieve victory. A mere dozen or several dozen would prove largely ineffective, even in adulthood. Only when their numbers swell to the hundreds of thousands do they truly deserve their ranking on the extraordinary insect list. The mere thought of countless worms swarming through the air, attacking relentlessly, sent shivers down Han Li's spine. Therefore, the immediate task at hand was to accelerate the maturation of these gold-devouring worms and prompt them to reproduce swiftly, thus enabling their numbers to multiply exponentially. However, while the intention was straightforward, the execution proved to be remarkably challenging. As ancient creatures, the gold-devouring worms had long since vanished from the southern celestial realm of cultivation. The specific methods for their rearing and cultivation had been lost to the annals of time. The Jade Slip from the Spirit Manipulation sect merely outlined some of the worm's characteristics based on ancient texts, lacking any detailed training methodology. This left Han Li feeling frustrated for quite some time. In truth, not only the 12th-ranked gold-devouring worm, but also nearly all extraordinary insects within the top 30 had been extinct in the realm of cultivation for many years. The adept from the Spirit Manipulation sect was originally an insect enthusiast who painstakingly gathered and analyzed various ancient materials to compile this ranking of ancient insects. Whether the rankings on this extraordinary insect list hold any validity is known only to the heavens. It was a mere stroke of luck that Han Li came into possession of these seemingly extinct gold-devouring worms. For reasons unknown, these juvenile worms had remained in a state of suspended animation deep beneath the surface of Little Huan Island since ancient times. Logically, even amidst cataclysmic upheavals, these extraordinary insects would not awaken easily. Yet, within Han Li's cave on Little Huan Island, as he gathered and nourished numerous other extraordinary insects, the sense gradually permeated underground, miraculously prompting the gold-devouring worms, driven by their instinct to feed, to awaken en masse. They should have initiated their feeding assault long ago. Yet the peculiar creatures under Han Li's cultivation were accompanied by the blood jade spiders, which instinctively instilled fear in them, preventing them from approaching Han Li's dwelling too closely. Thus, they lurked underground on the small island, vigilantly observing Han Li's abode. However, during Han Li's recent outing for supplies, he inadvertently took the blood jade spiders with him, providing the golden-eating insects with an opportunity. As Han Li had witnessed, these insects devoured all the peculiar creatures he had nurtured and established their lair in the medicinal garden of his dwelling. Consequently, upon Han Li's stealthy return, he captured them all in one fell swoop. Now, bereft of his previous nurturing techniques, Han Li was left to explore the matter independently. He initially experimented by introducing various types of insect feed into the insect chamber, only to find that regardless of the type, it was consumed entirely by the several hundred golden-eating insects without the slightest hint of selectiveness, which delighted Han Li immensely. However, his joy was short-lived. After a few months, he realized that despite the copious amounts of feed, there was no sign of growth or change among the insects. This disheartened Han Li, compelling him to seek alternative methods. These insects had a penchant for consuming metals and spiritual energy, so Han Li attempted to nourish them with raw ores and low-grade spirit stones. Yet, even after consuming these offerings, there was no noticeable change, leading to another failure. In his utmost frustration, Han Li decided to throw in the dozen or so preserved eggs of the golden-backed mantis. After being devoured by the golden-eating insects, the spiritual energy within these insects finally exhibited a transformation, and they appeared even more ferocious than before. While this brought Han Li joy, it also raised concerns. Did these golden-eating insects only mature by consuming other peculiar creatures? This posed a dilemma, as aside from the 2 blood jade spiders, he had no other unusual insects to offer. In desperation, Han Li resorted to purchasing blood meals from pigs and sheep, tossing them into the insect chamber. However, rather than promoting their ascension, it only exacerbated the ferocity of the golden-eating insects. Ultimately, Han Li managed to cultivate enough spirit herbs and commenced the refinement of the spirit-nourishing pills. Previously, he had focused solely on concocting pills to enhance his own magical power, neglecting this particular formula. Now, he welcomed the opportunity to test it. Within a few days, the first batch of spirit-nourishing pills was successfully crafted. Han Li promptly allowed the golden-eating insects and the 2 blood jade spiders to share in the feast. The results of the pills left Han Li feeling both elated and troubled. On one hand, it was indeed gratifying to discover that this pill, designed to elevate the tier of magical beasts, was equally effective for these peculiar insects. On the other hand, the disparity in results between the golden-eating insects and the blood jade spiders was striking. After consuming 4 or 5 spirit-nourishing pills, the 2 blood jade spiders exhibited a significant increase in spiritual energy by the following day, a remarkably evident effect. Conversely, the golden-eating insects, despite also consuming several pills, showed only a minimal improvement, their growth nearly negligible in comparison. It was likely due to their overwhelming numbers. With hundreds of them, the benefits were naturally diluted. This is merely a few hundred creatures. The thought of eventually commanding tens of thousands to unleash their true power caused Han Li to lose confidence in the continuation of his insect breeding endeavors. He utilized all the green liquid produced in the small vial for refining spirit-feeding pills. Realizing that cultivating such a vast army of gold-eating insects within a century was beyond his reach. Having drawn this conclusion, Han Li's interest in training the gold-eating insects waned. He fed the remaining spirit-feeding pills to the blood jade spider and merely provided some insect feed to the gold-eating insects daily. By this time, Han Li had spent half a year in Starry Sky City. In the days that followed, he secluded himself, fervently crafting second-tier puppets and various talismans. As for the talismans, without reaching the core formation stage, he remained unable to master intermediate spells, and thus could not produce intermediate talismans. After producing numerous talismans, the only benefit he reaped was a significant increase in his proficiency with basic talismans. Even with advanced basic talismans, he achieved nearly a 50% success rate, saving him considerable materials. The primary material for second-tier puppets was hundreds of years old ironwood, which Han Li could hasten to maturity himself, thereby reducing the cost of creating a puppet by more than half. The souls required for refining the puppets were plentiful in the soul-gathering bowl he had previously acquired, comprising spirits that had long lost their consciousness. Han Li did not hesitate to utilize them, for without their consciousness, these souls had forfeited their qualifications for reincarnation and could only serve as ordinary refining materials. Over 200 puppets were finally completed, all uniformly beast-shaped, which greatly pleased Han Li. However, the emergence of these puppets also meant that a portion of the spirit stones in his possession had diminished. Although the cost of a single puppet was not exorbitant, the total expenses for over 200, coupled with materials wasted due to manufacturing failures, were staggering. At this point, Han Li had been in seclusion for a full 2 years. During these 2 years, the spirit-feeding pills he refined were entirely devoted to feeding the blood jade spider. Under the potent influence of the medicine, the 2 demonic beasts ascended once more, entering the ranks of first-tier pinnacled demonic beasts. Simultaneously, Chu Han had also made significant progress in refining the primordial bowl over this period. Although he could not achieve complete unity of mind and spirit due to not being the original owner of the treasure, he could finally incorporate it into his being. Harnessing about 70% of its power, Han Li had indeed contemplated having Chu Han craft a treasure for him. However, the materials required for such artifacts were exorbitant. With the spirit stones he had left, he likely could not even gather the most ordinary components. Moreover, crafting a treasure was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. It required at least 20 to 30 years of arduous effort to manifest any real power. Han Li could not afford to waste such time. He urgently needed a substantial quantity of demonic beast inner cores to refine spiritual medicines in preparation for commencing the second transformation of the heavy yuan technique. Previously, whether training peculiar insects or crafting numerous puppets, it was all preparation for venturing out to hunt demonic beasts. He believed that with the puppets, the blood jade spider, the array formation artifacts, and Chu Han as the main force, while he assisted from the sidelines, capturing fifth-tier demonic beasts should pose no significant challenge. With this thought, Han Li finally departed from his cave dwelling, accompanied by Chu Han, and made his way to the marketplace of Tianqing City. As he intended to venture into the outer seas to hunt high-level demon beasts, it was essential to gather information regarding these creatures and the teleportation arrays leading to the foreign islands. All of this, he believed, could be found within the marketplace. The marketplace of Tianqing City is situated on the first level of the sacred mountain, occupying more than half of the area. Each day, numerous cultivators flock here to trade various magical artifacts and materials. In terms of scale and prosperity, it far surpassed any marketplace Han Li had previously encountered. During the past 2 years, Han Li had visited the marketplace several times to replenish materials for crafting puppets, and his generous spending had allowed him to become familiar with several shop owners. Thus, after inquiring with one of the proprietors about the relevant information, he obtained the desired news and proceeded with Chu Han to a bookstore named by Men Ge. Within this establishment, he indeed found comprehensive records of all the demon beasts discovered in the chaotic star sea thus far, which invigorated him. He spent over 100 spirit stones to acquire copies of these records. Meanwhile, he discovered the information regarding the demon beast islands in another inconspicuous little shop. With his objectives fulfilled, Han Li initially planned to return directly to his cave dwelling. However, as he passed a shop specializing in storage bags and spirit beast bags, he felt a sudden impulse and decided to enter. He had far too many items to carry. Not to mention, over 200 puppet beasts occupied 3 or 4 storage bags, making it quite inconvenient. Moreover, since he intended to venture into the sea to hunt demon beasts, the rare materials obtained from these creatures, in addition to the demon cores, were invaluable and could not be discarded. Thus, it was prudent to prepare a few larger capacity storage bags. Half an hour later, Han Li exited the shop feeling a slight sting in his heart. He had spent over 1,000 spirit stones to purchase 2 large capacity storage bags, each nearly 10 times the capacity of his previous bags, which should suffice for his needs. Subsequently, as he passed by the renowned Feng Lu auction house, which was touted as the premier auction venue in Tianqing City, he couldn't help but glance curiously. The auction catalog displayed in front of the auction hall was truly enticing. It not only featured demon cores from rare 5th and 6th tier demon beasts, but also numerous high-grade materials for crafting magical artifacts, alongside a plethora of precious items he had never even heard of. Regrettably, despite the allure of the items at this prestigious auction house, they were far beyond the means of cultivators like Han Li, who possessed only a few thousand spirit stones. For any rare item entering this auction house, its original price would almost invariably increase by more than half. The rarity of the Millennium Spirit Grass naturally allowed the auction house to command a high price for it. However, Han Li was reluctant to attract trouble. Although he felt somewhat lacking in spirit stones, he was not in a dire situation where he absolutely needed to acquire such items, so he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. With a twinge of regret as he gazed at the exorbitantly priced auction items, Han Li returned directly to his cave dwelling. In the subsequent month, Han Li devoted himself entirely to the study of the characteristics and weaknesses of the extraterrestrial beasts emerging from the sea, contemplating the most suitable methods to confront them. However, on a certain day, a month later, he suddenly erupted into laughter, clutching a jade slip, and danced with excitement. He then hurriedly exited his cave abode and once again soared towards the marketplace. Before long, another 6 months had passed. Han Li and Chu Han found themselves in the 50th tier of Tianqing City. Before them stood a grand hall constructed of white marble, adorned with a massive plaque inscribed in gold powder with the words Starlight Hall. The entrance to the hall was devoid of any presence. Han Li and Chu Han entered calmly. After traversing a short corridor, they were greeted by a spacious hall measuring over 20 zhang in length and width. Inside, 5 cultivators, a man and a woman, were engaged in conversation with a white-clad cultivator from the Tianqing Palace. Behind them, several rows of identical teleportation arrays were arranged, each accompanied by a small stone tablet clearly indicating the destination of the teleportation. Han Li scarcely glanced at the arrays. Instead, he used his divine sense to scan the group of cultivators, a sense of alarm creeping into his heart. Among the 6 cultivators, 3 were at the core formation stage, while the remaining 3 appeared to be in the latter stages of foundation establishment. As soon as Han Li and Chu Han entered, the group turned their attention towards them with a hint of surprise. The core formation cultivator in white displayed only mild curiosity, quickly returning to composure. The other 5 cultivators, however, expressed delight upon the arrival of 2 more individuals. Are you 2 also headed to the Beast Island? Why not join us for the teleportation? We can share the costs evenly per person, suggested a striking woman in her 30s with a charming smile. Han Li was momentarily taken aback and did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the white-clad cultivator managing the teleportation array, asking with a hint of confusion, "Senior, is this permissible?" "Of course, it is," the white-clad cultivator replied curtly. The teleportation arrays charge by the number of trips, not by the number of people. It costs 700 spirit stones for 1 person, and the same for multiple individuals, with a maximum of 7 people per trip. Upon hearing this, Han Li respectfully expressed his gratitude, and then turned to the group with a smile, inquiring, "May I ask where you intend to go on Beast Island?" "My master and I certainly wish to visit Ningzue Island." "Ningzue Island?" The woman in the later stage of foundation establishment was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her companions before breaking into a beaming smile. "What a coincidence. We also plan to go to Ningzue Island. It seems we are headed the same way." Though Han Li's expression remained unchanged, he inwardly scoffed at the notion of coincidence. It was evident that these individuals were indifferent to which Beast Island they visited. Nonetheless, recognizing the opportunity to save a substantial amount of spirit stones, he nodded in agreement, accepting the advantageous offer. Subsequently, Han Li exchanged 200 spirit stones, while the woman and her companions contributed 500 spirit stones, and together they stepped onto the teleportation array marked with the emblem of Ningzue Island. After the white-clad cultivator collected their spirit stones, he distributed a teleportation talisman to each of them, affixing it to their bodies. This talisman provided a protective effect akin to that of the Grand Teleportation Token, safeguarding them from mishaps during long-distance travel. Although the teleportation talisman allowed for an extensive range, it was still subject to certain limitations and could be used only once. Thus, in comparison to the Grand Teleportation Token, it was evidently inferior. Nevertheless, the talisman was still a rare item, crafted solely by the talisman masters of the Star Palace, and was unavailable for purchase in the outside world. As a sense of unease crept into Han Li's mind, the spirit stones embedded around the teleportation array emanated a brilliant white light. The transmission proceeded smoothly. Moments later, as the white light faded, Han Li and the other 6 appeared within a modest stone chamber. Aside from a stoic cultivator of the Star Palace, the room was devoid of any other presence. This cultivator, seemingly at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, was seated cross-legged in one corner of the chamber. Although he acknowledged Han Li and the others with a fleeting glance upon their arrival, he soon closed his eyes again, displaying no intention of engaging with them. Han Li sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy, indicating that the stone chamber was enveloped by some form of array prohibitions. The door of the chamber was ajar, allowing faint voices and the occasional glimpse of figures outside to filter through the cracks. Just as Han Li curiously surveyed his surroundings, the 5 individuals had already descended from the teleportation array. One elderly man with a ruddy complexion suddenly turned to Chu Han and inquired, "Would you, esteemed friend, be interested in joining forces? We could share the spoils from any demon cores we acquire." This elderly man was one of the cultivators among the 5, possessing the core formation stage. "No need, we have other plans," Chu Han replied without revealing any change in expression, firmly declining the offer. Upon witnessing Chu Han's reluctance, the elder displayed a hint of disappointment, sighing softly before adding, "What a pity. If a companion were to join us, capturing a 6th-level demon beast wouldn't be impossible. It seems this is your first visit to Demon Beast Island, is it not? Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Not only must you remain cautious of high-level demon beasts, but also wary of some rogues and sinister cultivators lurking about. If possible, it is advisable to team up with a few more allies for safety. Should you ever wish to join us, you are always welcome." With that, The elder and his companions pushed open the door and stepped outside. Han Li remained silent for a moment before breaking into a light chuckle and following Chu Han out. What is this? Han Li gazed in astonishment at the scene outside the stone chamber. It was evident that he found himself in a narrow street, as nearby stood not only grocery shops, but also stores selling magical artifacts, talismans, and even several establishments for buying and selling goods, each manned by a languid shopkeeper. However, the simplicity of these shops was striking. They were either constructed from rough stones or pieced together with wooden beams, appearing exceedingly rudimentary. Han Li couldn't help but wonder if a strong gust of wind would leave these establishments in ruins. Moreover, the so-called street is haphazardly constructed around the recently emerged stone house, with buildings scattered in disarray, creating an exceedingly uncomfortable sight. In Volume 4, Chapter 394, titled Cultivators, Beasts, and Islands, Han Li found himself perplexed by the solitude of the area. Aside from the shops, there was not a soul in sight. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smile crept across his face as he realized his oversight. This was no leisurely island of the inner Star Sea. Those who dared to come here were not merely Foundation establishment cultivators, but at least late-stage practitioners. Furthermore, with many dispersed to other beast islands, their numbers were naturally limited. The cultivators on Ningshui Island were likely out at sea, hunting beasts. With this thought in mind, Han Li raised his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that this place was actually nestled against a small earthen hill. After a moment's reflection, Han Li approached a makeshift general store constructed from piled stones. "Do you have the latest maritime maps of the new sea areas?" he inquired with a calm demeanor. He had already learned prior to his arrival that the maps of all beast islands were continuously updated and thus sought to acquire the most current version. "Indeed, we offer both rough and detailed versions. May I ask which one you desire, senior?" The storekeeper, a middle-aged man in the chi refinement stage, perked up upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han approach. "Detailed," Han Li replied without hesitation. "The detailed sea map costs 100 spirit stones," exclaimed the middle-aged man, his tone bold. 100? Han Li questioned, wondering if his ears had deceived him. His expression darkened, revealing anger. Although he did not wish to provoke trouble, he was not one to be extorted by a lesser cultivator. "Please don't misunderstand, senior. This price is set by higher authorities, and we are merely following orders." Furthermore, when other seniors purchased the new maritime maps, the prices were also quite steep. The storekeeper, noticing Han Li's grim demeanor, did not appear intimidated but rather lamented his plight. "Above, which merchant alliance do you belong to?" Han Li's anger subsided slightly as he furrowed his brow and asked. He was well aware that any business thriving on the Beast Islands could not belong to a mere small trading association. It was likely one of the 4 major alliances. "Ah, senior is indeed perceptive. I am merely scraping by under the Fengla Merchant Alliance," the middle-aged man replied, momentarily taken aback before forcing a smile. Fengla Alliance, one of the 4 major merchant alliances which operates the Fengla Auction House in Tianqing City. Han Li confirmed. "Precisely, senior." Upon hearing this, Han Li wasted no time and tossed a mid-grade spirit stone. The storekeeper, beaming, promptly handed him a jade slip. "Are the other shops also affiliated with your Fengla Alliance?" Han Li inquired, stowing away the jade slip and questioning with an edge to his tone. "How could that be? Except for the purchasing house to the west. The others are operated by different alliances and have no relation to us," the middle-aged man replied, casting a wary glance at the other shops. Han Li said nothing further, turning with Chu Han to depart. As he took several steps and was about to command the divine wind boat to take flight, a sudden green rainbow descended from the heavens, landing directly in front of a purchasing shop diagonally across. As the radiant light dissipated, it revealed a robust man at the core formation stage. "Fan, your business has arrived." Upon his appearance, the man bellowed loudly towards the shop, then produced a storage bag from his robes and emptied its contents onto the ground. A brilliant light enveloped the area, revealing the corpse of a monstrous fish, 2 to 3 zhang in length. It was only called a fish due to the layer of azure scales covering its body. Yet it bore a grotesque head reminiscent of a python, and its abdomen sported a pair of massive, sharp claws. A gaping wound, oozing blood, was torn open near its back, suggesting that its demon core had been extracted. "Oh, it is the esteemed Hao," exclaimed a young man in the chi refining stage, rushing out from the shop with bright, intelligent eyes. He approached the beast's corpse to inspect it, continuously showering praises upon the hulking figure, eliciting hearty laughter from the man. who seemed to possess a bold and generous spirit. Suddenly, the man turned to face Han Li and Chu Han, giving them a cursory glance before cheerfully calling out, "You two are unfamiliar faces. Have you just arrived at Qingcue Island? Would you care to join me in hunting demon beasts?" Noting the man's enthusiasm, Han Li smiled silently, while Chu Han, under his mental instruction, gently shook her head in refusal. The man, seeing this, revealed a hint of disappointment but remained exceptionally cordial, stating, "I am Hao Yuantian, and I hold a certain renown on this Qingcue Island. Should you change your minds in the future, feel free to seek me out." After speaking, he took a bag of spirit stones from the young man in the shop, glanced at it, and then swiftly transformed into a green rainbow, soaring away. Han Li stood in place, lost in thought. From the eager attempts at camaraderie by the red-faced elder and the man surnamed Hao, it was evident that core formation cultivators on Qingcue Island were scarce, forming their own small factions. It seemed that, as indicated in the records, even core formation practitioners needed to band together in this alien sea to safely hunt demon beasts. Had he not harbored his own plans, he might have accepted one of the invitations. Contemplating this, Han Li and Chu Han boarded the Divine Wind boat, taking off in another direction, soaring toward the outer realm of the island. On the artifact, Han Li meticulously examined the recently acquired jade slip detailing the sea region before putting it away. Qingcue Island was not vast. In a short time, the Divine Wind boat had reached the island's edge. Standing at the boat's edge, Han Li scanned the surroundings, his eyes gleaming with determination as he adjusted his course, aiming to delve into the boundless depths of the ocean. He dared not fly too low above the water's surface, for certain high-level demon beasts could lurk beneath, capable of siphoning the life from all creatures soaring overhead, even through hundreds of zhang of seawater. Should any cultivator disturb them, they too would meet a grim fate. Han Li was naturally extremely cautious. However, similarly, he could not fly too high above the alien sea, as it was not only teeming with monstrous beasts beneath the waves, but also filled with aerial predators that circled incessantly in the skies. If one were to attract their attention, it could lead to perilous consequences. Of course, this was not an absolute rule, for the circumstances of various sea regions did exhibit some differences, and the notion of absolute safety was a myth. Each year, numerous cultivators were transported to various beast islands, harboring dreams of slaying monsters to obtain precious pills. Yet, many of them, once departing the islands, never returned. It was not uncommon for golden core stage cultivators to attempt to hunt beasts only to be devoured by higher-tier monsters. Thus, while the benefits of slaying beasts in the alien sea were undeniably alluring, they also entailed significant risks. Consequently, cultivators venturing to hunt monsters typically formed fixed groups with familiar companions, acting in unison, which greatly enhanced their safety. However, gathering a large number of individuals to hunt monsters was also considered taboo. In the past, there had been instances where entire islands of cultivators banded together to hunt beasts, only to attract the ire of several high-tier deep-sea monsters along with a horde of others. These cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and the beast island itself was ultimately obliterated. After such incidents occurred twice more, no one dared to assemble large groups for collective action again. At most, small teams of several to a dozen individuals would operate together. This led to a proliferation of small groups across beast islands, where solitary, highly skilled cultivators became highly sought after. Based on this information, once Han Li departed from Qingcue Island, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He not only unleashed his formidable divine sense to envelop a radius of several dozen feet around him, but also exerted full power into his divine wind boat, transforming it into a streak of white light that soared through the air at remarkable speed. After flying for several hours, he would pause to ascertain his direction, deeply concerned about veering off course and losing his way. Remarkably, Han Li's luck was quite favorable. Along his journey, aside from catching sight of a level 5 beast frolicking on the surface of the sea from a distance, he encountered no trouble at all. Thus, after 3 days of intermittent flight, he finally beheld a small island of vivid crimson hue. As he drew nearer, it became evident that this island was formed from countless vibrant red corals, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, truly a sight to behold. Han Li hovered above the island, his face lighting up with joy. Red Coral Island. This must be the nearest coral island, Han Li murmured to himself while standing on the divine wind boat. He then maneuvered the artifact to swiftly circle the island, spiraling in the air for a while. After confirming that there were indeed no other cultivators or beasts in the vicinity of the coral island, Han Li and Chu Han slowly descended onto its surface. The island, though modest in size, boasts an irregular ring-like structure composed of numerous coral reefs of varying dimensions, haphazardly assembled. Han Li stood upon the smooth terrain, rubbing his boot against the dark red, sand-like powder beneath his feet, and lifted his gaze to scrutinize the island's topography. Before long, he squinted, revealing a contemplative expression. Suddenly, Han Li issued a command to Chu Han to maintain vigilance in the vicinity, while he began to explore the island himself. With Chu Han on guard, Han Li spent 2 days traversing the island, observing its every nook and cranny. He conducted a thorough inspection of the entire coral island, even venturing into the depths of the circular island's sea floor, remaining submerged for half a day without emerging. On the 3rd day, Han Li finally paused. Having reached a resolution within his mind, he instructed Chu Han to commence the arrangement of 3 formidable formations, the chaotic wind array and the illusory sky array, strategically positioned at 3 crucial entry points to the heart of the Red Coral Island. Subsequently, Han Li utilized all the remaining array instruments in the circular center of the island, deploying several smaller formations to completely seal off the surroundings. In this manner, he effectively established an impenetrable net. Once he had completed these tasks, Han Li meticulously conducted a final inspection, confirming that no detail had been overlooked. Only then did he retrieve a jade box from within his robes. After caressing the surface of the box for a moment, a mysterious smile graced Han Li's lips as he gently opened the lid. Inside lay a singular stalk of spirit herb, measuring merely a few inches, adorned with 13 leaves. The leaves were all curled into cylindrical shapes, presenting an intriguing appearance. Even more astonishing was its ethereal, misty white hue, emanating a soft glow resembling the dawn, rendering it extraordinarily resplendent, a veritable treasure of the celestial realm. This was Han Li's ultimate trump card, the rainbow grass. In truth, while this herb is not entirely common, it is not exceedingly rare either. One can find it amidst the coral reefs of the chaotic Star Sea. However, if planted in ordinary soil, devoid of a vibrant environment, the rainbow grass would wither and perish within a day or two. Quite an amusing phenomenon. Remarkably, the luminescence it radiates is inextricably linked to its surroundings. Shifting in color with the environment, it may emit a red glow, a blue hue, or other shades. Nevertheless, its medicinal properties hold little significance for cultivators. Entirely unlike its visually captivating exterior, it merely serves as a catalyst for concocting low-grade elixirs, typically garnering little attention from practitioners. However, the herb's other peculiar designation, the alluring demon grass, once stirred considerable commotion in the realm of cultivation within the chaotic Star Sea. It remains unclear which practitioner inadvertently discovered its remarkable qualities. This vividly striking herb, despite initially displaying 13 curled leaves, unfolds 1 leaf every 100 years, a process that spans 6 to 7 days, while simultaneously releasing a peculiar fragrance. The scent of this particular herb holds no significance for cultivators. However, it is immensely alluring to the myriad of demonic beasts that inhabit the ocean. Upon catching a whiff of this fragrance, creatures within a certain radius will be drawn forth, hastily vying to consume it. Furthermore, the older the rainbow grass, the greater the area of influence it exerts when its leaves unfurl, thereby intensifying its allure for higher-tier demonic beasts. It is said that a certain adept in the nascent soul stage once stumbled upon a specimen of over 1,000 years of age in the depths of the extraterrestrial sea, precisely as it unfurled its 11th leaf. This encounter culminated in a remarkable spectacle where dozens of 6th and 7th tier demonic beasts surged towards him, compelling the adept to make a hasty retreat. Once this discovery was made public within the realm of cultivation, many practitioners conceived the idea of using this herb to lure demonic beasts for the purpose of extermination and potion crafting. For higher-tier cultivators, the most vexing challenge when hunting in the chaotic Star Sea is the potential for months of fruitless searching without encountering a single beast. Generally, 5th-tier demonic beasts are considered the most suitable targets, while 6th and 7th-tier beasts pose a significant risk of casualties. As for 8th tier and above, aside from the ancient experts of the nascent soul stage, other cultivators typically flee at the sight of them. Otherwise, the endeavor would not be one of hunting, but rather of feeding the beasts. Indeed, the ocean is teeming with demonic creatures, yet they remain elusive, lurking in the depths and rarely surfacing. Had it not been for the high-tier cultivators' ability to traverse vast distances with their flying artifacts and employ their spiritual senses to scour the surface and seabed, it would be entirely plausible to wander the chaotic star sea for half a year or even a full year without encountering a single beast. After all, the sheer size of the extraterrestrial sea coupled with the unique concealment techniques of most demonic beasts means that even diligent searches can easily overlook them. With the emergence of the rainbow grass's remarkable ability to attract demonic beasts, a stir was ignited within the cultivation community. For a fleeting moment, the value of rainbow grass, aged hundreds of years, soared to incredible heights. However, it soon became apparent that such aspirations were mere pipe dreams. Firstly, they were unable to precisely determine the timing of the grass's leaf unfurling, although it is said that a leaf unfurls after a century. An error of 2 to 3 years is not uncommon. The cultivators venturing out to sea could not effectively utilize this time frame. Additionally, they grew increasingly frustrated upon discovering that once planted, the rainbow grass cannot be uprooted until it has reached a century in age, or it would lose its unique capacity to unfurl its leaves and emit its enticing scent. Consequently, their aspirations of transporting rapidly unfurling rainbow grass to the extraterrestrial sea were dashed. Thus, the term luring herb was soon cast aside by the cultivators. Reverting back to the original name of rainbow grass, Hanley came across this information recorded in a jade slip, presented as a jest. An idea sparked in his mind, leading him to consider the extraordinary synergy between the mystical vial and this spiritual herb, which could yield remarkable results. Without delay, he procured a batch of rainbow grass from the market and commenced his experimentation within his secluded abode. Indeed, after a few days, or perhaps up to 5, the exquisite grass would surely unfurl a leaf upon the application of the green liquid. During this unfolding, it emitted a peculiar aura, neither fragrant nor foul, but rather an extraordinary scent that lingered in one's memory. With a sense of curiosity, Hanley introduced 2 blood jade spiders into the medicinal garden, and to his astonishment, the creatures leaped with fervor, voraciously devouring several stalks of the grass that exuded the strange aroma, leaving no trace behind. Once the scent dissipated, the 2 white spiders promptly returned to their normal state. After observing the blood jade spiders for several days without any anomalies, Hanley felt a wave of relief wash over him. Armed with this unique advantage, he was imbued with newfound confidence for his venture to hunt demons and obtain elixirs. After meticulously preparing, Hanley not only brought an ample supply of exquisite grass seedlings and small vials, but also specifically selected the bountiful waters surrounding Coral Island for transportation. After all, it was only in such coral-rich locales that the exquisite grass could thrive. Now, having established an intricate web of plans on Red Coral Island, he awaited the moment when the grass would mature, enticing the demon beasts to come forth willingly. In the circular heart of Coral Island, Hanley found a solitary coral reef to transplant the exquisite grass seedlings from the jade box. He understood that older specimens of the grass would influence a wider radius upon leaf unfurling, yet for precautionary measures, he opted to begin with those aged a century. Extracting a small vial, he carefully dripped a single drop of the green liquid onto the exquisite grass. Subsequently, he closed his eyes to meditate nearby on Coral Island. With Chu Han having long returned to his side, both gathering their energies in quietude. On the 3rd day, Hanley finally witnessed the exquisite grass beginning to spread its leaves beneath his watchful gaze, releasing its wondrous scent. Without hesitation, he summoned forth a flash of light with one hand, causing several brilliantly colored formation flags to materialize around him, which he then arranged neatly in the ground before him. After a moment of contemplation upon these flags, he closed his eyes once more, resolutely determined. He had devised a plan. Should no demon beasts appear in the following days, he would apply another drop of the green liquid to further extend the alluring radius of the grass, ensuring that eventually, the demon beasts would come forth. A note of correction. The previous chapter mistakenly referred to a 9th-level demon beast attacking and causing destruction on Demon Beast Island. It should have been a 7th-level beast. This was an unintentional error, now amended, and I sincerely apologize for any confusion it may have caused. Chapter 396. Slaying Demons to Obtain Elixirs. Han Li's concerns proved to be unfounded. Merely half an hour later, he sensed 2 powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy rapidly approaching from the east and west directions towards Red Coral Island, causing his expression to shift slightly. He abruptly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the line of formation flags before him, his lips pressed tightly together. Though everything had been meticulously arranged, the prospect of confronting two high-ranking demon beasts stirred an involuntary tension within him. Suddenly, one of the azure-purple formation flags radiated a brilliant glow and began to tremble slightly. Han Li's demeanor grew solemn, yet he refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to observe in silence. He understood that although fifth-level demon beasts possessed a semblance of intelligence, it was utterly impossible for them to escape from such a formidable formation as the reversal of the 5 elements array within a short period. While their cultivation level was said to be comparable to early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, in actual combat, the majority were no match for their peers. After all, their inherent lack of intelligence and the singular nature of their innate spells made them vulnerable to being outmaneuvered and ultimately slain by similarly ranked cultivators. The intricacies of formations were far beyond their capability to dismantle in a brief span. Thus, Han Li could await the arrival of another demon beast into the array with peace of mind, ready to take action. Just as he was consumed by anxious thoughts, a yellow array flag suddenly radiated a brilliant light, accompanied by a low humming sound. Instantly, a flicker of joy crossed Han Li's previously solemn face as he formed hand seals to seal off the aura of the nearby rainbow grass using the surrounding illusionary array's restrictions. If another demon beast were to appear, he would be unable to manage the situation. After completing this task, Han Li extended his hand, effortlessly grasping at the void, causing 2 peculiar array flags to soar into his grasp. He then uttered a word of command. At that moment, the spirit behind him, Chu Han, opened its mouth and emitted a beam of yellow light. The yellow radiance surged forth, enveloping Han Li and transforming him into a streak of yellow light that shot skyward. Moments later, he found himself hovering above the westernmost area of the illusory celestial array, where vibrant hues of yellow and green spiraled restlessly. Accompanied by a faint yet thunderous roar akin to that of a raging bull, Han Li released his divine wind vessel, embarking on a solitary flight. He then extracted the yellow array flag from his robe, giving it a gentle shake. A beam of yellow light shot forth from the flagpole, striking the swirling colors within the array, causing the radiant hues to converge and reveal a demon beast trapped within. This creature was approximately 2 to 3 zhang in length, its round body covered in fiery red spines, resembling a colossal sea urchin at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice it was adorned with numerous equally sized emerald green eyes. These eyes were chillingly cold, continuously firing crimson beams that relentlessly bombarded the array's restrictions, while the bellowing sounds emanated from its rotund abdomen, suggesting an irritable rage. Upon recognizing the appearance of the creature, Han Li immediately identified it as a thousand-eyed demon, a common 5th-level demon beast from the chaotic Star Sea, and a perfect target for him to hone his skills. He dared not delay. This array could not withstand the creature's tumultuous antics for long. With a swift thought, he issued a command to Chu Han. Upon receiving the order, Chu Han's surrounding yellow light transformed abruptly into a soaring crimson glow. It then swiftly brought its hands together before splitting them apart, unleashing a crescent-shaped yellow beam that hurtled into the array, aimed directly at the thousand-eyed demon with fierce intent. This was indeed the result of Chu Han refining the various magical artifacts into the mixed yuan bowl. Although the thousand-eyed demon was ensnared within the formation, it seemed to grasp the formidable nature of the yellow radiance. Instantly, its myriad eyes turned simultaneously towards the direction of the approaching primordial bowl. In a magnificent display, dozens of crimson lights converged, coalescing into a thick column of red light that staunchly resisted the advance of the yellow glow, resulting in a contest of magical prowess between the demon and the enchanted artifact wielded by Chu Han. Observing this development, Han Li's expression transformed from one of anger to one of delight. He reached for a bulging storage pouch at his waist and, with a tap, unleashed a flurry of over 100 white lights that swiftly dispersed around the perimeter of the grand formation, revealing a legion of menacing puppet beasts. These towering puppet creatures, upon emerging, opened their maws, gathering colorful spikes of light within, poised for action. A flush of excitement rose on Han Li's face as he deftly produced the set of red-threaded escape needles in his palm. Simultaneously, a multitude of light columns erupted in unison from the mouths of the puppet beasts, surging toward the thousand-eyed demon within the formation. The demon, sensing impending doom, emitted a piercing shriek. In an astonishing display, it curled into a massive, spiked orb, while the light emitted from its eyes transformed from crimson to emerald. Rather than retaliating, the green light coalesced into a thick protective barrier surrounding the orb. As the 100 light columns struck the verdant barrier, a cacophony of brilliance erupted. Yet the demon's shield managed to withstand the onslaught momentarily, even as the green light flickered ominously, indicating its weakening state. Meanwhile, the primordial bowl successfully dispelled the now unsupported red light columns. Under Chu Hun's command, it expanded dramatically, morphing into a vast disk several yards in diameter, and, in conjunction with the light columns, launched a fierce diagonal assault. The sound of shattering filled the air as the shield, despite the thousand-eyed demon's furious emerald light, could not endure the dual assault of the light columns and the primordial bowl, ultimately collapsing. Witnessing this, Han Li, having awaited this moment, swiftly unleashed a barrage of red threads aimed at the exposed body of the demon. Moments later, within the heart of the formation, Han Li held a green orb the size of a chicken egg, his face radiant with joy. Beneath him lay the battered corpse of the demon, revealing a fist-sized bloodied cavity. Without hesitation, Han Li collected the thousand-eyed demon's remains into his storage pouch and was immediately whisked away by the yellow rainbow conjured by Chu Hun, speeding towards another grand formation. Thus, Han Li remained on Red Coral Island for over a month. He repeatedly dripped green liquid onto the rainbow grass, compelling it to unfurl its leaves and emit a fragrant aroma, gradually expanding its allure to nearby demons. Consequently, every few days, various beasts were drawn in, allowing Han Li and Chu Hun to vanquish over a dozen fifth-level demon beasts, much to Han Li's elation. However, when the rainbow grass reached 400 years of age, it unexpectedly attracted a rare sixth-level beast, the coxcomb flood dragon, startling Han Li. He hastily employed the formation to suppress the scent of the rainbow grass, causing the creature to circle the vicinity a few times before it reluctantly departed. Startled, Han Li finally realized that the Nisha grass should ideally be matured to no more than 300 years. Beyond that, it would attract more formidable beasts. Consequently, he hastily replaced the Nisha grass seedling and commenced the maturation process anew. However, by this time, the fifth-level beasts in the vicinity of Red Coral Island had nearly all been slain. After witnessing a continuous absence of beasts for 6 or 7 days, Han Li and Chu Hun did not linger, but swiftly retracted their formation and ventured deeper into the outer sea, flying for several days before establishing another coral island with a grand array, continuing their pursuit of beasts and elixirs. This exhilarating yet perilous lifestyle kept Han Li immersed in the outer sea for a full 5 years. During this period, he annihilated hundreds of fifth-level beasts, including some entirely unfamiliar creatures unheard of in the realm of cultivation. These encounters repeatedly placed Han Li on the brink of life and death. Had it not been for Chu Hun and the puppet's fearless tenacity, he might have perished amidst the vast ocean, even with the array's assistance. Moreover, after years of relentless consumption, not only had the puppets been reduced to merely 20 or 30 remaining, but the array's instruments had also suffered extensive damage and destruction due to the explosive tendencies of several ferocious beasts. The most formidable array, the inverted 5 elements array, had to be abandoned half a year prior when a 7th-level beast was inadvertently attracted, forcing Han Li and Chu Hun to make a hasty escape. Despite the considerable losses over these 5 years, the gains were staggering. In addition to acquiring hundreds of 5th-level demon cores, Han Li amassed a plethora of rare materials from these beasts, necessitating the discarding of less valuable items to ease the burden on his storage pouch. Furthermore, through the fierce battles against hundreds of beasts, he honed his combat skills to an extraordinary level, mastering numerous unique techniques for exterminating these creatures. Today, Han Li could face an ordinary 5th-level beast with unwavering composure. Cautious by nature, Han Li embarked on his journey back to Ningxue Island. He understood well that without the aid of arrays and puppets, traversing the chaotic outer sea with only himself, Chu Hun, and 2 blood jade spiders was exceedingly perilous. Even if they could easily deal with 5th-level beasts, the threat posed by 6th-level and above beasts remained a fatal concern. He estimated that the demon cores he had collected would sufficiently support him for a 2nd or even 3rd transformation. Han Li was not greedy. Everything he did was aimed at advancing further along the path of immortality. Thus, upon sensing the dangers of continuing to lure beasts, he promptly decided to retreat. They had ventured deep enough into the outer sea. Had it not been for his meticulous mapping of each unfamiliar island, he might have lost the way back entirely. The return journey took Han Li several months of flight. He possessed a precious treasure and was genuinely apprehensive about encountering formidable demon beasts or legendary robbers along the way. The demon beasts were manageable, likely just circling about without relentless pursuit. However, should he encounter a nefarious cultivator, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to prey upon the solitary. At such a moment, not only would the demon pill be in jeopardy, but it was also likely that his very life would be at stake. Thus, he and Chu Han remained highly vigilant throughout their journey, immediately concealing themselves or retreating at the slightest hint of other cultivators. As a result, they successfully returned to Ningxue Island with the demon pill intact, which relieved him immensely. Han Li stepped into the dilapidated little street. Aside from two shopkeepers who had assumed new identities, everything remained unchanged since his departure. Ignoring the surprised gazes of the onlookers, he walked directly into the teleportation stone chamber. Inside, the Tianqing Palace cultivator had been replaced by a kind-faced middle-aged man. Upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han enter, he greeted them with a smile and inquired, "Do you two friends wish to teleport?" Han Li collapsed onto the large bed before him and promptly fell into a deep slumber. He had returned to the 39th floor of Tianqing City, and in his exhausted state, he neglected all else, allowing himself to sleep soundly for several days before finally awakening. Refreshed, his journey to the extraterrestrial sea had truly drained him. Upon waking, Han Li meandered through his abode and felt a familiar warmth wash over him after years of absence. However, upon glimpsing the insect chamber, he discovered that the gold-devouring insect had transformed into a massive silver orb, now hanging upside down from the chamber's ceiling in a deep slumber. This sight prompted him to shake his head in disbelief. Subsequently, Han Li made a trip to the market, visiting several shops and acquiring a variety of alchemical formulas. He returned to his residence and immersed himself in the bustling activity of alchemy. For a full 2 years, Han Li diligently refined a multitude of pills using the demon pills combined with the spirit herbs he had collected from the formulas. The vexing issue of drug resistance that had previously troubled him was finally resolved. During this period, he also began to sell off various demon beast materials that he no longer required to the smaller merchants who frequented Tianqing City, thus accumulating a significant amount of spirit stones. For the time being, he need not worry about spirit stones. After completing these tasks, Han Li sealed his abode completely and began preparations for dispersing his energy. However, while reorganizing the pills and remaining demon beast materials in his storage bag, he stumbled upon a peculiar issue regarding a special item: the vast quantities of Qichang grass he had cultivated during the demon luring in the chaotic star sea, which were around several hundred years old. These would fetch little spirit stones if sold, yet it seemed wasteful to destroy them, given that a considerable amount of green liquid had been used to mature them. Additionally, he remained intrigued by the Qichang grass's remarkable allure to demon beasts during its leaf expansion, and he had long wished to study it in detail. As Han Li gazed upon the numerous Qichang grasses before him, an inexplicable and increasingly intense notion began to arise within him, one that he could not suppress. This left him feeling somewhat astonished. After tilting his head in contemplation, he suddenly reorganized the colorful grass and took it to the chamber containing the golden devouring insects. He carelessly tossed a centuries-old stalk of the colorful grass into the chamber. However, the slumbering golden devouring insect exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Observing this scene, Han Li let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, he instructed Chu Han to relocate the colorful grass to several massive coral reefs within the medicinal garden. Shortly thereafter, Han Li entered the secret chamber, carefully employing the dispersion method provided by the 3 transformations of heavy yuan skill, initiating the meticulous process of dissipating his cultivation. To ensure stability, Han Li proceeded with great caution, and the entire process lasted for half a month, gradually lowering his cultivation level to the nascent foundation stage before concluding satisfactorily. At this juncture, Han Li temporarily exited the chamber to consolidate his cultivation after the dispersion and to consume medicinal pills while practicing the 3 transformations of heavy yuan skill. During this period, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he utilized the green liquid to hasten the ripening of another stalk of colorful grass. When it emitted a peculiar aura, he cast it into the insect chamber. Subsequently, he stood outside the chamber, peering through a slender opening, and gazed intently for a while, feeling somewhat disappointed. The silver sphere, formed by the golden devouring insects, remained utterly still, seemingly unchanged from before. This situation both surprised Han Li and struck him as unsurprising. For the colorful grass was not universally enticing to all spirit beasts. Given the high rank of the golden devouring insect, it was entirely reasonable that it would remain untempted. With a soft sigh, Han Li resolved not to squander any more time or green liquid on this grass, deciding instead to devote his efforts to refining spirit-feeding pills, which would more profitably enable the two blood jade spiders to upgrade once again. As he contemplated this, the silver sphere within the chamber suddenly cracked open. Hundreds of golden devouring insects, their eyes aglow with red light, surged forth towards the stalk of colorful grass emitting the strange aura, devouring it completely in an instant. They then buzzed incessantly, appearing somewhat agitated. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. It seemed that this experiment could indeed continue. In high spirits, Han Li exited the insect chamber and instructed Chu Han to periodically toss in a similar stalk of colorful grass. He wished to ascertain the grass's true effects on spirit beasts to alleviate his curiosity. Before long, Han Li entered the secret chamber, bringing all his medicinal pills with him, and closed the door to the cycle of life and death. He had completely entered a fasting state, determined to concentrate on his cultivation without restoring his previous levels, vowing never to step outside the chamber. As for everything within the cave, he need not worry much, as his avatar Chu Han could manage remotely. Thus, Han Li retrieved a vial of pills from his storage bag, consumed one, and slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in profound meditation. In the ensuing time, apart from a daily communication with Chu Han outside the chamber, Han Li devoted all his energy to cultivating his qi. As time passed, he naturally became single-minded, and whenever he sensed a depletion of spiritual energy within him, he would casually retrieve a pill to consume before continuing his cultivation. In this manner, time flew swiftly by. The monotonous cycle of relentless cultivation, day in and day out, under the fervent desire of Han Li to achieve the golden core, passed unknowingly. A decade slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet the door to the secret chamber remained silent. 20 years elapsed, and the door remained steadfastly closed. 30 years flowed by swiftly, time racing like the sun and moon. On a certain day, 60 years later, dark clouds suddenly loomed over Han Li's cave abode. Silver serpents danced chaotically, and the sky transformed dramatically. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy from over 100 miles began to converge frantically towards Han Li's cave, forming a visible vortex of spiritual qi. All nearby cultivators, whether merely passing by or residing close, stopped in their tracks or emerged from their caves, gazing in astonishment at the extraordinary phenomenon. A golden core has been formed. Someone has achieved the golden core. Many cultivators stared blankly at the scene, murmuring to themselves, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions, jealousy, bewilderment, and predominantly, an overwhelming sense of envy. Meanwhile, numerous cultivators above the golden core stage within the city, although they did not witness the sky's dramatic transformation, could not ignore the abnormal spiritual energy permeating the entirety of Tianqing City, which was perceptible to their formidable spiritual senses. After casting a glance towards Han Li's cave, some remained impassive, others appeared somewhat excited, while a few furrowed their brows. Within the cave, the door to the secret chamber finally creaked open. A figure emerged, hair disheveled and features obscured, slowly stepping out of the chamber. At that moment, a flicker of yellow light heralded the appearance of Chu Han, who stood beside this individual, his expression utterly blank. The golden core is finally complete. The man surveyed the surroundings outside the chamber and, glancing at Chu Han, suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. The sound, echoing with a hint of a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl, revealed amidst the tangled hair was the visage of Han Li, who had entered the secret chamber 60 years prior. However, he now exuded an extraordinary aura, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, every gesture imbued with immense power, as if he had transformed into a different person altogether. After his hearty laughter subsided, Han Li gazed around, feeling an unfamiliarity with his surroundings. The 6 decades of seclusion from the world had left him with a profound sense of disconnection, as if everything that had transpired in the past had become remarkably distant. Without lingering, Han Li retraced his steps to his quarters, guided by the impressions etched in his memory. After a brief meal, Han Li emerged from his quarters, radiating vitality. Having regained the appearance and attire of decades past, resembling a youth in his 20s once more. However, he now bore an expression of icy composure. Unhurriedly, making his way towards the insect chamber. Within the chamber, the devouring gold insects had transformed drastically from decades earlier. Their numbers had surged to a terrifying tens of thousands, and the once silver exoskeletons now bore golden speckles, appearing far more menacing. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li displayed no signs of astonishment. Many years ago, he had learned of this news through the spirit of his doppelganger. Now, he merely bore witness to the reality of the situation. Reflecting upon it, Han Li had never anticipated that his initial stroke of inspiration, using these gold-eating insects for an experiment with the rainbow grass, would inadvertently resolve the issues surrounding their cultivation. During his seclusion, Chu Han diligently fed the gold-eating insects with the budding rainbow grass each month, and after consuming it, the insects grew increasingly irritable. After 3 to 4 years of feeding, the gold-eating insects finally underwent a transformation. Following a feast on the rainbow grass, they began to devour one another in a frenzy. Within a few days, the once hundreds of insects dwindled to merely a dozen. However, those that survived exhibited a size and presence far superior to their predecessors. Shortly after consuming their kin, these insects commenced laying eggs, each producing nearly 100 larvae before gradually succumbing to their demise. Han Li thus acquired over 1,000 insect eggs. Merely a year after hatching, these larvae began to mature independently. Consequently, Chu Han resumed feeding them with the rainbow grass, enabling a cycle of consumption and egg-laying. After several rounds, the population of gold-eating insects began to surge dramatically. Had it not been for the limited quantity of rainbow grass available for rapid maturation, their cannibalistic growth would have likely exceeded expectations. Even more astonishing was the fact that the offspring of these cannibalistic gold-eating insects grew stronger and more ferocious with each generation, their shells gradually adorned with spots of gold, which were increasing in size. This led him to ponder whether, once their shells fully transformed into gold, they would truly ascend to a higher tier. Standing outside the insect chamber, Han Li gazed at the gold-eating insects for an extended period, remaining silent. He understood that such a method of breeding and cultivating the insects was undoubtedly not the orthodox approach employed by ancient beast-controlling cultivators. He was convinced that the miraculous effects of the mysterious vial were unmatched in this mundane world. Perhaps this method surpassed the insect-rearing techniques of his predecessors. With that thought, Han Li smiled faintly and proceeded to the adjacent insect chamber, where 2 blood jade spiders were kept. Under Han Li's guidance, Chu Han had utilized only a small portion of the green liquid produced over the years to cultivate the spiritual medicine for refining feeding spirit pills. After such a lengthy period of nourishment with the feeding spirit pills, the 2 blood jade spiders had ascended several tiers and were now peak-level 4th-tier beasts. They now bore a striking resemblance to the white jade spiders he had encountered in the underground cavern, their bodies glistening like jade, exceedingly beautiful. The arrival of Han Li evidently startled the 2 white spiders, who, already spiritually attuned to him, swiftly darted towards the stone door, eager to frolic with him. Han Li felt a surge of joy and promptly opened the stone door, allowing the 2 blood jade spiders to leap out and swirl around him in excitement. He affectionately stroked their backs for a moment, marveling at their exquisite forms, before storing them in a spirit beast pouch and turning to leave the insect chamber. The voracious golden-devouring insects remained and used by Han Li. He intended to wait for these creatures to hatch a few more generations, transforming their bodies into a complete golden state before employing them for significant purposes, considering them his hidden trump card. Subsequently, Han Li roamed around his cave dwelling, before returning to his chamber with a buoyant spirit. Lying on the comfortable wooden bed, he reminisced about the experience of forming his golden core in the secret chamber. Remarkably, the speed at which he succeeded in this endeavor exceeded even his own expectations. He had not completed the 3rd stage of the 3 transformations of the heavy elemental technique. Rather, he had spent over 30 years achieving only the 2nd stage. Relying entirely on the consumption of medicinal pills to cultivate the 3 transformations had accelerated his progress far beyond his initial projections. He had anticipated that completing all 3 transformations would be exceedingly arduous, if not entirely unattainable. However, he was astonished to have accomplished the 2nd stage in just over a century, leaving him ample time in his remaining lifespan to cultivate the 3rd stage. As such, Han Li began to contemplate his next steps, wary of placing all his hopes for forming a golden core solely on the 3 transformations. After all, this technique was a unique creation, with no one else having practiced it before. Moreover, the technique suggested that even after completing the 3rd stage, there was still a 50% chance of failing to form a golden core. This thought filled him with trepidation, prompting him to consider adopting additional strategies to enhance his chances. At that moment, the words of Brother Lin, the former disciple of the Qian Bamboo sect that he had previously vanquished, resurfaced in his mind, regarding the possibility of elevating the success rate of golden core formation by mastering the Dayin technique at a profound level. After careful deliberation, he decided to cultivate the 3rd level of the Dayin technique. Regardless of the veracity of this claim, engaging in cultivation could not possibly be detrimental. This was Han Li's simple reasoning at the time. The 3rd level of the Dayin technique undeniably required more time to master than the 2nd level. Han Li toiled for over 20 years before finally breaking through the bottleneck and managing to practice it, albeit with great difficulty. As for the 4th level of the Dayin technique, Han Li did not even consider attempting it, as the time required for that level was beyond what he could afford to waste at present. Thereafter, with the assistance of various spiritual herbs, Han Li embarked on a prolonged journey toward golden core formation that spanned several years. To be candid, following the devastating failure he experienced during the 1st transformation, he had little hope for success in the 2nd. He approached the endeavor with the mindset of merely trying for a few years. It took him 4 years to form the core of the soul of resonance, while due to his inferior aptitude, he spent over 5 years before unexpectedly achieving the completion of his golden core. Even as he felt the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth pouring fervently into his body, and his true essence tumultuously swirling in his dantian to coalesce into a thumb-sized orb of 4 colors, Han Li still felt as though he were in a dream. Had he truly entered the golden core stage? He could hardly believe it. Caught off guard by this serendipitous windfall, Han Li almost allowed his still unstable golden core to collapse. Terrified, he quickly centered himself to calm his mind, ensuring he did not create a major mishap that would send him plummeting back to the foundation building stage. As Han Li lay on his bed, a subtle smile graced his lips, accompanied by a hint of amusement. With a sudden breath, he rose and descended from his bed. Despite the considerable time that had elapsed since his transition into the core formation stage, excitement surged within him, rendering him restless. Achieving this stage not only signified his status as a senior figure in the realm of cultivation, but also bestowed upon him an astonishing lifespan of 500 to 600 years, granting him the peace of mind to pursue his cultivation. Most importantly, he could finally wield alchemical fire to refine and enhance his treasured artifacts. Speaking of which, he possessed 2 notable items. One, the primordial bowl, had already been refined by Chu Han, while the other, the verdant glimmering sword, he intended to wield for protection temporarily. Ultimately, however, his aspiration lay in crafting the coveted Qingzhou Peak Cloud Sword, a treasure he had long coveted. This sword was part of a complete set, upon successful refinement. Its immense power would undoubtedly sweep aside any rival of the same level. Furthermore, with his mastery of the Qingyuan sword technique reaching the 7th level, he could finally employ the divine ability of sword shadow splitting light. This filled him with anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead after entering core formation. His immediate task was to swiftly gather the materials necessary for crafting the Qingzhou Peak Cloud Sword, hoping to unleash its formidable power through the alchemical fire and his nascent soul. Amusingly, in accordance with his original intentions, Han Li would not have achieved core formation so effortlessly. However, delaying further would likely invite ire from readers, prompting him to excise 2 inconsequential scenes to expedite the protagonist's progress. This decision alleviated some of his burdens. Moreover, he intended to forego staying up late that night. After so many sleepless days, his sense of day and night had become utterly disordered, and he could no longer endure it. He planned to return to writing the next day. He urged everyone to retire early, for there is indeed happiness in slumber. He playfully reminded them that the beginning of the month was approaching, encouraging them to cast a few votes to support the book. In the 4th volume, titled Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 399, The Mysterious Sound Sect, as Han Li pondered in his chamber, an unexpected shift in his expression prompted him to turn and exit. Upon reaching the long-sealed entrance of the cave dwelling, He immediately noticed several colorful sound transmission talismans flitting about chaotically within the restrictive barrier. Observing this scene, Han Li raised an eyebrow, retrieved the restriction token, and uttered a command, prompting the talismans to soar into his grasp as if granted amnesty. Instead of departing, he remained composed and examined them one by one. A portion of these talismans bore congratulatory messages from nearby core formation cultivators, while another segment contained invitations from various organizations, some offering a position as a guest elder, while others proposed rare treasures as compensation. One even boldly presented a pair of exquisite maidens as a gesture of recruitment. Upon reading these contents, Han Li couldn't help but roll his eyes. He politely responded to the congratulatory messages from fellow cultivators, while he outright declined the offers from the organizations. He did not believe that entering core formation meant he could rest on his laurels. It is prudent to take some time to solidify one's standing and maintain a low profile. In the days that followed, Han Li began to frequently visit the abodes of several nearby core formation cultivators, humbly seeking advice on matters to heed upon entering this stage. Since his inquiries pertained to non-secretive topics, these cultivators were more than willing to share their insights during casual conversations, which proved to be quite beneficial for Han Li. However, these cultivators could not help but envy Han Li's youthful appearance even after achieving core formation. After all, unless one possesses extraordinary innate talent or, like Han Li, has access to numerous spiritual herbs to aid in cultivation, most cultivators tend to be of a considerable age by the time they reach this stage. Even though their lifespan significantly increases post-core formation, their appearance does not revert to that of their youth. At best, the rate of aging is considerably slowed. Of course, some individuals practice techniques that inherently preserve their youthful looks, allowing them to remain as vibrant as young men or women even after core formation. This time, Han Li did not hoard his treasures. Instead, he exchanged several of his facial rejuvenation pills for rare items from them, leading to a delightful exchange. After several such interactions, although Han Li and these cultivators could not yet be deemed close friends, they had certainly become familiar with one another's faces. Their camaraderie was marked by friendly terms of address, and their interactions were amicable. During this period, Han Li also focused on refining the Green Radiance sword while simultaneously seeking materials for crafting magical artifacts and third-tier puppets. The materials suitable for crafting magical artifacts are plentiful, and the methods of refinement are as diverse as they are peculiar. Under the same investment of time and effort, magical artifacts forged from superior materials exhibit a starkly different power and greater potential for enhancement than those crafted from ordinary materials. Moreover, even when using identical materials, the efficacy and power of similar magical artifacts can vary significantly depending on the secret methods employed in their refinement. Thus, aside from well-known methods for crafting common magical artifacts, any somewhat unique refining techniques are closely guarded secrets among various sects and factions. However, possessing the finest materials and the most adept refining techniques does not guarantee that a magical artifact will possess boundless power upon completion. The true potency of a magical artifact primarily hinges on the continuous cultivation and nourishment by the cultivator who refines it. If the owner of the artifact becomes complacent and neglects to invest time in its cultivation, even the most exquisite treasures may prove less potent than an ordinary magical artifact, which is entirely reasonable. As for the Azure Bamboo Peak Cloud Sword that Han Li aimed to forge, its name suggests that its primary material should consist of several millennia-old spiritual bamboo. Originally, this material could be easily procured through Han Li's small vial's ripening function with a bit of time. Yet, he did not consider the ordinary bamboo to be sufficient. He sought to find some legendary exotic divine bamboo to serve as the main material for crafting the artifact. Unfortunately, despite his prolonged vigil in the marketplace of Tianqing City, he had yet to find a variety that satisfied him. Though he felt a twinge of anxiety, Han Li adhered to the philosophy of better to wait for the right opportunity than to settle, and thus temporarily set aside the matter of crafting magical artifacts. Fortunately, he still possessed the Green Radiant Sword and several talismanic treasures for protection, alleviating his immediate concerns. With no magical artifacts to refine, Han Li naturally turned his attention to the creation of new puppets. According to the teachings of the puppet scriptures, the third-tier puppets possess a full-force strike equivalent to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The materials required for their creation have become increasingly precious, and various forms of puppets have emerged. After careful consideration, Han Li selected a primate-shaped puppet primarily made of wood. Although the quantity of ironwood required has significantly increased, and it necessitates the incorporation of the rare heavenly crystal wood during the crafting process, Han Li could still utilize the green liquid to stimulate growth since they were all wooden materials, thus substantially reducing costs. Nevertheless, the other auxiliary materials needed for the same advancement still amounted to an exorbitant sum. Coupled with the fact that the number of controllable puppets had increased, the overall expenditure became astonishingly high. While these spirit stones did not bankrupt Han Li, they left him financially destitute once he had gathered the materials. In desperation, he was compelled to release some rare materials from 5th-tier demon beasts to alleviate his predicament. However, Han Li did not anticipate that, despite his utmost caution, this release would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. One day, after completing a transaction with a small merchant from another region, he was intercepted on the street by a girl whose beauty was akin to a blooming flower. "Are you not Senior Han?" she inquired. "My lady wishes to invite you for a chat at the nearby Qing'a tea house. Might you honor us with your presence? If you decline, I fear I shall face severe repercussions." The girl spoke with a tone of delicate desperation. "I have no interest," Han Li replied without hesitation after casting a glance at her. He discerned that although the girl was merely at the qi refinement stage, she seemed to have cultivated some form of charm technique and was recklessly attempting to employ it against him, which naturally did not earn her any goodwill in return. Upon hearing his words, the 16 or 17-year-old girl appeared flustered and quickly implored, "Senior Han, if you refuse to go, I truly will have difficulty reporting back. I beg you to reconsider." Before she could finish her plea, Han Li's expression remained cold as he turned to leave. Although he knew not who she was, he had no interest in meeting with a stranger. "Please wait, Senior Han," a sweet voice called out behind him. "I am Fan Jingmei from the Miaoing sect. I must apologize for my disciple's earlier rudeness. I hope you can forgive her." Having taken only 2 steps away, Han Li halted upon hearing the melodic voice. He turned to glance back and noticed that, unbeknownst to him, a woman veiled in light gauze had appeared beside the girl. Though her features were obscured, her skin was as fair as snow, and her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, with 2 bright eyes, clear as water, gazing at Han Li without blinking. "I do not know your lady. If there is something to discuss, please be succinct. I must return to my cultivation," Han Li replied, his tone carrying an air of detachment. The woman who identified herself as Fan Jingmei paused briefly at his words, but quickly responded with a light laugh. "Since you are so forthright, I shall be direct. Have you recently sold a large quantity of rare demon beast materials? My sect is quite interested in such items and wishes to negotiate with you. However, the crowd here is rather boisterous. It would be more prudent for you to accompany me to a quieter tea house for a private conversation, would it not?" Upon hearing the inviting words of the lady, Han Li squinted his eyes and scrutinized her for a considerable time. Only when he noticed a hint of shyness in her gaze did he respond rather stiffly, "Very well. Please lead the way." "Thank you for your graciousness, esteemed Senior Han. This way, please." The lady's eyes sparkled with delight as she gracefully took the lead, while the young girl followed behind, seemingly downcast. Despite walking ahead, the girl couldn't help but glance back, only to meet Han Li's gaze directly, which startled her into quickly averting her face, her ears flushed with a rosy hue. This elicited a subtle smile from Han Li as he quietly chuckled to himself. The tea house mentioned by the woman from the Miaoing sect was not far. Shortly thereafter, Han Li followed them into a spacious loft adorned with an enormous tea banner. At that moment, there were not many patrons, but a middle-aged man, engaged in savoring his tea, promptly rose upon seeing the 2 women enter and approached them, saying, "Master Ant, the room has been reserved. You may enter with your guest now." "Very well, you shall remain outside," Fan Jingmei instructed calmly. "Yes." Following the middle-aged man's lead, the 2 women and Han Li ascended to the 2nd floor, entering an elegantly appointed private room. To their surprise, an elderly man in gray was already present, leisurely preparing a pot of steaming hot tea, completely unfazed by their arrival. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Elder Zhao. This is Senior Han, the owner of the batch of beast materials," the woman from the Miaoing sect respectfully announced upon entering. "Oh, fellow Taoist Han, please, take a seat. I have just brewed a pot of ice cloud spirit tea. Do indulge in its flavor," the elderly man said, lifting his gaze to Han Li with a serene expression. Han Li furrowed his brow. The elder's appearance was rather unremarkable, except for his unusually flushed cheeks, resembling someone recovering from a serious illness, which piqued Han Li's curiosity. His current spiritual sense was significantly stronger than that of his peers, allowing him to discern that the elder was also a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Thus, he refrained from any polite refusals and directly seated himself opposite the elder, discreetly observing the fragrant tea that had just been poured, without reaching for it. Although the elder appeared benign, Han Li, ever cautious, was reluctant to consume anything in unfamiliar surroundings. Noticing Han Li's wariness, the elder displayed no displeasure, merely offering a faint smile as he poured himself a small cup of tea, seemingly dismissing Han Li and the others from his thoughts for the moment. Senior Han, I represent the Miao-yin sect in seeking to purchase all of the remaining beast materials you possess. We can certainly negotiate a favorable price. Fan Jingmei stated as she seated herself, her lips parting gracefully in an elegant manner. I do possess some beast materials from previous dealings, but the last batch has just been sold, which may disappoint your esteemed sect. Uncertain of the other party's true intentions, Han Li was reluctant to readily acknowledge that he possessed numerous rare materials. He calmly sought to deflect the conversation. Upon hearing Han Li's evasive remarks, Madame Fan smiled charmingly and, with a gentle tone, remarked, Senior Han, your words might be somewhat misleading to me. Although our sect is unaware of the exact quantity of beast materials you possess, it is reasonable to assume that there are indeed many. Otherwise, you would not be so cautiously seeking to sell to obscure merchants, and only in minimal quantities, each time to different buyers. Had our sect not fortuitously been gathering related materials throughout Starry Sky City, we might never have discerned the peculiarities in your actions. Are you perhaps concerned about exposing your wealth? If that is the case, Senior Han, you need not harbor such worries. While our sect may not be a formidable force, we have always maintained a good reputation in the chaotic Star Sea. You may freely sell all these materials to me, thus sparing you the trouble of sourcing them again from other insignificant merchants. The woman spoke at length with a radiant smile, exuding an air of utmost composure. However, a glint of coldness flashed in Han Li's eyes, revealing a hint of anger. It is never pleasant to be secretly investigated without prior knowledge. Perhaps sensing Han Li's irritation, Madame Fan swiftly shifted her tone, offering an explanation. Please do not hold my previous indiscretion against me, Senior Han. It was only due to the urgency of the situation that I had to mobilize most of our sect's forces in Starry Sky City to trace your whereabouts. I sincerely hope you can assist me this time. As she spoke, she positioned herself in a vulnerable stance, her words and gaze subtly pleading. Upon hearing this, Han Li's anger gradually dissipated. He did not respond immediately, but instead lightly tapped his finger on the tea table in front of him, his expression remaining inscrutable. In truth, Han Li's mind was racing, rapidly analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. Although he was unaware of why this woman or the Miao-yin sect urgently required a substantial amount of beast materials, it was evident that they believed he possessed what they sought. Denying it would likely be futile and could lead to unnecessary enmity. He had never heard of the Miao-yin sect, yet judging by Elder Zhao, it should not be too weak. Han Li was reluctant to cultivate an enemy without cause. Furthermore, he had an abundance of beast materials, and continually selling them in small increments would eventually lead to exposure. Therefore, it would be wiser to seize this opportunity to resolve the matter decisively. Moreover, since they were in Starry Sky City, where conflicts among cultivators were strictly prohibited, he had no fear of any tricks during the transaction. Contemplating this, Han Li remained silent for a moment before calmly stating, Since you have broached the subject, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I do indeed possess some beast materials that your esteemed sect desires. The question remains whether the quantity is sufficient for your needs. Upon hearing Han Li's admission, the woman across from him and the girl behind her both exhibited expressions of delight. Even the elderly man, who had been quietly sipping tea as if detached from the world, cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, his demeanor significantly relaxing. May I inquire how many materials you possess? Accept as many as you can. Lady Fan inquired with a hint of urgency, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Han Li offered a faint smile and casually mentioned an astonishing number, causing the woman to radiate joy. Though she was aware of Han Li's considerable resources, she had not anticipated such an abundance. At last, her task could be accomplished. I shall take all these materials. Might I inquire when the esteemed senior will be available? Shall we trade today? Lady Fan of the Miao-yin sect said, her voice trembling slightly, betraying her fear that Han Li might retract his offer. Han Li was somewhat taken aback by her eagerness. However, he He too wished to part with these items swiftly to avoid potential complications, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, let us conduct the transaction here. Madam, please prepare the spirit stones, and I shall fetch the items forthwith." Han Li's decisive demeanor aligned perfectly with the lady's expectations, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded eagerly. Thus, Han Li rose calmly, bid her farewell, and strode out of the room. After Han Li's figure vanished at the entrance for a brief moment, the excitement in Lady Fan's eyes gradually waned. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned to the elder and asked, "Elder Zhao, what is your assessment of this individual? I have heard it said that he has only recently formed his core and likely is yet to refine any magical artifacts. If he were to act unexpectedly, would you be able to subdue him instantly? If you are confident, we could save a considerable sum of spirit stones." As she spoke, her elegant demeanor transformed, and her expression grew somewhat sinister, instilling a sense of dread. "That won't do. Although this individual has only recently formed his core, his cultivation technique is extraordinary. Not only is his mana exceptionally pure, but a treasure aura also subtly emanates from him. He has either crafted magical artifacts in secret or possesses inherited ones. He should not be underestimated." Elder Zhao shook his head firmly in opposition. "Then it seems he is indeed formidable. How about this? During our operation in half a month's time, we shall ensnare him together. If all goes smoothly, we can sell him off nicely and perhaps even win him over. If not, he can serve as a sacrificial pawn," the woman suggested, her eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. "That is indeed a clever strategy. However, I have observed his demeanor, and though he appears youthful, he acts with calculated poise. He may not be so easily manipulated. Are you certain? Do you intend to resort to seduction?" the elder remarked with a hint of displeasure. Lady Fan shot a sidelong glance at the elder and suddenly chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Oh, dear elder, are you feeling envious? Rest assured, aside from you, I shan't allow another man to lay a finger on me." With that, she pulled aside a delicate veil, revealing a visage that could enchant the world. Upon seeing her true form, the elder, whose countenance had been somewhat pallid, found his gaze fixated, his cheeks reddening further. Seeing this reaction, Lady Fan felt immense satisfaction. "Dear elder, you sustained grave injuries to shield me last time. I have always cherished that in my heart." Having uttered these words, Madame Fan gracefully twisted her serpentine waist, her voluptuous and enchanting figure slipping into the embrace of the elder, approximately a foot away, as her delicate hands glided upon his chest. At that moment, Madame Fan's face radiated with the warmth of spring, her large, lustrous eyes glistening with moisture, as if they might overflow with tears, embodying a captivating enchantress. The elder's breathing quickened as her jade-like hands ascended to his chest, while his rough, calloused hands began to roam restlessly over her fragrant form. This scene caused the young girl, who had been standing behind Madame Fan, to flush crimson, biting her apricot lips and lowering her exquisite head in embarrassment. "Leonor, step outside for a moment, and when that person arrives, come back to inform me," Madame Fan murmured, almost in a sigh. "Yes," the girl responded eagerly, as if granted a reprieve, and hastily retreated. However, just before she gently closed the door, she faintly heard a voice. "That girl has grown increasingly radiant over the past 2 years. Perhaps I should take a couple of days to train her. After all, good fortune should not be squandered on outsiders." "Bah, what a dream. I have plans for Leonor. You must not set your sights on her." The girl, having clearly heard the playful banter between the man and woman within, let out a sigh of relief and slowly departed from the doorway. As the moon began to rise, Han Li exited the tea house, not immediately taking flight back to his abode, but instead meandering along the street until he unexpectedly turned behind another shop. Not far from the tea house, he then gently closed his eyes, adopting an expressionless demeanor, remaining utterly still. After a while, Han Li's expression shifted. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. He had just sent his consciousness stealthily back into the tea house, intending to eavesdrop on their conversation after his departure. However, he was taken aback when his consciousness was obstructed by a layer of restriction as soon as it approached the private room of the tea house. This restriction was not particularly sophisticated. If Han Li were to rely on the strength of his consciousness to force his way through, he could easily shatter it. Yet, such a commotion would defeat the purpose of secretly spying. Naturally, Han Li refrained from engaging in such a fruitless endeavor and withdrew his consciousness. It seemed that the Miao Yin sect was indeed not to be trifled with, and for the time being, there were no opportunities to exploit. With this thought, Han Li opened his mouth, expelling a small, approximately 1-inch long green sword that soared skyward. Upon returning to his residence, Han Li retrieved a storage bag containing materials from demon beasts from his secret chamber. To be cautious, he summoned Chu Han, and together they exited the cave dwelling. This back-and-forth venture consumed several hours. Fortunately, upon their return to the tea house, they found a middle-aged man, one of Madame Fan's subordinates, waiting eagerly at the entrance. Upon seeing Han Li's return, the man immediately brightened and hurried inside. Han Li, aware that the man was reporting to Madame Fan, paid it no mind and leisurely followed Chu Han into the establishment. By the time they reached the private room of the tea house, the girl and the middle-aged man were already respectfully standing at the door, awaiting Han Li's arrival. "Madam and the elder are awaiting your presence," the young girl said respectfully. Casting a curious glance at Chu Han, Han Li, choosing not to introduce Chu Han, nodded and entered the room without further ado, with Chu Han following closely behind. The girl hesitated momentarily, but refrained from pursuing the matter. Inside, Madame Fan had once again donned her veil, and upon seeing Han Li enter, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, Elder Han, you have arrived quite promptly. I had anticipated a longer wait," she exclaimed, her smile brightening the room. However, her expression faltered slightly upon noticing Chu Han behind Han Li. "This is my friend Chu Han, who also wished to come and see after hearing of this matter. I trust Madam will not mind," Han Li said with a light-hearted chuckle. "Of course not. Please, have a seat, esteemed elders," Madame Fan replied, her beautiful eyes surveying Chu Han's unappealing visage, noting his frosty demeanor. She smiled charmingly, secretly relieved that she had not acted rashly before. For had an unexpected helper in the core formation stage appeared, her plans would have surely faltered, potentially inviting a formidable foe. However, her desire to win Han Li's favor grew ever stronger. "The materials are all inside. Madam may take a look," Han Li stated directly, tossing 2 storage bags filled with materials onto the tea table before her. Madame Fan could hardly contain her delight at this gesture, thanking him repeatedly as she took the bags in hand. Using her spiritual sense, she conducted a cursory inspection before casually handing them to Elder Zhao. The old man received them with composure, methodically examining each material to ascertain their authenticity. Given the sheer volume of materials, this process was naturally time-consuming. Meanwhile, Madame Fan engaged Han Li in light conversation, subtly attempting to glean information regarding the origins of the materials. However, Han Li, being exceptionally astute, skillfully kept their dialogue tangential, leaving her with nothing of substance. After some time, Elder Zhao finally finished tallying the materials and conveyed an estimated price to the lady from the Miaoyin sect. She pondered for a moment before proposing a price that was slightly reduced by 10%. Han Li, upon hearing this price, fell into contemplation, which caused Madame Fan to feel a twinge of unease. After a brief deliberation, she resolved to increase the offer by an additional 5% to facilitate the transaction. Upon receiving the revised quote, Han Li nodded in agreement. Although he was aware that the price was still somewhat below his expectation, he was nonetheless satisfied to dispose of all the materials in one go. Seeing Han Li's acceptance, Madame Fan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then emptied a small pile of mid-tier spirit stones from her storage bag and pushed them toward Han Li. He accepted them without hesitation. With the transaction satisfactorily concluded, both parties appeared content. Han Li prepared to rise and take his leave. "I have heard that you are seeking some rare spirit bamboos, Elder. I happen to possess information on this matter. Would you be interested in hearing a few details?" Madame Fan casually uttered a remark that struck Han Li profoundly, compelling him to turn his gaze towards her. At that moment, Madame Fan's enchanting eyes met his, sparkling with a peculiar glimmer. This adept of the charming sound sect intended to secretly plant a seed within Han Li's heart during his moment of astonishment, facilitating his gradual submission to her will in the future. Upon their eyes meeting, Han Li felt an overwhelming allure emanating from her gaze, a spring-like essence that captivated him, inducing a sense of entrapment from which it seemed difficult to escape. Just as he felt his resolve wavering under the influence of her charm, a thought sparked in his mind. Instantly, Han Li's demeanor shifted, his eyes turning frigid, the icy intent sending a shiver down Madame Fan's spine, causing her seductive prowess to falter in an instant. Alarmed, she attempted to avert her gaze, yet for reasons unknown, her entire head became rigid, unable to move even slightly. her mouth sealed shut. The backlash of her technique. The realization struck her like lightning, and she desperately exerted her energy in an attempt to break free from Han Li's penetrating gaze. "What are you doing to Madame Fan?" Elder Zhao, perceiving the anomaly in Madame Fan's demeanor, felt a sudden chill and hastened towards her. However, before he could reach her, Chu Han appeared before him with an expressionless countenance. His movement so uncanny that it startled the elder, leaving him uncertain whether to intervene. Meanwhile, Madame Fan, after several futile struggles, now gazed at Han Li with no trace of seduction, but rather with a pitiful plea, her expression one of desperate yearning for his mercy. Humph. Han Li let out a cold snort, finally retracting the chill in his gaze. In that instant, it was as if she had been granted a pardon, and she hastily averted her eyes. Yet, unable to restrain herself, she involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her delicate veil crimson. "Madame Fan," Elder Zhao exclaimed, his brows furrowing and his gaze fixed on Han Li, his expression one of impending wrath. "Elder Zhao, please do not be angry. Senior Han has shown mercy. I merely suffered a slight disturbance in my vitality. With this blood expelled, I feel much better." Madame Fan interjected hastily, forcing a smile to quell the elder's agitation. Upon hearing her words, the elder's expression softened, returning to a semblance of normalcy. "I never anticipated that you, esteemed senior, are also a master of enchantment. My previous test was indeed rash. I hope you will not take offense. However, I do possess knowledge regarding the whereabouts of a certain thunder bamboo." The woman regarded Han Li with a hint of trepidation, fearful that he might pursue the matter further. Thunder bamboo. Han Li's icy facade transformed upon hearing Madame Fan's words, revealing a flicker of interest. The legendary thunder bamboo, one of the three divine woods? He could hardly believe his ears, though a thrill coursed through his veins. While he had long desired to use extraordinary bamboo to forge magical artifacts, he had never dared to dream of employing one of the three divine woods for such a purpose. Was it not said that the three divine woods had long been extinguished? Indeed, it is the thunder bamboo. Speaking of this extraordinary item, I have personally handled it, and there is no doubt about its authenticity. Madame Fan produced a small jade vial and, after consuming a pill, regained some vitality, affirmatively stating her claim. Could it be that this treasure has already been sold to another? Han Li fixed his gaze upon the woman, his tone growing icy. Meanwhile, he could not help but ponder whether this woman had not learned her lesson and was attempting to use him as a pawn. Not at all. This item was originally intended for auction at the Tianqing City Auction House. However, to our dismay, it, along with a substantial quantity of goods from our sect, was intercepted en route. Yet, we have since located the hideout of these individuals and are preparing to invite some allies to capture them all at once. After a moment's hesitation, Madame Fan spoke with an earnest demeanor. "Stolen from us?" Han Li's eyes flickered, skepticism evident in his expression. "It seems the elder does not believe my words, but this is undeniably the truth." Madame Fan suddenly withdrew her smile, revealing a trace of bitter sorrow. 2 months ago, our sect shop received a significant transaction, one so grand that it would sustain our Miao Yin sect for a decade without needing to pursue further business. Thus, after gathering a large quantity of goods, we dispatched a majority of our strongest experts, led by Sect Master Wang, to deliver the items. However, en route, we were ambushed by a group of masked cultivators. Among them were at least 5 or 6 who had reached the core formation stage, each proficient in nefarious arts, while the others excelled in cooperative techniques. Our sect master was outnumbered and perished on the spot, and the storage bags containing the goods were seized. As for the ordinary disciples, the casualties were overwhelming. Had it not been for the desperate efforts of 2 elders who lowered their cultivation levels to unleash secret techniques, we would have likely been entirely wiped out without anyone the wiser. As she recounted this, her voice grew somber, her face etched with grief. Could it be a trap set by the buyers? Han Li blurted out without a moment's thought. Impossible. The buyer for this transaction is one of the 4 major merchant alliances of the Chaos Star Sea, renowned for their impeccable reputation. How could they resort to such murderous thievery? Furthermore, given their power, they would not tarnish their name over such trifles. Madame Fan shook her head lightly, her pallor indicating her denial, exuding an aura of frailty. However, Han Li merely cast a cold glance at her, offering no words of sympathy or consolation. Observing his chilling demeanor, Madame Fan suppressed her sorrow and continued to elucidate. That small section of thunder bamboo was originally the treasured heirloom of a minor sect. But that sect has since fallen into dire straits, leaving only a single successor. Thus, not long ago, they sold this item to our Miaoyin sect. Our sect master had intended to deliver it alongside the goods, planning to auction it in Tianqing City immediately after concluding this significant transaction, but alas, it was taken by those cultivators. However, our sect master had made a few subtle alterations to the goods when departing, which enabled our disciples to swiftly track down the hideout of these rogues. However, among these thieves, there are indeed a considerable number of golden core cultivators. Relying solely on the strength of our sect, we are unable to confront them head-on. Therefore, my purpose in coming forth this time, aside from procuring goods, is also to invite individuals of profound cultivation to lend their assistance. The two esteemed seniors appear to possess remarkable magical prowess. Should you be willing to extend your aid, I, on behalf of our sect, would be pleased to offer this thunder bamboo as a reward. After a careful articulation of her intentions, the woman finally expressed her true purpose, prompting Han Li to maintain an impassive demeanor, though his gaze flickered with contemplation. Observing this, Madame Fan, aware that Han Li was weighing the pros and cons, swiftly added another incentive. If the esteemed senior finds the reward insufficient, our sect is also willing to grant one of our virtuous female disciples to serve as a maid. Not interested. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li flatly rejected the offer. The woman's expression immediately fell, revealing her disappointment. Has this thunder bamboo not been refined? Can it continue to grow? Han Li exhaled softly and unexpectedly posed a question that took the woman by surprise. It has not been refined. This thunder bamboo has been meticulously cultivated by our minor sect for over 1,000 years, and it can certainly continue to thrive as it is rooted in its entirety. Do you not wish to use it for crafting magical artifacts and instead intend to leave it for future generations? However, this thunder bamboo grows exceedingly slowly, increasing merely an inch every millennium, making it quite challenging to cultivate. The woman responded, somewhat taken aback by his inquiry. Upon hearing her words, Han Li refrained from answering her question and instead lowered his head, sinking once more into deep thought. It was not until Elder Zhao displayed visible impatience that he resolutely declared, in addition to the thunder bamboo, I would like to select another item from those goods. After all, my companion, Daoist Chu, and I are acting together. Han Li maintained his usual expression while adding another condition. Not a problem. Our sect can agree to this condition. Upon hearing Han Li's willingness to assist, Madame Fan's face lit up with delight, and without much deliberation, she readily accepted his terms. Very well. When the time comes to set off, please have someone from your sect notify me at my cave abode. I trust your esteemed sect is already aware of my residence, Han Li stated, his expression unreadable as he rose to his feet. Before Madame Fan could say anything further, he exchanged a courteous gesture with Chu Han and departed, not once mentioning the woman's use of seductive charm. Seeing Han Li leave so decisively, the male and female members of the Tianyin sect exchanged bewildered glances, while Madame Fan's eyes reflected a mixture of emotions, her expression shifting between brightness and shadow. Upon returning to his cave, Han Li did not merely await the emissary from the Miaoyin sect. Instead, he sought out several other golden core cultivators to inquire about the Miaoyin sect. To his surprise, these individuals had indeed heard of the sect, with one even having dealt with them previously. According to their accounts, the Miaoyin sect could be regarded as both a sect and a commercial alliance. However, it is worth noting that throughout its history, the sect has primarily been led by female disciples, and thus, only a female disciple may serve as the sect leader. The Miaoyin sect is not particularly powerful within the chaotic realm of the Starry Sea. Apart from the sect leader, the highest-ranking members are the dual envoys, and typically, 2 or 3 guest elders in the core formation stage are hired for support. Among various mid-tier factions, it occupies a position that is somewhat lacking in strength compared to the greater powers, yet not entirely insignificant in relation to the lesser ones. Nevertheless, other sects generally refrain from provoking this sect, as the female cultivators within Miaoyin are renowned for their beauty and diverse talents. Frequently, outstanding female disciples from the sect become coveted dual cultivation partners, thereby garnering considerable support, both overt and covert. What piqued Han Li's interest most was the sect's relatively favorable reputation, with few reports of malevolent deeds against other cultivators. However, the seductive arts of the Miaoyin sect have gained considerable notoriety throughout the Starry Sea, leaving many male cultivators utterly entranced by the female disciples. After gathering this information, Han Li formed a preliminary impression of the Miaoying sect. Upon further contemplation, he found himself reluctant to part with the thunder bamboo from earlier. It seemed that he would indeed need to take action. Thus, he promptly returned to his cave abode, tirelessly accelerating the crafting of the third-tier puppets day and night. After a fortnight, a communication talisman flew into Han Li's hand. After reading it, he calmly organized his belongings and departed the cave with Chu Han and 2 blood jade spiders. Upon reaching a city gate in Tianqing City, a young girl named Lianer anxiously awaited their arrival. As soon as she spotted Han Li and Chu Han, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried over to say, "Esteemed seniors, the lady has instructed me to lead you to the Gathering Island, and then we shall set off together." Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, and without further ado, he unleashed the green radiance sword, enveloping the girl in its light before soaring into the sky. Chu Han followed suit, transforming into a beam of yellow light to accompany them. It seemed to be Lianer's first experience flying in such a manner, as she curiously gazed around while occasionally directing Han Li on their route. Yet, whenever her gaze met Han Li's, she would shyly lower her head. In the brilliance of the sword light, the girl stood quite close to Han Li, nearly pressed against him. A slight tilt of his head allowed him to glimpse her delicate, snow-white neck, and the fragrant scent of her presence wafted into his senses, granting him a rather delightful experience. It appeared that she was aware of the situation. As the blush on her cheeks grew more pronounced, intriguing Han Li and eliciting a subtle smile from him, he couldn't help but speculate that Madame Fan, knowing he was impervious to allure, had instead opted for a genuine beauty strategy by sending her closest maid to guide him. With this thought, he quietly chuckled to himself and audaciously inhaled the fragrance of the girl, causing her to tremble slightly, with her dainty ears turning a rosy hue, hinting at a tinge of fluster. However, Han Li's boldness was limited to this. He refrained from further actions, which allowed the girl to relax a bit and continue guiding him. After a brief while, Han Li descended upon the desolate mountains of an unnamed small island. Atop the towering mountain, aside from Madame Fan and Elder Zhao, there were a dozen individuals of varying heights, some meditating in deep concentration, while others engaged in hushed conversations. Among them, 5 had successfully achieved the Golden Core stage, while the others were all late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. It appeared that the Miaoying sect had indeed expended considerable effort in gathering these individuals. Upon seeing her maid had truly brought Han Li and Chu Han, Madame Fan's countenance brightened, and she gracefully approached them. "It is indeed a privilege for our humble sect to have 2 esteemed seniors present. Allow me to introduce a few individuals to you," she said, her eyes sparkling. She then proceeded to introduce Han Li and Chu Han to a Golden Core cultivator surnamed Meng, along with 4 Foundation establishment practitioners. However, curiously, after this introduction, Madame Fan did not proceed to introduce the remaining cultivators. Instead, she seemed to assert her dominance by casting her gaze towards a beautiful woman dressed in a flowing green gown. Following her gaze, Han Li noticed that aside from those introduced by Madame Fan, the others appeared to revolve around this green-clad woman. This woman possessed elegant eyebrows and sharp eyes, exuding an aura of authority, indicative of someone accustomed to a position of power. Yet, for men, this only heightened the desire to conquer. Noticing Madame Fan's attention, the woman scoffed lightly, casting a curious glance at Han Li and Chu Han before whispering something to a middle-aged cultivator beside her, seemingly dismissing Madame Fan's presence. "Who is that?" Han Li inquired calmly. "Zhuo Ru Ting, our sect's right envoy," replied Fan Jingmei with a slight huff, her reluctance evident. "Oh," Han Li responded nonchalantly, yet found himself captivated by her for a moment longer, eliciting a flicker of displeasure from Fan Jingmei. His intrigue was not born from any inappropriate intentions towards Zhuo Ru Ting, but rather from a sense of familiarity in her demeanor that stirred deep, contemplative thoughts within him. Noticing this, Madame Fan's expression darkened, and she turned to engage Chu Han in conversation. However, Chu Han remained stoic, listening silently, which only served to frustrate Madame Fan further. In that moment, Han Li finally discerned the source of the strange sensation he felt. Although Zhuo Ru Ting's features differed from those of Nangong Wan, she undeniably possessed an essence reminiscent of her, awakening something profound within him. After grasping this connection, Han Li cast a complex glance at Zhuo Ru Ting before redirecting his attention, striving to restore his tranquil mindset. Yet, even with Han Li and Chu Han present, neither Madame Fan nor Zhuo Ru Ting exhibited any intention to commence their journey. Instead, They frequently gazed skyward, seemingly awaiting the arrival of additional individuals. Observing this, Han Li felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from voicing his inquiries, opting instead to find a secluded corner alongside Chu Han, where they settled into a meditative posture, waiting for their departure. This wait extended for nearly half a day. Were it not for the patience inherent in the gathered cultivators, complaints would have surely arisen by now. Nevertheless, even in this setting, discontent began to surface among some. Upon witnessing this scene, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding exhibited traces of anxiety, reluctantly drawing together to engage in hushed deliberations. Han Li observed this interaction with keen interest, pondering whom they might be awaiting. Suddenly, a faint rumble of thunder resonated in the distance, followed by the emergence of a dark hue on the horizon. This ominous darkness surged swiftly towards them, prompting the seated cultivators to rise, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment and apprehension. In the blink of an eye, the black mass loomed overhead, revealing itself to be a vast expanse of dark clouds, approximately 50 to 60 zhang in diameter. Its sheer size enveloped the entire mountain peak, intermittently emitting resounding roars and flashes of lightning, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. As the onlookers stood in a state of bewilderment, a chilling feminine voice suddenly emanated from the clouds. "Senior Qi, you may release me. I wish to speak with my two senior sisters." "Of course, that poses no issue." A jarring, grating voice replied in response. Upon hearing these voices, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Some of the other cultivators recognized the origin of the dark clouds, their faces paling with trepidation. Han Li, too, felt a jolt of alarm. His curiosity piqued when he overheard a whisper among the crowd. The capabilities of the Miaoyin sect are indeed formidable. How could they have summoned the infamous Qi Leogua from Yuangu Island? The voice was low, yet Han Li, relying on his formidable spiritual sense, caught every word distinctly, causing his heart to shudder. The mention of Yuangu Island and the Qi Fire Old Monster triggered his recollections. He had heard tales of the notorious Qi Fire Old Monster during casual conversations with other cultivators. Renowned for his prowess at the late core formation stage, his mastery of the enigmatic Kuei water demon technique was complemented by a reputation for ruthlessness and mercilessness throughout the chaotic Star Sea. Many speculated that this Qi Old Monster was likely one of the few who could ascend to the nascent soul stage, destined to become a formidable figure akin to the grand ancestor of Extreme Yin. Thus, his dominion over Yuangu Island rendered him a personage not to be trifled with. How could such a notorious demonic cultivator have arrived here? Was he truly summoned as an ally by the Miaoyin sect? Han Li maintained an impassive demeanor while heightening his vigilance, scrutinizing the dark clouds. At that moment, the clouds began to churn violently, and from within emerged a woman clad in purple garments. She was tall and graceful, yet her face was obscured by a faint violet mist, concealing her true appearance. Upon her arrival, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding rushed forward to greet her. "Sister Wang, how could the Qi Old Monster be here? Did you summon him?" "Surely. That was unnecessary," Zhuo Ruding inquired in a low voice, her brow furrowing with concern. "Indeed, this old monster is not one to provoke lightly. Summoning a deity is far easier than dismissing one," Madame Fan added, her expression grave and hinting at dissatisfaction. "Do you truly believe that the cultivators who attacked us last time represent their entire force?" the woman in purple remarked, disregarding the apprehension of the two sisters, her tone indifferent. "Junior sister, what do you mean by that? Are there other formidable adversaries on their side?" The Lady Fan, taken aback by these words, immediately grasped the implication of the purple-clad woman's statement and inquired with a hint of suspicion. Zhuo Ruding also displayed a look of astonishment. "I have received word that there is a late-stage core formation leader stationed at the enemy's stronghold. Relying solely on the assistance summoned by the two senior sisters would be somewhat inadequate. Thus I visited Yuangu Island to persuade the infamous Qi Hua to intervene," the purple-clad woman stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances of skepticism but chose to remain silent. Although they understood that persuading a figure like Qi Hua to act would undoubtedly come at a significant cost, the current moment was not one for such discussions. They would have to defer those considerations until after resolving the matter at hand. At that moment, the purple-clad woman cast her enchanting gaze over the other cultivators atop the mountain and nodded, seemingly quite satisfied. "The number of core formation cultivators invited by my senior sisters exceeds my expectations. With Qi Hua's assistance, We shall undoubtedly eradicate this batch of malevolent cultivators to avenge my mother's death. Her voice turned icy, brimming with an inexorable murderous intent. Rest assured, we shall exact vengeance for our sect leader. Zhuo Ruding gently brushed her dark tresses, speaking slowly. Indeed, our sect leader has shown great kindness to both of us. Even if it costs us our lives, we will annihilate the enemy. Lady Fan solemnly concurred for the first time. Moved by their words, the purple-clad woman deeply bowed to the two ladies. I am grateful for your significant efforts. As agreed beforehand, once we have avenged my mother, the position of sect leader of the Miaoyin sect will be bestowed upon one of you, she declared with resolute determination. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered across Zhuo Ruding's beautiful face. Her lips parted as if to speak, but the words failed to escape. Meanwhile, Lady Fan maintained her composure. Yet an unmistakable excitement glimmered in her eyes. Ah, surely, she must be the renowned Ziling of the Miaoyin sect. What a pity that her face has been obscured by a spell. It is indeed unfortunate, murmured a cultivator named Meng, standing not far from Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a stir of recognition. The name Ziling seemed familiar. It was said she was as beautiful as a celestial being, one of the most renowned beauties of the chaotic star sea. Could she be this very woman? With a sense of surprise, he stole a glance at the purple-clad woman from a distance. At that moment, having concluded their conversation, the purple-clad woman and Lady Fan, with their garments billowing like heavenly maidens, gracefully returned to the clouds. Under the solemn demeanor of the two beautiful gatekeepers, the group finally set forth. Dozens of radiant figures soared from the peak, forming a loose formation as they flew northward. Han Li and Chu Han occupied the mid-to-rear positions of the group, proceeding silently. However, for reasons unknown, the cultivator named Meng flew beside Han Li, chattering cheerfully and incessantly. Han Daoist agreed to assist Fan Zhuo with some reluctance, as Meng had no choice but to repay a favor owed to Fan Zhuo, given that one of his concubines happened to be a direct disciple of the latter. Alas, Han Daoist, I cannot boast of the same fortune as you. Madame Fan merely promised to send me a token of appreciation, Han Li replied with an indifferent tone. What a pity, my dear brother. The most exquisite treasures of the Miaoyin sect are undoubtedly those enchanting female disciples, especially those personally trained by the two esteemed leaders, remarked the incessant speaker. Despite Han Li's stoic demeanor, he felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation at the remarks. However, the familiarity of the conversation reminded him of his verbose senior brother from Huangfeng Valley, which softened any negative feelings he harbored towards this individual. Thus, amidst Han Li's sporadic responses, the entire group, guided by the Miaoyin sect members, soared towards an unknown destination. After a fortnight, the party finally arrived at a desolate island. Awaiting them were several low-ranking disciples of the Miaoyin sect, while not far away, the lair of the bandits lay on another nameless isle, where other disciples kept watch over it. Upon learning that all the malevolent practitioners were inside the lair and had not ventured out, the ethereal purple spirit fairy instructed Han Li and the other cultivators to take a brief respite, planning to launch a surprise attack at dawn when their adversaries were least prepared. Alas, I find myself struggling with a reversed biological clock, making it quite challenging to revert to my former rhythm. I lack energy during the day, yet find myself unable to sleep at night. What a predicament. The next day, as dawn's first light broke, the group of cultivators silently appeared above the stronghold of the evil practitioners. Is this truly the place? The purple spirit fairy surveyed the dark isle below, her brow furrowed in confusion. The island was exceedingly small, merely a few miles in circumference. It would be more accurate to describe it as a massive reef than a true island. Indeed, not only did the golden cicada track them here, but two elders have also confirmed that the individuals entering and exiting are indeed those malevolent practitioners, Madame Fan whispered from the side. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad woman nodded silently, her doubts dispelled. However, it was evident that this location was merely a temporary refuge for their foes. The island was pitifully small, and there was only a rudimentary illusion formation set above, which would fail to deter anyone. Kill without mercy. At the command of the purple spirit fairy, an ominous laughter from the crimson fire old monster echoed from the clouds, followed by a series of thunderous fire strikes that easily dismantled the formation. The cultivators then charged downwards without hesitation. The commotion from breaking the formation clearly alarmed those on the island. A flurry of shrill cries erupted as nearly 40 to 50 beams of various colors ascended from the isle, with a large contingent of practitioners rushing to meet them. Leading the charge were 3 cultivators at the core formation stage, who momentarily froze upon encountering the Miaoying sect. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Madame Fan swiftly unleashed a silver wheel artifact and was the first to attack. Upon witnessing this, the other cultivators did not hesitate to take action. Instantly, a myriad of colorful lights erupted in the sky, accompanied by piercing sounds. Since Han Li intended to draw the attention of the heavenly thunder bamboo, he could not refrain from making his move. Together with Chu Han, they casually unleashed their magical treasures, encircling 5 or 6 foundation-building cultivators, preparing to annihilate them all at once. Given Han Li and Chu Han's core formation cultivation, dealing with a few foundation-building cultivators should have been a simple task. However, to his astonishment, the situation took an unexpected turn. Once the 4 or 5 foundation-building cultivators realized that Han Li and his companion were core formation cultivators, their expressions shifted dramatically as they tore through their garments and transformed, assuming the familiar sinister demon forms that Han Li knew all too well. This revelation nearly caused Han Li to lose his composure. Nevertheless, although the transformed individuals experienced a significant boost in both speed and cultivation, Han Li was no longer the mere foundation-building cultivator he once was. After a brief struggle, these transformed foes were reduced to ashes by the combined might of Han Li and Chu Han's green radiant sword and primal chaos bowl. It dawned on Han Li that these transformations seemed to differ from those of the Blackshaw sect's demons. They did not require incantations or the formation of a cocoon to achieve their metamorphosis, nor did they possess the condensed blood-ning Xingdan within them. This left Han Li in a fog of uncertainty, pondering the connection between these bandits and the Blackshaw sect. However, he swiftly reined in his thoughts, focusing on the surrounding chaos. This was not the moment for contemplation, for a sudden ambush would be most unjust. Yet, the unfolding scene only deepened Han Li's confusion. He observed that nearly all the foundation-building cultivators among the wicked were employing the demon transformation technique, forming small groups and fighting fiercely. The 3 highest-ranking core formation cultivators among them had already been ensnared by the red fire old monster's spells, trapped within a cloud of darkness, seemingly struggling to break free. As a result, the opposing foundation-building cultivators had suffered heavy losses, with most of their ranks decimated under the relentless assault of several core formation and over 10 foundation-building cultivators. Yet, those remaining displayed an audacious defiance, unyielding in the face of danger. Their ferocity astonished the members of the Miaoying sect, leaving them bewildered. Just then, a furious howl echoed from below, vibrating in the ears of the Miaoying cultivators, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. What are you waiting for? Eliminate them. The troublesome ones have arrived. The clangorous voice of the red fire old monster emanated from the dark cloud, prompting the cultivators to realize the gravity of the situation. They hurriedly activated their magical treasures and artifacts, resuming their fierce offensive. However, the island's cultivators, invigorated by the howl, began to resist with even greater tenacity, stalling any expansion of their gains. Suddenly, several streaks of grayish-white light shot forth from the island, swiftly ascending into the air. Upon witnessing this, the cultivators ceased their attacks, turning to face the 5 newly arrived core formation adversaries with trepidation. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a grim countenance, though his features were well-defined. His face was now awash with malevolence. Moreover, the magical fluctuations emanating from him indicated that his cultivation far surpassed that of the other 4, resembling that of a late-stage core formation practitioner. The remaining 4 were merely ordinary early-stage core formation cultivators. Yet their eyes burned with fury as they glared at the members of the Miaoying sect. Who are you to dare slaughter the disciples of our hidden death sect? I shall make you pay for your blood debts. The middle-aged man surveyed the few disciples left on the scene, his expression exceedingly grim. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback. How could this bandit display such a blatant lack of awareness about being confronted, speaking so audaciously? Some astute individuals began to hesitate, glancing towards the leading figures, such as the purple spirit fairy and Madame Fan. A flicker of doubt appeared in the clear, beautiful eyes of the purple spirit fairy, and just as she was about to speak, a figure erupted from the crowd, bellowing, "Enough of your nonsense. You all deserve to die." It was none other than Elder Zhao, who had been closely following Madame Fan, suddenly launching himself from the throng, raising a hand to unleash a fiery beam, soaring directly towards the assailants. The middle-aged cultivator, upon witnessing this, erupted in fury. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly twisted his form. With a whoosh, a towering plume of gray-white demonic energy erupted from his body, rapidly coiling and transforming into a colossal, ghostly visage. As soon as this ghastly face manifested, it opened its gaping maw and lunged forward with ferocity. The fiery beam released by Elder Zhao plunged straight into the giant mouth of the ghostly face, vanishing in an instant. Without pausing, the ghostly visage charged directly at Elder Zhao himself. In that instant, a look of panic crossed Elder Zhao's face. With a speed surpassing his previous advance, he flickered back into the crowd, shouting loudly, "Everyone, attack together! This fellow is a late-stage core formation practitioner. We stand no chance alone." At this blatant incitement, 2 core formation practitioners and several foundation-building disciples of the Miaoyin sect immediately unleashed their magical tools and treasures against the ghostly face. However, many others merely observed with skeptical expressions, their gazes cold and detached, resulting in a chaotic scene. Observing this, Han Li's features twitched slightly. He made no move. Yet his body slowly began to retreat alongside Chu Han. Something felt amiss. Though uncertain of what would transpire, Han Li contemplated a hasty retreat should any danger arise. "Hold your actions. There is something suspicious about this." The purple-clad woman discerned the oddity and coldly reprimanded the Miaoyin disciples. However, those among the Miaoyin sect who had initiated the assault remained unperturbed, continuing their relentless assault on the ghostly visage, seemingly oblivious to the warning. Witnessing this, Han Li and the others who had yet to act felt their expressions shift, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. The middle-aged cultivator was no fool. He too recognized the peculiarity of the situation. After a brief pause, he decisively beckoned to the ghostly visage, which let out a chilling shriek and opened its mouth, unleashing countless gray-white orbs of light that instantly sent all magical tools and treasures tumbling helplessly before returning to their master. The cultivator who had launched the attack was momentarily taken aback, and for a brief moment, no one dared to step out of the crowd to confront the adversary. "Who can enlighten me on what transpired?" Seizing the opportunity, the celestial maiden Xiling finally emerged from the throng, standing between the two parties, her voice icy as she inquired, "What is the meaning of this? You have inexplicably slain so many disciples of my sect, and yet dare to question our sect leader." The middle-aged man spoke coldly, his eyes having transformed into an eerie shade of emerald green at some point. "You plundered the goods of our Miaoyin sect and murdered our sect master. It was you, wasn't it?" The woman in purple fixed her gaze upon him, her expression devoid of emotion as she slowly questioned. "Nonsense. Although our Insha sect seldom interacts with external cultivators, we would never stoop to such despicable acts," the middle-aged man retorted loudly, his face contorted with anger. Upon hearing this, the woman in purple fell silent. Yet her beautiful eyes betrayed an icy resolve. The others, having listened to this exchange, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting accordingly. It appears that both sides have fallen into someone's trap. Lady Fan suddenly stepped forth from the assembly of cultivators and spoke slowly. "Humph. You believe it is us who have been ensnared?" The middle-aged man replied, his demeanor as dark as water. This individual had painstakingly nurtured his disciples for years, only to witness their complete annihilation in a single day. How could he not harbor a deep-seated animosity towards those present, were it not for the overwhelming number of golden core cultivators among his opponents, as well as the uncertainty regarding the strange practitioner concealed within the ominous clouds? He would have recklessly engaged them, even at the cost of severe injury to himself. The woman in purple, upon hearing this, maintained her chilling demeanor, while Lady Fan could only smile wryly, awaiting developments. "Elder Zhao, Elder Fu, should you not provide us with an explanation?" The celestial maiden Xiling slowly turned her gaze towards the two individuals in the crowd, speaking with a calm yet firm tone. As her frigid voice echoed, the other cultivators swiftly redirected their attention to a specific area within the crowd. Elder Zhao and another middle-aged scholar stood there, their expressions inscrutable. This scholar was one of the Miaoyin sect elders who often accompanied Zhuo Ruding. Witnessing this scene, both Lady Fan and Zhuo Ruding grasped the implications, their faces paling considerably. Among them, Lady Fan appeared particularly distressed, her demeanor reflecting a sense of desperation. "Who lurks in the shadows?" A furious roar from the ominous clouds suddenly pierced the air, followed by a barrage of thunder and fire that surged forth, resembling serpents as they struck towards a nearby location. The previously vacant area dimmed, and a vast expanse of black mist erupted, consuming the lightning and fire entirely, revealing a slender, pallid youth. Wuqiu, Hanli, having stealthily retreated to the rear of the group, was startled to silently exclaim the youth's name upon seeing his appearance. At that moment, several other cultivators also recognized the young man, their exclamations echoing in surprise. The members of the Insha sect turned ashen, their gazes fixated on Wuqiu. However, the leading middle-aged man wore a peculiar expression, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as he observed Wuqiu. Haha, truly, the infamous Qi Hualao Guai is worthy of his reputation. He has managed to see through this young master's concealment technique. Wuqiu cast a nonchalant glance at the gathered crowd, his gaze settling on Wu Yun. A cold snort emanated from the clouds above, and silence enveloped the scene, darkening Wuqiu's expression. Was this affair orchestrated by your extreme island? After noticing the peculiar circumstances, Zhuoruding, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Indeed, this matter has been arranged by this young master. The goods of your Miaoyin sect were seized by my island's people, and the two elders were instructed by me to frame the hidden kill sect. To everyone's astonishment, Wuqiu showed no signs of concealment, sneering as he admitted everything, his gaze lewdly roaming over the woman in purple. The woman, however, maintained her icy demeanor, casting a cold stare at Wuqiu without uttering a word. At that moment, Elder Zhao, the scholar, and the other cultivators who had just acted suddenly fell silent and flew to Wuqiu's side, forming a three-way standoff with the purple spirit fairy and the cultivators of the hidden kill sect. Witnessing this scene, although Zhuoruding had anticipated it, her expression shifted, and a weight settled upon her countenance. Elder Zhao and Meng, our sect has always treated you well. How could you commit such an act? Madame Fan's face had long turned pale, and when Elder Zhao and the others approached Wuqiu, she could no longer contain her outrage, questioning them loudly. She had invested considerable effort to contend with Zhuoruding within the Miaoyin sect, even sacrificing her appearance to win over Elder Zhao, only to have him betray her without a word, inciting her fury. Elder Zhao's face twitched as he replied woodenly, Madame Fan, I had no desire to partake in this. However, both Meng and I have already placed our lives in the hands of others. We are truly powerless. Upon hearing this, Madame Fan was taken aback. But before she could respond, Zhuoruding's cold words halted her. Sister Fan, there is no use in speaking further. Since they dare to concoct such a trap, they undoubtedly have other schemes in place. Let us focus on surviving today's calamity first. Madame Fan fell silent. Ah, truly worthy of the talented and beautiful purple spirit fairy. I have admired you for a long time. Might I inquire if you would consider marrying me? Wuqiu leered at the veiled face of the woman in purple, his tone laced with desire. Very well, replied the purple spirit fairy, her face emotionless, startling not only Wuqiu but also the other cultivators, including Hanli. Wuqiu, taken aback, asked with a hint of suspicion, is what you say true? If you execute all the cultivators who killed my mother, I will marry you. The purple spirit fairy stated coldly. Wuqiu's expression faltered, his brow furrowing as he shook his head. That condition is unacceptable. Many of those involved are loyal servants of my family. I do not possess the authority to execute them. Perhaps, Miss Purple Spirit, you could propose another condition? The purple spirit fairy let out a few cold laughs and whispered something to Madame Fan, disregarding Wuqiu entirely. Upon witnessing this scene, a flash of brutal malice crossed the grotesque visage of Wuqiu, yet he seemed to recollect something. Suppressing his rage and redirecting his gaze towards the cultivators of the hidden kill sect. Uncle Sun, I never anticipated that after so many years. You have indeed trained so many disciples. Truly, this is a cause for celebration. Wuqiu remarked coldly. The term uncle startled the others greatly. Han Li's heart sank, amplifying his unease. However, after probing the surroundings with his divine sense, he found no hidden ambushes, leaving him hesitantly torn between fleeing immediately or assessing the situation further. After all, he had yet to discern the truth behind the matter of the heavenly thunder bamboo. At that moment, the middle-aged man let out a cold snort, his expression fluctuating between dark and light as he replied, I am living quite well. I never expected that, having merely taken some disciples out for a stroll, I would be discovered by your people. It seems I have indeed ventured out at an inopportune time. Hee. Uncle Sun is merely jesting. Anyone who has lingered in the misty sea for decades would desire to stretch their legs. Moreover, Uncle Sun's outing is likely related to the matters of the Void Heavenly Palace, is it not? I wonder if you happen to have the fragment of the Void Heavenly map that was taken away by several uncles back in the day. Considering the 300 years since the Void Heavenly Palace reemerged is fast approaching, if you willingly hand over that map, I could intercede with the family ancestors on your behalf, perhaps sparing your life. Wu Chao's gaze towards the middle-aged man flickered with a covetous flame as he uttered these enticing words. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent, but after a moment, he coldly retorted, "Are we not aware of the extreme old demon's methods, having once been his disciples? If I were to hand over the map to you, I would likely be tortured to death on the other side. And what of it?" Wu Chou inquired, furrowing his brow. "Do you truly believe you can call the shots?" The middle-aged man said, his voice laced with menace, "Old monster, you needn't hide any longer. Reveal yourself." Startled, Han Li and the other cultivators glanced around hastily. Could the extreme ancestor be present? Yet, the surroundings remained eerily calm, devoid of any anomalies. This left the cultivators perplexed, glancing once more between the middle-aged man and Wu Chou. What is the meaning of this? Why can't I? Wu Chou initially appeared taken aback, but as he spoke, his expression faltered midway, revealing a hint of an unusual demeanor. He fixed an intense gaze upon the middle-aged man for a moment before breaking into a peculiar smile. Indeed. No wonder you were one of my most esteemed disciples. You discerned my true identity at a glance. As he spoke, Wu Chao's visage began to blur and contort, and before long, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he transformed into a similarly diminutive yet squint-eyed, grotesque old man. A chill ran down the spines of Han Li and the others. Body possession technique. I knew you would not entrust such a vital matter to a junior. You came personally, even if this is not your true form. The middle-aged man observed the old man with a tense expression, his voice low and steady. My dear disciple, do you truly dare to raise a hand against your master? The newly emerged elder, his lips not moving, emitted an excruciatingly sharp sound from his abdomen that pierced the eardrums of all present, causing them to involuntarily retreat several steps. Humph, a disciple? In the past, you unleashed devastation upon us at a mere thought, punishing any dissenters with soul extraction. Did you ever regard us as disciples? We were but your slaves. Furthermore, you are merely employing a possession technique, capable of unleashing at most 1/3 of your cultivation. What is there for me to fear? The middle-aged man spoke grimly. With a wave of his hands, the ghostly visage before him expanded dramatically, becoming even more menacing. The celestial maiden Ling and the other cultivators, including Han Li, were momentarily paralyzed by the bizarre scene, their expressions varying widely. The elder, unfazed by the middle-aged man's words, responded coolly, Indeed, if this were a century ago, you would have been right. With merely 1/3 of my cultivation, capturing you would indeed pose a challenge. However, now at this point, a sharp mockery flickered in his gaze. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the elder's words, felt his heart constrict, disbelief etched across his face. Have you truly mastered that demonic technique? His voice trembled with fear. It is fortunate you have deduced it. If you submit now, I may grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, the consequences, as you should know, will be dire. The elder declared, extending a hand. With a crackling sound, a jet-black fireball materialized in his palm. The heavenly capital corpse fire. You have finally mastered it. The middle-aged man exclaimed, his complexion paling to a ghostly white, his voice cracking with terror. Observing this, the extreme patriarch let out a cold chuckle and turned to the celestial maiden Ling and her companions with an air of arrogance, stating, Listen well. Today, I am in a generous mood and can offer you a chance at life. Should you choose to pledge your allegiance to the extreme Island, you may continue to live freely. However, my commands must be followed to the letter. Failure to do so will result in your utter annihilation. Surrender 1/3 of your primordial spirit to these forbidden divine tokens, and you may depart unscathed. After delivering this ultimatum, he produced several dark wooden tokens from within his robes. Casting a cold gaze upon the assembly, Han Li and the other cultivators exchanged glances, neither daring to step forward to accept the tokens nor bold enough to refuse. Stifled into silence by the stature of their adversary, it is worth mentioning that among the core formation cultivators present, aside from Han Li and Chu Han, there were only the Meng surname cultivator and a hook-nosed practitioner summoned by Zhuo Ruding. The remaining individuals, including the celestial maiden Ling and Madame Fan, numbered 6 or 7, all at the mid to late stages of Foundation establishment. Meanwhile, the elusive Crimson Fire Elder, hidden within the dark clouds, had quietly released the 3 trapped members of the Hidden Kill sect, remaining silent as darkness enveloped him. It seems you have resolved to face total annihilation. Very well. I shall grant you that wish. The extreme Patriarch declared, his expression turning icy, his voice dripping with malice. As the last note faded, the hawk-nosed cultivator standing behind Joruding suddenly transformed into a streak of yellow light, soaring backward into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had flown several dozen yards away, his cold snort faintly echoing in the air. Humph. Since I, Foam, have no desire to oppose the ancestor, nor any interest in being manipulated by others, I shall take my leave first. Within a few brief moments, the yellow light darted away another 10 yards. Such incredible speed. The extreme ancestor's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. His hand, which cradled a black fireball, gently flicked in the direction of the yellow light. The black fireball slipped from his grasp, momentarily flickering before transforming into a slender, dark arc, vanishing without a trace in an instant. While others were left bewildered, Hanli, witnessing this scene, felt his expression tighten abruptly. Simultaneously, a cry of anguish erupted from the distance, and in a sudden burst, transformed into a peculiar black flame. The fire rapidly diminished, leaving behind nothing but a dimly glowing flying dagger, with all other traces erased. Hanli inhaled sharply, astonished. The speed of that black flame was astonishingly swift. He pondered that if he were at a greater distance and focused, he might have a chance to evade it. However, if it were to be launched at him from within 20 to 30 yards, evasion would be utterly impossible. Moreover, judging by the black flame's ability to reduce a person to ashes, its power surpassed that of the Qingyang demonic fire from the 6 sects of evil. It was certainly not something an ordinary magical item could withstand. Having concluded that the opponent could take his life at any moment, Hanli felt his lips dry and his heart pounding violently. It took considerable effort to suppress the impulse to flee. He understood that any rash movement at this moment would only hasten his demise. However, he resolutely refused to part with 1/3 of his primordial spirit. Doing so would be akin to surrendering his life. For if the adversary were to extinguish the consciousness inscribed upon the forbidden divine talisman, a cultivator lacking this portion of primordial spirit would, at best, become an imbecile, wandering aimlessly for the rest of their days, or at worst, suffer from madness and die on the spot. Furthermore, this nefarious spell capable of restraining another's primordial spirit could only be wielded by those who had reached the nascent soul stage. It was beyond the means of those in the core formation stage. Hanli managed to steady his mind and turned his gaze to the others, seeking any potential strategies they might devise. The expression of the Meng surname cultivator, also at the core formation stage, had long since lost its cheerful demeanor. Upon sensing Hanli's gaze, he offered a wry smile before turning back, his expression darkening as he looked toward the extreme ancestor. Meanwhile, the Xiling fairy, standing in front, maintained a relatively calm demeanor, yet her 10 delicate fingers entwined behind her back, slightly twisting, which left Hanli speechless. As for Madame Fan and the other cultivators from the Miaoyin sect, having witnessed the potency of the black demonic flames, their faces had drained of color. Although they managed to maintain a semblance of composure, the fear in their eyes was unmistakable. Hanli licked his lips and turned his gaze toward the group from the Hidden Kill sect. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing the might of the extreme ancestor's black demonic fire, showed a flicker of emotion before narrowing his eyes. As Hanli gazed ahead, he spoke in a low voice, urging, "Do not be intimidated by the ancient demon, given that he is possessing another. This newly mastered divine ability can only be employed a limited number of times. Otherwise, the host will perish. At present, we must unite to confront this ancient demon." The middle-aged man cast a deliberate glance towards the Crimson Fire Elder shrouded in the dark clouds. In his mind, only by collaborating with the Crimson Fire Elder, who was also at the late stage of the core formation, could they hope to contend against him. However, after the middle-aged man's words, there was a profound silence emanating from the dark clouds, with not a single response. This eerie silence instilled tension among the others, including Hanli. The Purple Spirit Fairy, in particular, cast a cold gaze towards the clouds, remaining silent. At that moment, the extreme elder let out a few derisive laughs. With a swift motion of his hands, he conjured 2 black fireballs that floated ominously before him. Everyone's countenance darkened. their attention fixated on the slightest movement of the fireballs. Meanwhile, the dark clouds began to churn ominously, and a strange, resonant voice of the Crimson Fire Elder echoed through the air. Extreme Elder, do you presume to make me submit to you? Of course. Since I have personally descended here, all shall either perish or acknowledge me as their master. There will be no exceptions. The Extreme Elder regarded the dark clouds and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Very well. How dare a mere possessed body challenge the will of this island's master? It seems I must demonstrate the might of my demonic fire. The Crimson Fire Elder appeared enraged, causing the clouds to roil even more violently, with thunderous fire crackling in the atmosphere. Observing the breakdown of negotiations between the Crimson Fire Elder and the Extreme Elder, both the Miaoyin sect and the Hidden Kill sect felt a palpable sense of relief. Should this ancient demon choose to engage, it would not be without its own combat capabilities. After all, the Crimson Fire Elder practiced the renowned Kuei demonic art, which might very well counter the other's demonic fire. Extreme Elder, do you not fear the Star Palace's wrath for so recklessly employing the forbidden divine technique? To my understanding, such a technique is strictly prohibited for you Yuaning masters by the twin saints of the Celestial Star. The Purple Spirit Fairy interjected suddenly. Even the venerable Extreme Elder, upon hearing the names of the Star Palace and the twin saints, exhibited a fleeting change in expression. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and sneered. You are quite well informed, my dear. Indeed, the Star Palace has imposed such a prohibition upon us. However, that was in the past. Do you think the Twin Saints dare to venture out of the Celestial Star City now? As long as they remain inactive, what can the others in the Star Palace do to us? This revelation struck Han Li and the others like a bolt from the blue, leaving them bewildered. Only the middle-aged men from the Hidden Kill sect displayed no surprise, as if they were already privy to this information. The heart of the Purple Spirit Fairy sank momentarily, but she resolutely turned to the middle-aged man and declared coldly, You and the Crimson Fire Elder shall confront this ancient demon. The rest of us will first deal with the traitors, and then we shall unite to face the demon. Her words momentarily stunned the middle-aged man, but he quickly understood and gestured to his fellow cultivators to proceed as she suggested. For now, they would adhere to her plan. If they did not repel this ancient demon, none would survive. He then cast a frosty gaze towards the opposing side, where the ominous figure of the fiery elder hovered above him, forming a united front. The cultivators of the Hidden Kill sect, at the stage of foundation establishment, exchanged glances before swiftly flying to the side of Han Li and his companions, casting cold stares at the treacherous Elder Zhao. Observing that they did not have to confront the terrifying magic fire of the Extreme Ancestor directly, the Meng clan cultivator and the others from the Miaoyin sect visibly relaxed, retrieving their magical artifacts and preparing for battle. However, Han Li, positioned at the back of the crowd, furrowed his brow deeply. For reasons unknown, the unfolding situation filled him with an ominous premonition, as if something dire were about to transpire. He sensed that something was amiss. Was the Extreme Ancestor truly facing them without a single ally, relying solely on the possession technique to contend with their group? Moistening his parched lips, he discreetly instructed Chu Han with a few words before unleashing the green radiance sword. Today, I must request a half-day leave due to family matters. I will only be able to update one chapter tonight, and it will be rather late. I sincerely apologize. In the fourth volume, titled Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 407, Turning the Tide, a middle-aged man spoke solemnly, forming hand seals as a ghostly head howled, baring its fangs and ferociously lunging at the Extreme Ancestor. Simultaneously, Han Li and his companions launched their magical artifacts and treasures, unleashing a torrent of attacks towards the traitors of the Miaoyin sect. Naturally, Elder Zhao and the others beside the Extreme Ancestor would not remain idle, countering with a dazzling array of lights. In an instant, various magical artifacts and treasures intermingled in a chaotic clash. The Extreme Ancestor observed the scene with an indifferent gaze, then glanced at the incoming ghostly head. A faint, cold smile crept onto his lips as he released two black fireballs from his hands. Upon leaving his grasp, the fireballs morphed into two serpent-like shadows, swiftly darting into the gaping maw of the ghostly head. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the peril he was in. The ghostly head abruptly halted, its cranium swelling until, with a thunderous explosion, it burst open, showering the surroundings with countless strands of black demonic flames. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man turned pale but quickly inhaled deeply, determination flashing across his face. He forcefully slapped the back of his head, causing a thumb-sized orb to emerge from his forehead, exquisite and glistening, emanating a faint chill. Brother Qi, this old demon's celestial corpse fire can only be countered by the extreme yin's cold treasures. I will first use this coldly pearl to draw his attention, and then you must seize the opportunity to ensnare the old demon with the water of the sunflower technique, thus granting us a chance of victory. As soon as the pearl took flight, the middle-aged man solemnly conveyed his thoughts to the ominous fiery elder above. A muffled humph resonated from the swirling clouds, invigorating the middle-aged man's spirit. He ceased to hesitate and suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a cloud of blood mist that enveloped the pearl within. Instantly, the pearl spun vigorously, absorbing all the blood mist until it was utterly cleansed. Following this, the white vapor expanded and contracted, transforming into a colossal silver orb, dazzling and breathtaking in its brilliance. Old demon, allow me to demonstrate the power of the coldly pearl forged from abyssal deep crystal, the middle-aged man declared, casting a fierce glare at the extreme Yin ancestor, his face contorted with rage. He pointed at the coldly pearl and uttered a rapid incantation. The silver orb wobbled briefly before a resonant hum erupted, swiftly morphing into a white python as thick as a bowl, lunging ferociously at the extreme Yin ancestor. The extreme Yin ancestor displayed a flicker of surprise, yet his expression quickly reverted to one of disdain, accompanied by a smirk. He casually shrugged his shoulders, from which emerged several streams of black mist, each as wide as a bowl. These wisps of black mist, nimble and agile, performed acrobatic rolls in midair before transforming into various wolf-like demonic beasts, bearing their fangs and claws as they charged at the white python. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed in alarm. He bellowed, his fingers dancing feverishly, unleashing a barrage of colorful incantations directed at the white python. Instantly, the serpent's eyes glowed with a vivid green light. It coiled its body and released a thick cloud of silent white frost, obliterating the wolf-like beasts before continuing its relentless advance towards the extreme Yin ancestor. At that moment, a hint of genuine surprise crossed the extreme Yin ancestor's visage, yet he remained composed, calmly gesturing with one hand. With a resounding crack, a formidable black wall of light surged upward, effectively blocking the encroaching white frost. Now, Brother Qi, act swiftly, the middle-aged man urged, noting that the white frost had captured the extreme Yin ancestor's full attention. He discreetly called to the elder in the ominous clouds above. Understood. The elder in the dark clouds responded without hesitation. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted above the middle-aged man's head, as the ominous clouds expanded and began to swirl chaotically, then descended with blinding speed. Qihua, you. The middle-aged man's face paled in horror as he was engulfed by the overwhelming mass of clouds. At that moment, the extreme Yin ancestor let out a cackling laugh. A massive dark hand shot forth from the billowing cold mist, swiftly reaching the white python and crushing it in its grip, causing the serpent to dissipate into nothingness, revealing the pearl's true form. Yet, within the grip of that enormous hand, the pearl flickered desperately, exuding frigid air, seemingly unwilling to submit. Amidst the thunderous clamor, the middle-aged man's voice rang out, filled with fury and regret. Old demon, Qihua, you two are in league together. His tone was laden with a sense of profound bitterness and resentment. Humph, you are simply too foolish. Enjoy your little game with Qihua for now. I shall deal with the others and return to discuss our master-disciple bond. As these words faded, the black hand withdrew its radiance, revealing the form of the extreme Yin ancestor. He cast a cold glance at the swirling clouds, and then at the coldly pearl in his grasp, opening his mouth to emit a faint stream of black mist that enveloped the pearl within. The luster of the pearl was instantly tarnished, dimming significantly. Observing this scene, the extreme Yin ancestor revealed a trace of smug satisfaction on his cold visage. With a mere flick of his hand, the pearl vanished without a trace. The sudden betrayal of the Scarlet Fire Elder and the extreme Yin ancestor's retrieval of the Han Li Pearl unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the Ming family cultivators, who had been gaining the upper hand, utterly astonished. In the beautiful eyes of the purple spirit fairy, disbelief was palpable. However, most individuals quickly grasped the dire situation. Exchanging glances, they swiftly retracted the treasures that were suffocating Elder Zhao and silently scattered in flight. They were not foolish. Resisting would surely lead to their annihilation. As they fled in all directions, each resigned to their fate, the fastest among them were, of course, the several core formation cultivators. Yet, surprisingly, the trio of female cultivators, Purple Spirit Fairy, Madame Fan, and Joie Rooting, employed some mysterious technique to jointly propel a stone tablet-like artifact, transforming it into a radiant tricolor light, matching the speed of the core formation cultivators. Nevertheless, the swiftest actions were undoubtedly those of Han Li and Chu Han, who had already prepared to escape, almost simultaneously with the Scarlet Fire Elder's treachery against the middle-aged man. Han Li and Chu Han retracted their treasures without a second thought, morphing into two radiant streaks of yellow and green, swiftly making their exit. By the time the other cultivators reacted and took flight, Han Li had already distanced himself by 3 to 4 dozen paces, casting a glance back at the unfolding events. What he beheld left him utterly astonished. The core formation cultivators of the Hidden Kill sect had not all retreated. Instead, the 4 who had appeared alongside the middle-aged man launched a frenzied assault against the Scarlet Fire Elder and the Extreme Een Ancestor, their faces reflecting a chilling madness. Fully committed to offense with no regard for defense, the two fiends were momentarily thrown into disarray, unable to extricate themselves from the onslaught. This sight filled Han Li with elation. How delightful! He had not anticipated that these individuals were merely avatars of the slaughter pill. The ancestor had unwittingly facilitated their demise. However, this assault seemed to have genuinely enraged the Extreme Een Ancestor. His voice, laced with fury and mockery, erupted suddenly, and one of the 4 let out a blood-curdling scream, engulfed by raging black flames, which swiftly consumed him into nothingness. A chill coursed through Han Li, prompting him to avert his gaze and urgently accelerate the activation of the Green Radiance Sword. Nonetheless, he could not suppress a peculiar glance at Chu Han. The terms slaughter pill and avatar pierced through the fog of uncertainty in his mind. He had long suspected a connection between the Dark Een great method practiced by Wu Chou and the Dark Een scripture mentioned in the Jade Slip from the Yu Emperor. Now, hearing the Extreme Een Ancestor utter those words confirmed his suspicions. As for the geographical disparity between the two, one in the southern sky and the other in the chaotic star sea, it was likely facilitated by ancient teleportation arrays, likely the same one he had utilized upon his arrival. Reflecting back, the 5-colored skeletal remains beside the ancient teleportation array had indeed been a matter of great concern. Moreover, although he sensed something amiss early on, the sudden betrayal of the Red Fire Ancestor was indeed unexpected, leading to his first attempt after forming his core being as chaotic as during his Foundation establishment phase, forcing him once again to flee for his life. This left Han Li feeling a bitter pang in his heart, engulfed in frustration. He couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance between this scene and the one when he hunted the infant carp beast. It was clear that both parties were supposed to engage in a grand confrontation, yet one side unexpectedly turned against its own, resulting in the slaughter of allies. This made him recall that ominous plaque adorned with a grotesque demon face. He felt that everything seemed to be intricately connected to this. However, Han Li could only ponder this for the time being, as 2 faint cries of agony echoed in the distance, tightening his chest. His hopes of escaping now rested solely on the extreme confidence of the Grandmaster of Extreme Een, praying that he had indeed left no contingency plans. Alas, little did he expect that after dealing with matters, it would be so late, compelling him to burn the midnight oil to compose this chapter for everyone. He hoped for everyone's understanding. As Han Li contemplated, his expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he halted his flight alongside Chu Han. Before them, an area that had been devoid of life became shrouded in a blurred distortion of space, and with a sudden lurch, a humanoid creature emerged. What is this? Upon sighting it, Han Li instinctively held his breath. The creature was entirely emerald green, clad in dark, gleaming armor, with unarmed hands. Its razor-sharp claws measuring mere inches in length, and a mouth filled with yellowed fangs, grinning menacingly at the two of them. A corpse of refined flesh. The overwhelming stench of decay wafting towards him from the creature's direction allowed Han Li to immediately discern its true identity, sending a shiver down his spine. Judging by its appearance, this was certainly no lowly iron-armored corpse. It was most likely a creation of the Grandmaster of Extreme Een, forged through some esoteric method. With this thought, Han Li raised his hand, causing the green radiance sword to morph into a massive green serpent that shot forth with great force. Simultaneously, Chu Han silently flicked a finger, releasing a slender beam of blood light, the blood spirit drill he had painstakingly cultivated. With a soft thud, the blood spirit drill struck the refined corpse's chest, creating a minuscule hole that caused the creature to lower its head in confusion. Han Li rejoiced as the green serpent followed suit, colliding with the creature. Brilliant green sparks erupted, sending the creature flying several feet backward. But it let out a low growl and quickly regained its stance, glaring at Han Li with ferocity. This is bad. The creature was impervious to the assault of ordinary magical artifacts. Han Li hastily retracted the green radiant sword, feeling a weight in his heart. The monster, having absorbed his attack, remained unscathed, and the tiny hole visibly healed at an alarming rate. Han Li's expression darkened. He suddenly merged with Chu Han, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, angling to evade the creature and escape from the side. He was not fearful of being unable to confront the refined corpse. Rather, he was genuinely concerned about delaying his escape and allowing the Grandmaster of Extreme to pursue him again. Naturally, he aimed to avoid confrontation at all costs. As he cast a furtive glance, Han Li noticed that the other fleeing cultivators in the distance were being intercepted by numerous identical undead creatures. It was unclear just how many had been summoned by the Extreme ancestor. A chill crept into Han Li's heart, prompting him to accelerate the long rainbow's speed by threefold under the combined effort of himself and Chu Han as they swiftly approached the side of the undead. However, the ghastly corpse's eyes flashed with a green light, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. Witnessing this eerily familiar scene, Han Li instinctively redirected his sword light, and 5 claw-like black beams screeched past from the original location, piercing through the air for several dozen feet before dissipating. Han Li inhaled sharply. As he turned his sword light around, he found the undead creature standing not far behind him, its claws extending and contracting with ominous black radiance. Such astonishing speed. The creature had traversed a distance of several dozen feet in the blink of an eye, achieving a level of instantaneous movement that rivaled Han Li's own use of the Luo Yin step. The fact that this undead being could perform such feats in midair was utterly beyond reason. Han Li's complexion turned ashen. He understood that unless he dealt with this undead creature, escape would be impossible. This was likely why the Extreme ancestor remained unfazed by their flight. With this realization, Han Li steeled his resolve and swiftly tapped his storage pouch. Instantly, over 100 azure beams and 2 crimson lights shot forth, densely surrounding him. As the brilliance receded, 2 bloodjade spiders and 100 azure giant monkeys emerged. Each of these towering beasts, standing 2 zhang tall, displayed broad mouths and sharp fangs. As soon as they appeared, they raised their arms, unleashing 10 beams of azure light from their fingers, bombarding the undead creature with overwhelming force. Faced with this relentless onslaught from all directions, the undead's eyes blazed with ferocity. A plume of black mist erupted from its mouth, surging towards the myriad azure beams. Crossing its arms before it, the creature charged forward, propelled by the black mist. Ultimately, the black gas neutralized a significant portion of the azure light before striking the undead directly, causing azure smoke to billow and brilliance to radiate. Yet, after a slight grimace, the creature savagely pressed forward into the throng of giant monkeys. Cracking sounds echoed as several nearby giant monkeys were severed into pieces by its razor-sharp claws. Witnessing this, Han Li furrowed his brow. At once, Chu Han unleashed a towering crimson light, which swiftly coalesced into a massive blood blade, fiercely cleaving towards the undead. With a metallic clang, the blood blade struck the top of the creature's head, failing to penetrate its form. This blow seemed to ignite its wrath. It seized the blood blade with one hand and attempted to crush it in a display of fury. However, upon witnessing this, Han Li's initial anxiety transformed into delight. The blood blade, under Chu Han's incantation, instantaneously morphed into violet flames, engulfing the undead in a fierce blaze. The creature shrieked in terror, flailing its arms in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames, appearing utterly at a loss. However, the demonic corpse quickly discerned that although the violet flames were difficult to extinguish, they inflicted no harm upon it and could be disregarded entirely. This realization brought it immense joy, prompting it to resume the search for the true culprit. Yet, just as it lifted its head, 2 large, pristine webs descended silently upon it, ensnaring the unsuspecting creature thoroughly. It was the enormous web shot forth by the blood jade spider. Alarmed, the demonic corpse struggled with great vigor, but simultaneously, the violet flames transformed into a serpentine fire, thick as a bowl, which coiled fiercely around its form. Thus, ensnared by both the web and the fire serpent, it found itself unable to escape. Witnessing this turn of events, Hanli unhesitatingly transformed into a streak of light, gathering his spirit beasts and puppets, and immediately fled far away with Chu Han, not daring to look back. If he had not misheard, a third anguished scream echoed from the distant extreme Patriarch. Should he fail to seize this opportunity to flee, he would surely be captured by that old demon and forced into servitude. Han Li and Chu Han combined their efforts to dash over 100 miles, changing directions multiple times along the way until they discovered a nameless isle. The two promptly landed on the island and burrowed deep into the earth, descending over 10 zhang, before producing a veil to mask their presence and activating an unnamed incantation. Even after accomplishing all of this, Han Li remained anxious, uncertain whether they could evade the perceptive senses of the two ancient demons. After all, the consciousness of a nascent soul cultivator was undoubtedly far superior to that of an ordinary practitioner. Unbeknownst to Han Li, at that very moment, the extreme Patriarch stood calmly 100 miles away, showing no inclination to pursue them further. Accompanying him was a robust man clad in red with a purple visage, alongside a dozen green-hued reanimated corpses. Before the extreme Patriarch and the old man with a crow's face floated a middle-aged man, unconscious and suspended in midair, his body pierced by several bizarre, glowing blue needles. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao and the others stood trembling behind the two, not daring to breathe, their former pride as core formation cultivators utterly extinguished. It was truly unexpected that the girl, Ziling, managed to escape. I had intended to capture her and present her to my friend, the Crimson Fire Taoist. It seems I must wait for another opportunity. The extreme Patriarch remarked with a calm demeanor. Senior Wu has shown great consideration. Although the girl, Ziling, engaged my assistance at the cost of providing 10 excellent furnace stings, what truly piqued my interest was her very self. However, it appears that your disciple also harbors great interest in her. Then let it be so. The purple-faced man chuckled. I thank you, Crimson Taoist. Upon my return, I shall send an additional 20 foundational female cultivators to Yuan-Gue Island as compensation. Speaking of which, your esteemed master is indeed a senior of ours. Please convey my regards to him. The extreme Patriarch expressed, a rare smile gracing his features. It has been quite some time since I last saw my master. Should I have the chance, I will certainly convey your sentiments. The Crimson Fire old monster replied with utmost politeness, but after a moment's thought, he suddenly added, however, with Ziling escaping this time, she may seek out those from the Star Palace. Could this lead to any complications? A hint of concern crossed the face of the Crimson Fire Taoist. The Star Palace? There is no need for worry regarding that. The Grand Master of Extreme Indifferent, let out a cold laugh. As far as I know, several elders of the Celestial Star Palace are currently in seclusion and will not concern themselves with such trivial matters. As for the two ancient beings known as the Celestial Star Dual Saints, their obsession with cultivating the primordial magnetic divine light has resulted in their confinement, allowing them to leave the Celestial Star City for only a few days each year, lest their cultivation deteriorate significantly. It appears that we shall face two formidable adversaries during our next visit to the Void Heaven Palace. The Grand Master of Extreme continued with a hint of schadenfreude. My master has mentioned this matter to me in the past. As long as the Celestial Star Dual Saints remain within the confines of Celestial Star City, utilizing the primordial magnetic peaks, they are nearly invincible in this realm. Moreover, should their mastery of the primordial magnetic divine light reach fruition, they would no longer be trapped within Celestial Star City. At that point, the chaotic Star Sea would once again belong to them. Chi Hua's lips quivered slightly as he spoke with concern. The fourth volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 409, True Countenance. Mastery of the technique? This is merely the delusional fantasy of two ancient monsters. They fail to consider how long the method of the primordial magnetic divine light has circulated in the chaotic Star Sea. Has anyone truly mastered it? Of course. It is fortunate for these two that they stumbled upon a small primordial magnetic mountain at the seabed and relocated it to Celestial Star City. However, let us be frank. The cultivation of the primordial magnetic divine light cannot be achieved merely by borrowing an external object. I suspect the founder of this technique intended it as a jest. What kind of technique can transcend the 5 elements of the world? Furthermore, with their cultivation levels, even without pursuing this method, they are already among the rare existences in this realm. It is truly an unnecessary endeavor. The Grand Master of Extreme expressed such sentiments with disdain. Let us hope it unfolds as the seniors have said. Although Chihua harbored some concerns, he could only voice such sentiments. Nonetheless, apart from the likes of Fairy Ziling and other female cultivators, it is indeed surprising that 2 individuals managed to escape from the grasp of the 18 celestial corpses. The Grand Master of Extreme suddenly stroked the sparse short beard on his chin, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Indeed, Fairy Ziling bore the sex-treasured wood dragon steel, which allowed her and her companions to evade the attacks of the celestial corpses. However, the circumstances surrounding the other 2 individuals are rather peculiar. From a distance, I caught a glimpse of them releasing numerous puppets resembling mechanized beings. Although their offensive capabilities were minimal and their defenses quite lacking, they managed to manipulate over 100 of these at once, which is quite extraordinary. The old monster Chihua nodded in agreement, equally perplexed. Forget it, those 2 are merely small fish. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Were it not for the limited magical power at my disposal after my embodiment, coupled with other constraints, I would not have allowed these juniors to slip away. The primary objective remains. As long as that rebellious disciple has not escaped, I shall retrieve the stolen remnants of the Void Heaven map from him. The Grand Master of Extreme stated casually, seemingly unfazed by the escape of Han Li and Chu Han. Seeing this, the old monster Chihua chose not to pursue the matter further. Shortly thereafter, he took his leave from the Grand Master of Extreme transforming into a dark cloud and soaring into the sky. The Extreme Patriarch gazed at the distant black dot of the crimson fire old demon vanishing into the horizon, a hint of cold mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Slowly, he extended a hand, fingers splayed open. In the palm of his hand, a small segment of white silk emerged, measuring several inches in length. The Extreme Patriarch regarded the silk with an expression of peculiar intrigue in his eyes. The blood jade spider. Who would have thought I would see this day again? It seems that the heavens do not completely forsake humanity. I still have a chance. The Extreme Patriarch muttered to himself, suddenly bursting into raucous laughter that reverberated through the vicinity, causing Elder Zhao and others nearby to turn pale. Swaying unsteadily in the air, let us return to the island. The laughter of the Extreme Patriarch abruptly ceased, followed by a booming command. Then, with a simple gesture, the floating middle-aged cultivator was drawn to his hand, and with a single lift, he led the group away from the site. Unbeknownst to Han Li, 100 miles away, after a month of anxious concealment beneath the earth, he finally emerged, suspicious and wary. After cautiously confirming that there were no ambushes nearby with his spiritual sense, he wasted no time in soaring towards Starry Sky City with Chu Han. This outing had left him utterly disheveled, almost costing him his life. The most frustrating part was that despite the peril he faced, he had not even caught a glimpse of the heavenly thunder bamboo. It was likely in the grasp of the Extreme Patriarch now, leaving him with no hope. He could only return to Starry Sky City in despondence. Starry Sky City remained as vibrant as ever, with the Star Palace cultivators at the gates showing great respect towards him, their senior. However, having just escaped death, Han Li could not shake off the gloom as he entered the city with a face full of misfortune. Upon reaching the entrance of his cave dwelling on the 39th floor, he was taken aback. For there, amidst the restrictions at the entrance, floated a sound transmission talisman, quietly suspended in midair, darkening Han Li's expression. Frowning, he retrieved the restriction token from his sleeve and reluctantly gave it a gentle shake. Instantly, a beam of green light shot forth from the token, piercing the barrier, causing the sound transmission talisman to ignite into flames and fly towards Han Li. With a flick of his finger, he struck the talisman with a flash of white light, causing the flames to surge. Then, a sultry female voice emerged from within. Upon hearing that voice, Han Li momentarily froze, only to be swiftly overcome by anger. It was the voice of Madame Fan. After all the torment he had just endured, she still had the audacity to seek him out. The pent-up fury within Han Li erupted in an instant. A brilliant red light flickered in his hand, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist, ready to be hurled to destroy the sound transmission talisman. However, the next words from the woman caused Han Li's heart to stir, and his actions faltered. After a moment, Madame Fan's words faded, and the fireball in Han Li's hand extinguished at his whim. He stroked his chin, sinking into contemplation. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised that the 3 female cultivators had managed to escape. Yet now, he had no inclination to show kindness towards the members of the Miaoing sect. Nevertheless, the other party had invited him to a certain inn through the sound transmission talisman. He also mentioned the matter of the thunder bamboo, subtly implying that he might possess such an item. This incited both anger and intrigue within Han Li. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to investigate further. Should the other party broach topics of revenge or assistance, he would simply decline. At worst, he would offer a sum of spirit stones far exceeding market value to acquire the bamboo. Han Li believed that apart from himself, no one else would find much use for such a small segment of the thunder bamboo. After all, precious materials of the wood attribute were generally utilized as primary ingredients for crafting special magical artifacts. According to Madame Fan's description, that segment of thunder bamboo was merely a few inches long, likely insufficient even for forging a dagger after impurities were removed. With this thought in mind, Han Li felt invigorated and, accompanied by Chu Hun, flew towards the inn. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Longxing Inn, ascending to the guest rooms on the 3rd floor. The inn was quite exquisite. The 1st and 2nd floors housed ordinary folk, while the 3rd was designated for transient cultivators. Han Li easily located the room mentioned by the other party, but the door was shrouded in a faint layer of white light, indicating that the occupant had laid down some restrictions as a precaution. Seeing this, a hint of self-deprecation crossed Han Li's face. It appeared that these young women had become wary, just as he had. He gently shook his head and flicked his fingers at the air, sending a point of white light against the restriction, creating ripples that spread outward. No sounds came from within, but after a moment, Han Li sensed a divine consciousness swiftly circle around him and Chu Hun before retracting back into the room. Then, the white light on the door flickered, and the restriction vanished, followed by the cool voice of the purple spirit fairy. It seems the esteemed seniors have arrived. Please come in. My sisters and I have been waiting for several days. Upon hearing this, Han Li, maintaining a composed demeanor, pushed open the door and stepped inside with Chu Han. The room's decor was exceedingly simple, containing only a rosewood table and several antique rattan chairs. To Han Li's surprise, the room was devoid of the figures from the Miaoing sect, instead occupied by a languid-looking young woman in yellow attire. Her face, akin to white jade, framed large, clear eyes that regarded Han Li with a gentle smile. You are the purple spirit maiden? Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback and unable to believe his eyes. Doubt evident on his face, although he had never seen the true visage of the purple spirit fairy. The legendary beauty attributed to her could not possibly be represented by this girl. While the young woman in yellow was indeed charming, she seemed unworthy of such grand acclaim. Was this truly her genuine appearance? Han Li blinked, puzzled by the thought. It seems the esteemed senior is somewhat surprised. Is it that Wang Ning's appearance has left you disappointed? Regrettably, this indeed is my true form. The girl in yellow, seemingly aware of Han Li's astonishment, responded with a serene smile. True form? Han Li focused intently on her face for a moment, then shook his head without further comment. Although he could not discern any flaw in the woman's appearance, neither did she seem under the spell of an illusion, nor did she exhibit signs of having undergone a transformation. He remained skeptical that this was indeed the true visage of the purple spirit fairy. After all, the world is replete with extraordinary treasures, and it would not be particularly astonishing for one or two to possess the ability to alter their appearance and conceal their true identity. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 410, titled Elder, the Purple Spirit Fairy, noticing Han Li's disbelief, offered no explanation. Instead, she glanced at Chu Han and smiled sweetly, saying, This venerable Chu Senior must be your external incarnation, am I correct? Upon hearing her words, Han Li momentarily froze, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He fixed his gaze upon her for a considerable time before coldly inquiring, How does Miss Purple Spirit know this? There is no need for surprise, Senior. Our sect possesses a method for refining such avatars. However, the cost is exorbitant, and the success rate is dismally low, which is why few within our sect practice it. Yet, your avatar is quite remarkable. Typically, avatars are of considerably lower cultivation than their creators, yet your avatar has also reached the initial stage of core formation. Now, that is truly extraordinary. The purple spirit fairy chuckled lightly, her bright eyes sparkling with intrigue. Since you have discerned this, there is no need for me to conceal anything. But what of the other two companions? Why are they not here? Han Li's expression softened as he acknowledged her observation, glancing around before posing his query. For him, the revelation of Chu Han's avatar was merely a matter of time, and he felt no surprise. Please, take a seat, Senior. My two sisters have gone to the market to procure some items and are also looking to secure a residence in Tianqing City for a prolonged stay. The young woman gracefully invited Han Li to sit, gently explaining. What? Are the three of you not planning to return to the Miaoying sect? Han Li inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion after taking a seat. Return to the Miaoying sect? How could my sisters and I dare to do so? Given our enmity with the people of the extreme Yin Island, coupled with the betrayal of two of our elders, returning would only lead us into the hands of those fiends or allow other smaller factions to seize our opportunity. We have decided to temporarily relocate the Miaoying sect to Tianqing City. After all, our sect has accumulated some savings over the years, the purple spirit fairy sighed, managing a wry smile. Oh, Han Li nodded silently, refraining from further comment. He was not intimately acquainted with them, and thus did not wish to appear overly eager. The purple spirit fairy, undeterred by Han Li's response, rose to pour him a cup of fragrant tea and then, with restrained grace, added, When we fled from those corpse refiners, we happened to see you subduing them from a distance, which assured us of your safety. Later, I heard from Sister Fan that you intervened to assist for the sake of the Thunder Bamboo. I had Sister Fan send a communication talisman to invite you here for a discussion. The purple spirit fairy briefly recounted the circumstances. The communication talisman mentioned that you still possessed the Thunder Bamboo. Is that true? Was it not seized by the people of Extreme Yin Island? Han Li, losing interest in further circumlocution, directly posed the question that concerned him most. Upon hearing Han Li's forthright inquiry, a glimmer of amusement flickered in the large eyes of the fairy Ziling, who responded with a melodious voice, Senior, you are indeed direct. I shall not keep you in suspense. Initially, our Miaoying sect acquired not one but two segments of the heavenly thunder bamboo from the hands of a minor sect's disciple. However, in pursuit of greater profit, my mother decided to divide the bamboo, taking only the upper half, while I retained the section containing the root. Should you desire it, I would gladly offer it to you, Senior Han. Han Li's heart soared with joy, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, casting a meaningful glance at the young woman before solemnly inquiring, Offer? My dear Ziling, why speak of trifles? Since you have summoned me with this item, please, state your terms clearly. I shall consider them thoughtfully. Fairy Ziling paused momentarily, her smile fading slightly as she mulled over her words before responding earnestly. In truth, the heavenly thunder bamboo has become useless to our Miaoying sect. Given the kindness you displayed during your previous encounter, it is only fitting that I bestow it upon you. However, our sect is currently undergoing significant changes, and with the limited strength of myself and my peers, we are ill-equipped to sustain such a large sect. Therefore, I propose to employ you as an honorary elder of our sect, offering this bamboo along with an annual remuneration of 300 spirit stones. I hope you will not decline. The title of honorary elder caused Han Li's expression to shift slightly. He had not anticipated such a request. In addition to the aforementioned terms, should you require an exceptional dual cultivation furnace for your practice, our sect can also provide a talented female disciple as a consort, added Fairy Ziling generously. This proposition did not elicit any visible reaction from Han Li. With the assistance of various spiritual elixirs, he had little interest in the meager increase in spiritual power that dual cultivation might bring. However, the heavenly thunder bamboo was another matter entirely. It was a rare treasure that might not present itself again. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li cautiously replied, This condition is unacceptable. I have long been accustomed to a solitary existence and cannot abide by the constraints of a sect. I implore you to propose an alternative condition. Alternatively, I would be willing to purchase this item at a price 30% above market value. Senior, you jest, Fairy Ziling replied with a smile. Such premium materials as the three divine woods hold no fixed market price. In the hands of an unqualified cultivator, they are worthless, yet to one practicing wood-attributed techniques, they are invaluable. She did not seem surprised by Han Li's refusal. Instead, she gracefully declined his offer to buy the bamboo with spirit stones. Han Li furrowed his brow, sensing that the young woman was acutely aware of his desire for the bamboo and would not relinquish it easily. The sensation of being cornered and pressured made him quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he would not join the Miaoying sect merely for a segment of the heavenly thunder bamboo. allowing himself to be at their beck and call. Just as he contemplated abandoning the bamboo in search of other materials for crafting treasures, the young woman proposed a compromise. Since you are unwilling to be constrained, why not serve as an honorary elder in name only? You would enjoy the privileges of an elder without the obligation to heed the commands of our sect leader. The sect can at the very least rely on the esteemed name of the senior cultivators to ensure its own safety. I wonder, what does the esteemed senior think of this? The title of nominal elder? Upon hearing the ethereal words of the Fairy of Purple Spirit, Han Li displayed a look of astonishment. If the Miaoyin sect were to encounter a formidable foe, I would not need to intervene? He responded with a hint of confusion, his face etched with skepticism. If our sect truly faces any troubles or genuinely requires the esteemed senior's assistance, you may deliberate on whether to comply, and rest assured, my sisters and I shall express our gratitude in due course. The young woman seemed to have contemplated this matter beforehand, speaking without hesitation. Fairy of Purple Spirit, if I have not misinterpreted your intentions, it appears that you merely wish for my status as a core formation cultivator to bolster the prestige of the Miaoyin sect, ensuring that no malevolent forces take advantage of our vulnerability. As long as I do not publicly deny this when you disseminate the news, that shall suffice. After pondering for a moment, Han Li raised his head and inquired slowly. You are quite right, esteemed Han. When the time comes, we shall also present your avatar as a core formation cultivator. This would effectively mitigate the disastrous repercussions stemming from the betrayal of elders Zhao and Meng. The young woman smiled faintly, exuding confidence in her words. If these are indeed the conditions, I am inclined to agree. However, before other cultivators, I will not proactively acknowledge my status as an elder of your sect. Do not expect me to engage in any superficial displays on your behalf. Convincing others of my role as an elder will entirely depend on your own capabilities. After careful consideration, Han Li perceived no detriment in this arrangement and, driven by his desire for the Tianlei bamboo, ultimately acquiesced. Very well, as long as you do not deny this matter when the time comes. My sisters and I shall find a way to manage everything. The young woman beamed with joy, her face radiant with delight. Once the two had reached an agreement, the Fairy of Purple Spirit showed no signs of hesitation, retrieving a peculiar box from her possession and placing it upon the table. This box is intriguing, for it is neither wood nor metal, nor does it resemble jade or stone. Its entire form is semi-transparent and adorned with a faint layer of azure mist. Observing Han Li's curious expression, the Fairy of Purple Spirit softly explained. This box is crafted from a substance known as gaoyu. Despite its name containing jade, it is not a stone and does not belong to the 5 elemental categories. Only this material can preserve the Tianlei bamboo long-term without fear of spiritual energy leakage. Han Li nodded in understanding. The fact that he had never heard of gaoyu before suggested it was an exceedingly rare substance, likely highly valuable. Subsequently, the Fairy of Purple Spirit extended a delicate finger resembling jade, and a bead of green light, the size of a soybean, materialized at its tip. Without hesitation, she gently tapped the lid of the box with the green light. Upon contact with the azure mist, a soft crackling sound ensued, and the mist dissipated entirely as the lid of the box opened slowly on its own. Han Li's spirits soared, and he leaned in eagerly to peer into the box. To his astonishment, he realized that he had unknowingly succumbed to the cold during his late-night vigil. Upon awakening, I was beset by a severe headache that persisted throughout the day. I could only intermittently manage to compose this chapter, a consequence of my late-night endeavors. I am utterly at a loss. I sincerely hope that after taking some medication today, I will feel better. I shall endeavor to maintain the regular updates over the next couple of days. My apologies to everyone for the inconvenience. Volume 4. The Winds Rise Overseas Chapter 411. The Thunder Bamboo. Is this truly the Thunder Bamboo? Han Li inquired, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. Within the box lay a mere fragment of ordinary withered bamboo, measuring only 2 inches in length and about the width of a small finger, with visibly shriveled roots. No matter how one looked at it, it appeared no different from any common bamboo. Han Li, while puzzled, cast a stoic glance at the celestial maiden Ziling. The young woman, evidently aware of Han Li's doubts, chuckled softly as she delicately grasped the half-yellow, half-green withered bamboo between her jade fingers. With a swift motion, she produced a radiant dagger in her other hand. With a sharp sound, the celestial maiden quickly struck the bamboo with the dagger. At the moment of contact, a slender arc of electricity flickered along the surface of the bamboo, causing the dagger to rebound instantly. Witnessing this phenomenon, Han Li's suspicions were allayed, and he carefully placed the thunder bamboo back into the box, securing it once more. Subsequently, the Celestial Maiden presented Han Li with a waist token belonging to a senior elder of the Miaoyin sect, and after a brief conversation, Han Li took his leave. Not long after Han Li departed, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding returned to the inn together. Upon hearing the Celestial Maiden's account of the matter, they exchanged perplexed glances for quite some time. Junior sister, this arrangement deviates significantly from our original plan. Are we not at a disadvantage? Madame Fan could not help but express her discontent. Though Zhuo Ruding remained silent, her brows furrowed, revealing her own confusion. You two sisters are unaware. When I first suggested he become an elder of our sect, his expression was far from pleased. Moreover, from the look in his eyes, I could discern his unwavering resolve. It was clear that he would not accept this arrangement even if he were to reject the thunder bamboo. Furthermore, Sister Fan has mentioned that he is entirely unperturbed by our charms. As for seeking other cultivators with the thunder bamboo, you both overestimate the value of this rather mediocre item. While it is hailed as one of the 3 divine bamboos of the cultivation realm, the actual number of practitioners who can make use of it is exceedingly limited. Who would utilize such material unless crafting a top-tier wooden magical artifact? And those knowledgeable in the methods of refining such artifacts would find our scant piece of thunder bamboo utterly inconsequential. Moreover, you both are aware that even thunder bamboo exists in varying grades. Our piece is merely a few thousand years old white thunder bamboo, which, even if refined into a magical artifact, would not possess significant power. It would be wiser to utilize this item to forge goodwill with him. Besides, since he has agreed to become an elder of our sect, as long as we treat him with the utmost respect and honor him annually, when our sect eventually faces dire threats, would he truly have the heart to deny us assistance? The Celestial Maiden Ziling spoke with a serene demeanor, exhibiting no signs of agitation. Furthermore, even if others were inclined to covet the thunder bamboo and wish to become elders of our sect, would we, given our current circumstances, dare to accept them? At that moment, it seems we are facing a tiger at the front door and a wolf at the back. In the past, my mother relied on her status as a core formation cultivator to adopt a strategy of checks and balances, compelling elders Zhao and Ming to diligently serve our sect. After all, relying solely on charm and allure to win over high-ranking cultivators can easily lead to backlash. The young girl spoke with a faint, bitter smile. Upon hearing her words, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding fell silent. In light of the recent mass defections within the sect, both women found their confidence in their charms somewhat shaken and recognized the wisdom in their junior sister's words. For now, the affairs of the sect shall be managed collectively by the 3 of us, and we shall refrain from appointing a sect leader until one among us or another female disciple achieves core formation, the girl declared resolutely. This time, the other 2 women had no objections. Suddenly, Zhuo Ruding asked coldly, will Elder Han rely on his profound cultivation to interfere with the matters of our sect? Should we take precautions? No, I do not believe so. Although I have had limited interaction with him, I can discern from his demeanor that he is a dedicated cultivator. It seems that apart from cultivation, nothing else could possibly sway him. Otherwise, when I mentioned offering him a female disciple as a concubine, he showed no reaction whatsoever. Perhaps it is precisely this single-minded focus that has allowed him to reach the core formation stage, replied Xiling Fairy with a hint of envy. Alas, I wonder if my sisters and I will ever have the chance to achieve core formation, Madame Fan sighed softly, her hopes for such an attainment seemingly dimming. Upon hearing this, a sense of loneliness crossed Zhuo Ruding's face. It appears that these enchanting ladies are equally yearning for the attainment of core formation. At this moment, Han Li had returned to his cave abode. He did not engage in any other activities, but immediately began sifting through the numerous texts he had accumulated. After much effort, he finally discovered the method for cultivating thunder bamboo from a jade slip. Following the instructions, Han Li carefully transplanted the slender thunder bamboo into the medicinal garden. Observing the newly transplanted, exceedingly slender thunder bamboo, Han Li felt an overwhelming excitement. He was well aware that thunder bamboo was categorized by its rank, yet he paid little heed to this classification. The rank of thunder bamboo is entirely determined by its spiritual age. Thunder bamboo under 2,000 years can only release ordinary white lightning, while those over 5,000 years produce blue lightning, significantly increasing in power. When thunder bamboo surpasses 10,000 years, the lightning transforms into a pale golden hue, reaching unimaginable levels of potency and exhibiting various counteracting effects against malevolent techniques, earning the moniker among cultivators as the exorcising thunder. This is the oldest thunder bamboo known in the cultivation world, also referred to as the legendary golden thunder bamboo. This particular variety was once seen in the chaotic star sea, but its origins remain a mystery, appearing only as a small fragment. Consequently, this item incited bloodshed and chaos in the chaotic star sea for decades, with numerous factions vying for control and it having passed through countless hands of cultivators. However, in the end, not a single individual managed to transform it into a magical artifact. This bamboo, as enigmatic as its initial appearance, inexplicably vanished without a trace. This left many factions of the time exceedingly infuriated, leading them to pursue the matter for an extended period before it gradually subsided. From this commotion, the value of the millennial golden thunder bamboo is evident. Hanli had never engaged in nurturing a spiritual object that had matured for over 10,000 years, as the herbs he typically utilized for alchemy would suffice with those aged merely 1 or 2,000 years. This left him with a mixture of anticipation and a sliver of trepidation regarding the maturation of the heavenly thunder bamboo into the golden thunder bamboo. In the following days, Hanli diligently employed the green liquid to hasten the growth of the bamboo while frequently wandering through the markets of Tianqing City. The azure bamboo bee-cloud sword required not only spiritual wood as its primary material, but also the infusion of several rare auxiliary materials to be ultimately refined through alchemical fire. Additionally, this sword was a complete set of magical artifacts, necessitating materials that far exceeded those of similar items. Though Hanli had previously gathered some, many were still lacking, prompting him to search far and wide. The chaotic star sea indeed possessed a far richer array of resources compared to the southern regions. After spending a considerable amount of spiritual stones and nearly exhausting his fortune over the course of 2 years, he finally managed to gather the necessary components. To achieve this, he even took the bold risk of selling the few rare demon pills he had left. As Hanli gazed at his empty storage bags, he could only sigh deeply. Crafting magical artifacts, especially a fine one, was not something an ordinary rogue cultivator could afford. One day, filled with uncontainable anticipation, Hanli made his way to the medicinal garden. A few days prior, before practicing his skills, he had just dripped what should have been a drop of the millennium-old green liquid. Now, the heavenly thunder bamboo in the garden should have matured into a millennial spiritual object. The mere thought of the legendary power of the golden thunder bamboo filled Hanli with excitement. The bamboo, which had originally been merely 2 inches tall, had transformed dramatically. It now stood about a foot high, its vibrant green hue glistening as if drenched in dew, enveloped in a faint aura of radiance. Hanli focused intently for a moment, then, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a small sword artifact into his hand. The small sword then morphed into a streak of white light that shot towards the bamboo. A faint golden electric arc erupted from the heavenly thunder bamboo without warning. With a muffled pop, the white light dissipated into a visible wisp of green smoke after colliding with the golden arc, vanishing without a trace. Initially startled, Hanli soon broke into a joyful laugh, thoroughly delighted. He was incredibly curious about the expression that the purple spirit fairy would display upon discovering that the white thunder bamboo had transformed into the golden thunder bamboo. This transaction was likely the most advantageous he had encountered since entering the realm of cultivation. Alas, he would have no opportunity to witness such a scene. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 412, Azure Bamboo Pavilion. Amidst his joy, Hanli was also curious if further nurturing the golden thunder bamboo would yield any additional transformations. With this thought in mind, he devoted several months to continue dripping the green liquid onto the bamboo. As a result, the bamboo itself exhibited no alteration in hue or vitality, maintaining its size at approximately 10,000 years without any further growth. Conversely, during this period of nurturing, a tender shoot remarkably sprouted beside the bamboo. With the application of green liquid, the young bamboo gradually thrived. After several months, the new Tianlei bamboo appeared almost indistinguishable from the original, albeit this time as a complete stalk. Observing this scene, Hanli felt not a tinge of disappointment, but rather a surge of joy. To be candid, the solitary Tianlei bamboo was barely sufficient to forge a complete set of 12 Qingzhu Fengyun swords. Now, armed with the knowledge that the green liquid could foster new shoots, his predicament regarding raw materials was entirely resolved. However, This revelation also ignited Han Li's ambition further. With the concern over the quantity of primary materials alleviated, he no longer aimed merely to craft 12 flying swords. Instead, he whimsically aspired to forge the maximum number of Qingzhou Fengyun swords, envisioning a set of 72. Although the sheer number of swords far exceeded his nascent golden elixir stage abilities to refine and control, he remained unperturbed, confident he could methodically refine them one by one according to his cultivation progress. After all, as long as they formed a complete set, they could be regarded as a single artifact contained within his body or disassembled for individual use without any detriment. Such thoughts ignited a fervor within Han Li's heart as he contemplated the feasibility of his ambitions. The principal challenge in crafting a set of magical artifacts lay in the discrepancies of the primary materials, complicating successful refinement. However, given that he would be utilizing Tianlei bamboo from the same root, this concern was rendered moot. What remained to be assessed was his level of refinement skill and the preparation of auxiliary materials. He had long since gathered these materials, as the requirements for refining 12 swords were identical to those for 72, negating the need for further procurement. Now, the sole worry occupying his mind was his inadequacy in the art of artifact crafting. After all, he had no prior experience in this domain. While the refinement of ordinary artifacts posed no such apprehensions, being relatively straightforward, the Qingzhou Fengyun swords were an entirely different matter. Even a single sword was markedly more intricate than those of conventional artifacts. Moreover, the necessity of employing a specific formation to consecrate these semi-finished swords into a cohesive set demanded a familiarity with certain array knowledge. Otherwise, the prospect of crafting this artifact was unattainable. Undeterred by the multitude of challenges, Han Li, a man of resolute spirit, resolved that if he were to undertake this endeavor, it must be to create the finest flying swords. Otherwise, he would not have harbored such unwavering dedication to the Tianlei bamboo from the outset. Thus, after pondering for an entire day and night within his cave dwelling, Han Li meticulously arranged a cultivation plan for the ensuing 2 decades. A few days later, in the market of Tianqing City, an unremarkable little shop suddenly came under the ownership of a new proprietor, a seemingly ordinary young man in his 30s. Alongside him was a tall, robust servant, characterized by thick brows and large eyes. The young man took over the shop and promptly transformed the original Li's grocery into the Qingzhou Pavilion, selling only talismans and medicinal herbs within its confines. However, after a fortnight, the store began to stock some crude, low-tier magical artifacts, much to the astonishment of nearby shopkeepers. What perplexed them further was the young man's reluctance to step outside the shop. He spent his days engrossed in a tattered, unbound silk book, occasionally gesturing animatedly as if lost in fervent thought. Yet at times, he would retreat to the back of the shop, disappearing for hours on end. All the customers and business dealings were managed by a seemingly simple-minded, stout man. Most of the local shopkeepers were mere mortals from Tianqing City, operating their businesses solely to make a living. Only one elderly man, surnamed He, possessed a mediocre spiritual root, yet had attained a cultivation level of 3 to 4 layers in the Qi refinement stage. Despite this, the elder commanded great respect among the other mortals, who incessantly referred to him as Master He. Consequently, upon the young man's arrival, the others inquired about him from the elder, quickly discovering that he too was devoid of any magical powers and merely a mortal. This revelation emboldened them, and they occasionally visited the shop to engage in casual conversation with the young man, who introduced himself as Han. Given the shop's remote location and the scant business, they sought companionship to alleviate their boredom. The young man's unfamiliar visage naturally provided ample topics for discussion. However, he appeared to struggle with social interactions. His speech was slow, and he often remained silent, even when other shopkeepers visited. He was quite reticent. Moreover, he never divulged his origins, merely smiling in response to inquiries without offering a reply. The others, respecting his silence, refrained from pressing him further. Consequently, as time passed, their interest waned, and they ceased frequenting the Qingzhou Pavilion. Ironically, this development brought a sense of relief to the young man. He and the stout man were, of course, Han Li and Chu Han in disguise. Although their transformation was merely a rudimentary technique commonly used in the realm, it sufficed to handle a few mortals and a low-tier cultivator. Han Li's purpose in establishing this shop was not to earn meager spirit stones, but to refine his worldly understanding and prepare for the study of artifact crafting and formation knowledge. having chosen this location deliberately. Previously, Hanli had not delved into these areas due to the brevity of his time in the Foundation establishment stage, leaving him no opportunity to explore such matters. Now, having reached the core formation stage, he recognized that the next step in crafting magical treasures necessitated knowledge and experience in both fields. Thus, he seized the opportunity during his cultivation of the heavenly thunder bamboo to study the tome Heart of the Clouds and the formation texts gifted by Exine Rian. Deep down, Hanli harbored a keen interest in artifact crafting and formation techniques. In a mere 20 years, while juggling both fields of study, he dared not aspire to match the talents of those two prodigies. However, acquiring a portion of their skills would suffice to bring him satisfaction. At the very least, he should be able to forge the simplest of banners and formation discs. However, delving into these matters cannot be solely achieved through mere reading and study. One must engage in hands-on crafting and experimentation. This inevitably leads to the creation of an abundance of inferior artifacts, which become troublesome to dispose of. Discarding them feels wasteful, yet retaining them serves little purpose. They are utterly superfluous. Additionally, in pursuit of a sudden inspiration during his practice, he finds himself in constant need of various peculiar materials, making daily trips to the market impractical. Coincidentally, the fourth level of the Dayan technique requires a worldly experience that one must endure. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to the mental demons that arise during the fourth level's cultivation, making it exceedingly difficult to master. After careful consideration, Hanli decided to purchase the shop outright. This location was sufficiently quiet, allowing him to concentrate on his studies of artifact forging and formation techniques without disturbance. Moreover, it was conveniently situated close to the mundane world, enabling him to witness the ordinary lives of common folk. The materials necessary for his crafting and formations could be procured promptly, and he could display the small items he created for sale at the counter. Selling even a few would bring him satisfaction, especially when he observed low-level cultivators purchasing the artifacts he meticulously crafted. Of course, he still needed to return to his cave abode regularly to tend to the thunder bamboo and check on the gold-eating insects, while leaving the two blood-jade spiders behind to guard his dwelling. However, it was not long before an astonishing sight unfolded in the medicinal garden. The first thunder bamboo, upon reaching 5,000 or 6,000 years of spiritual essence, inexplicably shed from its roots, leaving behind a barren trunk stripped of its branches and leaves. Upon touching the ground, the fallen remains transformed into vibrant, golden leaves. Although unsure of their purpose, Hanli was reluctant to discard them and collected every last one, storing them in his bag. The still lush main trunk was carefully placed in a box made of jade for preservation. Once he had gathered 6 or 7 of them, he would be ready to begin forging the green bamboo bee-cloud sword. Thus, having restrained his spiritual power, Hanli fully immersed himself in the mortal realm, commencing his worldly journey in a secluded corner of the market. His daily routine consisted of diligently studying the silk texts copied from the jade slips, while quietly observing the myriad expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and other complex emotions exhibited by the common people, allowing him to reflect and savor these experiences. The life of ordinary individuals starkly contrasts with that of cultivators, brimming with joys and sorrows, as well as the cycles of life and death. A few years of observation allowed Hanli to rediscover many long-forgotten sensations, encompassing both positive and negative emotions. Regardless of their nature, each experience stirred something within him, prompting a renewed introspection and understanding from a cultivator's perspective. Concurrently, his proficiency in forging and comprehension of formations gradually improved over time. Remarkably, after a year or two, his modest establishment, the Green Bamboo Pavilion, began to gain a modest reputation in the area. In Hanli's establishment, it is not uncommon for cultivators to discover reasonably priced, yet impressive magical artifacts. Some fortunate individuals have even stumbled upon rare intermediate talismans within the shop. This news, once disseminated within a small circle, has caused a rush among lower-tier cultivators. These artifacts and talismans are crafted meticulously by Hanli himself. Since entering the core formation stage, he has finally been able to cast some long-envied intermediate spells. Although he has only mastered the most rudimentary of these spells, he is exceedingly content. While intermediate talismans can indeed be forged using ordinary talisman paper made from aged spiritual herbs, utilizing the hides of rare magical beasts as the primary material significantly enhances both the potency of the talismans and their success rate. However, Each type of talisman has its own specific requirements concerning the spiritual hides, and not all beast hides are suitable for every talisman. Fortunately, when Han Li sold a batch of beast materials, he foresaw this need and set aside a substantial amount of suitable materials for talisman crafting. Otherwise, even if he had mastered the spells, he would have been unable to forge the talismans. Initially, Han Li practiced with lesser beast hides, reserving the precious materials for when he felt particularly adept. The talismans he practiced with were primarily offensive spells, and he would occasionally release one or two into the market every couple of months, allowing whoever spotted them first to claim them. Given Han Li's core formation cultivation level, the potency of these talismans and magical artifacts seemed rather trivial, rendering them somewhat superfluous. Yet, he evidently underestimated the allure of intermediate talismans for those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, as even with successive price increases, cultivators were eager to part with their spirit stones to acquire them, yielding Han Li a modest fortune. Regrettably, the production of intermediate talismans is exceedingly challenging. Despite having a plethora of beast hides for practice, the success rate remains dismally low, with only a single successful creation emerging after the crafting of 2 or 3 dozen attempts. In comparison to the success rate of basic talismans, Han Li could only manage a wry smile. Otherwise, had he relied solely on selling intermediate talismans, he could have amassed considerable wealth among cultivators. Additionally, as Han Li's crafting skills improved, a growing number of intermediate and advanced magical artifacts began to appear in his shop, further enhancing the reputation of Qingzhou Shaoxian. Fortunately, this notoriety was limited to a small circle of lower-tier cultivators, alleviating Han Li's concerns about attracting unwanted trouble. However, in the 9th year of his time here, Han Li began to explore the crafting of formation flags and discs, integrating some simple formations he had comprehended. With insights provided by Ci Yunxiao and Xian Rian, he was able to avoid many missteps and grasp several critical techniques. Nevertheless, even with these advantages, crafting a complete set of formation tools remains an exceedingly challenging endeavor for him, not something that can yield immediate results. Yet, Han Li is not in a hurry. Having entered the core formation stage, he possesses ample time to gradually accumulate experience and understanding. Moreover, the most pressing task at hand is to refine the method for crafting the Qingzhou Fengyun sword to ensure success on the first attempt. As he forged this treasured artifact, there were no surplus materials available for a second attempt. Thus, time passed day by day as Han Li devoted himself to the crafting of magical tools and the study of formations. Seasons transitioned seamlessly, and before he realized it, Han Li's modest yet renowned Qingzhou Pavilion had been in operation for over 20 years. He had taken on the appearance of a man in his 50s. Though this was not his true visage, it was merely a disguise to conceal his ageless countenance, which had inevitably aged over time. At this moment, Han Li stood in the courtyard of his shop, gazing around with a heart full of mixed emotions. Just yesterday, he had transferred ownership of the shop to another, thus concluding his worldly life. A few days prior, the long-awaited 6th Golden Thunder Bamboo had ripened after 10,000 years, compelling him to return to his cave abode to forge magical artifacts. After living in this place for over 2 decades, even a heart as placid as his felt a twinge of nostalgia at the thought of departure. This period in the market would undoubtedly become a cherished and tranquil chapter in his life. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from the neighboring shop, prompting a knowing smile to grace Han Li's lips. Without the need for spiritual perception, he understood that it must be the neighboring shopkeeper once again enthusiastically promoting the shop's prized possession, an item that had languished unsold for 7 or 8 years. This neighbor had inherited the business from his father, the original owner who had retired 4 years ago to enjoy his twilight years. Although the son had a fiery temperament, he was fundamentally honest. Yet, his propensity to loudly boast about the wares during business frequently left many visiting cultivators bemused. With a sigh, Han Li gently shook his head and, accompanied by Chu Han, who stood in the front hall, exited the Qingzhou Pavilion. Soon, their figures vanished completely from this corner of the marketplace. Upon returning to his cave, Han Li promptly gathered a multitude of refining materials and entered a secluded chamber, where he arranged a small formation he had come to comprehend over the years. This formation served no other purpose than to effectively conceal the fluctuations of spiritual energy, making it ideally suited for his artifact forging endeavors. He had no desire for others to pry into his work midway through the refinement process. Thus, Han Li sat in meditation for 3 days and nights, ensuring that his mental and magical energies were in pristine condition before commencing the forging of the artifact. First, he retrieved the jade box from his storage pouch and placed it flat before him. Opening the lid revealed 6 verdant strands of thunder bamboo nestled within. With a grave expression, Hanli inhaled deeply and extended a finger to gently touch one of the blue bamboos within the box. Instantly, the bamboo, measuring nearly a foot in length, soared from the box and hovered before his chest. Hanli's demeanor grew serious as he formed a series of hand seals. His face illuminated with a flowing radiance that gradually unveiled a layer of azure light. As the azure glow intensified, Hanli opened his mouth, and a fine, silken azure flame erupted forth, precisely striking the thunder bamboo before him. With a sharp crack, a faint golden arc of electricity manifested upon the surface of the bamboo, unceremoniously isolating the Dan fire and preventing it from encroaching even a single step closer. Observing this scene, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Hanli's eyes. The azure Dan fire immediately expanded in size, enveloping both the electric arc and the bamboo itself, initiating a protracted process of refinement. The consumption of spiritual energy by the Dan fire was considerable, yet fortunately, Hanli had prepared for this eventuality. As he released the Dan fire, both hands grasped a deep green spiritual stone, commencing the absorption of its ethereal essence. Should the spiritual stone's replenishment fall short, he deftly retrieved a pill and consumed it. Although these pills could not instantaneously convert into magical power, the abundant spiritual energy they contained was more than sufficient to embolden Hanli, who was ready for a sustained battle. As 3 days elapsed, the electric arc upon the surface of the thunder bamboo finally dissipated, extinguished by the bamboo's own dwindling spiritual energy. With no obstructions, the azure Dan fire directly scorched the core of the thunder bamboo. After several more days, signs of melting began to emerge upon the bamboo's surface. Certain areas began to emit a faint glow, exuding a myriad of tiny droplets. After a succession of over 10 days, the thunder bamboo was finally purified of impurities, refined by Hanli into a fist-sized, viscous emerald liquid. Gazing at this modest quantity of liquid, Hanli exhaled in relief. Once the thunder bamboo was successfully refined, the subsequent tasks would become considerably easier. With this thought in mind, Hanli ceased the Dan fire and stowed away the spiritual stones in his hands. Then, with a flick of his 10 fingers, 10 slender spiritual threads shot forth, seamlessly penetrating the green liquid. Hanli's fingers danced incessantly, and under the guidance of the spiritual threads, the liquid began to whirl and transform. With the thread's assistance, a small fragment of the green liquid separated from the main body, floating suspended in the air. Following this, the second and third fragments detached until, ultimately, 12 equally sized droplets hovered in the air. As the weather grew colder, it became increasingly unsuitable for late-night endeavors. Hanli resolved to compose the 2 chapters during the day, urging everyone not to await the midnight publication, but rather to retire early. In such frigid weather, staying up late could easily lead to illness. In the 4th volume, Winds Arise from Overseas, Chapter 414, Formation, Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he gently flicked his fingers, causing the 10 spiritual threads to sever effortlessly. Subsequently, he tapped his storage bag lightly, from which emerged a flurry of white light, arranging itself into a circle beneath the droplets, 12 identical small jade boxes. These boxes, crafted from some flawless white jade, were exquisitely detailed and measured merely a few inches in size. With a subtle sweep of his robe, Hanli revealed the lids of all the jade boxes. Then, uttering a single word, the viscous green liquid floating in the air plummeted, each droplet landing precisely into a box. Once Hanli resealed the lids, his countenance softened, and he truly felt a sense of relief. Despite the assistance of spiritual stones and pills, he was nearing the depletion of his magical power. Thus, Hanli resumed his meditative state for several days, restoring himself to his peak condition before he began to refine the remaining 5 thunder bamboo stalks. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. After immense effort, Hanli finally transformed all the thunder bamboo into an exceptionally pure liquid form. Following a brief respite, he commenced the intricate arrangement of a highly complex magical array within his secluded chamber. The specific name of this array eluded Hanli, yet he understood it was an essential component in the crafting of the azure bamboo sword cloud, a process repeatedly emphasized in the golden pages of the refining method he possessed. This underscored the array's critical importance in his preparations. Despite having thoroughly mastered the arrangement in his mind, having even attempted it several times before, he remained exceedingly cautious, unwilling to permit even the slightest mistake. After all, a single erroneous stroke of the symbol could result in unforeseen complications during the artifact's creation. Thus, it took Han Li a full half-month, filled with trepidation, to complete the array. Once he installed several mid-tier spirit stones for testing, he felt a wave of relief wash over him upon confirming that the array operated flawlessly. Next, Han Li did not immediately embark on crafting the artifact. Instead, he temporarily exited the chamber. The relentless use of alchemical fire over the past 6 months, coupled with his mind's constant state of heightened concentration, had proven taxing even for a core formation cultivator like him, necessitating a brief adjustment. For the next step would be the most crucial in the artifact's creation. However, upon stepping out of the chamber, Han Li was unexpectedly greeted by delightful news. The gold-eating insects, having been intermittently nourished with the rainbow grass, had finally resumed their mutual consumption. This brought great joy to Han Li. After the population of the gold-eating insects had surged to several tens of thousands, the scant supply of rainbow grass had rendered it nearly impossible for them to lay eggs and evolve. Over the years, Han Li had consumed most of the green liquid to accelerate the growth of the thunder bamboo, leaving little room for the insects to undergo any transformation. However, once the thunder bamboo matured, Han Li promptly instructed Chu Han to enhance their cultivation, harboring high hopes for these peculiar creatures. Upon receiving this information from Chu Han, Han Li hurried to the insect chamber. The gold-eating insects that had engaged in cannibalism now bore golden spots that adorned a significant portion of their exoskeletons. It was estimated that their next generation would further expand these golden markings. Yet, as Han Li gazed upon them, the joy on his face gradually faded into a frown. At the current rate, the prospect of all the gold-eating insects evolving into golden forms appeared rather bleak. Their numbers multiplied with each evolution, while the amount of green liquid capable of nurturing the rainbow grass was pathetically limited, making it impossible to ensure the successful evolution of thousands of insects in a single instance. If this continued, it could be ages before the next evolution occurred. Han Li found himself lost in contemplation outside the insect chamber. It seemed the only viable option was to cultivate a small portion of them specifically. Otherwise, he doubted he would ever have the chance to witness the golden gold-eating insects. Resolving this, Han Li understood that all actions must wait until the insects laid their eggs. For the time being, it is prudent to temporarily set aside other matters and concentrate on the crafting of his treasured artifact. Thus, after a month of rest, Han Li finally selected an auspicious day. He then spent 2 days in his chamber, offering incense and prayers, allowing his mind to reach a state of tranquil clarity before returning to the secret chamber, standing at the heart of the formation. With a solemn expression, Han Li waved his hands, causing dozens of jade boxes containing the liquid from the thunder bamboo to fall into various positions within the formation, arranged according to an underlying principle. Subsequently, a variety of other boxes and wooden containers flew out from his storage pouch, landing before Han Li and opening their lids, revealing an array of meticulously prepared auxiliary materials. Han Li glanced at these materials, took a deep breath, and slowly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as he entered a meditative state. After the duration of a meal, he opened his eyes, a misty azure radiance enveloping him. The moment this ethereal glow emerged, the spirit stones embedded in the formation emitted a dazzling light, causing the entire array to hum and come to life. Han Li remained motionless, yet his fingers moved deftly, drawing forth strands of spiritual essence that guided the thunder bamboo liquid from the boxes. Below, a series of sounds echoed as beams of light, as thick as a bowl, shot forth from various points, encasing the liquid within their confines, rendering it immobile. Observing this, Han Li closed his eyes once more, calmly extending his formidable consciousness to encompass all the light beams. Instantly, those beams began to flicker, changing colors in a mesmerizing display. A peculiar scene unfolded. After countless transformations, the colors of the beams gradually began to converge. Ultimately, following one final alteration, all the beams solidified into a fiery crimson hue, accentuating the vibrant green liquid encased within. With an impassive demeanor, Han Li opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of emerald flames that struck one of the beams. With a crackle, the entire beam ignited fiercely, instantly transforming into a column of scarlet fire. Without hesitation, Han Li continued to unleash his flame, igniting all the beams in succession. 72 towering columns of fire illuminated the secret chamber with their brilliant red glow. He sighed softly. While the potency of his alchemical flames far surpassed the ostentatious flames of the beams, it was regrettable that the crafting of a flying sword did not depend solely on the strength of the flames. This realization compelled him to expend a considerable amount of his vital essence, wasting such a significant amount of alchemical energy. After a moment of reflection tinged with frustration, the green liquid within the fire columns began to transform under the guidance of his consciousness and the power of the formation, gradually elongating and flattening until individual sword molds, each 4 to 5 inches in length, began to take shape. However, despite the simplicity of this description, it took Han Li an entire day and night of manipulation for the 72 shimmering emerald liquid flying swords to finally materialize within the columns of fire. Han Li exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, feeling a slight easing of his mental strain, only to be greeted by a dull ache in his head that elicited a wry smile. The manipulation of 72 flying swords was an endeavor that even his formidable consciousness found exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, despite having successfully shaped this crucial aspect of his spiritual awareness, Han Li dared not relax his vigilance. With a swift gesture, he executed a series of incantations, causing all the fiery pillars to flicker momentarily before vanishing into thin air, leaving only the emerald-hued swords suspended in space. With a flurry of movements, he summoned the little swords to encircle him completely. Gazing at the 72 blades nearby, he bit down slightly, pricking his tongue to draw forth a drop of blood, which coalesced into a blood orb the size of an egg before him. Under his guidance, the orb released several droplets onto each sword hilt. The moment the blood touched the liquid swords, it swiftly seeped in, vanishing without a trace. Once this task was completed, Han Li sprinkled a box of silver powder over the swords, which then ascended and evenly coated each blade, causing them to shimmer with a silvery luster. Next, he carefully introduced a box of black powder, meticulously adding each auxiliary material into the 72 sword hilts according to the refining method. He then summoned the fiery pillars once more, allowing the swords to enter their embrace and commenced the refining process anew. This time, Han Li focused on each sword individually, refining them with great precision. He began to inscribe intricate miniature formations upon the blades with his consciousness, striving to replicate the designs exactly as depicted in the golden pages. 2 months later, Han Li finally emerged from the secret chamber. Although his visage bore signs of fatigue, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. The mere thought of the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords that had been absorbed into his body made his lips curl into an involuntary smile, revealing his uncontainable joy. After dedicating over 20 years of effort to this set of innate treasures, he was relieved to see that the refinement had proceeded without a hitch. Though he had yet to test the might of these treasures, he was confident that, after a period of cultivation, even a single sword would far surpass the capabilities of ordinary magical artifacts such as the Green Radiance Sword. As he reveled in his satisfaction, he received news through his consciousness from Chu Han regarding the golden devouring insects laying eggs, which further amplified his joy. After a day's rest in his quarters, Han Li made his way to the insect chamber. To his astonishment, the chamber was filled with a dazzling expanse of white, teeming with the snow-white eggs of the golden devouring insects. Without hesitation, he set about creating a new insect chamber, identical to the previous one, and etched a massive controlling formation on the floor, infusing it with ample amounts of his essence blood. Subsequently, he transferred the majority of the insect eggs into the formation of the new chamber, conducting the soul-binding ritual for them. Meanwhile, in the original chamber, he retained nearly 1,000 of the most vigorous eggs. After completing all these tasks, Han Li finally relaxed and began to visit the nearby caves, reconnecting with a few fellow cultivators to restore his normal cultivation routine. During the years he had spent in the mortal realm, a series of significant events had unfolded within the chaotic Star Sea, creating an atmosphere of unrest. The most impactful of these events was the sudden rebellion of subordinates or disciples from several influential factions, including the 6 connected halls, which occurred overnight. The heads and sect leaders were swiftly replaced by individuals who had previously been obscure. Additionally, some inconspicuous minor sects faced total annihilation, with their treasures seized. In an instant, fear permeated the various factions of the chaotic Star Sea, leading them to retract their forces and foster mutual suspicion. Worse yet, rumors began to circulate that the twin saints of the celestial stars had succumbed to madness, their cultivation entirely wasted. It was said that they were now powerless, having been usurped by a few subordinates, rendering them incapable of governing the Star Palace. Upon the emergence of this news, a wave of astonishment swept through the realm. Almost everyone concerned was keenly observing the reactions of the Star Palace to these rumors. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Star Palace exhibited no reaction whatsoever. They neither refuted nor confirmed the claims. This silence only heightened the anxiety among the populace of the chaotic Star Sea. Simultaneously, factions that had long harbored ambition began to stir. Some plotted in secrecy, while others forged clandestine alliances. Yet, shortly after the rumors spread, the chaos seemingly dissipated without a trace, as if everything had returned to normal. Yet, those with discernment understood that this was merely an illusion preceding a storm. When Hanli conversed with these fellow cultivators about the matter, they all displayed signs of concern. However, Hanli remained largely indifferent. To him, whether the Star Palace continued to dominate the chaotic Star Sea or whether other forces rose to prominence was inconsequential. After all, he was a solitary figure. And as long as he remained cautious and avoided unnecessary entanglements, he would be fine. According to Han Li's own plans, he intended to devote the coming years entirely to refining flying swords and crafting several powerful array devices. Following this, he would venture into the seas to hunt level 6 demon beasts. After all, for a core formation cultivator, only the inner cores of level 6 demon beasts could yield elixirs with significant benefits for enhancing cultivation. Thus, in the days that followed, Han Li devoted his days to forging and studying the path of arrays, while in the evenings, he sat cross-legged in meditation, gradually honing the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords with the fire of his dantian. Before long, the golden devouring insect eggs finally hatched. Han Li joyfully captured the recognized golden devouring insects in several advanced spirit beast bags, taking the time to train and command them during his spare moments, preparing for their future use in combat. At heart, Han Li was quite content with his current stable cultivation life. Now that he had successfully formed his core, he naturally began to set his sights on the nascent soul stage, contemplating whether he might one day achieve that level of cultivation. On that particular day, Han Li was diligently refining his flying sword within his abode when he suddenly paused, his expression shifting as he rose slowly to exit. Outside the cave stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, possessing fair skin, slender eyes, and long brows, exuding an air of refined elegance. Daoist Han, I hope I am not intruding. Upon seeing Han Li emerge, the middle-aged man greeted him warmly. Brother Jin, what brings you to my humble dwelling? Please come in. Han Li, not daring to show any neglect, promptly returned the courtesy and invited the man into his residence for a conversation. This gentleman, named Jin Qing, was a golden core cultivator residing nearby, known for his upright character. He had offered Han Li guidance during his early days of cultivation, establishing a rapport that made him one of Han Li's closest acquaintances among fellow cultivators. The last time Han Li had visited, he found Jin Qing absent and later learned that his friend had been traveling for several years. Thus, he felt a surge of joy upon their reunion. No need for that. I merely wish to speak briefly before attending to other matters, Jin Qing replied, waving his hand gently with a warm smile. What is it? Please. Feel free to share, Brother Jin. I am all ears, Han Li jested lightly. At Han Li's words, Jin Qing smiled faintly and began. I have just returned not long ago, and I heard from nearby cultivators that you have been delving into the art of formations over the years, achieving quite a bit of progress. This is truly a cause for celebration. Coincidentally, I have encountered a rather challenging situation that requires dismantling a certain formation. Hence, I thought to seek your expertise in this matter, and I hope you will not decline. A formation? May I ask where it is located? Han Li inquired, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Please take a look at this, Jin Qing replied, not directly answering the question but instead retrieving an object from his storage pouch and presenting it to Han Li. As Han Li accepted it, he discovered it to be a white pearl, roughly the size of his thumb. What is this? He asked, gazing at Jin Qing with a look of astonishment. Inject a bit of spiritual energy into this item, and you will understand, Jin Qing said with a light chuckle, his expression turning mysterious. Slightly furrowing his brow, Han Li reluctantly infused a measure of spiritual energy into the pearl. In an instant, A blinding white light erupted from the pearl as soon as his energy entered. For an ordinary person, such radiance would warrant caution to avoid damaging one's eyesight. However, as a golden core cultivator, Han Li discerned that the light was merely ordinary and focused intently on the pearl. As he gazed, the expression on Han Li's face subtly shifted. Within the pearl, something appeared to be manifesting. Without waiting for Jin Qing's prompt, Han Li proactively extended his consciousness into the pearl. As time passed, his demeanor turned serious. An ancient cultivator's relic? Han Li eventually withdrew his consciousness and took a deep breath, posing this question to the middle-aged cultivator. I'm not entirely certain. However, a map preserved in such an archaic manner would likely be the work of ancient cultivators, Jin Qing replied, his face alight with excitement, speaking in a somewhat hurried tone. Han Li nodded in response. Storing vital information within pearls and shells is indeed a common practice among the ancient cultivators of the chaotic star sea. Within this particular pearl lies a fragment resembling a map. At that moment, Jin Qing continued, stating that there are 2 such pearls, which, when combined, form a complete map. He and a companion discovered them together in a quaint shop. At the time, they were strung along with ordinary pearls in a necklace, and they each took one, vowing to search for the location depicted on the map. By your account, you have indeed located the site on the map. Han Li mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed. We spent 5 or 6 years in pursuit, and only recently did we find the place indicated. Alas, it is entirely shrouded by a formidable array. Neither of us possesses any knowledge of formations, and thus we were left disheartened. However, my companion and I agreed to return, each recruiting an expert in formations to assist in breaking the array. As you are aware, among us loose cultivators, those proficient in the path of formations are exceedingly rare. Even if there are a couple, I am not acquainted with them. As Jin spoke, he expressed his concern, admitting, upon returning, I was in a state of perplexity when I fortuitously heard of your circumstances, which compelled me to seek your assistance. Rest assured, Han Daoist, should we successfully breach the array, anything that emerges from the ancient cultivator's ruins will be duly shared with you, Jin Qing promised. Noticing Han Li's hesitation and elaborating on the agreement. Upon hearing this, Han Li did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he absent-mindedly wrinkled his nose, pondering before responding, Brother Jin, may I take some time to consider this matter? I shall provide you with an answer in 2 days. Certainly. Please take your time, Han Daoist. If it proves unfeasible, I shall seek others to see if any loose cultivators possess knowledge of formations, Jin Qing replied with understanding. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he clasped his fists in farewell and departed. Han Li stood still for a while, contemplating Jin Qing's retreating figure, a pensive expression adorning his face. Indeed, there have been numerous discoveries of ancient cultivator ruins within the chaotic star sea. However, their contents can vary significantly, ranging from barren emptiness to the potential discovery of ancient cultivation insights, rare materials, or magical artifacts long believed to be extinct. Overall, most ruins yield some form of reward, though the quality of the finds often hinges on the luck of the discoverer. Nevertheless, Han Li had no desire to venture forth in search of any ancient cultivator ruins. The chaotic star sea is currently rife with hidden perils, and the area beyond Tianqing City is far from tranquil. Furthermore, his Qingzhu Fengyun sword had not been cultivated for long, lacking in formidable power. Thus, he found himself hesitating at the prospect of setting out. Were it anyone else, Han Li would have promptly declined. However, Jin Qing shared a decent rapport with him, having previously provided some guidance in his cultivation. Given that this was Jin's first request for assistance, it felt rather ungracious to outright refuse. After pondering for a moment, Han Li raised his head and sighed softly. With 2 days remaining, it was prudent to deliberate further on the matter. With this thought, he shook his head and turned gracefully back towards his residence. 2 days later, Jin Qing indeed returned to the entrance of the cave dwelling, and Han Li ultimately consented to accompany him on an outing. On one hand, it was a gesture of reciprocity, and on the other hand, he harbored genuine curiosity regarding the ancient cultivator's ruins. One could never know what remarkable treasures might be uncovered within. Jin Qing, naturally elated, set forth the next day alongside Han Li and Chu Han, departing from Tianqing City en route to the ancient cultivator's site. Chu Han's identity as Han Li's avatar had become an unspoken understanding among the nearby cultivators over the years, and Jin Qing had no objections. 2 months later, Han Li, Jin Qing, and others were soaring rapidly through a remote maritime region of the chaotic Star Sea. According to Changqing, after such an extended journey, they should be nearing their destination. Indeed, after flying for the better part of a day, they finally beheld a grand island. The island was vast, spanning over 1,000 miles in circumference, yet it was predominantly characterized by hills and slopes, presenting a landscape of dull gray and yellow hues. Is this truly the island? Han Li inquired, gazing down from the sky with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, following the map's guidance, we located this island. I inquired with nearby mortals, and it is a bona fide deserted isle. Not only is there no spiritual vein in the vicinity, but for some unknown reason, even ordinary trees cannot thrive here. Changqing explained, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. Han Li paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "The more unusual this island is, the more it indicates the potential existence of the ancient cultivator's ruins here. This should be considered good news." Haha. We thought the same back then, which is why we scoured the entire island, ultimately identifying the most likely location. Changqing replied with a touch of pride. Han Li offered a subtle smile, casting his gaze around before casually asking, "However, where exactly is the area you mentioned that is shrouded by a formation?" "If you fly west for over 100 miles, there lies a massive earthen mound. Within, a slope is sealed by a significant array," Changqing answered without hesitation. "Let us proceed then. It is quite possible that your comrade has already arrived and unraveled the formation," Han Li said with a knowing smile. "Hee. If that is the case, it would be splendid, as it would alleviate much of the trouble. At most, they might acquire a few more items," Changqing mused, stroking his chin with a sly expression. Han Li, taken aback by this expression from Changqing for the first time, couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two were merely exchanging words, as both understood that a formation set by an ancient cultivator would not be easily deciphered without months of exploration. "Let us go, Taoist Han. We must not keep them waiting," Changqing called, transforming into a streak of azure and white light as he sped away. Han Li smiled calmly and, alongside Chu Han, activated his magical artifact to give chase. A distance of over 100 miles was but a fleeting moment for cultivators at the core formation stage. A towering yellow earthen mound loomed before Han Li's eyes. This mountain, reaching an impressive height of approximately 1,000 zhong, was entirely devoid of any greenery, exuding an unsettling aura as if it were constructed solely from piled yellow soil. As Han Li and his companions approached the mountain, a sudden tempest arose, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The relentless winds swept across the ground, lifting a veil of yellow soil that obscured the surroundings, plunging the area into a murky darkness where one could scarcely see their own hand. However, Han Li and his companions were undeterred by this swirling sandstorm. With a flash of radiance, protective spiritual light enveloped them, allowing them to maintain their steady flight onward. Remarkably, after traversing a mere 10 miles, the tempestuous winds dissipated inexplicably, and they found themselves at the base of the earth mound. Changqing guided Han Li in a circuitous flight around the mound, ultimately bringing them to a halt before several rudimentary stone houses. These structures appeared exceedingly simplistic, evidently formed through a petrification technique, all sharing a monotonous grayish-white hue. Before Changqing and the others could alight, the stone door of one of the houses creaked open, revealing 3 cultivators, a pair of men and a woman, who stepped out in succession. The male cultivators were both at the core formation stage, while the woman was merely at the foundation establishment stage. "Taoist Jin, you have also arrived. How fortuitous, as we have just reached here ourselves," exclaimed a refined young man clad in a white robe, who greeted Changqing with an exuberant wave, displaying a welcoming demeanor. "It is only fitting that Taoist who arrived ahead of us. Unlike me, who had to return to Tianqing City to seek out Taoist Han," Changqing replied amiably, appearing to have a good rapport with the young man. "Taoist Han." The young cultivator's gaze flitted between Han Li and Chu Han, seemingly uncertain of whom he referred to. "I am Han Li, and this is my senior apprentice brother, Chu Han," Han Li said, offering a polite nod with a smile. During their journey, Han Li had already conferred with Changqing about concealing Chu Han's true identity. Observing the young cultivator, Han Li noted his youthful complexion, supple skin, yet discernible fine lines at the corners of his eyes, indicating that he was adept at self-care and likely not as young as he appeared. This Hu cultivator was presumably the same individual Jin Qing had mentioned regarding the discovery of 2 precious pearls. I am Hu Yu. Although this is our first encounter, I hope we can share insights on cultivation in the future. After all, there are so few of us loose cultivators who achieve core formation, Hu Yu remarked cordially, quickly establishing a favorable impression on Han Li. He then proceeded to introduce the male and female cultivators to Han Li and his companions. This is Fairy Shirtai and Brother Jian. Fairy Shirtai is renowned on Hongyue Island as an exceptional master of formations. I am confident that, alongside Taoist Han, we will be able to dismantle this array. Brother Jian is already a mid-core formation cultivator, and his contributions during the array's dismantling will undoubtedly be substantial. Hu Yu introduced with a smile. To be frank, I will only assist you in breaking the array, should there be any dangers lurking behind it. This foundation establishment female cultivator will not be getting involved, she stated candidly. Moreover, from this acquisition, I must select a singular item first. The woman known as Sherdai, though of average beauty, bore an air of arrogance. Her words, delivered without the slightest courtesy, caused Han Li and the others to momentarily pause in surprise. Red Moon Island? I wonder, how does Taoist Shi refer to the esteemed Shi Junren of Red Moon Island? Jin Qing unexpectedly inquired, a hint of hesitation in his tone. That would be my father. The young lady, casting a cold glance at Jin Qing, replied indifferently. Ha. In that case, let us proceed as Miss Shi suggests. Jin Qing replied without a moment's hesitation upon hearing her words, which left Han Li somewhat astonished as he regarded him. Taoist Han, Shi Junren once bestowed a kindness upon me in his early years. I kindly ask you to be more accommodating. Jin Qing's voice resonated in Han Li's ear. Han Li, in response, merely offered Jin Qing a faint, casual smile. How about this? If Brother Han and Fairy Shi manage to breach the grand formation, then each of you may select an item first, and we shall distribute the rest afterward, Hu Yu suggested. Displaying a hint of awkwardness as she hastily included Han Li in the discussion, thus momentarily diffusing the situation. The tall, slender cultivator surnamed Jian remained silent, his expression calm, which left Han Li with an impression of inscrutability. Friend Hu, perhaps it would be prudent to escort Brother Han and Fairy Shi to inspect the formation first, to ascertain whether it can truly be dismantled. Otherwise, discussing it is of little utility, Jin Qing proposed with a smile. Indeed, this formation is rather peculiar. My companion and I attempted to force our way through for an entire day and night, yet we could not even budget an inch. Exhausting our energies in the process, Hu Yu eagerly concurred, smacking her forehead. Thus, in the absence of opposition and with a hint of curious anticipation, the group took to their magical artifacts and soared toward the heart of the earthen mound, eventually halting near an unremarkable gentle slope. Esteemed Taoists, please observe. Those areas shrouded in yellow mist are the location of the formation. Hu Yu pointed solemnly to a spot on the slope, addressing Han Li and the others. In truth, Han Li had already discerned the presence of a sizable yellow mist enveloping the area not far below, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, obscure and silent, evoking an eerie sense of the unfathomable. Oh, it appears to be a dual attribute formation of earth and wind, quite intriguing, indeed. Upon witnessing the formation's imposing aura, Shide's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hearing her words, Han Li, prompted by her observation, glanced at her and focused intently. Soon, his expression turned solemn. The formation indeed resembled what she described, embodying the attributes of wind and earth, and at his current level, dismantling it would prove to be quite challenging. Just then, Sherdai gracefully descended to the edge of the formation. Her interest piqued as she began to produce some peculiar magical instruments for testing. The first apparatus she retrieved was a disc-shaped tool, which she held aloft, directing a beam of green light towards the yellow mist. However, the light vanished as if a stone cast into the sea, leaving no trace behind. She furrowed her brow and produced a fiery red crystal orb, delicately rubbing it with one hand before casting it into the yellow mist. However, the artifact, after flashing with red light a few times, was swiftly engulfed by the thick fog. At this moment, the expression on the female cultivator's face turned slightly crimson, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. She hastily retrieved 7 or 8 different artifacts to probe the formation. The only exception was a yellow copper mirror, which caused the mist to churn momentarily where it reflected. All other attempts yielded no results. Observing this scene, Hu Yu, Jin Qing, and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but ascend the slope, stepping closer to the woman. Fairy Shurxian, may I have a try? After watching her continue to pull out artifacts, Han Li could no longer suppress a sigh and gently inquired. Humph. If Taoist Han possesses any means, feel free to employ them. This humble girl will not hinder you, she retorted, clearly vexed, offering Han Li little in the way of courtesy. Though Han Li felt a flicker of annoyance, he maintained his usual composure, displaying no outward dissatisfaction. Instead, he tapped his storage bag, from which a dozen small flags of various colors emerged, swirling gently around him. Upon seeing these flags, Wang Changqing, with her keen eyes, exclaimed first, while the others gazed in astonishment, puzzled by Han Li's choice to produce these items instead of attempting to break the formation. Ignoring their bewildered stares, Han Li pointed at the array of flags. In an instant, beams of light erupted, and the flags ascended above the yellow mist, arranging themselves in a particular pattern that subtly formed the shape of the Big Dipper, gently hovering in the air. Fairy Shurdai seemed to perceive some underlying principle in the arrangement, revealing a hint of surprise on her face. At that moment, the flags emitted a low, resonant hum, and several beams of light shot forth from them, converging in midair to create a substantial pillar of light that plunged directly into the mist below, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, including Fairy Shaidi's fellow cultivators, they hurriedly gazed at the yellow fog, yet it remained thick and unremarkable. Brother Han, Wang Changqing, unable to suppress her curiosity, was about to pose a question when a sudden change occurred. The once lifeless yellow mist began to emit a deep, resonant buzzing sound. And then, as if boiling water, it started to churn violently, reminiscent of a dragon thrashing within. The mist instantly came to life. Wang Changqing swallowed her words, which had been on the tip of her tongue. At this moment, Han Li's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he unhesitatingly cast several more spells upon the floating flags. Instantly, the beams of light from the gathered flags surged forth in a continuous stream. Before long, a remarkable sight unfolded. The previously roiling yellow mist began to undulate rhythmically, forming successive mounds resembling large buns, each growing increasingly taller and larger. It was as if some monstrous entity were poised to burst forth from within. The other cultivators, upon witnessing this, were struck with terror and instinctively retreated. The stone fairy, her countenance drastically altered, hastily fled back over 10 paces before halting to glance behind her. A series of deafening explosions erupted from the dense yellow mist, and despite the cultivators' precautions, they were caught off guard by a fierce gale that sent them staggering. In a flurry, they activated their protective barriers, managing to regain their footing and fix their gaze upon the mist. To their astonishment, apart from the stone butterfly who had anticipated this, the remaining cultivators were taken aback. The previously impenetrable yellow fog, which had resisted all attempts at dispersal, now began to clear, revealing all that had been hidden within its shroud. Instantly, Hu Yu and the others were elated. With Wang Changqing stepping forward to stand beside Han Li, his face beaming as he exclaimed, "Brother Han, I never anticipated your abilities were so formidable. Have you indeed dismantled this formation?" "Dismantled? Brother Jean, you underestimate the prowess of ancient cultivators' formations. I merely unraveled the outermost layer of the illusion." Han Li replied with a wry smile, attempting to clarify for them. "Haha, that's nothing to worry about. We have ample time ahead of us to allow you, my friend, to gradually resolve this formation. We are now quite confident in our ability to breach it," Wang Changqing remarked, though a hint of disappointment crept into his tone. Before he could elaborate, Hu Yu, who had approached from behind, joyfully added, "Indeed, as cultivators, we need not fear the passage of time. It is merely my impatience." Wang Changqing, taken aback by her words, quickly nodded in agreement, albeit a bit sheepishly. At that moment, the stone butterfly approached, her previous arrogance dissipated. She bowed deeply to Han Li and sincerely expressed, "I have been quite narrow-minded. I did not expect that a senior like you could cleverly break a formation with another formation. You have truly broadened my horizons. I hope you will guide me in the future regarding the intricacies of formations." Surprised by her words, Han Li returned her bow and found his impression of her significantly altered. "It is nothing, merely a small technique. In truth, my understanding of formations is rather limited," he responded with an air of nonchalance. This statement was indeed a frank admission from Han Li. Had the others not recognized that this formation was of a wind attribute, he might have remained at a loss on how to dismantle such an illusion. His 2 decades of exploration into formations had yielded only modest insights. and his grasp of most formation principles remained rudimentary. His confidence in employing the Beidou Liangyi formation's flags to break this illusion stemmed solely from his trust in Exine Rian, a prodigy in formation techniques, who had provided him with numerous clever methods for overcoming various formations. Han Li, without seeking deep understanding, had simply applied her insights directly. Yet, this method proved astonishingly effective, leaving the others in awe. However, Han Li's humble remarks were interpreted by the cultivators as modesty, and they continued to regard him with newfound respect. Han Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to further elaborate. Instead, their gaze was drawn to the true visage of the grand formation revealed after the dissolution of the illusion. Once the mist dissipated, it unveiled a faint yellow light shield, enveloping an area of over 100 feet in diameter. The fourth volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 418, Breaking the Formation. The light shield, dense yet somewhat murky, lacked the impenetrable quality it possessed when shrouded in yellow fog, yet it still appeared somewhat indistinct. Moreover, beyond this layer of light, there seemed to be several additional layers, with a round pillar several yards high faintly discernible at the center of the shield, adorned with ancient patterns and inscriptions that remained unclear to the observers. The moment their spiritual senses brushed against the light shield, they were wholly rebuffed, unable to penetrate it in the slightest. Strangely, countless slender ribbons of seven-colored light flitted and danced between the layers of the shield, as if animated, lending an air of eerie mystique to the scene. The others, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but express their astonishment. However, Han Li's expression darkened momentarily, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Although his understanding of ancient formations was limited, he had encountered numerous such formations within the various texts of Exine Rian. The aura and appearance of the formation before him did not seem to correspond to any known ancient array. Rather, it bore an unsettling quality. With this thought, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at the nearby stone butterfly, who was curiously inspecting the grand formation, her countenance devoid of any unusual expression. This eased Han Li's uncertainty regarding the formation, leading him to self-deprecatingly conclude that he had misjudged the situation. All right, I see the hour is late. Brother Han and the others have traveled a long way. They should rest well. We shall formally commence breaking the formation tomorrow. Given its appearance, it is not something that can be dismantled in haste. Hu Yu said, displaying understanding toward Han Li and his companions. Upon hearing this, Han Li acknowledged the fatigue from their long journey and refrained from voicing any dissent. However, the stone fairy, upon witnessing the true nature of the formation, appeared eager to engage. Yet, upon hearing Hu Yu's words, she refrained from making further comments. The group then returned to the stone dwelling. As the space was limited, Han Li and the others hastily constructed a few earthen huts, which they subsequently transformed into stone structures using petrification techniques before moving in. Early the following morning, Han Li and the stone butterfly approached the vicinity of the light shield to begin various calculations and property tests. The entire process of dismantling the formation progressed at an excruciatingly slow pace. Especially at the outset, both felt somewhat at a loss, frequently encountering insurmountable challenges, leading to several days without any progress. Nevertheless, regardless of the complexity of the formation, with ample time for contemplation and study, even the most enigmatic array could be gradually deciphered. Through the diligent collaboration between Han Li and the young woman, this so-called ancient formation was no exception. Bit by bit, they unraveled its intricacies. Throughout this process, Han Li's perception of the stone fairy underwent a significant transformation. Although she exhibited a degree of haughtiness, she undeniably possessed considerable skill. She possessed an exceptional mastery over various formations, both grand and subtle, and her calculations regarding the layout of these formations were remarkably precise and intricate. This left Han Li greatly impressed. In his estimation, while her understanding of formation theory might not quite match that of Exine Rian, it was certainly not far behind. However, amidst his admiration, Han Li found himself somewhat perplexed. Why was it that all the formation experts he encountered were women? Did female cultivators possess an inherent talent for formations? Nevertheless, compared to Exine Rian, this stone fairy seemed somewhat lacking in practical application. Although she spoke eloquently about various theoretical aspects of formations, her methods for breaking them were rather limited, merely a repetitive few. If those proved ineffective, she would be left helpless, merely staring blankly. Han Li, aware of his own limited knowledge of formations, refrained from debating her on this matter. Instead, he strategically employed various techniques for breaking formations that he had learned from Exine Rian, which visibly moved the stone fairy. Thus, Han Li and the stone fairy formed a tacit partnership, with her calculating the weaknesses of the formations while he devised methods to dismantle them. This collaboration not only significantly expedited their progress in breaking the formations, but also allowed both to learn from each other's deficiencies, leaving them both exceedingly satisfied. Meanwhile, Changqing and the others, unable to contribute at that moment, patiently meditated and cultivated their qi within the stone chamber, awaiting the duo's success in dismantling the grand formation. 3 months later, Han Li and the stone butterfly summoned the others to the slope. After a period of diligent effort, they had nearly unraveled the grand formation, arriving at the final barrier. Once this last restriction was breached, the peculiar stone pillar would be fully revealed to all. At that moment, the light barrier appeared vastly different from when Han Li first encountered it. Not only had its size diminished by nearly half, but its color had transformed from a dull yellow to a vibrant crimson flame. As one approached even slightly, a wave of searing heat enveloped them. What astonished them further was that the multicolored light ribbons within the barrier had morphed into countless winged fire serpents, incessantly writhing along the barrier's surface and emitting fine jets of flame. What kind of creature is this? Changqing inquired, astonished by the sight. The others wore expressions of similar bewilderment. Winged fire spirits were exceedingly rare and could only form in exceptionally unique locales. Their lifespans were brief, often dissipating after a few hours. However, the demon fire they could unleash rivaled that of our cultivators' alchemical flames, and they reveled in devouring the souls of mortals and the primordial spirits of cultivators, making them quite troublesome to handle. This final barrier evidently created a place of 3 yang, allowing these fire spirits to endlessly thrive. Should an uninformed cultivator attempt to forcibly breach this restriction, they would undoubtedly fall victim to these malevolent creatures. The stone butterfly, somewhat pleased, explained this, as she was among the few who knew of the origin of these rare winged spirits. Winged spirits? Upon hearing that these entities could consume one's primordial spirit, Changqing and the others could not help but change their expressions. Since we have been summoned here, it is evident that you two fellow Taoists have devised a method to break the constraints. Please do not hesitate to instruct us. The usually reticent cultivator with the surname Jian unexpectedly spoke up. The others, momentarily taken aback, turned their gazes towards the woman and Han Li. Han Li smiled faintly, but said nothing. The Shi Dai, with a charming smile, sweetly proclaimed, "At first, both Han Sr. and I were quite troubled, but after several days of deliberation, we have finally conceived a proper method to dismantle the restrictions. However, we will require your assistance." Though her appearance was unremarkable, her voice was remarkably clear, imbuing her with an unexpected allure. "Speak, Fairy Shi Dai, and we shall comply with whatever you and Taoist Han instruct," Hu Yu cheerfully replied. Upon hearing this, Shi Dai wasted no time and began issuing commands. To break this formation, we need several water elemental artifacts that counteract each other. Han Sr. and I have gathered a few, and as long as you fellow Taoists wield these artifacts and stand in the positions we indicate, when Han Sr. shatters the protective shield, you will use these artifacts to eliminate any remaining malevolent entities. Above all, do not use your treasures to attack these spirit beings. They are inherently fiery entities, which we cultivators usually avoid at all costs. Moreover, do not allow them to get close, or we will be in serious trouble. Han Li added slowly from the side. Seeing Han Li's serious demeanor, Hu Yu and the others exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with solemnity as they responded in unison. Han Li then produced a small ruler, a hammer, and a fork, distributing them among Changqing, Chu Han, and the cultivator with the surname Jian, while Shi Dai handed a blue silk handkerchief to Hu Yu. Subsequently, under Shi Dai's guidance, they took their positions nearby, while she hurriedly retreated to the periphery, also drawing out a short sword artifact, intently observing Han Li's actions. Han Li did not rush to act. Instead, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings once more, feeling assured of their accuracy before confidently waving his hands. Dozens of blue formation flags and discs, all water elemental tools for arrangement, flew out from his storage pouch and began to hover around him. Without further ado, Han Li flicked his fingers, and the sound of popping resonated continuously. The formation flags and discs obediently shot towards the red barrier, gradually descending according to a specific pattern. The flags plunged several inches into the ground, while the discs floated steadily a few inches above the ground, forming a formidable formation. As the flags and discs were properly arranged, Han Li took a deep breath, preparing to cast his spell, when suddenly a series of howls echoed from afar, approaching rapidly. A flash of blue light appeared on the horizon, and a blue rainbow sped towards them like a dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly arriving above the group. As the azure rainbow dissipated, a grotesque figure wielding twin swords emerged in the air. Upon recognizing the peculiar attire of this individual, Han Li and the others below were taken aback. The figure was gaunt, with disheveled white hair cascading to the shoulders, clad in a dark leather shirt, and a strange flower basket hanging from the waist. His face, marked by bizarre red spots, bore a pair of menacing triangular eyes, and judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, he was evidently a mid-stage core formation cultivator. Upon noticing the presence of so many core formation practitioners, the strange man was momentarily stunned. However, when his gaze fell upon the red barrier and the array instruments belonging to Han Li, his expression shifted dramatically. Do you young ones seek death? How dare you spy on the treasures guarded by your island master while I am away? Leave this island at once. He bellowed, his eyes gleaming with malice. Island master? Your possessions? Hu Yu and Jin Qing exchanged bewildered glances, while Han Li and the others were utterly perplexed. Was this not a deserted island? Are you truly the island master here? Hu Yu inquired, furrowing his brow, attempting to remain composed. I have resided on this island for several hundred years. I am undoubtedly its master, the strange man replied without an ounce of courtesy. However, when my companion Jean and I visited last time, we did not encounter you. Hu Yu calmly questioned. What? You have been here before? Humph. It must have been just like this time, taking advantage of my absence, the man retorted, his anger intensifying. So, you are the sole occupant of this island. Indeed, you must have self-appointed yourself as the island master, Hu Yu remarked with a cold smile, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. As he observed the impending dissolution of the barrier, he had no intention of engaging further with the grotesque figure. Humph, spare me your evasions. Regardless, you have breached the barrier, which is a capital offense. Since you refuse to leave, you shall remain here. The man's eyes glinted with a strange yellow light as he snatched the basket from his waist and hurled it downward. Instantly, the bamboo basket transformed into a chilling white mist, racing towards Hu Yu. At this moment, Han Li and the other cultivators were left dumbfounded. Was this individual out of his mind? Did he not see the multitude of core formation practitioners before him? Had he lost his senses? Hu Yu, feeling both alarmed and enraged by the attack, flicked his sleeve, unleashing two streaks of red light that surged toward the white mist. With a resounding thud, the white mist shattered upon impact, scattering in all directions. So, merely a blusterer, it seems all is just a facade, Hu Yu thought with relief as he began to mock openly. The grotesque man, however, did not respond but instead erupted into a strange cackle. This caused Hu Yu to stiffen momentarily, before suddenly exclaiming, What is happening? My flying daggers. He observed as the two flying daggers, after piercing through the white mist emanating from the basket, began to waver precariously in place, as if losing their efficacy. Subsequently, the scattered remnants of the white mist rapidly converged, and with a flash of brilliance, it restored the basket's form. The two daggers found themselves ensnared within the confines of the basket, unable to extricate themselves. In this scene depicting the crafting of a magical artifact, Hu Yu displayed an expression of disbelief, while Han Li and the others appeared somewhat pale. However, the strange figure offered them little time for contemplation, with a mocking laugh. He shook his shoulder, and two beams of gray sword light cascaded downwards, aiming directly for Hu Yu. Naturally, Jin Qing, who stood near Hu Yu, could not stand idly by. With a flick of his finger, a small white talisman the size of a thumb flew from his palm, expanding in the wind as it forcefully struck towards the gray light. A thunderous clap resonated as the three magical artifacts emitted a dazzling brilliance, intertwining with one another. At that moment, the monk surnamed Jian glanced at Han Li and Chu Han, then silently raised his hand, sending a flying fork imbued with black and white energy straight towards the strange figure. Han Li sighed inwardly. Since the confrontation had begun, it seemed that he and Chu Han could not remain idle. They had to first deal with this peculiar adversary. Resolving this, both Han Li and Chu Han released their mixed element bowls and the verdant radiance sword, charging into the fray. To their surprise, the strange figure did not exhibit fear. Instead, he let out a wild laugh. As he opened his mouth, A blackened and bloodied orb surged towards their magical artifacts. A resounding explosion ensued. To Han Li and his companions' astonishment, the orb detonated the moment it made contact with their artifacts, emanating a dark radiance that caused their magical implements to lose their spiritual essence, their brilliance quickly fading. The monk's surname Jin felt a pang of anguish. His expression turned sorrowful as he formed hand seals to retract the flying fork. With this single strike, he realized that his artifact would require at least a year of recuperation within his primordial spirit to return to normalcy. However, as he attempted to reclaim his artifact, it was already too late. Amidst the strange figure's mocking laughter, a bamboo basket overhead flickered with white light and suddenly unleashed a torrent of white radiance that ensnared all of their artifacts in its embrace. An ancient treasure. You are wielding a primordial ancient treasure. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, the monk's surname Jin seemed to recall something, exclaiming in a state of shock. This revelation startled Han Li. The so-called primordial ancient treasures were, in fact, artifacts cultivated by ancient practitioners. These artifacts possessed singular powers yet immense strength, far surpassing the capabilities of contemporary magical implements. Moreover, the methods of crafting these ancient treasures were vastly different from modern techniques, rendering them incapable of being absorbed into one's body. They could only be carried and used as external tools. This was also the sole means of distinguishing primordial ancient treasures from ordinary artifacts. Now, as the monk's surname Jin beheld the peculiar bamboo basket, he recalled that it had initially been affixed to the opponent's waist, leaving no doubt about the true origin of this artifact. It was said that the ancient weapon used to subdue the infant carp beast during the Six-Linked Hall incident had been a primordial ancient treasure. Although Han Li felt a stir of surprise regarding the ancient treasure, he still had several lethal techniques at his disposal. Yet, in the presence of so many, he had no desire to stand out. He firmly believed that the more hidden cards he retained, the more effectively they would serve him in times of peril. Moreover, he was acutely aware that even if the opponent possessed an ancient treasure, it would be impossible for them to gain any advantage against the combined forces of so many Golden Core practitioners. He merely needed to display the capabilities befitting an ordinary core formation cultivator. With this thought, Han Li concentrated solely on controlling the green brilliant sword, allowing it to dart through the white mist, while refraining from any extraordinary actions alongside Chu Han, opting instead to observe the performance of the others with a detached gaze. He firmly believed that someone would inevitably rise to the occasion. Indeed, upon hearing that the floral basket was an ancient treasure, a flicker of delight appeared on the faces of Hu Yu and the others. Given that this peculiar individual had taken the initiative, it seemed only natural for them to join forces to eliminate him and seize the treasure. After a moment's hesitation, the cultivator with the surname Jin performed a hand gesture, causing 3 dark glows to erupt from his storage pouch, revealing 3 towering black flags, exuding a menacing aura. He then uttered a chant, and a surge of black energy shot towards the flags, unleashing a cacophony of wails that left the assembled cultivators dizzy and disoriented. Simultaneously, Hu Yu relinquished control of her flying daggers. With a swift motion of her hands, she unleashed a barrage of azure lightning fire. Jin Qing raised his eyebrows, suddenly casting a spell upon his treasure, which immediately emitted a resonant dragon's roar, expanding several-fold and momentarily pinning 2 gray, flying swords beneath it. Witnessing this display of power from the 3, Han Li couldn't help but smile inwardly, anticipating that the peculiar individual was about to face dire consequences. However, the strange figure, despite a slight change in expression at Hu Yu's fierce assault, quickly regained a mocking demeanor. Abruptly, he tore away the short-sleeved leather jacket, exposing his bare torso. Han Li's gaze fell upon him, and he was nearly taken aback, almost biting his own tongue. On the emaciated chest, 2 skulls, each the size of a fist, clung one on the left and one on the right, their obsidian forms crowned with wild hair, writhing incessantly as if they were alive. At that moment, the azure lightning fire and the 3 black flags had closed in on the peculiar figure, who lightly swayed his fingers and uttered an exceedingly strange incantation. The 2 skulls emitted a deep, mournful wail, suddenly soaring forth from his chest in succession, each biting down on a finger of the strange individual, before eagerly rushing towards the incoming lightning fire and black flags. In the 4th volume, Wind Rising Overseas, Chapter 420, The Might of the Golden Devouring Worm. Upon witnessing the skulls, Han Li was momentarily stunned, instantly recalling the ghost spirit sect among the 6 devil sects. The disciples of the ghost spirit sect wielded similar skull-like artifacts in combat. However, theirs were mere lifeless objects, unlike the vibrant black skulls before him, which seemed almost sentient. As Han Li marveled at this unexpected sight, the 3 black flags surged forward. The cultivator with the surname Jin bellowed, pointing forward with his hand. The 3 black flags immediately shot forth, releasing a dense mass of black threads that intertwined to form a colossal fishing net, descending upon the skulls opposite. The threads were incredibly fine, gleaming with a faint black aura, unmistakably not of ordinary origin. Upon encountering the black threads, the skull's hollow eye sockets glimmered with a flash of red light. It then opened its mouth wide, engaging in a silent frenzy of chewing, before unleashing a torrent of emerald phosphorescence. As thousands of black threads came into contact with these phosphorescent flames, they ignited spontaneously as if they had met their nemesis, swiftly transforming into wisps of azure smoke. Witnessing this spectacle, the cultivator surnamed Jin's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily gestured with his hands, attempting to employ the black banners for a countermeasure. However, the black skull suddenly expanded to the size of a wheel, and with a forceful exhalation and inhalation, a gray rainbow shot forth, encircling the 3 black banners before ensnaring them into its cavernous maw. Subsequently, with a powerful crunch of its jaws, the skull obliterated the banners into mere fragments. Instantly, the connection between the cultivator and the banners severed, leaving him pale and aghast. "You vile creature! How dare you destroy my treasures?" The cultivator shouted in a mix of fury and fear. Unbeknownst to others, he was acutely aware that these 3 black banners were indeed ancient treasures of the primordial era, having vanquished countless adversaries in the past. To his dismay, they had been obliterated in an instant by the enigmatic skull. At that moment, the thunderous fire unleashed by Hu Yu was similarly consumed by another skull, yielding no effect whatsoever. Both Hu Yu and the cultivator exchanged glances, feeling a sense of trepidation settle in. Meanwhile, Han Li was equally astonished, realizing that this peculiar individual dared to challenge a group of core formation cultivators single-handedly, indeed possessing formidable support. Not only did he seem to wield an abundance of treasures, but each appeared to possess significant power. It became evident that without intervening, they risked a potential defeat. Han Li was determined to avert such an outcome. After all, he had invested months of effort into this grand formation, unwilling to see it squandered by another's hand. Though he wished to conceal his capabilities from the other cultivators, he was eager to test the might of the golden devouring insects, to ascertain whether they truly warranted their esteemed ranking among extraordinary creatures. The current adversary, it seemed, was no ordinary core formation cultivator, making him the perfect subject for experimentation. With this thought, Han Li cast another glance toward the fray. Hu Yu and the others were frantically maneuvering in the air, unleashing low-tier spells against the relentless pursuit of the 2 skeletal monstrosities. They clearly understood that conventional treasures were ineffective against such aberrations, merely retreating to avoid their assaults. As for the white imprint treasure wielded by Jin Qing, its former majesty had diminished. Entangled with 2 flying swords, it was unexpectedly ensnared by the white mist emanating from a nearby flower basket, slowly being drawn closer, causing beads of sweat to form on Jin Qing's brow. Meanwhile, the stone butterfly, standing alongside Chu Han, possessed only foundational cultivation and could do nothing but watch helplessly from the sidelines. Observing these developments, Han Li regarded the peculiar individual with a deep gaze, and without further hesitation, he flipped his hand, producing a bulging spirit beast pouch. The enigmatic figure seemed to possess acute perception, as Han Li's glance was immediately detected. He immediately turned his face and shot a fierce glare at Han Li, his eyes glinting with malice as he reached into his robes, seemingly intending to retrieve another artifact to confront Han Li. Witnessing this scene, Han Li naturally took the initiative. He gently tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air, then raised a hand, swiftly casting a green spell that struck the pouch. Instantly, the pouch trembled, unleashing dozens of spherical projectiles towards the monstrous figure. These spheres, about a foot in diameter, gleamed in gold and silver, transforming into radiant beams that shot forth towards the creature. The creature, however, revealed a scornful expression, sneering as he produced a dark, ominous Dharma wheel from his robes, launching it without a moment's hesitation. The object whistled as it expanded several times its size, then spun towards the spheres. A series of explosive sounds echoed as the spheres collided with the dark wheel, disintegrating into countless specks of golden and silver starlight. As if shattered to pieces, the creature laughed maniacally, then pointed at the wheel, commanding it to slice through towards Han Li. At that moment, a buzzing sound erupted, growing increasingly loud and piercing, causing everyone to glance in astonishment, while the creature's manic demeanor shifted to one of bewilderment. To their astonishment, the fragments of the shattered spheres revived, transforming into thousands of thumb-sized golden and silver beetles, swarming around the Dharma wheel. The sharp, resonant sound was the buzzing of their wings, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Han Li wasted no time, immediately urging his spiritual consciousness, prompting the ravenous golden beetles to launch themselves at the wheel, instantly staining the artifact in gold and silver hues. Seeking death, the creature, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and swiftly formed a spell with both hands, releasing plumes of black mist from the wheel, causing it to spin in an attempt to exterminate the insects. However, to his astonishment, as the dark mist was released, the swarm of beetles surged forward, devouring it entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Although the wheel's rapid rotation dislodged some of the golden beetles, many more clung tenaciously, unperturbed by the wheel's sharp edges. Witnessing this scene, the creature's face turned pale with horror, while Han Li felt a surge of joy within. In the blink of an eye, the wheel visibly shrank from large to small, and then vanished completely, consumed by the ravenous beetles. The buzzing intensified once more, causing the creature's complexion to turn a shade of green. Without hesitation, Han Li pointed, and the swarm of golden beetles transformed into a brilliant mass of gold and silver mist, surging towards the creature. Having witnessed the formidable nature of these insects, the creature's expression turned alarmed. In a panic, he gestured to the black skulls, which had been relentlessly pursuing Hu Yu and the other cultivator, causing the two sinister objects to halt mid-flight and, after several quick movements, fly back towards the creature, menacingly positioned before him. With a moment to breathe, Hu Yu and the other cultivator, surnamed Jian, finally halted at a distance, looking on in astonishment. The peculiar figure seemed to remain uneasy, as a glimmer of cold light flashed in his hand, revealing a small dagger a few inches in length. After a brief hesitation, his face twisted into a grimace as he swiftly severed two of his fingers. Upon witnessing this, the two skulls promptly darted forward. One eagerly consumed a finger, emitting a series of eerie, jubilant cries. The strange man, his eyes widening, opened his mouth, and two streams of dark light shot into the skull's forehead. Instantly, the two black skulls began to transform amid agonized groans. With two resounding pops, goat-like horns emerged from their crowns, while elongated fangs protruded from their mouths, appearing exceptionally sharp. After a few moments, their wild hair turned a vivid crimson, completely morphing into the visage of a specter. Seeing the skulls complete their transformation, the strange man felt a sense of relief wash over him, despite the excruciating pain in his remaining fingers as he pointed towards the approaching swarm of insects. A flash of green light flickered in his eyes, and the spectral heads obediently transformed into two streams of black light, emitting a prolonged, ghostly wail as they surged towards the swarm. Upon sighting the spectral heads hurtling toward them, the golden devouring insects, under Han Li's command, swiftly divided into two groups, launching fierce assaults from different directions. The transformed skulls gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of emerald phosphorescence, far thicker than before, directly onto the advancing horde of insects, causing chaos among them as they were blasted backward several yards. The swarm descended into turmoil. The strange man displayed a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction, yet this joy vanished almost instantly. For those insects targeted by the phosphorescent blast, after tumbling several times, they took to the skies once more, seemingly unscathed. The man's expression transformed into one of incredulity. After all, the spectral head's phosphorescent flames were said to surpass the Dan fire by a significant margin. How could they fail to incinerate mere insects? Nevertheless, while the spectral heads could not subdue these golden devouring insects, the insects, in turn, found themselves momentarily stalled by the phosphorescent onslaught, resulting in a stalemate. The strange man furrowed his brow, contemplating alternate strategies. Suddenly, a buzzing sound, magnitudes greater than before, echoed in the distance. The man looked up in astonishment, his face draining of color, leaving him as pale as a ghost. In the heavens above, an immense cloud of insects, stretching dozens of yards, had materialized, casting a golden and silver hue over half the sky. The thunderous buzzing emanated from this very cloud. Below this ominous formation, Han Li regarded the strange man with an impassive expression, his gaze icy, as if he were merely observing a corpse, and uttered a single word: leave. In an instant, the colossal cloud of insects descended upon the strange man like a dark storm, overwhelming him with a chilling sense of dread. The swarm, at least 10 times larger than before, was beyond his capacity to withstand, igniting a panic within him. With a grim expression, he waved his hand, transforming the flower basket into a plume of white vapor that returned to his grasp. He then unleashed 2 blood-red incantations towards the 2 ghostly heads, murmuring a somewhat obscure spell under his breath. Without a second thought, he abandoned the embroiled flying sword and swiftly turned to flee. The decisive retreat of this peculiar figure momentarily stunned Han Li. The 2 ghostly heads, spewing forth violent phosphorescent flames, attempted to pursue him as well. But Han Li would not allow their escape. Under his command, a massive cloud of golden devouring insects swiftly engulfed them, consuming every trace of their phosphorescent fire, leaving them utterly devoured. In an instant, countless golden devouring insects clung to the bodies of the ghostly heads. Realizing their impending doom, Han Li prepared to retract the insects to pursue the mysterious figure when suddenly 2 thunderous explosions erupted. The area where the ghostly heads had been submerged detonated, emerald flames momentarily enveloping a large number of golden devouring insects. Initially startled, Han Li soon felt reassured, for through his spiritual sense, he discerned that apart from several hundred insects at the very center being incinerated by the strange flames, the majority remained unscathed. It was evident that these immature golden devouring insects were not entirely impervious to harm. Exceeding a certain threshold would lead to their destruction. Nonetheless, this outcome greatly satisfied Han Li. After all, the emergence of the golden devouring insects had forced the 2 formidable ghostly heads into self-detonation, leading him to believe that ordinary core formation cultivators would be no match for such swarms. With this in mind, Han Li wasted no time. Transforming into a streak of azure light, retracting the swarm of golden devouring insects, and pursuing the retreating figure. Han Li's intention was straightforward. Having established a deep enmity with this mysterious individual, he was determined to eradicate him once and for all, unwilling to let him slip away so easily. At the same time, Chu Han, responding to his thought, transformed into a beam of yellow light and entered Han Li's azure glow, joining the chase. Meanwhile, Hu Yu and Jin Xing exchanged glances, remaining stationary, seemingly unable to accept that Han Li had single-handedly forced the mysterious figure into a hasty retreat. The mysterious figure's evasion techniques were quite remarkable, and despite Han Li exerting his utmost effort to propel the green radiance sword, the distance between them continued to widen. In the blink of an eye, the 3 had traversed several dozen miles, nearing the edge of the desolate island. Observing this, Han Li's eyes flashed with cold light. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly unleashed 7 palm-sized green swords from within his body. These small swords circled around him before merging into a colossal green sword. With a swift motion, both Han Li and Chu Han ascended atop the giant sword. The green radiance surged, and Han Li, now moving nearly half as swiftly as before, transformed into a verdant rainbow stretching over 10 zhang, soaring skyward. After a brief moment, Han Li caught up, and gazing at the dark figure ahead, he raised his hand. A glacial expression upon his face, sending forth 2 identical green swords at high speed, while simultaneously, Chu Han's primordial bowl transformed into a beam of yellow light, launching forth. The peculiar individual who had previously fled evidently realized that Han Li was in relentless pursuit. Consequently, as Han Li and Chu Han unleashed their magical artifacts, the individual promptly released a skull, which lunged menacingly towards them with its gaping maw. Meanwhile, the strange figure, without even a glance back, pivoted and continued to fly away on his apparatus. In his mind, the presence of the skull would at least afford him some precious moments to escape. Han Li's expression darkened as he silently formed a sword technique. The 2 flying swords shimmered with green light, transforming into 4 indistinguishable beams of sword energy. 2 of these beams, accompanied by the mixed element bowl, hurtled directly towards the skull, while the remaining 2 silently merged into a single sword measuring about a foot in length, which then surged swiftly towards the back of the fleeing figure. The newly formed flying sword moved with astonishing speed, arriving almost instantaneously behind the strange person. However, the figure seemed to sense something amiss. He suddenly turned back and spotted a flicker of emerald light merely 5 or 6 zhang away. His face drained of color in an instant. In a moment of desperation, he opened his mouth and expelled a mass of black gas towards the oncoming sword, before hastily attempting to evade to the side. Under Han Li's command, the flying sword plunged into the black mist without hesitation, unleashing a faint golden arc of electricity that obliterated the black gas entirely. Following this, a flash of green light appeared as the unobstructed emerald sword pierced through the figure's chest. The individual, still in disbelief, lowered his gaze to see the sword embedded within him, his expression one of incredulity. Before he could utter a single word, he was consumed by the blast of golden electricity, reducing him to ashes. Han Li swiftly darted forward, his figure flickering as he seized 3 items in his grasp, pausing to examine them closely. In addition to the ancient floral treasure and a storage pouch, he discovered a scroll radiating a crimson glow. The latent spiritual energy it exuded suggested that it was no ordinary artifact, even if it was not an ancient treasure. With a sense of delight, Han Li gently unfurled the scroll, his gaze fixated on the depicted imagery for an extended period. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually rolled the scroll back up, a pensive expression crossing his face. Suppressing his curiosity, Han Li silently flew towards the skull. Now devoid of its master, the black skull floated listlessly in the air. Although its malevolent aura remained intact, it had completely lost its original sentience. Han Li observed it with a slight furrow of his brow. Truthfully, this was the first time he had encountered such an eerie object. He could not shake the feeling that it bore sinister origins, yet he hesitated, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with it. After a moment of indecision, he ultimately decided to store it within a jade box for safekeeping. After circling the vicinity once more, Han Li and Chu Han began their return journey. On the way back, they encountered Wang Changqing and others who had come to assist them. Upon seeing that Han Li and Chu Han had returned unscathed, they immediately surrounded them, filled with surprise and relief. Taoist Han, what of that demon? Did he manage to escape? Wang Changqing inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I have already dealt with him, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Eradicated him? That is splendid news. I noticed his malevolent aura was overwhelming. Had he persisted in targeting us, it would have posed considerable trouble, Wang Changqing exclaimed, visibly relieved. However, the expressions of Hu Yu and the cultivator Jian changed slightly, and their gazes towards Han Li were tinged with a hint of reverence. After all, in the realm of cultivation, one is respected based on their abilities. The group swiftly returned to a distance where the stone fairy awaited them anxiously. Once reunited, they briefly deliberated and concluded that it would be prudent to break the formation quickly, lest any unforeseen complications arise. Thus, they resumed their positions, and after regaining his composure, Han Li reactivated the array flags and discs. The process of unraveling the final restriction was remarkably smooth, as the crimson barrier shattered. A winged creature that had not yet managed to escape was completely obliterated by the water attribute artifacts in their possession. Joy illuminated their faces as they turned their attention to the peculiar stone pillar that now stood exposed in the center, with no restrictions to hinder them. The collective perception and vision of the group allowed them to discern every detail of the pillar from a distance. The runes adorning the pillar were exceedingly strange. Spiraling from the top to the bottom were 8 enormous ancient script symbols, accompanied by countless bizarre patterns. The entire pillar was embedded with numerous rare yin-yang jade pieces, evenly distributed, emanating a soft black and white glow. The group exchanged puzzled glances, each lost in contemplation, desperately recalling relevant information. In merely a moment, the least experienced among them, Sherdai, gasped and exclaimed the name of the pillar. Upon hearing it, Han Li and the others were momentarily taken aback, and then exchanged astonished looks. The stone fairy must be mistaken. Is this truly the spirit-sealing pillar? Hu Yu asked, her voice slightly hoarse. Absolutely not. I possess a tome on formations within my cave dwelling that specifically details the spirit-sealing pillar. The shape and runes of this pillar are identical to those described in the text. Do not be deceived by its seemingly ordinary appearance. It is forged from over a dozen exceedingly rare refining materials. This single pillar is worth 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones, Sherdai said, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at the pillar. The The so-called spirit sealing pillar is a colossal artifact crafted by ancient cultivators to seal off the surrounding spiritual energy, completely preventing its leakage. Such a rare artifact typically serves two primary purposes. One is to seal an extraordinarily rare spiritual herb or plant to prevent its energy from leaking and losing its essence, justifying the considerable expenditure. The other is to suppress formidable malevolent spirits or demons, ensuring they cannot transform and escape, regardless of the purpose. Both scenarios indicate that Han Li and his companions have made a significant discovery. As for the spiritual herbs, if the spirit-sealing pillar truly confines a malevolent spirit, capturing it and imprisoning it within a treasure could enhance the artifact's power. However, they were acutely aware that any spirit capable of being sealed by such a pillar was likely formidable. There was a genuine possibility that upon entering, they might not subdue the demon but instead fall victim to its retaliation. After exchanging a few glances filled with surprise, none of them hastily suggested pushing against the pillar to investigate. After a prolonged silence, Changqing let out a wry smile and murmured, "This truly gives me a headache." However, having expended so much effort, none among us would simply turn back, would we? You may leave if you wish, but I shall not depart. Even if there are no demons within, I must at least attempt to subdue whatever may be there. The cultivator surnamed Jian spoke coldly, with his hands clasped behind his back. "What are your thoughts, Taoist Hu?" Changqing asked with a slight smile, turning to Hu Yu without further comment. "As you know, we loose cultivators prefer not to be constrained by others. Thus, while we enjoy a more carefree existence, we are far less prosperous compared to other cultivators of the same rank. This opportunity is rare, and I must seize it," Hu Yu declared decisively after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Changqing revealed no signs of surprise and turned his gaze to Han Li. "I am indifferent. If the majority wish to explore, I shall accompany them," Han Li stated, raising an eyebrow. With his Qing bamboo bee-cloud sword forged from 72 heavenly thunder bamboos, he harbored no fear of any demons or monsters. "Do not inquire about me. Although I am merely at the foundation establishment stage, I happen to possess a magic treasure given to me by my father for repelling demons. Even if I cannot defeat them, I can certainly ensure my own safety." Sherdai interjected before Changqing could address her. "Very well. Since all of you are unwilling to return empty-handed, let us proceed to push against this pillar. However, I urge everyone to exercise caution," Changqing said with a cautious demeanor, letting out a soft sigh. No need for you to remind us, Taoist Jin. None of us would joke with our lives. However, let me make it clear, if any malevolent spirits or demons appear, whoever tames them shall claim them without dispute." The cultivator surnamed Jian declared, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. "Of course, if such entities exist, it will be a test of skills to subdue them." Changqing readily agreed, showing no signs of dissent. The others echoed his sentiments, and noticing this, Jian's spirits lifted, revealing a hint of joy. "Pray tell, Taoist Jian, do you possess a special technique for subduing demons that instills such confidence in you?" Sherdai inquired with a sly glance, a hint of mockery in her tone. "Not to keep anything from my esteemed companions, the technique I cultivate does indeed include a method specifically for dealing with demons. I had thought I would never use it in this lifetime. Yet here we are, and I may have the chance to put it to the test," Jian replied, hesitating only briefly before nodding in affirmation. Just now, Taoist Han vanquished a demon using what appeared to be a black skull, seemingly a demon-refined object. It seems Taoist Jian struggled quite a bit against it. Sherdai expressed her skepticism. "Ahem. Please excuse my clumsiness, esteemed Sher. My technique requires some preparation to be effective, and I was somewhat caught off guard when facing that demon, which led to my predicament," Jian explained, scratching his head awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Sherdai merely nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and turned her gaze back toward the ceiling pillar. "Since none of you are willing to let go, let us proceed. The task of toppling this spiritual pillar seems rather troublesome. It requires immense strength to rotate it several times before it can be laid down." The stone butterfly explained with a hint of excitement. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Although they were cultivators, their physical strength was quite limited, and even with the application of a mighty force talisman, they likely could not budge this massive stone column, which was as thick as several people combined. Observing their expressions, Han Li furrowed his brow and silently instructed, "Allow me. I happen to possess a fair amount of strength." Chu Han stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. and then approached the stone pillar. Hu Yu and the others looked on with surprise. After all, Chu Han had rarely spoken since arriving here, and now he was voluntarily taking on this task, which astonished them. Then I shall trouble you, Taoist Chu, the stone butterfly remarked curiously. Chu Han, seemingly unfazed by the comment, strode confidently to the stone pillar. With a flash of yellow light enveloping him, he activated the mighty force talisman. After rolling up his sleeves, he shouted loudly and suddenly enveloped the stone column with both arms. The towering stone pillar, approximately 2 zhang high, emitted a rumbling sound as it began to slowly rotate. Witnessing this, the others were instantly filled with joy. Chu Han's arms bulged with sinew, and a faint red glow surrounded him. After rotating the pillar 3 times, he forcefully pushed it to one side and swiftly leapt backward. With a thunderous crash, the stone pillar toppled over, causing the ground to tremble slightly and carving a deep trench, clearly indicating its immense weight. However, the group paid no heed to the fallen pillar. Instead, they gazed at the large hole that had appeared in the ground after its collapse. This hole was dark and ominous, with a chilling wind emanating from it, and a modest white stone staircase leading deep underground. Let us proceed. The cultivator, surnamed Jing, gazed into the hole for a moment before stepping down without hesitation. The others hesitated briefly, but soon followed suit. At this point, no one would consider retreating. Han Li observed the excited expressions of the cultivators as they entered the underground chamber, yet he remained in place, pondering with his chin resting on one hand. He then flipped his hand, revealing a shimmering red scroll which he began to toy with. After a while, a contemplative look crossed his face as he stowed the item away and approached the entrance of the hole. Chu Han followed closely behind him. The underground passage was quite deep. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Han Li finally reached the end of the staircase. As he emerged, a square hall measuring over 20 zhang appeared before him. Aside from the entrance they had come through, there were 2 semicircular side doors on the left and right. Their destinations unknown. The ceiling of the hall was adorned with several fist-sized luminous pearls, casting a milky white light throughout the space, while the surrounding walls sparkled as if enchanted by some spell, creating an exceptionally beautiful ambience. Hu Yu and the others, who had descended earlier, stood motionless in the center of the hall, their eyes fixed on the same direction, occasionally whispering to one another, seemingly engrossed in examining something. Han Li's curiosity piqued. He walked over a few steps. What is this? Upon discerning the object that captivated everyone's attention, Han Li revealed a hint of astonishment. There lay a skeleton, as pure and white as jade, half reclined beside a modest pool of water, with a small green arrow, approximately a foot in length, embedded in its skull, pinning it firmly to the ground in an utterly bizarre manner. Yet, the gazes of the onlookers did not linger on the skeleton. Instead, their expressions were filled with fervor as they fixated on a tricolored lotus blooming within the pool. Although the lotus had yet to unfurl its petals and was merely a bud, it had already attained the size of a bowl and emanated a radiant glow of green, red, and yellow hues. Most astonishing of all was the delicate rainbow, shimmering in 7 colors, that appeared a few inches above the lotus, dazzling in its splendor. Even the water cradling the lotus was not the usual clear liquid, but an extraordinarily viscous white emulsion, subtly releasing an enchanting fragrance. The 7-color lotus. Indeed, it must be this very entity. I had thought it to be a mere legend, yet here it stands before us. Could that pool contain the fabled millennia-old stone milk? Hu Yu murmured, her eyes wide with disbelief. No wonder so many formations and restrictions have been set in place, sealed by the spirit-sealing pillars. Should I possess these 2 treasures, I would not hesitate to lay down a dozen more layers of restrictions. Sure Dai stared intently at the lotus, her face awash with rapture. However, whose skeleton is this? Could it belong to the master of this cave? Jin Qing, seemingly roused from his shock, glanced at the skeleton and inquired curiously. What does it matter? We have struck gold. This 7-color lotus, though merely a tricolored bud, would fetch an astronomical price at the auction house, replied the cultivator surnamed Jian without turning around, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Is the 7-color lotus renowned? Does it possess any special uses? Han Li's unhurried voice broke the silence behind the group of cultivators. Upon hearing this, the cultivators felt a shiver run down their spines, their minds sharpening as they glanced back at Han Li with a certain unease. They had witnessed the power of the gold-eating worms, and even united, they doubted their ability to contend with such monstrous creatures. The discovery of such a precious item had instinctively unsettled them, Even Wang Changqing, who had warmly invited Han Li along, displayed a flicker of hesitation. Perceiving the subtle shift in their expressions, Han Li, with his keen insight, couldn't help but harbor a fleeting sense of self-mockery. However, he swiftly concealed this sentiment, maintaining an expression of feigned ignorance as he continued. The name Seven-Color Lotus is quite peculiar. I have perused numerous texts, yet I have no recollection of it whatsoever. The cultivators exchanged glances, and after a brief cough, Hu smiled and addressed Han Li. It appears that you have been diligently honing your skills, seldom engaging with matters beyond cultivation. The name Seven-Color Lotus is likely to elude even the most exhaustive searches through herbal compendiums. It frequently graces the tales passed down through generations, reputed to grant mortals a second chance at life, reviving the deceased and restoring flesh to bones. The cultivator who consumes this will experience a significant enhancement in their cultivation, possibly even ascending a level. This is indeed a legendary treasure of the immortals. After uttering these words, Hu couldn't conceal the excitement on her face, even though a sliver of caution towards Han Li crept into her thoughts. Is this truly the case? So miraculous? Han Li narrowed his eyes and spoke with a hint of skepticism. I cannot say for certain. Had I not witnessed the seven-colored lotus with my own eyes today, I too would have doubted its existence. However, I can assure you that many cultivators would willingly spend a fortune on it. Hu replied with a chuckle. I see. Han Li nodded lightly, turning his attention away from the seven-colored lotus to observe the pristine skeleton, revealing a look of genuine interest. Noticing Han Li's indifference and his lack of intent to monopolize, the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Jian, my friend, please gather the seven-colored lotus. After the auction, we shall divide the spirit stones among ourselves. Sure, Jian, could you please check if there are any formations or restrictions near the pool? Hu signaled subtly to the Jian cultivator and Shurdai, taking advantage of the moment to speak. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance with Han Li, then nodded in agreement. Feeling the overwhelming strength of Han Li, the group instinctively united, harboring a slight sense of exclusion towards him. Wang Changqing hesitated for a moment, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Meanwhile, Han Li crouched beside the skeleton, meticulously inspecting something, his demeanor unchanged. This made Hu, who had been observing him cautiously, feel a slight sense of relief. There are no restrictions near the pool. Jian can safely proceed with the harvesting. Shurdai confirmed after inspecting with several magical tools. Upon hearing this, the Jian cultivator was immediately elated, striding forward with excitement. Be careful. I've heard that the seven-colored lotus must not be touched by any tools. It can only be plucked by hand, or it will wilt instantly. Hu's expression shifted, as if recalling something, and she hurriedly warned. The Jian cultivator waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was aware. At this moment, all his focus was on the bud of the seven-colored lotus. Standing by the pool made of exquisite jade, the Jian cultivator bent slightly, extending two fingers cautiously towards the tricolored bud. Shurdai and the others held their breath, their eyes fixed on every movement he made. Ah, he exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Hu and Shurdai asked in unison, their faces filled with concern. It was unclear whether their worry was for the one harvesting or for the precious flower itself. There is something strange. Why is this flower's root so sturdy? It seems quite difficult to uproot. The Jian cultivator withdrew his fingers, slightly moving them, and said with confusion, if you cannot pull it out, then simply pinch it off. Hu suggested after a moment of contemplation. Pinching it off? That would significantly diminish the value of the seven-colored lotus. Shurdai shook her head, her expression one of disapproval. Wait, I will use my strength technique and try again. The monk's surname Jian produced a yellow talisman and, after a swift motion against his body, he extended his fingers, gripping tightly 3 inches below the flower bud, preparing to exert a forceful pull. Hold on. Suddenly, without raising his head, Han Li's voice interrupted the proceedings. Hu and the others felt a pang of unease, their minds swirling with uncertainty. The Jian monk's heart sank. Yet upon glancing at the resplendent flower bud within arm's reach, he steeled himself and, seemingly undeterred, exerted a vigorous pull. However, the seven-color lotus remained immovable, as if forged of iron. In a fit of desperation, the Jian monk tightened his grip, shifting from a pull to a pinch. At last, the flower bud responded, trembling slightly before retracting into the pool, vanishing without a trace. With a resounding splash, the Jian monk, unable to release his hold, was yanked into the pool by the immense force emanating from the flower stem. a milky white liquid erupting around him. The nearby Shirshinzi was instantly splattered with droplets of the liquid, and soon after, a scream pierced the air. "It's poisonous. The water is toxic." The female cultivator cried out, her hands hastily covering her face in a mix of shock and fury. In a flurry of movement, she rummaged in her storage bag for a red vial, pouring a handful of fiery red pills into her mouth in a state of panic. At that very moment, both Hu Yu and Jin Qing recoiled in horror at the sight of her face, now marred with yellowish blisters and decay. Even Han Li's expression shifted slightly. If the Shirshinzi had merely been splashed with a few drops and suffered such a fate, what of the Jin monk who had plunged entirely into the pool? The thought sent a chill down their spines as they glanced towards the jade pool brimming with milky liquid. Since his fall, there had been no cries for help, no signs of struggle. He had simply vanished. A sense of dread enveloped them. At that juncture, Dai ceased her whimpering, tearing a corner from her garment to thoroughly cover her delicate features, finally allowing herself a moment of respite as she cast a vengeful glare at the pool. Bubbles began to rise from the depths, and soon, a decayed and disfigured corpse floated to the surface. The faces of the onlookers turned pale. From the remnants of clothing, it was evident that it belonged to the Jin monk, though now he was a grotesque sight, riddled with wounds, his body a ghastly spectacle, and his eyes hollow, devoid of life, evoking an icy dread. How could it have come to this? How could the 1,000-year stone milk possess such venom? Hu Yu murmured in disbelief. The 1,000-year stone milk is not toxic, but if someone were to poison the waters of the pool, that would be an entirely different matter, Han Li replied, rising to his feet and exhaling slowly. Han, did you know the water was poisonous when you called for us to stop? Dai's voice was hoarse, her gaze icy as she questioned Han Li. Whether or not it is toxic, I cannot say. However, this 7-color lotus is not easily harvested. I have discerned a few things, Han Li remarked, lightly prodding the skeletal remains beneath his feet with his toe. Upon hearing this, Hu Yu and the others focused intently, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. The entire right-hand bone of the white skeleton was not only pitch black, but also bore a partially missing index finger, the broken edge jagged as if gnawed away by some creature. Han Li disregarded the puzzled expressions of the others and offered no further explanation, his gaze instead fixed with a glint of cold light upon the pool of water. There, amidst the milky liquid, the 7 radiant lotus had inexplicably resurfaced, still radiating its resplendent glow. However, the glances exchanged among Hu Yu and the others were now as venomous as that of a scorpion. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li extended his fingers, summoning 5 small fireballs that floated above his fingertips. With a slight flick of his fingers, the fireballs aligned in a straight line and shot towards the 7 radiant lotus. Startled, Jin Qing and the others hesitated, yet recalling previous events, they refrained from stopping Han Li's assault. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the 7 radiant lotus swayed amidst the flames before abruptly retreating beneath the water. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from the depths, shooting towards Han Li like an arrow. In the midst of the crowd's gasps, Han Li, already on guard, raised his other hand, unleashing the green radiant sword, which collided with the shadow. Instantly, the shadow was repelled back to the edge of the pool, where it raised its head, coldly staring at the onlookers. The demon-crowned serpent? But its crown has transformed into the shape of the 7 radiant lotus. Hu Yu exclaimed in disbelief as the true form of the shadow became clear. The creature at the pool's edge was a bizarre black serpent, 3 to 4 feet in length, adorned with fleshly horns. Its mouth flicked a vivid red tongue, and the upper part of its horns bore tricolored buds, resembling a delicate flower blooming atop its head, an absurd sight. The rainbow aura emanating from its mouth was a mesmerizing 7-colored demonic energy, indistinguishable from a genuine rainbow, explaining how it had deceived so many cultivators. As Dai recognized the serpent's true nature, a flash of cold light flickered in her eyes. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, releasing a piece of purple cloud silk that surged forth with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at the demon serpent. Be cautious. This serpent is incredibly venomous. You cannot match it, Jin Qing exclaimed, his complexion turning pale as he too unleashed a white seal, transforming it into a beam of white light to assist in the attack. The demon serpent, with its icy gaze, opened its mouth and expelled a 7-colored orb, emitting brilliant radiance that successfully blocked the white seal and the purple silk, preventing them from approaching even a fraction closer. At that moment, Hu Yu finally snapped back from the despair of losing her precious treasure. After a brief hesitation, she sent forth 2 flying knives that transformed into long rainbows, joining the fray. In an instant, 3 white lights, 1 purple glow, and a sphere of 7-colored brilliance intertwined before the serpent. Undeterred, the serpent emitted a series of strange croaks and unleashed a cloud of colorful mist. Upon contact with the mist, the treasures and artifacts of the group dimmed and lost their luster. How could this creature be so formidable? Is it a mutated demon? Changqing said in astonishment. But before he could finish, a blood-red light suddenly shot from the side, swiftly piercing through the colorful mist and striking the serpent's fleshly crown. A blood hole, no thicker than a thumb, suddenly appeared there. The creature let out a shriek of pain, rolling on the azure stone ground, and then, with a swift curve of its body, darted towards the jade pool. However, at that moment, a jade-green flying sword descended from the heavens, piercing the serpent's head and pinning it firmly to the ground, rendering its tail to thrash helplessly but unable to move an inch. This was the result of a sudden move by Han Li and Chu Han. Apart from Chu Han employing a blood spirit drill, Han Li deliberately restrained the malevolent divine thunder of the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, preventing its release to avoid recognition, as this sword was forged from heavenly thunder bamboo. Upon witnessing the demon snake subdued by Han Li, Changqing and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They combined their magical treasures to gradually force the 7-colored demon pearl downwards. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Shi Dai would collect the pearl into her storage bag. Subsequently, they approached the demon snake. It was indeed the demon crown snake, yet it seemed that the crown had been deliberately forged to resemble the 7-Xiao lotus. Certainly not a natural trait of this serpent. Hu glanced at the struggling demon snake beneath the small sword, her face reflecting perplexity as she spoke. Clearly, this 7-Xiao lotus was nothing but a trap, possibly devised specifically for that skeletal figure. We merely fell for it once more, Changqing replied with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Han Li stood silently to the side, observing the demon snake and then the skeletal figure's injured right hand. He couldn't help but envision the moment when someone, in an excited frenzy, attempted to pluck the 7-Xiao lotus, only to have a venomous demon snake leap from the pool and sink its fangs into their finger, dragging them into the poisoned depths. A chill ran down Han Li's spine. Furthermore, the small arrows on the skeletal figure indicated that the architect of this scheme had contingency plans. The schemer was indeed calculating. With a sudden crack, the demon-crowned snake's head and body split apart under a cold gleam. The grim-faced Shi Dai stood nearby, clutching a short sword with a chilling demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Han Li furrowed his brow. He understood that this woman harbored such hatred for the serpent because her beauty had been marred. Even if the demon-crowned snake was not the root cause of her disfigurement, it undoubtedly bore significant culpability. For a woman, beauty is likely as vital as life itself. Han Li shook his head gently and gestured. The small sword returned in scathe to his body. Then his gaze fell once more upon the arrows embedded in the skeletal figure. The roughly foot-long arrow, with its vivid green hue, bore a striking resemblance to Han Li's Qingzhu Fengyun sword at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed subtle differences. Han Li's flying sword gleamed with a bright, radiant green, whereas this arrow was tainted with a hint of darkness, seemingly corrupted by some nefarious sorcery. Han Daoist, shall we explore other areas? Perhaps there are further discoveries awaiting us? Hu, unable to contain herself as she observed Han Li's continued scrutiny of the skeletal figure, inquired. It seemed she was reluctant to return empty-handed. You may proceed, my friends. Chu Daoist and I will remain in the hall, Han Li replied, his expression remaining composed and tranquil. Upon hearing these words, Hu was taken aback. However, after glancing at the skeletal remains and the emerald arrow, a look of hesitation crossed his face. Ultimately, he remained motionless. Changqing and Shi Dai, witnessing this, chose to stay silent and did not leave the vicinity. After all, given their previous encounter, who could ascertain whether there were other dangers lurking within the cave? It was certainly safer for them to remain together. Furthermore, they had discerned that this arrow appeared to be no ordinary object. Otherwise, the enigmatic Han Li would not be so fixated on it, examining it repeatedly. Do you think this place might not be an ancient cultivator's relic at all, but rather a trap set by someone? Changqing suddenly inquired in a low voice. That is unlikely. This must indeed be the abode of an ancient cultivator. Otherwise, what are the odds that both of you would stumble upon such treasures and arrive here? Han Li replied, shaking his head. However, it seems this place has long been claimed by others, who have utilized it to lay a trap. So, are we to assume there are no treasures to be found here? Shi Dai's voice was icy. Han Li's expression revealed a hint of regret, though he said nothing. His silence implied agreement. Instantly, Changqing and Hu Yu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Particularly for Hu Yu, this venture had yielded no benefits. Instead, one of his invited companions had been disfigured, while another had perished. This was undeniably a failed treasure hunt. As the group fell into a profound silence, a faint, indistinct groan emanated from the direction of the pool. This startled all the cultivators, who quickly turned their gazes towards the source. To their astonishment, the corpse of the recently deceased cultivator, surnamed Jian, began to stir and crawl out of the water, his limbs moving erratically, occasionally issuing muffled groans from his exposed jaw. In that moment, everyone stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. As cultivators, they were not easily startled by the emergence of malevolent spirits. They were more likely to exorcise such entities on the spot. Yet, what stood before them was the physical form of a companion who had entered the cave with them not long ago. Could it be that, despite such disfigurement, there existed a secret technique that preserved the soul? Uncertain whether the entity before them was human or ghostly, Hu Yu and the others hesitated. The corpse of the cultivator, surnamed Jian, continued to crawl from the pool, advancing directly toward them. Whether you are man or spirit, I advise you not to come any closer. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Hu Yu shouted urgently, sensing something amiss. With a swift flick of his sleeves, the pair of flying daggers soared forth, swirling protectively around him. Changqing and Shi Dai also heightened their vigilance, fixating their gazes on the approaching figure. No sooner had Hu Yu's words left his mouth than the corpse halted, standing motionless in place. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. However, Han Li, observing from a distance, felt an unsettling sensation, prompting him to flip his hand and grasp an object. In that instant, chaos erupted. The corpse of the cultivator suddenly propelled itself forward, lunging violently towards the group, its skeletal form on a collision course. Hu Yu and Changqing's expressions changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, their magical treasures were summoned, and two beams of white light, along with a brilliant flash, simultaneously struck their opponent. Instantly, the nameless cultivator exploded into a shower of flesh, unable to withstand the assault. A wave of relief washed over Hu Yu. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden breeze behind him, followed by a chilling sensation on his back. A pristine skeletal hand emerged from his abdomen, its 5 fingers tightly grasping a blue, pea-sized orb. As the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 425, The Zhiyong Bird, unfolds. Hu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the blood-soaked skeletal hand protruding from his midsection. With a sharp crack, the blue orb was crushed into powder, and the skeletal hand abruptly vanished. Hu Yu emitted a muffled groan, and as the hand withdrew, he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the wound, filling the hall with the metallic scent of his lifeblood. Although he had not yet succumbed to death, he was teetering on the brink. The panicked cries of Changqing and Shi Dai, the sounds of explosions, and the howls of magical treasures echoed in his ears, while memories of his life cascaded like a vivid lantern show. The hardships of his childhood, the joy of his family's discovery of his spiritual roots, the helplessness when his beloved senior sister wed another, the triumph of successfully forming his golden core, and the immense ambition of condensing his nascent soul. All these experiences seemed to fade away with the chilling sensation of his extremities. Yet Hu Yu was not willing to accept defeat easily. He possessed 3 flying daggers as magical treasures, typically deploying only 2 in battle, with the 3rd never leaving his side. This 3rd dagger was forged using a secret technique. While its offensive power was merely average, its protective capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary treasures. Moreover, he had devoted immense effort to cultivating this treasure, recently refining it to the level of sentience. In the face of a sneak attack, even without his explicit command, this treasure should have sensed the murderous intent and automatically shielded him. As Hu Yu's thoughts raced, he summoned the last vestige of his mortal strength to slightly turn his head, finally catching sight of the unfolding scene behind him. A pale figure relentlessly pursued Changqing, who was enveloped in a silver radiance, continuously evading while unleashing his own treasures in a desperate assault, seemingly filled with dread of the white shadow. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others were ensnared within a thick cloud of black mist, though Han Li had produced a fiery red scroll. from which countless fire swallows the size of fists erupted, forming a massive fire ring that continually battered the encroaching darkness. Chu Han and Shi Dai stood closely behind Han Li. Chu Han was enveloped in a crimson glow, unleashing violet flames from both hands to disperse the black mist attempting to breach the fire ring. Shi Dai, cradling a luminescent orb, radiated brilliance that kept the occasional stray black mist at bay, though a look of panic flickered in her eyes. Hu Yu, undeterred by the black mist, strained to observe the relentless white figure pursuing Jin Qing. Indeed, it was that skeletal remains, long deceased for countless years. Yet, it emanated a spectral mist of white, exhibiting an astonishing agility as it leapt continuously, hardly reminiscent of a lifeless entity. Hu Yu's smile was tinged with a grim irony, a cultivator at the core formation stage. He had been outwitted by a mere skeleton, a most ludicrous turn of events. As this self-mocking thought crossed his mind, his consciousness faded into a dark oblivion, surrendering to an endless slumber, though a trace of that sardonic expression lingered at the corner of his lips. At the moment of Hu Yu's demise, Han Li's countenance darkened, his gaze darting anxiously around. Just as Hu Yu fell victim to the skeleton's ambush, a thick, chilling ghostly mist surged forth from the nearby walls, ensnaring several individuals within its grasp. Fortunately, Han Li had anticipated this to some extent and, without hesitation, unfurled the recently acquired scroll, from which a multitude of fiery spiritual birds erupted. These ethereal creatures, enveloped in demonic flames and resembling ordinary swallows, were known as Zhiyong birds, which Han Li had encountered in a detailed account within an ancient tome. Born from the essence of pure fire, they were renowned for their appetite for various malevolent spirits and were celebrated as notorious adversaries of the dark entities. However, these birds had long been extinct in the realm of cultivation. The scroll merely contained a fraction of their spiritual essence, capable of conjuring only avatars of the Zhiyong birds. While these manifestations bore an uncanny resemblance to their true forms, their power was markedly diminished. Otherwise, the ghostly mist would not merely be temporarily dispelled, but rather consumed entirely. Han Li harbored little concern regarding the entangling ghostly mist, for both the Qing bamboo bee cloud sword and the devouring gold insect could easily dismantle them. What unsettled him was the lingering presence of the master of the mist, who had yet to reveal themselves. As for the skeleton, he discerned clearly that it lacked any true spiritual awareness. It was evidently a puppet manipulated by unseen hands. Strangely, despite enduring numerous strikes from the golden blue artifacts, it remained unscathed, suggesting some hidden mystery within. As Han Li pondered, a series of disjointed, ghostly wails echoed around him. These bone-chilling sounds, neither male nor female, were piercing and grating, stirring a tumult of blood and unsettling the mind. A shiver coursed through Han Li, prompting him to extend his consciousness to envelop the entire hall. With a gentle flick of his fingers, two jade-green swords materialized before him, swirling slowly around him. Which malevolent spirit dares to masquerade here? Reveal yourself. Gold Qing's voice, though not thunderous, resonated through the hall, causing the very walls to vibrate. Remarkably, the ghostly wails ceased in response to his command. Furthermore, when his artifact struck the skeleton once more, it shattered into disarray, no longer retaining any semblance of human form. Gold Qing was both astonished and exhilarated. Simultaneously, the ghostly mist that had ensnared Han Li and the others recoiled rapidly back into the surrounding walls. Han Li was taken aback. He did not believe that Gold Qing's shout possessed such formidable power. At that moment, the stone butterfly behind Han Li pivoted and seized the opportunity to sprint towards the staircase of the cave behind them, reaching the steps in the blink of an eye and ascending swiftly. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li's expression remained impassive, while Jin Qing's countenance transformed dramatically, filled with uncontainable fury. How could this woman abandon her post at such a critical moment? It is well known that although Shi Dai possessed limited magical prowess, the precious orb in her possession evidently countered the ominous fog, making it imperative that she not escape unscathed. With this thought in mind, Jin Qing opened his mouth, ready to call out to her. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Shi Dai ascended the steps, having taken only 2 strides, a sudden flash of green light erupted from the stone wall, and a terrifying ghostly claw emerged without warning, its 10 fingers sharp and entirely emerald. Moving at an imperceptible speed, it plunged into the young woman's chest. Shi Dai emitted a piercing scream, desperately activating the orb's radiance in an attempt to break free. However, the ghostly hand appeared utterly unfazed. Instead, a dark, ghastly aura emanated from it, enveloping Dai entirely. Her cries ceased abruptly. Soon after, a skeletal corpse, devoid of flesh, was hurled from the black mist, landing squarely before Han Li and Shu Han. Han Li glanced down at the desiccated remains, his face slightly paling. Meanwhile, Jin Qing had long lost all color in his visage, clutching the white seal talisman tightly, casting frantic glances around. Haha, I require a suitable vessel. Which of you three intends to offer yourselves? A chilling, disdainful laughter echoed around the hall. Upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes as he unfurled the scroll in his hand once more. The numerous firebirds that had been soaring outside the scroll returned to it, as if guided by instinct. Then, with a darkened expression, Han Li performed a series of intricate hand gestures. Suddenly, with a loud whoosh, a massive, fiery young bird, around 10 feet in length, soared forth from the scroll, its flames radiating with blinding brilliance. After circling above Han Li's head, it shot towards a stone pillar in the hall. Just as the colossal bird was about to collide with the pillar, a flash of green light appeared, and a monstrous serpent formed from dark mist erupted from the column. Clashing with the firebird exhaled searing flames, while the serpent unleashed a chilling black mist, initiating a fierce battle between the bird and serpent within the hall. Remarkable. I did not anticipate that the long-lost spirit-repelling technique from the chaotic star sea would still be in existence. It seems I have truly underestimated you. Came a voice as a bizarre shadow slowly emerged from the pillar. Both Han Li and Jin Qing instinctively focused their gazes upon it. This figure was a vibrant green, its entire form shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence, rendering its true visage indistinguishable. Thick, belt-like strands of black mist coiled around its body, while its eyes glowed a deep crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. As the spectral figure swept its gaze over Han Li and the others, both men felt a chilling wave of dread wash over them. As if their innermost thoughts had been laid bare, they exchanged a glance, each recognizing the palpable terror reflected in the other's eyes. The mere gaze of this entity exerted such immense pressure upon them, suggesting that its cultivation far surpassed their own. Could it be that this individual was a practitioner of the nascent soul stage? Yet, the appearance of the figure seemed more akin to a specter than a living being. However, if it were indeed a malevolent spirit, how could it articulate its thoughts so coherently, exhibiting no signs of lost intellect? Haha, as night descends, one more chapter awaits. I implore everyone to lend their support with recommendations, as this book is in dire need of such votes. Volume 4, The Winds Rise from Overseas Chapter 426. Deceit, are you a man or a ghost? Jin Qing inquired. Suppressing the fear that gnawed at his heart, his voice tinged with unease. Man, ghost, what do you think? The shadow responded with a sinister smile, its words laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing's expression darkened significantly. Meanwhile, Han Li remained silent, displaying no signs of hesitation as he swiftly unfurled the scroll in his hand. Countless fiery birds surged forth, racing towards the shadow in a frenzied swarm. Simultaneously, the colossal bird engaged in battle with the monstrous python emitted a piercing cry, abandoning its duel to transform into a blazing sphere of white fire, which it hurled fiercely at the shadow. The shadow, upon witnessing this, let out a derisive snort, its voice dripping with contempt. The Zhiyang bird? If the true form of this creature were to manifest, perhaps I would feel a modicum of trepidation. Yet now, it is merely a remnant spirit, daring to emulate others in devouring ghosts and vanquishing demons. As these words left its lips, the green shadow raised its hands, causing the dark mist enveloping it to coalesce instantaneously. With a series of popping sounds, the black energy erupted from its hands, transforming into two-horned ink pythons that plunged into the throng of fiery birds, wreaking havoc. With each snap of their gaping maws, several firebirds were devoured, while the wisps of white flames they exhaled failed to inflict any harm upon the two demonic pythons. At that moment, the giant sphere of white fire, now in close proximity, ignored the two ink pythons and shot straight toward the green shadow's true form. The green shadow's eyes flashed crimson, intensifying in hue. Though it did not shift its form, a hint of solemnity permeated its demeanor, revealing that it was not as unperturbed as it had claimed in the face of the Zhiyang bird's residual essence. With a resounding thud, the green shadow shook both hands, causing the two horned pythons to detach and act autonomously. Subsequently, it clenched its fists, igniting verdant, ghostly flames that blazed fiercely atop its palms. With a sudden lunge, it delivered a powerful punch toward the white fire sphere. To the astonishment of Han Li and Jin Qing, the white fire sphere erupted upon impact, scattering in all directions before vanishing entirely. In the aftermath, a milky white crystal orb materialized atop the green shadow's fist. The shadow grinned wickedly, swallowing the crystal orb without hesitation, its cold gaze once more fixing upon Han Li. At that moment, the scroll in Han Li's possession spontaneously ignited. He hastily discarded it, only for it to disintegrate into ashes instantaneously. Meanwhile, the firebirds still entangled with the two ink pythons also began to vanish, one by one, as the scroll turned to dust. Han Li inhaled deeply. Although he understood that the avatars of the Zhiyang birds were unlikely to pose a threat to his adversary, they were merely a means to gauge the opponent's strength. However, he had not anticipated that the green shadow could so effortlessly neutralize this artifact, designed specifically to counteract spectral entities, without revealing any substantial information. One thing was certain: the opponent was far from being a mere phantom. Han Li scrutinized the green shadow with an inscrutable expression, silently calculating the odds of victory should a confrontation arise. Indeed, it is you. I find myself quite intrigued by your corporeal form. The other two may take their leave. The green shadow slowly articulated this statement while fixating on Han Li. It appeared that Han Li's earlier assault had provoked his ire. Chu Han, however, remained immobile, while Jin Qing, upon hearing this pronouncement, was beset by tumultuous thoughts, his countenance oscillating between various emotions. Although they had yet to engage in direct combat, the opponent was undeniably inscrutable. Even in alliance with Han Li, Jin Qing surmised their chances of victory were rather slim. Thus, hearing the eerie figure suggest that they depart set his heart ablaze with uncertainty. After witnessing so many cultivators meet their grim fates before his eyes, this monk, who usually prided himself on his unwavering conscience, found himself for the first time contemplating the value of life and the prospect of a long future ahead. What? You do not desire to spare the lives of the two of you? Then I shall exert a bit more effort to transform you both into desiccated corpses. The green shadow scoffed coldly, casting a sinister glance at Jin Qing and Chu Han. Hearing the ominous tone laden with murderous intent, Jin Qing's face alternated between shades of red and white before he finally clasped his fist toward Han Li, expressing his shame. Brother Han, I do not wish to perish here. Forgive me this time. After uttering these words, he hastened toward the stone steps without casting another glance at Han Li. Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, revealing no signs of abandonment or anger, merely harboring a subtle chill in his gaze as he observed Jin Qing's retreat. The red eyes of the green shadow, however, glimmered with a hint of triumph. As Jin Qing dashed past the scattered bones, a sudden shock gripped him. The nearby skeletal remnants inexplicably launched an assault, hurtling toward him like crossbow bolts. Infuriated and alarmed, he shimmered with silver light, enveloping his form in a protective aura. Yet before he could demand answers from the green shadow or unleash his magical artifacts, those skeletal remnants pierced through his protective silver light as though it were not, penetrating his very being. In an instant, Jin Qing's body lay in tatters, and he uttered not a single word before collapsing heavily to the ground. Han Li gazed numbly at the corpse on the ground, lightly shaking his head. Subsequently, he flipped his palm, producing a spirit beast pouch, while the two flying swords before him trembled, emitting a faint green glow. How intriguing! Do you not wish to inquire why I do not honor my word? The green shadow sneered. If you truly desire to speak, you would do so without prompting. If not, it would merely be a futile endeavor, Han Li replied impassively. Indeed, you are quite to my liking, boy. Had I not faced calamity, I might have taken you as my disciple. But now, I shall never accept a disciple again in this lifetime, and I shall ensure that all my former unruly disciples are ground to dust and their souls extracted. The green shadow initially appeared surprised, but then his voice grew cold and menacing. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he gestured for Chu Han, who released a protective crimson light and stepped beside Han Li, standing resolutely. He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He was prepared to strike with the ferocity of thunder. Meanwhile, several additional Qingzhu Fengyun swords within him itched for the opportunity to be unleashed. Blood refining divine light. Excellent. Which sect do you hail from, the extreme Yin or the extreme radiance? Upon catching sight of the sanguine glow enveloping Chu Han, the figure of green shadow trembled slightly, then erupted into a fit of furious laughter. Han Li furrowed his brow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his expression. Extremine? Are you referring to the master of Extremine Island? He remarked with a calm demeanor. A vague sense of revelation washed over him, as if he were on the brink of uncovering the secrets entwined between the Black Sha sect and the techniques of Extremine Island. The master of Extremine. How dare that rebellious disciple claim such a title? Green Shadow's fury ignited at Han Li's words, leading him into a frenzied tirade. Han Li found himself momentarily stunned. This spectral figure was indeed the master of the Extreme Master. How peculiar. Just as he was grappling with this astonishing revelation, a sudden flash of green light flickered across his body, followed by a dull thud from behind. Alarmed, Han Li turned to look, only to find an empty space, devoid of any presence. A wave of realization washed over him. He had been deceived. Swiftly, he twisted his head back and, without a moment's hesitation, summoned 7 additional flying swords to form a protective barrier in front of him. Controlling 9 Qingzhu Fengyun swords was the extent of Han Li's capabilities at this moment. Indeed, as he turned, the luminous sword light emitted by the 9 blades unleashed a faint golden divine thunder, dissipating a fist-sized green orb into nothingness beneath the electric arcs. Cold sweat trickled down Han Li's brow. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. You are utilizing flying swords forged from golden thunder bamboo, Green Shadow exclaimed in disbelief. Han Li let out a cold chuckle, ready to mock his adversary, when he sensed an unusual disturbance in the air beside him. Instinctively, he tilted his body, but was met with a jolt to his chest as a familiar sanguine light pierced through him, causing a torrent of blood to surge forth. In quick succession, a yellow light struck him fiercely. With a resonant clang, several flying swords were sent flying, revealing their true form, an enigmatic mixed-element bowl. Chu Han! Han Li shouted in anger, realizing that Chu Han was in grave peril after being assaulted first by the blood spirit and then by the mixed-element bowl. Yet, the figure beside him shifted, and Chu Han, seemingly oblivious, charged towards Green Shadow. Despite his efforts to maintain a connection, Han Li found himself utterly unable to control Chu Han's body. Green Shadow erupted into a maniacal laugh, transforming into a green rainbow that raced toward Chu Han. Han Li's complexion turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and decisively formed a spell, vehemently uttering a command. From Chu Han's crown, a small green light burst forth, rapidly shooting back towards Han Li, merging with his being before vanishing. At that moment, Green Shadow's radiant form had already penetrated Chu Han. Han Li pressed a hand against the wound on his chest, glaring fiercely at Chu Han, who slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs as red as blood. In a swift motion, Han Li retrieved a blue talisman from his storage pouch and gently pressed it against his wound. A flash of white light ensued, halting the flow of blood immediately. Han Li cast a sidelong glance, noticing that his injuries had been temporarily stabilized, and he felt a slight sense of relief. However, as he turned back to fix his icy gaze upon Chu Han, he fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light erupted from his body, soaring several yards high, accompanied by 9 spiraling emerald beams that captivated the eye. Han Li had resolutely decided that he would not leave this place alive unless he retrieved the few Qingzhu Fengyun swords, lest he fall prey to this ancient creature that had survived for an indeterminate number of years. To be candid, since embarking on his path of cultivation, nothing had ever instilled such terror in him as his recent encounter. Had he reacted even a moment slower, a gaping hole would have materialized in his heart. Had it not been for his superior spiritual awareness and agility, he would have undoubtedly met his demise following Chu Han's treacherous ambush. The blood spirit drill was insidiously malevolent, rendering one defenseless. However, at this moment, Han Li found solace in the fact that he no longer had to fear the blood spirit drill's toxicity, for the one he had just encountered was the last that Chu Han had cultivated. Yet, Han Li still felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. According to the technique of external incarnation, he had clearly refined his divided consciousness and Chu Han's physical form to the point of achieving a harmonious unity. How then could the old specter opposite him have stealthily exerted control? Not even a hint of warning had reached him. If he had not swiftly retracted that portion of his consciousness, he might have been devoured by the other party. That would have truly spelled disaster for him. Nevertheless, the fact that the opponent could possess a body indicated that the Green Shadow was indeed not human but rather a spirit akin to ghosts and primordial souls. This possession of Chu Han might not be entirely unfavorable. It could perhaps grant him an opportunity to annihilate the opponent. With this thought, Han Li flipped his palm, revealing a meticulously crafted brass bell that had long been set aside, the soul-guiding bell. This bell contained the essence and blood of Chu Han's physical form. Although he did not expect to subdue the opponent solely with it, it could certainly create some advantageous openings. At that moment, Chu Han was engaged in self-absorbed movements, seemingly acclimating to this new body. Upon witnessing Han Li's actions, he let out a chilling sneer, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. Han Li's expression darkened at this sight. Without further hesitation, he struck the small bell in his hand. As a series of clear, resonant chimes echoed, Chu Han's eyes flickered with crimson light. Yet his form remained utterly still, betraying no sign of distress. Han Li felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Regardless of what manipulations had been performed on this Shithan incarnation, now that he had become the master of this body, did Chu Han truly believe that those minor constraints would still hold sway? A raspy voice emerged from Chu Han, laced with mockery. "Are you familiar with the Shithan incarnation?" Han Li was taken aback by the unexpected query. Haha, this Shithan and the incarnation technique were originally imparted to my two rebellious disciples. Do you think I would be oblivious? How bold of you to employ the incarnation before me. Do you not realize that I can effortlessly control any incarnation created using this secret technique? Did your master not caution you? Chu Han remarked nonchalantly, twisting his neck and crossing his arms. Han Li felt a surge of suspicion in his heart, yet his countenance bore an oddly peculiar expression. What master? This technique of creating clones was acquired from a jade slip. I fail to see its relation to you. Han Li was unwilling to bear any blame for the extreme patriarch, regardless of the truth of the other party's claims. He chose to respond with a calm explanation. A jade slip? You naive fool. Do you think that by denying your connection to those two treacherous disciples, I would let you go unscathed? Once I capture you, I shall extract your soul and refine your spirit, and I will obtain the knowledge I seek. Chu Han seemed utterly unconvinced by Han Li's words, his expression betraying no emotion as he spoke. Without hesitation, he gestured towards a nearby pile of bones, which began to levitate, rearranging themselves into a complete skeleton. In an instant, it shot forth towards Chu Han with a flash of white light. Although Han Li was unaware of the other's intentions, he was determined not to allow this occurrence to unfold unimpeded. Without a moment's thought, he flicked his fingers, releasing 3 azure sword lights that surged forth, aimed directly at the skeleton. It was the brilliance of the Qingyuan sword. Even the light of a grain of rice dares to be audacious? Chu Han hissed ominously upon witnessing this. He then opened his mouth and a column of blood erupted forth. With a thunderous explosion, the blood column collided with the azure light, sending sparks flying in all directions. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a grave expression. The possessed Chu Han seemed to possess cultivation beyond merely the early stage of the core formation. This was rather strange. However, the scene that unfolded before Han Li's eyes left him even more astounded. The bones flew to Chu Han's front and seamlessly fused into his body. Chu Han threw his head back and let out a tremendous roar, his form radiating various hues of light, the emerald green of ghostly flames, the pitch black of spectral mist, and the blood-red glow of his own cultivated blood refining divine light. The 3 distinct colors intertwined chaotically, enveloping him completely. Amidst his cries, sounds akin to popping beans resonated from within him, and he bent over in agony as his body and limbs gradually began to contract. When the sound subsided, Chu Han straightened himself, yet his once towering figure had diminished significantly, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. To Han Li's astonishment, Chu Han's visage had transformed into that of a handsome youth, with even the blood-red hue of his eyes diminished to a pale pink. In the span of a mere moment, Chu Han had entirely morphed into another individual. Han Li stood in a daze for a brief moment before a bitter smile crept across his face. Initially, he had considered seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while Chu Han brazenly performed his magic before him. Yet he had not anticipated the swiftness of the other's spell casting, which had left him with no chance to act. Was it possession or the seizing of a body? Han Li pondered silently for a moment before suddenly questioning the youth with an enigmatic inquiry. The handsome young man, upon hearing this, revealed a smile tinged with mockery. You underestimate my mystic soul refining technique far too much. This is a secret art that only cultivators at the nascent soul stage are qualified to practice. Once I master it, I shall no longer be constrained by the limits of body snatching. I can freely attach my mystic soul to others at will. Now, having perfected my technique of condensing the essence of the soul, I shall first utilize your blood to commemorate the day of my revered ancestors' resurgence. The youthful figure regarded Han Li, narrowing his eyes as he spoke calmly. With a sudden gesture, his fingers transformed into razor-sharp points, sprouting several inches of emerald green nails. Han Li's expression darkened, and he refrained from further trivialities. He gently tossed the spirit beast pouch he had been clutching, releasing thousands of gold-devouring insects that surged forth, quickly coalescing into a resplendent cloud of gold and silver hovering above. Following this, with a wave of his hands, a dazzling white light flickered around him, and several dozen giant ape puppets materialized, each fixating their cold gazes upon the youth. Yet Han Li was not finished. After forming a hand seal, 9 small swords shot forth from the azure light, converging into a colossal green sword nearly 10 feet in length, its blade shimmering erratically with occasional flickers of pale golden lightning. Witnessing this scene, the elegant young man's expression shifted dramatically, revealing surprise and gravity. The flying sword forged from thunder bamboo, the insect-controlling technique, the puppetry. It seems he is indeed not a disciple of the utmost een or utmost radiance. If that is the case, perhaps we can engage in a meaningful dialogue. After a few fleeting glances, the youth suddenly uttered these words. Han Li, who was poised to launch an offensive, paused momentarily at this remark, but after a brief silence, he coldly retorted, "Yet I wish to test whether you can withstand my flying sword." Upon uttering these words, Han Li unhesitatingly directed his finger towards the giant sword, instantly sending forth a green arc as thick as a python, hurtling toward the youth, accompanied by the resounding thunder of roiling storms. Seeing this, the youth's expression darkened slightly. Before the flying sword could close in, he extended a claw and gently waved it in front of him. 5 crescent-shaped black beams materialized from thin air, rapidly expanding before flashing and striking at the green arc. With but a mere stroke, the crescent black beams were obliterated by the pale golden arcs of electricity emanating from the green arc, proving utterly insufficient to withstand the impact. Witnessing this, although the youth maintained a composed facade, he was inwardly astonished. The might of this thunder bamboo far exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the green arc reached the youth. However, he remained unflustered, coldly observing the advance of the giant sword, exuding an air of assuredness. The recent days had not been kind to him, leaving his spirit weary and his riding efficiency significantly diminished. Thus, he resolved to take a half-day leave tonight, to slightly adjust his state of being. He hoped for understanding from all. There was no need for anyone to await the next chapter. Rest early tonight. He wished for a restoration of his condition by the morrow. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 428. A startle suddenly, the youth flipped his ghostly claw. Green light flickering, and a similar green beam shot forth, striking the oncoming green arc instantly. A thunderous roar erupted. Black and golden arcs of electricity exploded forth, colliding with one another and coalescing into a massive ball of lightning, each refusing to yield, producing a cacophony that reverberated throughout the hall with astonishing force. Han Li's gaze narrowed sharply. The opponent also possessed a treasure forged from thunder bamboo, which startled him greatly. As Han Li appeared to recall something, he focused intently on the emerald light directed at the youth. Amidst the dazzling arcs of electricity, a green arrow, approximately a foot in length, fiercely battled against 7 enormous swords forged from the bamboo sword of the azure cloud. Unlike the arcs emanating from the giant swords, which were predominantly golden, this arrow emitted a strikingly dark hue that suggested it had undergone some form of sinister ritual. Despite its ominous appearance, the power of the black lightning arcs was extraordinarily formidable, and in the interplay with the golden lightning, it seemed to gain the upper hand. At this revelation, Han Li could not help but exhale a breath of disbelief. He had not anticipated that his initial suspicions would prove to be true. Upon seeing the arrow embedded in the skull, he felt a familiar aura, reminiscent of the perfected golden thunder bamboo he had cultivated. However, the darkened color and the occasional malevolent energy it radiated made him hesitate. After all, to his knowledge, the golden thunder bamboo had only appeared once in the chaotic star sea, disappearing for countless years thereafter. It was hard to believe that he would encounter it again by such coincidence. Nevertheless, it seemed that the arrow, which had once been a covert attack against him, was not only crafted from golden thunder bamboo, but had also been refined into a magical artifact by the old ghost, a rather ironic turn of events. A slight smirk crept onto Han Li's lips, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. Had the old ghost launched the arrow at him while he was preoccupied with the skull, at such a close range, he would have been certain to meet his demise. This notion sent a chill down his spine, and he felt a cold sweat break out, overwhelmed by the dread of what might have been. As for the azure cloud bamboo swords unable to withstand the arrow, it was hardly surprising. These flying swords had been cultivated for too short a time, relying solely on the capabilities of the golden thunder bamboo in battle, thus falling short against the opponent's magical artifact. Had the seven swords undergone further refinement, they would undoubtedly have been able to contend with this mere artifact of the golden thunder bamboo. However, having discerned that the opponent possessed a genuine means to counter the golden thunder bamboo's protective lightning, Han Li preferred to avoid a life-and-death struggle. From the very beginning, transitioning from the green shadow to the now transformed youth, he had yet to grasp the true cultivation level of his adversary. Moreover, this individual was cunning and multifaceted, his sinister magical techniques both bizarre and ruthless, making them difficult to defend against. Engaging in a full-scale confrontation would be perilous. Even with the formidable golden devouring insects as his trump card, he could not guarantee victory. It was likely that the opponent's sudden suggestion to withdraw stemmed from an acknowledgement of Han Li's unusual artifact and peculiar techniques, instilling a sense of caution in him. With this line of thought, Han Li silently gestured towards the giant sword. In an instant, with a resounding boom, the colossal sword disassembled, transforming into 7 smaller swords that shot back towards him. The youth observed this, a glint of cold light appearing in his eyes. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from allowing the arrow to pursue further and also recalled his artifact. Could it be that you are indeed the master of the extreme Yin ancestor? Would that not imply you are nearing a millennium in age? Han Li inquired coolly after retrieving his flying swords, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I had already lived over 600 years before I even began to cultivate the profound soul-refining demon technique. After transforming into the Xian soul body, although I am unsure how many years have passed, it must be around 400 to 500. Fortunately, I expended my nascent soul and cultivated this Xian soul body anew. Otherwise, even if my physical form remained, I would likely have long since attained nirvana. The young man lowered his gaze to his hands, now returned to their normal state, and spoke ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Han Li was left speechless. If what the other party said were true, this person was indeed a millennium-old specter. However, at the same time, Han Li could not help but feel a flicker of interest in the Xian soul refining demon technique. The ability to surpass the lifespan limitations of ordinary cultivators was naturally enticing. Thus, Han Li softened his tone and remarked, "In that case, I truly must address you as senior." The young man glanced at Han Li, perhaps sensing the insincerity in his words, and let out a cold laugh, saying, "Senior? I once commanded respect in the cultivation world for many years. Who would have thought I would end up in a state of being neither human nor ghost? Even forsaking the chance to re-enter the 6 paths of reincarnation? All for the sake of avenging those 2 rebellious disciples. If you do not clarify your origins, I will not hesitate to expend more of my essence and ensure you do not leave this place alive." His voice, though seemingly ordinary, betrayed a chilling malice. Han Li forced a smile but, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Senior, you inquire of me. Am I not at a disadvantage? I too have my questions and wonder if Senior could elucidate a few." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the young man was slightly taken aback, but soon threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Good, very good. I can agree to this condition. However, I fear that should you uncover too much, your life may become perilous." The young man exhibited a wild demeanor. You need not worry about that, Senior. If I am not mistaken, your current cultivation level is at most that of a late-stage core formation cultivator. I believe I can manage." Han Li cautiously inquired, paying close attention to the young man's expression. The young man merely scoffed a few times, revealing no unusual emotion, leading Han Li to inwardly label him a cunning old fox. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You claim to have acquired your knowledge from a jade slip, which is not of my 2 rebellious disciples' making. Present the jade slip for me to examine, the young man said coldly, exuding an imposing presence. Han Li furrowed his brow, hesitated momentarily, then reached into his storage bag, retrieving a jade slip that emanated a grayish-white aura. He flicked his wrist, sending the jade slip flying toward the young man. The young man did not catch it directly. Instead, he raised a hand, and a mass of black gas transformed into a black serpent, which seized the jade slip in its mouth and returned to hover before him. The young man remained motionless, his blood-red eyes fixated on the jade slip without a flicker. After a moment, the strange light in his eyes dimmed, and with a gentle flick of his finger, the jade slip shot back to Han Li like an arrow. Then, he slowly spoke to Han Li. How did you come by this object? Speak. Merely possessing a jade slip is not sufficient to prove your lack of connection to those two rebellious disciples. Upon hearing this, Han Li smiled faintly, choosing not to answer the question posed. Instead, he inquired, since Senior possesses such remarkable abilities, I imagine your name was once well known. Might you share your esteemed surname with me? The youth, upon seeing Han Li's evasive response, felt an unsettling heaviness in his heart, a glint of menace flickering in his brow. However, recalling something, he coldly replied, I am the revered Elder Xiangu, Xiaocha. Have you heard of me? Han Li, after contemplating the name, realized he had indeed never heard of it. Yet, he remained unperturbed and calmly stated, if you believe that the jade slip fails to substantiate my identity, then my cultivation method must not be a lineage of your sect. Given your vast experience, you should be able to discern this. Please examine it more closely. With that, Han Li elevated the Qing Yuan sword technique to its utmost peak. The azure light radiating from him became increasingly brilliant, nearly blinding. He then flicked his fingers, releasing 7 or 8 streaks of azure sword light that struck the wall, creating several gaping holes the size of bowls. As for the origin of this jade slip, it is rather straightforward. I inadvertently obtained it from an evil cultivator whom I vanquished. If you still doubt its authenticity, I have nothing left to say but to engage in battle. Han Li lightly clapped his hands, speaking nonchalantly. Xiao Cha gazed at the azure light enveloping Han Li, his expression darkening considerably. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked, the technique you practice does not originate from the Xianyin scriptures, nor is it even demonic in nature. This is evident to me. However, you possess a Sha Dan avatar, and your coincidental arrival here warrants my caution. Nonetheless, I must inquire once more. Besides this jade slip, did you acquire anything else from your adversary? Upon hearing the old demon's words, Han Li's expression shifted subtly, as he sensed that after having pressured him for so long, the true objective seemed to lie here. Contemplating this, Han Li chose not to respond directly, but instead posed a question of his own. Since you have achieved the Xianhun form, having been trapped here for so many years, are there not considerable limitations and flaws in the Xianhun condensation technique? For instance, the inability to traverse during daylight, or susceptibility to certain specialized artifacts. Do you think I would divulge such matters to you? The youth, incensed by Han Li's words, abruptly interrupted with a furious countenance. Precisely. Do you believe I would reveal information that you ought not to know? Han Li maintained his composure, responding with an air of indifference. Upon hearing such cold mockery, Xiao Cha was momentarily taken aback, the anger on his face gradually dissipating. In that case, if you are unwilling to discuss these matters, then... Elder Xiangu shifted his tone, seemingly ready to change the subject. But just then, a melodious chime unexpectedly emanated from the old demon, a sound so clear and delightful that it momentarily stunned Han Li. Elder Xiangu, upon hearing this sound, was first taken aback, then revealed an expression of disbelief mixed with joy. Ignoring Han Li, he suddenly struck his chest with a fist. With a soft pop, a small segment of pristine white rib shot forth from his body, circling around him before landing back in his palm. The melodious sound had originated from this very rib. Han Li blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, feeling somewhat at a loss. However, the old demon, grasping the object, appeared even more delighted. With a sudden burst, the old demon exerted a slight force with his 5 fingers, causing the segment of white bone to disintegrate into powder, from which emerged a luminous white orb and a black insect resembling a cricket. This creature flitted around the orb, incessantly chirping. Yet, upon noticing the figure of Xiangu, it ceased its cacophony and swiftly entered his body. Observing this, Xiangu burst into hearty laughter, seizing the orb into his grasp. Subsequently, the white light vanished, revealing a somewhat yellowed, old brocade handkerchief. Upon seeing this item, Han Li's heart involuntarily jolted. The handkerchief appeared strikingly familiar, bearing a remarkable resemblance to the fragmentary map he had acquired from the Black Shaman. Could there be a connection between the two? As Han Li's thoughts churned, He realized this might be the key to unraveling the secrets of that map, prompting him to widen his eyes and scrutinize the old demon's every movement. Unfortunately, Xiangu merely cast a quick glance at the handkerchief before swiftly tucking it away within his robe. With an even demeanor, he addressed Han Li, stating, "Since you are not associated with those two rebellious disciples, I have no time to linger with you. I have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall part ways. I offer you a word of caution. Should you remain here any longer, my wayward disciple may soon arrive." After delivering this message, Xiangu disregarded Han Li's reaction, and with a chilling laugh, transformed into a streak of crimson light, dashing past Han Li and swiftly exiting through the entrance, appearing exceedingly hurried. Initially taken aback, Han Li furrowed his brow but soon moved, transforming into a streak of azure light. Spiraling around the hall to collect the treasures and storage bags belonging to Jin Qing and the others, as well as incinerating the corpses into ashes with several fireballs, before also darting out of the location. He could not afford to dwell on the handkerchief, fearing a delay might lead to the other party setting a trap at the cave's entrance, which would spell significant trouble. Curiously, the old demon had not even cast a glance at the storage bags of these core formation cultivators, leaving Han Li to wonder if he simply deemed their possessions beneath his notice or if he had been too preoccupied in his haste. Either way, this inadvertently benefited Han Li. Nevertheless, the loss of his avatar, Chu Hun, weighed heavily on him, filling him with frustration. Yet, attempting to confront the old demon seemed fraught with uncertainty, leaving Han Li feeling helpless once more. As he pondered these matters, he ascended from underground to the surface. The old demon had vanished without a trace, leaving Han Li astonished at the proficiency of his escape technique. Surveying the silent surroundings and recalling the multitude that had descended underground, he found himself the sole survivor emerging into the light, an inexplicable sense of desolation washing over him. However, such negative emotions were fleeting, quickly cast aside as he reminded himself that the path of cultivation was still long and arduous, far from a moment for lamentation. Not daring to linger, Han Li discerned the direction and immediately fled towards the outer reaches of the island, all the while rummaging through his storage bag. Moments later, a similarly radiant white brocade handkerchief appeared in his hand. Gazing at the object before him, Han Li felt a sudden surge of emotion. Without needing to scrutinize it closely, he was already aware that this exquisite silk handkerchief was undoubtedly of the same nature as the one in the possession of the Xiangu master. Yet, he pondered what secrets it concealed, which could provoke such a profound reaction from someone as cunning as the old demon. With this thought in mind, Han Li began to examine the silk handkerchief more intently. The previously indistinct map had entirely vanished, leaving only a golden silhouette of a small sword that shone brightly. No matter how Han Li adjusted the handkerchief, the sword's point consistently oriented itself towards the northwest, extending a slender red line that reached the edge of the fabric and emitted a faint glow. Furrowing his brow, Han Li, although uncertain of the precise function of this object, realized that such a simplistic illustration must carry significant meaning. Clearly, it was directing the holder to pursue a specific destination indicated by the sword's point, and there was likely some fortuitous opportunity awaiting at the end of the red line. Grasping the map, Han Li fell into deep contemplation. Observing the Xiangu master's hasty demeanor, it was evident that the map's efficacy was likely time-sensitive. Given the joy displayed on the master's face, the benefits must be considerable if he wished to uncover the truth. He had no choice but to proceed in the direction indicated forthwith. Otherwise, the map's effects might expire, or the opportunity could be claimed by another. After careful deliberation and a moment of hesitation, Han Li resolutely adjusted his course, and in a flash, the azure rainbow streaked across the sky, departing from the desolate island. Approximately 15 minutes later, a vast, ominous cloud of black mist surged from the distance towards the island, swirling around the large cave entrance before dissipating, revealing a pallid, middle-aged man devoid of any color in his skin. Upon surveying the nearly obliterated formation and the displaced spirit-sealing pillar, the man's brows furrowed sharply, prompting him to hasten into the cave. Moments later, a thunderous roar of unbridled fury emanated from below, shaking the ground in the vicinity. Subsequently, the middle-aged man burst forth from the earth, enveloped in a shroud of black light, soaring into the sky. His expression was marked by anxiety as he glanced around frantically. Suddenly, with a swift turn of his body, he unleashed dozens of black rays that transformed into immense black birds. scattering in all directions to scour the surrounding area for miles. However, when the colossal birds returned, they reported nothing of significance. The middle-aged man's expression soured further. He gazed upward at the sky, remaining motionless for an extended period. After an indeterminate time, he suddenly erupted into a series of chilling chuckles. Old fiend, even if you manage to escape this place, what difference will it make? You are no longer the Xiangu demon ancestor you once were, and I am no longer merely a lowly golden core disciple under your command. Once I conclude my affairs with the Void Heaven Palace, I shall scour the chaotic star sea to unearth you. With this declaration, he hesitated no longer, soaring into the air and transforming once more into a vast cloud of black mist. As if to vent the pent-up frustration within, a colossal black beam of light, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from the mist, causing the ground near the cave entrance to cave in, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. Subsequently, the black fog retreated swiftly, akin to a shooting star fleeing from the moon. Unbeknownst to Han Li, all these events transpired on the island. At that moment, he was diligently navigating his magical artifact in the direction indicated by the map. Fearing an encounter with the enigmatic figure, Han Li remained exceedingly vigilant throughout his journey, periodically expanding his spiritual awareness to guard against any potential ambush. After several days without incident, he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, on this particular day, while he was absorbed in his journey, sounds of combat suddenly reached him from ahead, accompanied by faint explosions and dazzling flashes of light, indications of a fierce battle among cultivators. Han Li furrowed his brow, relying on his formidable spiritual sense to observe from a distance. He discerned a man and a woman engaged in a heated struggle against three sinisterly attired individuals, whose malevolent aura was palpable. Yet, their cultivation levels were dismally low, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and it appeared that the pair of cultivators were at a disadvantage. Han Li touched his nose, realizing that these individuals posed no significant threat. Thus, he decided against taking a detour and prepared to maneuver his magical artifact past them. The skirmishing cultivators were of no concern. Reaching his destination was paramount. With that thought, Han Li accelerated, transforming into a green rainbow as he surged forward, swiftly approaching the group. The combatants were startled, instinctively halting their conflict and retracting their magical instruments. As Han Li passed by, his sword light briefly flickered, and he cast a casual glance, inadvertently exclaiming in surprise. Simultaneously, the female cultivator among the pair recognized Han Li's visage and joyfully called out, "Elder Han, I am the direct disciple of the illustrious Zhua from the Miaoyin sect. I implore your assistance against these three adversaries from the Poison Dragon Society." Upon hearing her plea, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, redirecting his gaze toward her and halting his sword light. "You are a disciple of the Miaoyin sect?" Han Li inquired with a calm demeanor. The young woman, around 20 years of age, possessed a visage akin to warm jade, with skin as fair as snow. Her enchanting face radiated delight, exuding an irresistible charm. "I am Wen Siyue, paying my respects to Elder Han," she declared, hastily soaring to Han Li's side and offering a respectful bow. Her figure was voluptuous and graceful, and as she spoke, a captivating fragrance wafted from her presence. Han Li, maintaining an impassive expression, appraised her from head to toe before leisurely asking, "How do you know me? Have we met before?" He felt a twinge of confusion, convinced that this was their first encounter. "Elder Han, although I have never had the honor of meeting you, our sect leader has long displayed portraits of the esteemed elders in the Hall of Reverence, which we behold every time we visit the main hall." The beautiful woman replied with utmost respect. Upon hearing these words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bemused sense of irony. He had not anticipated that the three women from the Miaoyin sect would resort to such actions. It seemed to be their way of publicly announcing their newfound status as elders of the sect. Although Han Li felt a twinge of frustration, he maintained a composed demeanor, turning instead to the middle-aged man beside him with a smile. "Brother One, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been?" The middle-aged man, who had worn an odd expression since Han Li's arrival, now appeared even more conflicted upon hearing these words. His gaze towards Han Li was imbued with a mix of envy and inferiority. "I never imagined that Senior Han would still remember me. Even after seeing your portrait in the Miaoyin sect, I struggled to believe it. Congratulations on achieving the golden core," he said, his lips quivering slightly as he spoke with a hint of bitterness. This middle-aged man was none other than Wen Chang. a young cultivator who had crossed paths with Han Li on Kuaishing Island, though his features still bore a semblance to his youthful self. The once delicate and fair young man now had streaks of gray at his temples, his face etched with the passage of time, on the brink of his 60s. There's no need for such formalities, brother one. We are, after all, acquaintances from the past. Let us regard each other as equals, Han Li replied with a smile. He could easily discern that the man was still at the mid-foundation stage, indicating that he would likely never ascend to the Golden Core realm. Reflecting on the youthful vigor that Wang Changqing once possessed, Han Li couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. In truth, even if Wen Siyu had not called out to him, he would have stopped, for he possessed an extraordinary memory. Although their interactions were limited, he had recognized Wang Changqing immediately when he flew past. The impression Wang Changqing had left on him was quite favorable, and thus he would not allow him to perish before his eyes. Wang Changqing, upon hearing Han Li's words, was quick to decline the honorific title. With a sense of helplessness, Han Li acquiesced to his wishes. Meanwhile, a nearby young woman, having overheard their conversation, was utterly astonished, her mouth agape in surprise. Her large, glistening eyes blinked rapidly, and just as she was about to inquire further, Han Li abruptly turned to face the three individuals across from him, his tone turning icy. Where do you three think you are going? I certainly did not grant you permission to leave. It turned out that the three cultivators opposite them were already in a state of panic upon seeing that a Golden Core expert had arrived. They had hoped that Han Li was oblivious to their presence and were cautiously retreating. However, upon hearing Han Li's words, their faces drained of color. After exchanging terrified glances, they hastily dispersed in three different directions, activating their flying tools while simultaneously unleashing a myriad of colorful protective talismans and shields. Humph. Seeking death, Han Li scoffed coldly, raising his hand to flick it lightly. Three brilliant azure sword lights shot forth, vanishing in an instant to appear behind the fleeing cultivators. With a series of muffled thuds, their protective artifacts and shields crumbled like paper under the force of the sword lights. Simultaneously, their anguished screams echoed as they were enveloped in a blinding flash, disappearing without a trace. The young woman and Wang Changqing were taken aback as they witnessed Han Li effortlessly dispatch three members of the Poison Dragon Society. Their gazes towards him were imbued with a newfound reverence. Han Li himself nodded subtly, for those three azure sword lights, seemingly unremarkable, were infused with a significant amount of his spiritual power. The ability to achieve a one-strike kill against foundation-building cultivators pleased him greatly. It appeared that as his cultivation progressed, the efficacy of the azure sword lights remained substantial. By the way, both he and brother Wen share the same surname. Could it be that Han Li suddenly recalled something? He turned to Wang Changqing and inquired. Upon hearing Han Li's question, Wang Chang's expression grew slightly awkward as he replied, "Please do not jest, Senior Han. Siyu is indeed my daughter." Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Then I must extend my congratulations to you, brother Wen. This young friend Siyu has already attained foundation building at such a tender age. Who knows, she might even achieve Golden Core success in the future." At these words, Wang Changqing displayed a hint of pride, cheerfully responding, "To be candid with you, Senior Han, Siyu is indeed my pride. Achieving foundation building in just over 20 years gives me great hopes for her. I find myself unable to progress further, and I only wish for her to surpass me." As he spoke, Wang Chang's gaze towards the young woman was filled with affection, while Siyu, feeling shy, lowered her head. Han Li, with a smile in his eyes, glanced at the young woman again and nodded slightly. Indeed, Siyu possessed commendable talent. Subsequently, Wang Changqing and Han Li exchanged tales of their respective experiences. Although they had not shared a deep bond, encountering a long-lost acquaintance was always a delightful occurrence, prompting Han Li to engage in conversation for a while longer. From Wang Chang's words, Han Li learned of an ordinary cultivator's life, largely mirroring his own in the chaotic sea of stars. Not long after their last parting, Wang Chang's master had passed away, and after spending several decades on Kuaishing Island, he had managed to achieve foundation building, thereafter embarking on adventures across various islands. During this time, he caught the eye of a female disciple from the Miaoyin sect, eventually joining the sect as an outer disciple. Since then, he had been managing trifling affairs for the Miaoyin sect. Eventually, his daughter, Siyu, was born, but his wife succumbed to a strange illness shortly thereafter. Deeply in love with his wife, he chose not to remarry and instead dedicated himself to raising Siyu alone. naturally guiding her to become a disciple of the Miaoyin sect as well. Upon hearing this, Han Li sighed softly, for his own experiences were far simpler, aside from cultivation. He had little to recount, which left him with a wry smile. However, he finally inquired about the circumstances that led the father and daughter to be embroiled in conflict here. At this question, Wen Chang's expression darkened with anger. While Siyu's face fell, Han Li could not help but feel intrigued. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Chang slowly began to share further details. After reaching adulthood, when Siyu married a seemingly promising young cultivator, forming a dual cultivation partnership with him. Unfortunately, her husband was ill-fated shortly after their wedding. He met an untimely demise during a duel with other cultivators. Consequently, she became a widow. Naturally, as an unattached woman endowed with an innate allure, when Siyu attracted the attention of several male cultivators within the sect. However, due to her recent loss, she had no inclination to remarry, leading her to decline multiple proposals for dual cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, this inadvertently offended certain higher-ups in the Miaoyin sect. As a result, when Siyu was assigned a perilous and arduous task, ordered to escort a valuable shipment through the territory of the Poison Dragon Society, a faction with which the Miaoyin sect had a long-standing conflict. Concerned for his daughter's safety, Wen Chang accompanied her on this journey. Unfortunately, the sensitive details of their mission were leaked, and they soon found themselves pursued by 3 members of the Poison Dragon Society, forced to fight for their lives. Had it not been for Han Li's fortuitous arrival, the outcome could have been disastrous. Listening to Wen Chang's vehement words, Han Li stroked his chin, momentarily at a loss for words. He discerned that Wen's remarks indicated a desire for him to intervene on behalf of the father and daughter. However, recognizing that this was merely one side of the story, he was reluctant to meddle in the affairs of the Miaoyin sect simply due to a slight acquaintance. After a brief contemplation, Han Li, under the expectant gaze of Wen Chang, slowly replied, "Brother Wen, since you are also a member of the Miaoyin sect, you must understand that I am merely a nominal elder, never involving myself in internal matters. Nevertheless, if what you say is true, and if fellow Daoist Siyu has suffered greatly, I shall mention this to Daoist Ziling when we meet. However, whether she will heed my words is uncertain." Upon hearing Han Li's refusal to take full responsibility for the matter, Wen Chang felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, recognizing the limited depth of their relationship, he appreciated Han Li's willingness to assist them in such a manner and expressed his gratitude profusely. He then urged Wen Siyu to pay her respects to Han Li once more, but the latter graciously declined. However, Han Li, seemingly puzzled, inquired further, "Isn't fellow Daoist Siyu a disciple of Elder Zhua? Have you not brought this matter to his attention?" At this, Wen Siyu's expression grew even more somber, and she softly explained, "Senior Han, the one who sent me here is a close relative of my master, who wishes for me to form a dual cultivation partnership with him. However, I declined, which has greatly angered my master." Upon finishing her words, a look of helplessness washed over her, rendering her strikingly beautiful yet forlorn, leaving Han Li momentarily speechless. However, not daring to linger, he turned to Wen Chang and said, "I have other pressing matters to attend to, and I fear I cannot accompany you further. I bid you farewell." Upon uttering these words, Han Li cupped his hands in salute to the 2 individuals. Naturally, Wen Chang's father could not express any words of retention, and after hastily uttering a few words of gratitude, Han Li smiled faintly and transformed into a blue rainbow, soaring into the sky. Gazing in the direction where the blue rainbow had vanished, Wen Chang and his daughter remained silent for a moment. After a while, Wen Siyu, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, remarked, "Father, you have never mentioned to me that you were acquainted with Elder Han of our sect. Moreover, from your conversation, it appears that you knew this esteemed elder even before he reached the Dan formation stage. Could you share this story with your daughter? After all, Elder Han is quite enigmatic to us disciples." As she spoke, the initial sense of grievance transformed into curiosity. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Wen Chang sighed and, with a touch of tenderness, replied, "My acquaintance with Elder Han is merely superficial. We have only met a few times and have no deep ties. Furthermore, when I first met him, his cultivation was similar to mine, not particularly high. When I unexpectedly saw his portrait in the Hall of Offerings, I was truly taken aback, and for several days thereafter, my mind could not find peace. It is indeed astonishing that he has entered the Dan formation stage and has become an elder of our sect." As Wen Chang spoke, memories of his initial encounter with Han Li flooded his mind, causing him to pause mid-sentence, momentarily lost in thought. Observing her father's distraction, Wen Siyu seemed to understand his contemplation and quietly waited by his side, enveloping the father-daughter duo in a tranquil silence. The only sound was the rustling of the wind against their garments. A month later, the vicinity of an expansive, desolate sea suddenly became lively. Every few days, cultivators hurriedly flew toward this location, their faces alight with excitement as they ascended into the heavens. There, a magnificent palace floated majestically in the air, utterly immobile. This palace, towering at around 100 zhang, was constructed entirely of pristine, flawless jade, exquisitely ornate, radiating a soft, luminous glow. Encased within a thick golden light barrier, it hung high in the sky, approximately 1,000 zhang above. The arriving cultivators wasted no time, soaring toward the palace in a flash of white light. They effortlessly passed through the barrier and entered the palace. On this particular day, a blue rainbow streaked through the sky. Upon reaching the surface of the sea beneath the palace, it suddenly halted. As the azure light retracted, a youth of unremarkable appearance emerged, none other than Han Li, who had come in search of the palace as per the map. He gazed at the silk map in his hand with confusion, scanning the surroundings, but saw nothing but emptiness. After staring at the surface of the sea for quite some time, he still found no clues. The perplexity on Han Li's face deepened. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he raised his head abruptly. Upon catching sight of the palace, which resembled a celestial abode amidst the clouds, Han Li inhaled sharply, his expression one of astonishment. He stared at the palace for quite a while, momentarily lost in reverie. However, he did not approach the palace rashly. Instead, he pondered in place for a moment. Suddenly, his expression shifted, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. Moments later, a crimson cloud sped toward him, stopping not far from where Han Li had just disappeared. As the crimson clouds dissipated, an elderly man with a mane of red hair materialized, clutching a similar silken map. He cast a brief glance at the map, surveyed his surroundings with a cold gaze, and without hesitation, turned his gaze skyward. Almost immediately, he beheld the aerial palace, a look of uncontainable delight washing over his face. Without a moment's thought, the red-haired elder transformed once more into crimson clouds and soared skyward. It was only after a flash of white light enveloped him and he vanished into the golden barrier that Han Li's figure manifested nearby, his brow furrowed and his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. In the ensuing 7 or 8 days, Han Li patiently concealed himself, witnessing 2 core formation cultivators enter the golden barrier and make their way into the palace, each armed with a silken map. Finally, unable to contain himself, Han Li approached the golden shield one day, deftly retrieving a map with a flourish of his hand. As he gradually infused spiritual energy into the map, it radiated a luminous white light, enveloping Han Li within its glow. With a gentle step, he seamlessly traversed the golden barrier and entered the palace. Casting a glance back at the barrier and then at the opulent palace, Han Li proceeded without further hesitation. As he drew near, he noticed 3 colossal silver characters inscribed in ancient script above the entrance, heralding the grandeur of the palace. The sheer force of the inscriptions was awe-inspiring, their strokes sharp and incisive. A prolonged gaze at them caused a dull ache to form in his eyes, startling him into averting his gaze, filled with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li steeled himself and cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, he was taken aback by the sight of an unending, narrow passage. This corridor was constructed from dazzlingly clear jade, its dimensions both confining and oppressive, a mere 2 or 3 zhang wide, yet soaring to heights of 30 or 40 zhang. The atmosphere within was stifling, causing discomfort. Furrowing his brow, Han Li released his spiritual sense, only to have his expression shift slightly. The moment his awareness brushed against the walls, it was unceremoniously rebuffed, unable to penetrate even a fraction, let alone probe the palace's secrets. A glimmer of resolve ignited in his eyes as he focused intently on one of the jade walls. It was then he discerned the faint, flickering light, barely perceptible upon closer inspection. This indicated that the entire corridor was ensnared by formidable prohibitions set by a master of great power. Gently, he traced a finger along the jade surface. Though unable to ascertain the precise nature of the prohibitions, the unfathomable spiritual energy contained within sent a shiver through him. Withdrawing his finger, he supported his chin with one hand, pondering silently for a moment before resuming his forward march. Narrowing his eyes, Han Li ambled through the passageway, surveying his surroundings with calm confidence. Given the presence of prohibitions, he felt no fear of ambush, allowing him to advance boldly. However, the corridor, reminiscent of a diminutive canyon, seemed interminably long. It took him a full meal's time to finally reach the far end. A luminous portal radiating a cerulean glow materialized before him. Han Li's spirit stirred slightly, prompting him to hasten his steps towards it. However, the sight that greeted him caused his eyes to narrow, and a sudden shock coursed through his heart. Within the azure brilliance lay an expansive, square hall. This grand hall spanned an impressive 300 to 400 jong, a magnificent expanse that could comfortably accommodate thousands without feeling crowded. Remarkably, the hall was adorned with numerous towering jade columns, each requiring several individuals to encircle. These columns were exquisitely carved, with every one depicting various rare and mythical creatures, some familiar to Han Li, others not. Each rendered with astonishing lifelikeness and imbued with vibrant energy, none resembling the other. Atop several of these columns stood or sat a multitude of cultivators, each clad in diverse attire. Apart from a few exceptions, each cultivator occupied a column to themselves, engaging in their respective tasks without uttering a word. Han Li's arrival elicited only a languid glance from a small fraction of the cultivators, yet a few displayed expressions of surprise. A faint wry smile crept onto Han Li's face, for he recognized these few as well.